The first thing I did upon being reincarnated as a tiger was neither to hunt for food nor to patrol my territory. Instead, he began to practice the art of thunder law on the spot, merely because I was the most gifted Taoist of the Blue Star in my past life. However, the outcome was overshadowed by the indulgence in pleasure, leading to a neglect of personal cultivation, resulting in a critical misstep during the subsequent celestial upheaval, leading to an inevitable demise alongside the Demon King. Now, I have transcended into the realm of eternal verdancy, embodying a newborn cub in need of nurturing. In this lifetime, I vow never to repeat past mistakes. I shall undoubtedly refine the thunderous arts that eluded my mastery in my previous existence. The tiger embodies the foundation, with the essence of the Tao bestowing its blessings. Mastery of both the supernatural and the mystical arts. In a cave on Blackback Mountain, 3 newly born cubs lay feebly upon the ground. Among them, one, despite its tender age, exhibits a remarkable robustness in comparison to its 2 siblings. Most astonishingly, within that tiger's den, there thrives a peculiar kiwi tree. Nearby, among a few young tigers, lie several fallen mountain fruits. I am utterly famished. I, as a Taoist, am weary of consuming mere fruits. It has been 7 days since my rebirth. Yet, among my 3 brethren, there appears to be no mother tiger to nurture us. This implies that the most dire circumstances may have already come to pass. In the pavilion of maple leaves, were it not for the rich spiritual essence of this place, I would have succumbed to the ravages of hunger, relying solely on the Taoist technique of energy absorption and fasting. Along with the scant mountain fruits that remain in this tiger den, I might have met my demise immediately upon my rebirth. I glanced back at my 2 younger brothers, and a deep sigh escaped my lips. I offered each of them a small portion of the fruit pulp I had just crushed. With the ethereal essence contained within the fruit, the maple leaf pavilion stands resilient. As long as these 2 little creatures are not overly unfortunate, they should be able to endure for a while longer. Whether they can survive until the end depends solely on their own efforts. Indeed, the abundance of fruit is still sufficient. Otherwise, I would not have shared it with them. A month has swiftly passed. Not far from the tiger court, a gentle stream meanders, with white fish occasionally darting through its waters. At this moment, a splendid tiger, approximately 1 meter 30 or 40 in size, emerges. Perhaps it is time to indulge the Taoist in some meat today. I quietly gaze at the rushing waters, my eyes sharp and focused. Time ticks away, second by second. Suddenly, my gaze sharpened. The tiger's claw shot out with the swiftness of lightning. In an instant, a plump, white-bellied carp arced gracefully through the air, before landing heavily upon the grass at the water's edge. Ha ha! After a month, I can finally savor some meat. Excitedly, I swiftly seized this hard-earned morsel and dashed towards the tiger's den. The most arduous phase has now passed. In addition to myself, the other 2 little ones have also survived. I have given these 2 young tigers names that are remarkably fitting. The second one is named Black Fiend, while the third is called Morning Leopard. As I entered the den, I was momentarily taken aback. "Why did you bite the ear of your brother?" sang Biao. Upon witnessing this, I swiftly stepped forward to effortlessly separate the 2 siblings. The strength of these little ones has grown considerably, yet it pales in comparison to my own. Since my birth, I have commenced the cultivation of Taoist techniques from my previous existence. Through my own modifications, these practices have proven beneficial for my current tiger form. Furthermore, due to the abundant spiritual energy in this world, the effects of my cultivation surpass even those of my past life. It is precisely for this reason that within the span of a month, I have grown to a height of approximately 1 meter and 34 centimeters, thus enabling me to venture out for fishing. Moreover, and of utmost significance, the scroll that emerged upon the demise of the former Ghost King traversed time alongside me. Upon a cursory examination, I discovered that this scroll possesses the extraordinary ability to perceive the heavens and contemplate the earth, manifesting tangible forms. As it stands, although I have grasped the essence of the scroll's capabilities, I have yet to awaken its latent powers, and thus, I must temporarily set it aside. Within the tiger's den, after forcibly separating the 2 little ones, the third one, Sang Biao, seemed to have lost his mind once more. He turned and began to gnaw at my paw. An odd ticklish sensation surged through me, igniting a wave of irritation. What is happening? I swiftly cast aside my third brother, Sang Biao. Among the three brothers, my growth can be attributed to the foundation laid in my previous life. However, this third brother, Sang Biao, is indeed a formidable adversary, akin to an extraordinary tiger. Although they barely have enough to eat, the third child, Sang Biao, is surprisingly robust and well-developed. Si Ping, having been thrown out, has made Sang Biao somewhat irate. With narrowed eyes, he fiercely called out to me like a little tiger. Indeed, dare to provoke my ire. I cast a fierce glare. Merely a fleeting glance suffices. That disheveled fellow seemed to sense my gaze and began to behave himself, lowering his head and refraining from meeting my eyes. Though he possesses the most formidable appearance, the second brother, Heisha, has become the smallest among the trio due to developmental issues. Seeing the two little ones finally settle down, I released my grip. Subsequently, I proceeded to gut the fish I had caught. Enticed by the pungent aroma of the fish, the two little ones drew closer to my side. Subsequently, I fully utilized my elder brother's role, consuming only a modest portion of fish roe while generously bestowing the delectable head and tail of the fish upon those two little ones. Observing the two little ones indulging in their meal brings a smile to my face. As long as no unforeseen circumstances arise, I can undoubtedly thrive in this serene environment. Amidst the vast expanse of these mountains and forests that I have traversed, I have discovered that this place harbors far more than mere beasts. Since the torrential downpour 7 days ago, the scent of the creatures near the caves has become increasingly chaotic. I hope this cave can endure for a while longer. The pavilion of maple leaves, the mountainous forest we inhabit, was once marked by the presence of formidable tigers. An ordinary beast dare not approach this vicinity. However, with so much time having elapsed, I surmise that my parents, those majestic tigers, have likely met with misfortune. Furthermore, the recent torrential downpour has washed away much of the lingering essence. Should there be no timely replenishment, it is probable that the more astute creatures of the wild will gradually encroach upon the vicinity of the cave. Given my current physique, confronting a solitary wolf poses no challenge. However, attracting formidable beasts such as black bears from the mountains or encountering a pack would undoubtedly result in dire consequences. I, the tiger, gradually lower myself to the ground, inhaling the essence of the world while exhaling the impurities within my body. I absorb the ethereal energy of the heavens, refining myself with the essence of the sun and moon, consolidating the profound laws of the universe. Now, I cultivate with the essence of the tiger, following these 4 principles to persist in my practice. I have also entirely transformed the profound thunder induction heart thunder technique from my past life into the demon thunder charging sun condensing thunder technique, which can likewise be cultivated with the tiger's body. Beneath the luminous moonlight of the night, I found myself atop the cave where a tiger lay, resting upon a slab of verdant stone, bathed in the silvery glow of the moon. I dispelled the obsessions within my heart and gradually closed my eyes, chanting the incantations softly from my lips. Divine essence connects with my heart. With my heart, I channel the spirit. The 5 organs transform into the 5 energies. The 5 energies give rise to thunder. As I intone my incantation, the faint demonic power within my tiger form ebbs and flows throughout my being. Yet, it was but a brief moment before this power was utterly expended. After a brief recovery, I once again repeated the actions I had just performed, reciting the incantation in an endless cycle. The following morning, I sensed a subtle surge in my demonic power. At this pace, I cannot fathom when I, as the Taoist master, shall be able to reforge the thunder technique. What a pity! If only there were more fruits within that cave. Perhaps we could progress at a swifter pace. Nevertheless, let us take one step at a time. In the time to come, I shall continue to lead a life akin to that which I have previously known. During daylight hours, I will traverse the vicinity of the cave, extending my activities within a radius of several miles. Should I encounter fish or wild rabbits, I shall seize the opportunity to hunt them. In moments of leisure, I may venture further afield to explore the terrain. Until a month later, I found myself unable to satisfy the little fish and rabbits due to my physical development. Thus, I ventured into a realm spanning 10 miles in every direction. Now, my stature approaches 6 feet 2 inches, weighing nearly 230 to 40 pounds. Each muscle meticulously sculpted as if crafted by a master artisan. Suddenly, I caught a whiff of an unusual scent, the origin of which I could not ascertain, perhaps left by some wild beast. This creature must have once been wary of the parents of the tiger, yet those guardians have not been seen for quite some time, arousing its suspicion. Gradually, it began to draw closer to the cave. At that moment, a sound from the side of the forest swiftly captured my attention. Then, I fixed my fierce gaze, lowered my body, and with an explosive force akin to that of a released arrow, I surged forward. With a sudden burst of energy, it leaped forth, the tiger soaring through the air, accompanied by a resounding roar that pierced the silence. The sound of rustling grass and foliage echoed around me. When I finally raised my gaze to the tiger's head, I found it holding a lifeless gray fox in its mouth. As I brought an end to this gray fox, the surrounding trees and shrubs were suddenly alive with movement, as a few young gray foxes swiftly fled from the scene. I did not pursue. The tender flesh of my abdomen, caught in the tiger's bite, mingled with the searing blood that erupted in my mouth. Mountain. The reason I did not pursue was that the aura emanating from the mountain fox, which I had slain, bears a striking resemblance to the scent I had encountered. Chapter 3. The tiger's offspring. One will be fierce meanwhile. The mountain foxes, terrified and scattered, fled for quite some time before gradually coming to a halt when they realized Xuancang was not pursuing them. Cautiously, they began to regroup in a particular direction. Ultimately, they converged once more in a relatively concealed and safe spot. There, a fox with a strikingly vibrant red coat, as brilliant as a blazing flame, lay quietly in wait, as if patiently anticipating something. As the shaken mountain foxes reached the crimson fox, one of them, finally catching its breath, hastily spoke up, "Grandma San, it's terrible. A great tiger, a great tiger." The other mountain foxes chimed in, each recounting the horrifying encounter they had just experienced. Upon hearing this news, a flicker of bewilderment flashed in the previously calm eyes of the red fox, who murmured softly, So those two tiger lords are indeed not dead? Tell me clearly, was that great tiger the one we encountered before?" The red fox then turned to the panicked mountain foxes and inquired further. Upon hearing this, the flustered mountain foxes hesitated, uncertain. "Grandma San, the great tiger appeared so suddenly that we barely approached before one of our kin was taken by it. In our panic, we could only recognize it as a great tiger." The red fox, upon hearing this, did not press further. Instead, a knowing smile spread across its face, revealing a cunning expression. "If you did not see clearly, then it simply did not happen," the red fox said, slightly nodding, the corners of its mouth lifting into a subtle arc. Then, with a leap, it landed in front of the mountain foxes. "I have a task for you. Seize an opportunity to infiltrate the territory of Li Wai and Li Kuing, and casually spread the rumor that the Tiger Lord of the Tiger Cave is dead." On the other side, the Xian brothers remained oblivious to the looming crisis brought on by the absence of their tiger parents. Near the Tiger Cave, Xuancang, having satisfied his hunger, returned with some meat for He Sha and Sang Biao. After 2 months of growth, both brothers had surpassed a meter in length. With a stroke of luck, hunting rabbits or other small herbivores should pose no difficulty. The only issue was that for some unknown reason, the moment Xuancang left, the youngest, Sang Biao, began to bite the second brother, He Sha, despite sharing their meal. Sang Biao's growth had outstripped that of He Sha by a factor of 2. At this moment, within the Tiger Cave, Xuancang returned to find the atmosphere inexplicably thick with spiritual energy, yet he had no time to ponder this phenomenon. For Sang Biao had already clamped his jaws around He Sha's paw. If he did not intervene, He Sha would be in peril. "Roar! Settle down." With a fierce and furious roar, Xuancang glared at Sang Biao, radiating a powerful aura that made Sang Biao tremble with fear. Unsurprisingly, faced with such overwhelming strength, Sang Biao offered no resistance. Though he struggled with reluctance, Xuancang merely swiped a paw, easily pinning Sang Biao to the ground with his absolute power. Yet, Sang Biao was clearly unwilling to be subdued so easily. He glared with his large, bell-like eyes, emitting a series of howls. Though these were simple cries, Xuancang being of the same tiger lineage, could understand their meaning. Sang Biao believed he was the king. Xuancang, however, had little to say in response. Raising a paw, he delivered a resounding slap to Sang Biao's face. Smack! The sound echoed in the cave, and in that instant, Sang Biao felt as if the world had spun around him. His head buzzed as if a swarm of bees had taken flight near his ears. His body swayed uncontrollably. His limbs weakened, almost unable to support his weight. King, my foot, Xuancang muttered irritably. After what felt like an eternity, Sang Biao's gaze finally cleared, and he looked at Xuancang with a newfound brightness in his eyes. Be brother, you can't keep hitting me. Sang Biao, now thoroughly subdued, gazed at Xuancang in fear, stammering in his beastly tongue. Have you gained wisdom? Xuancang regarded Sang Biao with surprise, then glanced at He Sha, who still seemed somewhat dazed. This morning, after you left, the fruits on that tree ripened, and I ate one. Afterward, I felt much smarter all of a sudden, Sang Biao said, sitting obediently, responding honestly to Xuancang's inquiries. Fruits. Following Sang Biao's words, Xuancang looked up at the mountain fruits in the tiger cave. He noticed 2 bright red fruits on the tree, while the others resembled the green mountain fruit he had eaten previously. How many did you eat? Xuancang paused and turned, casting a sharp gaze at Sang Biao. Oh, one. I had planned to give one to that guy, but when I asked him to call me brother, he refused. So I gave him a beating. Sang Biao sat upright, propping himself with his forelimbs, answering Xuancang's questions honestly. If I had been any later returning, you would have fed him, Xuancang remarked, a hint of anger in his tone. I didn't want to. It just happened, and then I found him so delicious. Sang Biao continued, inexplicably drooling as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Xuancang suddenly recalled something, and his gaze scrutinized Sang Biao intently. After a long moment, Xuancang seemed to confirm his suspicions. Had it not been for his prior accumulation from past lives that initiated his cultivation journey, under normal circumstances, his size would be similar to He Sha's now, about 1.2 to 1, 3 meters in length and weighing around 50 kilograms. Yet, Sang Biao before him was different. With a slate-gray coat, his forelimbs longer than his hind limbs, and his muscles significantly more robust than those of his hind legs. Sang Biao's size was only slightly smaller than Xuancang, measuring approximately 1.5 to 1, 6 meters in length, and weighing over 150 kilograms. Such a stature was not particularly remarkable among tiger beasts. However, the critical point was that Sang Biao was merely 2 months old, having grown entirely without any deliberate cultivation, merely through natural development, often under conditions of food scarcity. It seems I have not erred in naming you, Xuancang remarked meaningfully to Sang Biao. It is said, a tiger begets 3 offspring, and one must be fierce. The fierce one is the most savage, capable of consuming its own kin. Sang Biao before him embodied this description entirely. Be brother, why are you looking at me like that? Chapter 4. A slap to awaken the Tiger King's dream. Sang Biao felt a twinge of unease under Xuancang's penetrating gaze, unable to meet his elder brother's eyes. Having been on the receiving end of Xuancang's strikes since childhood, he harbored a deep-seated fear of this formidable figure. Otherwise, he would not have taken advantage of Xuancang's absence to bully He Sha, compelling the latter to address him as big brother. Alas, now that he had attained enlightenment, he could not revert to his former ways. Otherwise, he would have to brace himself for Xuancang's ruthless wrath. Xuancang's icy glare at Sang Biao served as a warning. I understand, Sang Biao replied, refraining from contesting Xuancang's words. Although his period of enlightenment was brief, he sensed a notable change within himself, distinguishing him from both Xuancang and He Sha. With that, Xuancang ceased his discourse and turned his attention to the fruits adorning the tree. Brother, do you desire the fruit? Allow me to fetch it for you, Sang Biao said, his demeanor shifting to one of obsequiousness as he approached Xuancang. Xuancang nodded slightly, prompting Sang Biao to leap forward, swiftly plucking the remaining 2 fruits from the branches. Brother, this one is the ripest, even redder than the one I consumed. Sang Biao presented the finest specimen to Xuancang. Xuancang did not rush to devour it. Instead, he gently sensed its essence and discovered a significant concentration of spiritual energy within the fruit. Crunch! Upon biting into the crimson fruit, a wave of pure spiritual energy surged forth, flooding his mouth and cascading down his throat, rapidly disseminating throughout his being. The force surged violently within him, but soon signs of dispersion emerged. Realizing this, Xuancang swiftly recited incantations, lowering himself to the ground to close his eyes and refine the spiritual power within him, transmuting it into demonic energy. Sang Biao, observing Xuancang's actions with a hint of confusion, dared not intervene, choosing instead to remain vigilantly by his side. Despite Xuancang's frequent chastisements, Sang Biao held a profound respect for his elder brother, stemming from a sense of gratitude for his upbringing. In his most naive days, Sang Biao had envisioned a future where he would ascend to kingship, with Xuancang as his second-in-command. Yet, as reality would have it, aspirations often clash with the harshness of truth, leading to Xuancang's resolute awakening of Sang Biao's royal ambitions with a mere slap. Meanwhile, as Xuancang meditated, the demonic thunderstrike condensation technique was operating at full throttle, sealing every drop of spiritual energy from the fruit within his body, ensuring that he could fully refine it without the risk of losing its potency. This would grant him ample time to transmute it into pure demonic power, filling his entire being. After a brief interval, Xuancang gradually opened his tiger-like eyes. Having completed one cycle of the technique, he had refined a fifth of the fruit's energy. In an instant, a palpable aura of accumulated strength radiated from him, enhancing his power significantly and allowing him to manipulate his demonic energy at will. Excellent. Xuancang nodded in satisfaction. Sang Biao, witnessing this transformation, felt a surge of joy. Brother, why not consume another? He suggested, offering the last fruit to Xuancang. One should not be greedy. Let this one be given to He Sha, Xuancang replied, as he had yet to fully refine the energy within him, and consuming another fruit may not yield the same results. Without hesitation, Sang Biao swiftly delivered the fruit to He Sha. Although He Sha instinctively resisted Sang Biao, the latter forcefully fed it to him. Initially, He Sha struggled fiercely, but as the spiritual essence burst within his mouth and entered his body, he became paralyzed, eventually succumbing to slumber. After completing this task, Xuancang turned to Sang Biao and inquired, "How long have you been consuming the fruit?" "I am unsure of the exact duration. It has only been since you departed." Sang Biao replied, "There should still be some energy remaining. Come here. I shall teach you a method to refine it more effectively." Xuancang's ability to cultivate the demonic thunderstrike condensation technique was rooted in the vast accumulation of experiences from his past life, making it unsuitable for Sang Biao. Therefore, he opted to impart a simpler method for refining one's essence. Given Xuancang's estimation of Sang Biao's intellect, he believed that teaching him a more complex technique would likely be futile. Breathe deeply and sense. Perceive the excess spiritual energy within your body. Then, with your mind, draw it in, absorbing external energies into your being, guiding them with intent. Xuancang explained extensively. Sang Biao began to follow Xuancang's instructions, but soon, he abruptly opened his intelligent eyes and looked at Xuancang. "Brother, what does it mean to breathe deeply and sense?" Xuancang sighed. "It means to close your eyes and perceive. Aside from your own strength, you must not reject other energies that your physical form can accept." "Oh." Sang Biao feigned understanding, stretching out the word. "And what about absorbing external energies? What does guiding with intent mean?" Xuancang, visibly exasperated, could only shake his head. Unbeknownst to them, as Xuancang continued his explanation, the aura surrounding He Sha behind them grew increasingly dense. As night fell upon Hebei Mountain, a throng of diminutive figures hurriedly traversed a narrow path toward the tiger's den. Upon closer inspection, these creatures were approximately 1 meter in height. They're modeled for a chaotic mix of gray and yellow, with long, powerful limbs, eyes glowing an eerie green, and sharp fangs protruding from their mouths. Above this path, perched on a cliff, the earlier mentioned crimson fox observed the unfolding scene with a smug expression. "Third ant, now that these foolish dogs have passed, should we not follow suit?" inquired a slightly larger gray mountain fox trailing behind the red fox. "Why the haste?" The likes of Li Ye and Li Kuang have yet to show themselves. What we have here are merely the stragglers of the mountain hounds, the red fox replied, gazing at the pack of dogs. Moreover, the leader appears to be one of Li Ye's offspring, the gray fox added. How foolish to send unproven kin and subordinates for such a task. The red fox chuckled lightly. Let's go and witness this spectacle. Within the tiger's den, Xuancang was still diligently elucidating to Sang Biao. As Xuancang spoke, Sang Biao progressed from utter confusion to managing to execute a minor cycle of energy flow, refining the residual spiritual essence within him. Yes, I've got it, brother. It all connects. Sang Biao exclaimed in delight. Unfortunately, the energy from the fruit has nearly dissipated by over 60%, Xuancang remarked. At that moment, Sang Biao's previously jovial expression transformed abruptly, his body tensed, and he turned sharply to gaze outside the cave. What is it? Xuancang inquired. Brother, a large group of creatures is approaching. Sang Biao bared his teeth. Shortly after Sang Biao's warning, Xuancang began to sense an unusual odor permeating the air. Stay here and watch over things. Second, he instructed, preparing to investigate. Chapter 5. The Red Fox. Once Xuancang finished speaking, he exited the tiger's den. Sang Biao also wished to follow, but found himself pacing in place, as the still unconscious He Sha lay behind him. Outside, Xuancang stood before the den, and as a commotion arose from the nearby thicket, a large pack of mountain hyenas gradually emerged, numerous and menacing, advancing towards the tiger's lair. The eyes of these hyenas gleamed with a ferocious light, and they exuded the unmistakable stench of wild beasts. Among them, a few particularly robust hyenas led the pack, with one in particular, distinguished by a tuft of white fur on its forehead, clearly the leader. Flanking it were two larger, grayish-black hyenas. Noticing the sudden appearance of the hyena pack, Xuancang's tiger eyes narrowed, and his brow furrowed as a series of deep, resonant roars escaped his throat. Where is the mountain lord? The white-furred leader regarded Xuancang with no hint of fear. Instead, its eyes glinted with a greedy anticipation. This is no place for beasts like you. Xuancang's muscles tensed, his eyes shimmering with a ghostly light that radiated an inherent ferocity characteristic of tigers, stirring the blood within him. In this state, his combat prowess surged by approximately 30%, accompanied by an aura of tiger majesty that spread outward. Among the hyena pack, some inexperienced members, merely followers of the group, began to falter, retreating in fear and losing control of their bowels. Then let us take our leave, barked the white-furred leader, prompting the surrounding hyenas to surge forward in a frenzy. With a thunderous roar, Xuancang's forepaws struck the ground, unleashing a fierce tiger's roar. Swift as the wind, he leaped into the midst of the hyena swarm, biting and clawing. The sound of bones shattering accompanied the spattering of blood as several mountain hyenas fell victim to Xuancang's relentless assault. His movements were a blur, wherever he went. The hyenas lacked any capacity to resist. Meanwhile, the white-furred leader bared its teeth, signaling two larger black hyenas beside it. Go! With that command, the two black hyenas darted forward like whirlwinds, almost instantly reaching Xuancang. With a surge of demonic energy, Xuancang raised his paw and crushed one black hyena's skull, its body flying backward to crash heavily against the tree. In another swift motion, he pounced again, tearing open the belly of another black hyena with his razor-sharp claws. After dispatching these two foes, more ordinary hyenas began to encircle him. Xuancang chose not to linger with them. Seizing the opportunity, he charged toward the white-furred leader. At that moment, the leader recoiled, sending the remaining two black hyenas into the fray. These black hyenas, quicker in pace, along with dozens of ordinary hyenas interfering, caught Xuancang off guard. In an instant, he found two black hyenas clamped onto his forelimb, halting his advance, while a multitude of hyenas pounced upon him. Damn it! Xuancang swung violently. Under normal circumstances, he would have been described as formidable, easily capable of tearing apart these beasts in one-on-one combat. Yet, the overwhelming numbers of the hyena pack posed a significant challenge. Despite his individual prowess, he was no match for hundreds of them. With a deafening roar, pain surged through Xuancang, and blood began to seep from his wounds. Just then, a shadow exploded from the tiger's den like a bolt of lightning. "Roar, brother! I come to aid you." Sang Biao burst forth like a whirlwind, his speed allowing him to swiftly pass through the ordinary hyena ranks and join Xuancang's side. "How is there another one?" The white-furred leader recoiled slightly, astonishment flickering in its eyes. Without hesitation, Sang Biao lunged at the black hyena that had just emerged. Opening his massive jaws, sharp fangs glinting ominously as he clamped down on the creature's neck. With all his might, he wrenched, and the black hyena let out a harrowing scream. In an instant, Sang Biao had torn the black hyena in two. With the hyena that clamped onto Xuancang's forelimb eliminated, the pressure on Xuancang noticeably lessened. His massive form became agile once more. With a powerful swing, he created a gust of wind that sent another approaching black hyena flying against a distant rock face, sending dust swirling. With a resounding roar, Sang Biao fully unleashed his power beside Xuancang, his not-so-robust frame emanating a chilling aura, his sharp fangs instilling fear. The once menacing hyena pack fell silent, each one trembling as they gazed at Xuancang and Sang Biao, no longer daring to make a move. These cunning and ruthless creatures sensed the formidable pressure emanating from Sang Biao. Perched atop a tall tree in the background was a lithe red fox, quietly observing the unfolding scene. Its keen eyes absorbed the events, a flicker of curiosity crossing its features. "How they grown so quickly," the red fox murmured softly, pondering the reasons behind this development. However, this fleeting doubt quickly vanished, replaced by a sly smile that curled at the corners of its mouth. "In that case, allow me to stoke the flames further." The red fox spoke to itself, then opened its mouth, gently exhaling a breath. A plume of white mist poured forth, swirling like a white dragon in the air. This mist rapidly expanded upon meeting the wind, enveloping the entire vicinity of the tiger's den in mere moments. The fog thickened, obscuring vision and adding an air of mystery and eeriness to the already tense atmosphere. "Brother, this mist is suspicious," Sang Biao warned immediately, on high alert. Xuancang's tiger eyes glimmered with intensity, his demonic energy stirring within. Regardless of the current situation, Xuancang understood that subduing the little white-furred leader was crucial for any hope of turning the tide. Otherwise, with the hyena pack's relentless onslaught, they would surely be worn down. Chapter 6. The White-Maned Hyena, Bloodline Inheritance. In an instant, a dense mist enveloped the surroundings, and within this haze, the silhouettes of a pack of hyenas flickered in and out of visibility. Their eyes glimmered with a crimson hue, reminiscent of flickering flames, exuding an aura of madness and ferocity that was disquieting to behold. Soon a low, piercing howl erupted from them, echoing ominously. With this cacophony, the hyenas surged forth like a relentless tide, charging towards Xuancang. Undeterred by the onslaught, Xuancang stood resolute. His enormous eyes, akin to polished bronze bells, narrowed sharply, their pupils radiating a chilling light, cold and piercing. Despite the thick mist that nearly obscured his vision, Xuancang relied on his keen perception and formidable instincts to swiftly devise a countermeasure. With a mere thought, a torrent of demonic energy surged within him, flowing rapidly and converging throughout his body. Empowered by this surge, Xuancang roared, his voice reverberating across the landscape. Without hesitation, he launched himself into the mist with the force of a natural disaster. As he barreled through, the mist was violently dispersed, swirling into vortices of white vapor. The remaining hyenas, led by the white-maned one, could only hear the cries of their kin, bewildered and unable to see what transpired within the mist. Just as the white-maned hyena attempted to investigate, a black and white figure materialized before it. Startled, the white-maned hyena widened its eyes, but before it could react, a searing pain gripped its throat. By the time it regained its senses, a shadowy figure had firmly seized its throat. In an instant, terror enveloped the white-maned hyena, causing it to tremble uncontrollably. With a thunderous roar, the mist dissipated. At this moment, the remaining hyenas finally comprehended the situation. They barked frantically, witnessing the bloodied figure of Sang Biao, who stood over the lifeless bodies of their kind. Meanwhile, Xuancang had already positioned himself 100 meters away by a tree, with a gray fox, measuring over a meter in length, clutched in his jaws. How'd he get over there? Sang Biao pondered, bewildered. And when did you emerge? He questioned the shadowy figure before him. It was at that moment that Haisha had unexpectedly arrived, his aura now far more robust than Sang Biao's. The sleek, black tiger's body and piercing gaze stood in stark contrast to the previous state of submission he had exhibited. Foolishness! Did you require my brother to explain this to you repeatedly? Haisha's voice was slightly hoarse as he glared at Sang Biao. After being fed spirit fruit by Sang Biao, Haisha had appeared to fall into a deep sleep, but his awareness grew sharper over time. While Xuancang relayed information to Sang Biao, Haisha absorbed every word and diligently practiced as per Xuancang's instructions. Let go of me. The white-maned hyena struggled beneath Haisha's grip, just as Xuancang approached slowly. The pack of hyenas, now wary, dared not make a move. Get out of my sight, Xuancang bellowed. And under the weight of his command, coupled with their leader's capture, the hyenas lost their will to fight, retreating with a mournful howl. What shall we do with this one? Haisha had refrained from killing the white-maned hyena immediately, waiting for Xuancang to handle it. As Xuancang drew nearer, the pungent scent of blood intensified in the air. His visage, drenched in crimson, resembled a malevolent spirit returned from the depths of hell, instilling dread in the already terrified white-maned hyena, who stood frozen, devoid of even the slightest courage to struggle or flee. What connection do you have with these foxes? Xuancang was no fool. The sudden emergence of mist intertwined with demonic energy indicated that other entities were at play. The white-maned hyena was evidently just a pawn. Easily deceived, a series of incoherent whimpers escaped the white-maned hyena, paralyzed by fear. Observing this, Xuancang's brow furrowed. Let's keep this one alive. Pry open its mouth, he stated with significant intent. Once the ordeal was concluded, a wave of fatigue washed over Xuancang. In that brief encounter, his demonic energy was nearly depleted. Had he not consumed the spirit fruit earlier, the outcome of this battle could have been dire. Sang Biao, these blood meals are hard-earned. Gather them all. They will sustain us for some time. As he spoke, Xuancang's gaze shifted from the white-maned hyena, only to find Sang Biao had already begun devouring the spoils with fervor. Meanwhile, in the depths of the forest, the red fox who had summoned the mist now appeared, panting heavily by a safe stream. Damn it! How could that great tiger possess such demonic power? It mused, still shaken. Had it not been for the Fox clan's intervention, Xuancang's strike could have cost it dearly. Despite the red fox's superiority in cultivation, the disparity in bloodlines proved daunting. The combat prowess of Xuancang, even devoid of cultivation, was something they, weak as they were, could scarcely hope to match after decades of practice. This cannot stand, the red fox murmured, swiftly retreating deeper into the mountains. Back in the tiger's den, upon Xuancang's return, he quickly consumed numerous spirit fruits to restore his strength. The white-maned hyena was firmly held by Sang Biao, with Haisha assisting in extracting valuable information from it. What of the 60-year-old spirit creature? Is it formidable? I have not heard of it. Sang Biao scoffed at the white-maned hyena's words. Fool, Haisha clear de Sang Biao. Did your bloodline inheritance not enlighten you? In the realm of demons, mindless beasts are mere wild animals, while those with consciousness and spirit are known as spirit creatures. These entities cultivate for a century, their demonic energy manifesting as a formidable force, thus becoming true spirit demons. The hyena king it spoke of possesses 60 years of cultivation. Such prowess could easily spell doom for a wild dog. Should it possess any semblance of bloodline heritage, it could wield demonic powers, rendering it truly fearful. What is bloodline inheritance? Sang Biao struggled to comprehend, tilting his head in confusion. Embodying the essence of a diligent student. Did you activate your bloodline inheritance? Xuancang inquired, his curiosity piqued, ignoring Sang Biao's naivety. Thanks to the spirit fruit and my brother's teachings, I activated my bloodline and gained some memories from it. Haisha responded earnestly. Chapter 7. Blood Origin Fruit. A fortunate encounter within the realm of the demon race. Possessing a bloodline inheritance is akin to being born with a cultivation technique that perfectly aligns with one's innate abilities. However, such a situation typically arises only if one's parents boast remarkable prowess. Otherwise, the descendants would need to rely on serendipity to attain a bloodline legacy. My brother jested. Your bloodline heritage far surpasses mine, Black Sha remarked, influenced by Xuancang's elucidation of the spirit lock absorption method, mistakenly believing that Xuancang's bloodline inheritance was merely this technique. After all, this method enables demons to swiftly absorb spiritual energy and convert it into demonic power. If this technique were to be passed down, any sentient creature could potentially cultivate through mere explanation. If applied to larger clans, such as the hyena or wolf tribes, it would indeed be an extraordinary opportunity. Let me go. I can persuade my father and uncle not to trouble you, pleaded the white-furred hyena, firmly pinned to the ground by Sang Biao. Upon hearing this, Xuancang and his two companions shifted their focus back to the white-furred creature. With 60 years of cultivation, how formidable could this being be? While Xuancang was not entirely familiar with the boundaries of cultivation in this world, he surmised that he too was at the level of a spirit creature, possessing approximately 30 years of cultivation. After a moment of contemplation, Black Sha spoke. If what it claims is true, then the king of hyenas must possess the strength to shatter stone, and perhaps, if fortunate, possesses a bloodline inheritance that could enable the cultivation of innate abilities unique to its clan. However, the latter possibility is exceedingly slim, almost negligible. Xuancang, understanding the implications, turned his gaze towards the white-furred hyena. Have you come for the fruit tree? He inquired. The white-furred hyena's response was in line with Xuancang's expectations. Indeed, I heard from my father that the spirit wisdom fruit possesses the ability to awaken intelligence within our kin. Whosoever masters this fruit within the mountains shall swiftly ascend to prominence, potentially unifying the Blackback Mountain. Are you truly so foolish to believe a mere fruit tree could secure your dominion over a mountain? Scoffed Sang Biao, lounging atop the white-furred hyena, his forelimbs resting on its head. While this remark was somewhat exaggerated, it held a kernel of truth. After a moment's reflection, Black Sha continued. Strictly speaking, Blackback Mountain is merely a minor peak within the Tianyu Mountain range. The beasts and spirit creatures here lack significant lineage, having developed solely through the fortunes of the mountain. This fruit tree yields 3 spirit wisdom fruits annually. If utilized properly, it could indeed lead to remarkable achievements on Blackback Mountain. Black Sha's inherited memories were comprehensive, encompassing details about Blackback Mountain and the Tianyu Mountain range. It seems this fruit is both an opportunity and a death warrant for us, Xuancang mused. But fear did not overtake him. In a short time, the trio gleaned from the white-furred hyena a general understanding of the spirit creature clans inhabiting Blackback Mountain. According to the hyena, the previous dominant force in Blackback Mountain, the Tiger Den, was the strongest faction under the Blackback King, which included the parents of Xuancang and his brothers. 2 mountain lords, a male and a female, possessed enough cultivation to disregard the other spirit creatures of Blackback Mountain. However, for reasons unknown, these 2 mountain tigers had not been seen since shortly after Xuancang and his brothers were born, seemingly having fallen prey to hunters. Aside from the Tiger Den, the remaining factions included the Hyena tribe, led by the Tooth and Frenzy, and the Fox tribe dwelling in the deep mountains. In addition to these 2 major clans, there were solitary spirit creatures of considerable cultivation, such as the swift mountain spirit leopard and the seemingly ordinary yet formidable flower python capable of devouring tigers and wolves, along with the white-headed song that soared atop Blackback Mountain. Of course, the most formidable was the Blackback King, who, as the white-furred hyena stated, had surpassed a century of cultivation over a decade ago, evolving into a being stronger than a mere spirit creature. As night fell, Xuancang instructed Black Sha and Sang Biao to keep watch over the white-furred hyena while he sought a secluded spot to continue refining the spirit fruit within him. Simultaneously, his consciousness ventured into another realm. Upon closing his eyes, a mist enveloped his mind, resembling a chaotic expanse. At this moment, Xuancang's tiger form appeared in a peculiar, ethereal state. Before him, a colossal scroll unfurled as if descending from the heavens. This scroll was so vast that it seemed capable of shrouding the entire horizon, its grandeur leaving one breathless. Yet, when gazing upon the scroll, one could only discern an intricate tapestry of intertwining gold, red, and black threads, devoid of any specific imagery. This scroll had erupted after Xuancang and the Ghost King perished together. It was precisely due to this scroll that he was able to traverse realms. At this moment, a flicker of light sparked in Xuancang's previously fatigued eyes as he fixated intently on the enigmatic scroll before him. To his astonishment, 6 red threads resembling nimble serpents danced freely across the surface of the scroll. These 6 threads represented the collective blood essence he had harvested from the slain hyenas. This did not imply that he had slain only 6 hyenas. Rather, some had blood essences insufficient to form a single thread, thus requiring the amalgamation of several to create one. Conversely, stronger foes could yield multiple threads from a single kill. While it was a perilous endeavor, the rewards were indeed significant. As he beheld this sight, Xuancang's heart stirred with excitement. He took a deep breath, swiftly adjusting his state of mind, and without hesitation, closed his eyes again, concentrating on visualization. The name of this scroll eluded him, so he dubbed it the 3-Live Scroll, for it possessed a formidable power that allowed him to visualize the myriad of creations through the diverse hues of the threads he had accumulated. Should Xuancang successfully complete the visualization, the entities he envisioned could materialize upon expending equivalent power, just as he was doing now. As Xuancang's thoughts began to flow, the once free-roaming red threads seemed to sense a call and gradually aligned with his intentions. In the blink of an eye, the imagery on the scroll transformed dramatically, revealing a vivid depiction of a valley. Simultaneously, the dense blood essence surrounding him was drawn inexorably toward the heart of the valley illustration. These crimson threads intertwined and merged, ultimately coalescing into a red fruit upon a tree within the valley. The fruit, entirely crimson like fine sand, emanated a captivating aura. This blood origin fruit, a fruit capable of enhancing physical strength, was something Xuancang had previously encountered in an ancient tome and was astounded to have unintentionally manifested at this time. Within the realm of his consciousness, the 6 threads of blood essence he had collected from the hyena corpses were wholly expended. What a marvelous treasure! Xuancang exclaimed inwardly. Then, without hesitation, swiftly consumed the blood origin fruit. As the fruit entered his mouth, its pure power rapidly filled his physical form. The enhancement from the blood origin fruit, combined with the previous spirit fruit he had ingested, worked in tandem to fortify his physical body while amplifying his demonic power. Inside the tiger den, Xuancang's tiger form suddenly radiated a powerful aura, prompting the keen-eyed Black Sha to glance up immediately. As time passed, the spiritual essence of the fruit consumed by Xuancang has been completely refined, transforming into 30 years of cultivation that nourishes him. Coupled with the accumulation from his previous efforts, Xuancang's cultivation level has now reached 50 years. Additionally, the efficacy of the blood yuan fruit manifests. The pure and potent blood energy permeates, causing Xuancang's tiger form to swell further, although his length remains around 1 meter and 80 to 90 centimeters. His weight has surpassed 370 to 80 gene, significantly enhancing his physical prowess. At this moment, with his current cultivation and the formidable strength of his tiger form, Xuancang could easily tear apart 4 black hyenas, even amidst the chaos of a daylight battle and the interference of a pack of canines. Chapter 8. The hyenas fawn. In the meantime, at Blackback Mountain, within the Dogbone Forest, the landscape is characterized by jagged rocks, formed by countless stones piled haphazardly together, each varying in size and shape, intermingling in a chaotic display. Deep within the heart of Dogbone Forest, a relatively large natural den exists, resembling a miniature cavernous palace. Its surrounding walls polished smooth by the passage of time and the ravages of wind and rain. At the center of this den lies a massive hyena, languidly sprawled out, accompanied by another hyena that is licking its bloody meal. Both creatures measure approximately 2 meters in length, their bodies cloaked in a layer of grayish-white fur, which stands out starkly within the dim confines of the cave. The larger hyena, known as Fong, is the sovereign leader of the entire mountain hyena clan, boasting nearly 60 years of experience. Beside him is his younger brother, Frenzy, whose prowess surpasses that of Fong despite being his sibling. Scattered throughout the cave are various animal and human bones, the air thick with a bloody stench that mingles with the formidable aura emanating from Fong and Frenzy, creating an atmosphere that is both chilling and oppressive. My king, according to those pups, the great tiger did not strike a fatal blow in the end. Shall we venture forth to investigate? Beneath Fong, a few black hyenas, all of whom have attained a level of sentience, form an essential part of the hyena clan, typically following Fong's orders to organize the less intelligent common mountain hyenas. Indeed, we must go, but we should discern the rationale behind it, Fong replied, his emotional fluctuations remaining subtle. Prepare some bloody meals. If the three tigers still carry the might of their lord, we shall proceed as before. However, if the Lord of Tigers lacks substance, we must alter our approach. As Fong's words faded, he opened his eyes, which gleamed with a cold light, while Frenzy remained unfazed, preoccupied with the food before him. Inside the tiger's lair, as the night wore on, the white-furred hyena, witnessing that Xuancang and the others harbored no intent to harm, began to relax. The three great kings are indeed magnificent. I was misled by the Fox clan. Great king, you appear most valiant. Could you perhaps plead for mercy on my behalf? At this moment, the white-furred hyena, fervently ingratiating himself with Sang Biao, revealed the obsequious demeanor expected of a sycophant, baring his teeth and laughing as he trailed behind Sang Biao, wagging his tail. I never anticipated that you, small creature, though not particularly impressive in appearance, would possess such discernment regarding tigers. Sang Biao found the white-furred hyena's flattery quite agreeable. In the confined space of the tiger's lair, the discussions were not lost on Heisha and Xuancang. Brother, given our current situation, we must remain vigilant, Heisha proposed. Xuancang gazed toward the fruit tree and spoke slowly. I have a plan. This spiritual fruit ripens once a year. We might consider relinquishing it to superficially ally with the hyena clan, redirecting the attention of those demon clans coveting it toward the hyenas, inciting them to slaughter. When the fruits mature again in a year, we shall have all grown stronger and can return to reclaim what is ours. Regardless of who occupies this place then, they would merely be safeguarding the fruit tree for us, incurring little loss. Upon hearing this, Heisha's eyes brightened instantly. Brother, you truly are a master strategist. Just as Heisha was about to continue, the commotion outside the tiger's lair caught Sang Biao's attention. He abruptly rose, and the white-furred hyena also perked up. Sang Biao quickly restrained the white-furred hyena with a paw, retracting his earlier nonchalance. Brother, Sang Biao called out, and Xuancang and Heisha rose together, their gazes turning toward the outside. Outside the tiger's lair, the wind whipped up dust, revealing a throng of hyenas numbering in the hundreds, surrounding the lair like an impenetrable fortress. At the forefront of this fierce assembly stood Fong, a particularly imposing figure, towering above the rest. Fong stood proudly, his 2-meter frame eclipsing even Xuancang, exuding a chilling aura as if he were the undisputed sovereign of this land. Fong's eyes were fixed intently on the interior of the lair, his gaze laced with provocation. He slightly parted his jaws, his voice deep and resonant, declaring, Fong of Dogbon Forest, I summon the Lord of Tigers. As Fong's voice echoed, the 4 formidable black-maned hyenas surrounding him bared their teeth and growled softly, seemingly bolstering their master's imposing presence. In response, Xuancang's vibrant form emerged from the darkness of the lair, followed closely by Heisha and Sang Biao. Upon spotting Xuancang, Fong's gaze quickly swept over him. You have made your appearance. Now what? Xuancang's tiger eyes scrutinized Fong and the hyenas behind him, weighing his chances in a one-on-one confrontation. However, a collective assault posed a more daunting challenge. The rumors in the mountains speak of the Lord of Tigers' return. It is truly an honor to behold you today. I, Fong, have prepared some bloody meals. Fong began, but was interrupted by Xuancang. We are all mere beasts of the mountain, Spare me your human-like hypocrisy, Xuancang retorted bluntly. You desire that spiritual fruit, do you not? It is simple. Let us duel. If you win, you may take the opportunity and your pups. If you lose, you shall remain as my meal. Do you dare? As Xuancang advanced, baring his fangs, he radiated a formidable pressure enhanced by his demonic power, asserting his dominance against the odds of one against many. Mountain Lord, do you truly regard me? Fong with such disdain. Fong, over 2 meters long and weighing over 100 pounds, towered over Xuancang. Yet in that fleeting moment, Fong felt the weight of Xuancang's presence pressing down upon him. Do you dare? Xuancang reiterated, ignoring Fong's retort. This pressure caused doubt to seep into Fong's mind. Despite sensing that Xuancang's cultivation lacked his own, the instinctive trepidation and interspecies intimidation compelled Fong to merely bare his teeth without a response. Chapter 9. War and Harvest in an instant. The atmosphere between the two sides became tense and charged. The fierce beast, Liaya, was pushed to its limits by Xuancang's words. As it retreated, it suddenly lunged forward, snapping its jaws at Xuancang. Be careful, brother. The black demon and the mournful wolf behind him immediately roared in anger upon witnessing the ambush. However, Xuancang had long anticipated Liaya's attack. As the beast launched its strike, Xuancang gracefully sidestepped, evading the assault with ease. After all, there is a saying, a cornered dog will leap over the wall. With urgency evident in its demeanor, Xuancang's majestic form remained composed, showing no signs of distress in the face of Liaya's aggression. Despite Liaya having attained a certain level of demonic power, it still fought with the instincts of a beast, lacking the sophistication of true demonhood. In a contest of brute strength, Xuancang held no fear. How dare you underestimate me, Liaya? The thwarted beast was incensed by Xuancang's haughty gaze. Its limbs spread wide, channeling its demonic energy, the purple aura of 60 years of cultivation now emanating from its body. With a fierce howl, Liaya charged at Xuancang once more, this time with a swiftness that stirred the air, its sharp fangs glinting menacingly as they aimed for Xuancang's throat. Xuancang's eyes narrowed, his own demonic energy swirling around him as he quietly activated the thunderous demon strike technique, manifesting a layer of demonic aura slightly less potent than Liaya's. Just as Liaya was about to pounce, Xuancang swiftly extended his paw, fiercely swiping at the beast. With a thunderous crash, the two collided, the force of impact sending them both reeling. Liaya was left with 4 bloody gashes on its body and stumbled before regaining its footing, its eyes filled with shock and fury. It had not anticipated Xuancang's strength at this level. Is this all you've got? Xuancang's cold gaze pierced through Liaya, his muscular form radiating disdain. However, a keen observer would notice that his paw had already retracted, leaving faint traces of blood upon the ground beneath him. This tiger's form still lacks maturity. If only I could grow stronger. At that moment, the black demon behind Xuancang noticed the same detail. You will pay for this, Liaya roared, its purple aura intensifying. With a fierce howl to the sky, it propelled itself forward once again, its speed and strength amplified. Xuancang, wary of the impending assault, locked his gaze on Liaya as it charged. Just as Liaya lunged, Xuancang deftly sidestepped the direct attack, simultaneously sweeping his tail like a steel whip towards Liaya's flank. Liaya sensed the incoming strike and hastily dodged, but still felt the sting of Xuancang's tail grazing its body, eliciting a pained grunt. In that moment, a chilling cry rang out as Liaya's gaze snapped towards the black demon, who had just slain a white-furred hound with such speed that the creature had not even had time to cry for help. No. A glimmer of madness flashed in Liaya's eyes as it disregarded Xuancang and lunged towards the black demon. Seeing this, Xuancang swiftly attacked, tackling Liaya to the ground. Yet, in its fury and bolstered by its demonic power, Liaya pushed Xuancang aside and bit down on his foreleg. The two beasts were locked in a brutal struggle, Liaya's sharp fangs piercing Xuancang's flesh, blood flowing freely. Frustrated and unable to break free, Xuancang changed tactics, channeling all his demonic energy into a powerful roar directed at Liaya. The sound erupted like thunder, enhanced by the thunderous demon strike technique. creating a visible ripple in the air. At such close range, Liaya felt its mind momentarily blank as blood streamed from its 7 orifices, its body succumbing to primal fear. Weakening under the impact, seizing the opportunity, Xuancang retaliated, sinking his jaws into the back of Liaya's neck. With a sickening crunch, bones shattered, and with a mighty force, Xuancang flung Liaya into the air, where it crashed down violently. Liaya, momentarily stunned, let out a pained cry, while the pack of wild dogs behind stirred restlessly. In that moment, Xuancang leaped forward again, seizing Liaya's throat in his jaws. As he tightened his grip, Liaya's body stiffened, its limbs thrashing in a desperate struggle. "Brother, you are magnificent!" The mournful wolf shouted in excitement from behind. Simultaneously, the remaining hounds erupted into chaos, for larger black hounds barking furiously at Xuancang. "Eliminate those 4. Xuancang commanded, his voice booming. The black demon and the mournful wolf surged into action, particularly the mournful wolf, driven wild by Xuancang's order, tore into the fray with ferocity. It did not discriminate between the black hounds, attacking with reckless abandon, ripping and tearing, leaving a trail of carnage in its wake. With a frenzied assault, the mournful wolf wreaked havoc among the hound pack, while the black demon, maintaining some semblance of strategy, quickly dispatched 2 of the black hounds. The remaining 2, witnessing the overwhelming power of their foes, lost their will to fight. Without a leader, the hounds scattered, howling pitifully before fleeing in all directions. As the hounds retreated, Xuancang sighed in relief. However, this moment of respite brought forth a wave of pain from his many wounds. Injured during battle, the pain only served to fuel his ferocity and rage, but now that the fight had concluded, the agony of his injuries became overwhelming. Particularly the deep wound on his left foreleg, which had been pierced through, continued to bleed profusely. Xuancang licked his wounds, unwilling to waste his own blood, while attempting to summon enough demonic energy to staunch the bleeding, only to find that most of his energy had been expended during the fight. "Big brother, are you all right?" The mournful wolf inquired, its mouth full of a black hound, words muffled as it dragged another towards Xuancang. Meanwhile, the black demon meticulously surveyed the battlefield, ensuring that the fallen hounds were completely lifeless. Despite his precarious condition, Xuancang did not reveal any signs of weakness, his eyes, filled with murderous intent, scanning the surroundings. "Just a pack of wild dogs," he declared with authority. "As long as I, Xuancang, stand guard over this tiger's den, no insignificant creatures shall dare to encroach upon it." With that, Xuancang turned and strode into the den. The mournful wolf, brimming with excitement, followed closely behind. "Big brother is truly formidable," it exclaimed, carrying a hound's corpse while the black demon trailed behind Xuancang. "With these pests driven away, this den will belong entirely to the 3 of us. I challenge anyone to come near." The mournful wolf, oblivious to Xuancang's current state, reveled in the victory over Liaya. Only the black demon, ever vigilant, wore a worried expression as it quietly followed behind. "Second brother, gather what we can carry, including Liaya's body. I must flee." After Xuancang uttered these words, he collapsed weakly onto the ground. The second brother, Haisha, immediately took action, leaving Songbiao, the tiger, bewildered and unresponsive. "Second brother, we have triumphed. Why must we run?" exclaimed the fool. Haisha shot a disapproving glance at Songbiao, stating that merely a pack of hyenas had left their elder brother gravely injured, and one particularly ferocious hyena had yet to make its appearance. "Do you truly believe they will confront us one-on-one next time? And what the Fox clan? They have remained largely hidden throughout this ordeal. If we linger here, the consequences are all too predictable." As Haisha spoke, he swiftly gathered all the spiritual fruits from the tree. Upon hearing this, Songbiao hastened to act as well. Meanwhile, with his eyes closed, Xuancang's consciousness once again ventured into the vast realm of his mind. Before him lay an enormous scroll, upon which 8 crimson lines pulsated in a chaotic rhythm. 8. By calculating based on the prowess of that ferocious hyena, it would take the slaying of a single spirit beast to extract its vital essence, and with 80 years of cultivation, that equates to 8 lines. This realization dawned on Xuancang. He then resumed his contemplation. Following his thoughts, the 8 crimson lines on the scroll swiftly converged into an image, revealing an ethereal alchemist diligently crafting spiritual pills with an abundance of herbs. However, unlike the previous instance, the lines coalesced into the image, only to dissipate moments later with a soft sound, returning to the scroll. Is this not feasible? Faced with this, Xuancang shifted his approach. Chapter 10. Sharing the spoils, letting go before Xuancang. The canvas of thought rippled once more, his gaze intensely focused, as if a spectral glow flickered within his eyes. He observed a white rabbit foraging for herbs in the mountains, its petite nose twitching incessantly, while its ears stood alert, diligently rummaging through the underbrush for musk, beeswax, and catechu. Images of the shapes and effects of these medicinal ingredients flashed through Xuancang's mind in rapid succession, akin to a swift slideshow. Ultimately, everything was ground to powder, and the rabbit began concocting medicine in the valley. Soon, Xuancang's visualization approached its conclusion. The 8 red lines, as if drawn by an invisible force, quickly converged into a painting. Ultimately, the lines unraveled like silk, and the image gradually solidified, revealing a depiction of powdered herbs before Xuancang. In the tiger's den, Xuancang slowly opened his eyes, and, astonishingly, the medicinal powder had materialized in his mouth. He gently held the powder, extending his tongue to meticulously lick his wounds, savoring the pure potency of the medicine as it made contact. The moment the potent medicine touched his wounds, it acted swiftly, akin to a battle cry, initiating its healing effects. In mere moments, the wound on his foreleg began to scab, the bleeding ceased, and a fresh scab emerged, tinged with a faint red hue. "Brother, everything is ready," Blackshaw said, deftly plucking the remaining 12 ordinary spirit fruits from the fruit tree with swift and steady movements. "Let's divide the spoils." Xuancang's voice was deep and resolute. Thus, one tiger received 4 spirit fruits, along with the carcass of the wild boar, which had cultivated 60 years of essence, a treasure beyond measure for beings like Xuancang and his companions. The 3 tigers gathered around a feast. Blackshaw bit into a piece of meat, chewing with a steady and powerful rhythm, savoring each mouthful as the demon energy unfurled in his mouth. Meanwhile, Sang Biao devoured hungrily, tearing at the flesh as if starved for ages, and with each bite, pure demon energy surged within him. Among the 3 tigers, Sang Biao consumed the most. After finishing the boar, he did not spare the 2 black-furred dogs, opening his mouth wide, his throat emitting deep swallowing sounds until his belly was round and taut. "Aren't you afraid of overindulging?" Xuancang asked, casting a questioning glance at Sang Biao. "Hee, brother. Rest assured, I burn through energy quickly," Sang Biao replied, then unceremoniously flopped on the ground, belly up, limbs dangling, grinning foolishly with blood-stained teeth. Blackshaw observed this scene with a slight shake of his head, exuding a sense of helplessness. Xuancang noted that, given the ample blood meal, Sang Biao's growth was indeed remarkable. At around 2 months old, relying on his past life's memories and various fortuitous encounters, Xuancang barely reached a height of 1.89 meters and weighed less than 400 pounds. Yet in just a couple of days, Sang Biao surpassed him, boasting an even more robust physique that seemed to harbor boundless strength. "All right, we must depart under the cover of night," Xuancang declared, glancing at the darkening sky, as if resolved to a great decision. "Brother, are we truly letting go just like this?" Sang Biao struggled to rise, still harboring some reluctance, a hint of sadness in his eyes. Xuancang understood Sang Biao's thoughts and spoke slowly. "Third brother, you must comprehend that opportunities are only deemed as such when we can master them and reap their full benefits. Clearly, the entire mountain of spirits is fixated on that fruit tree. If we occupy it, we will have to confront half the spirits of Blackback Mountain, which will be a loss beyond measure. By relinquishing it now, we can return a year later. The fruit tree will still be ours, and we can avoid the risks here. Why not seize this chance?" Listening to Xuancang's words, although still somewhat bewildered, Sang Biao nodded in partial understanding. "Do you comprehend?" Blackshaw looked at Sang Biao with astonishment. Though I may not fully grasp it, I feel that brother is correct, Sang Biao chuckled. Then, the three tigers quickly got to their feet. Xuancang led the way out of the tiger's den, followed closely by Black Sha, while Sang Biao staggered along behind. The three tigers ventured down Blackback Mountain, their figures gradually disappearing into the night. The battle conditions near the tiger's den were promptly reported by the observing Fox clan. At that moment, deep within Blackback Mountain, the Thousand Cave Ridge lay in tranquility, with only the occasional whisper of the wind echoing like a soft sigh and the distant growls of beasts resonating the mysteries of the night. Suddenly, a gray fox hurriedly ascended the mountain, its steps frantic and urgent, stirring up a small cloud of dust. Upon reaching a slightly larger, fire-red fox lounging on a rock, it quickly relayed the news. The red fox, initially languid, resembled a flickering flame. Upon hearing the gray fox's words, it instantly sprang up, eyes wide with disbelief. The wild boar is dead? How could that be? The exclamation reverberated through the valley, startling a few resting birds into flight. After regaining composure, the red fox furrowed its brow, eyes flickering with complex emotions as if pondering something, murmuring to itself, "Can that great tiger truly possess such prowess? To have slain the wild boar." However, with its years of experience and ability to gauge the situation, it quickly grasped the impending developments. The red fox's expression shifted, a glint of cunning and greed flashing across its features as it called out to the surrounding foxes, "Quick, rally all our kin and offspring. Although that great tiger has slain the wild boar, it must be heavily wounded itself. This is our prime opportunity to strike. Let's not miss this chance." It shouted while preparing to move, its fiery tail agitatedly swaying behind it. However, the gray fox that had come to deliver the news appeared hesitant. Casting a cautious glance at the red fox, ears slightly back, eyes betraying concern. "Annie, are we not being a bit too hasty? Perhaps we should first consult with Second Aunt and Grand Aunt?" The red fox shot an irritated glance at the gray fox, anger flashing in its eyes. "It is too late. The demon clans nearby are not solely our fox clan." Quickly, with this command, the Thousand Cave Ridge became bustling as 300 foxes gathered. The foxes surged forth from various burrows and corners, a whirlwind of dust and shadows in motion. Yet, just as the red fox brimmed with excitement, eyes sparkling with anticipation of victory, a mountain civet suddenly appeared. The civet was agile, its coat a striking blue-black with an enchanting sheen, resembling a shadow in the night. Its large, bright eyes glowed like phosphorescence in the darkness, ears upright and whiskers long, swaying gently with its breath, its small mouth fierce, bore sharp teeth akin to daggers. "By the decree of King Xuancang, you are to disperse immediately and head to Blackwind Ridge for a council." The civet's voice was deep and authoritative, leaving no room for dissent. A similar scene unfolded across various parts of Blackback Mountain, each with varying degrees of urgency. Chapter 11. The Master of Blackback Mountain. Xuancang Nightfall. Amidst the dense and nearly impenetrable foliage of Blackback Mountain, the Xuancang brothers darted through the underbrush with the swiftness of lightning. Their agile forms leaped over boulders and deftly avoided protruding branches, stirring the air and causing the fallen leaves and grasses to rustle in their wake. However, this rapid advance did not persist for long. Suddenly, the leader, Xuancang, came to an abrupt halt, his powerful limbs sinking into the soft earth and sending up a cloud of dust. The two brothers following closely behind quickly stopped as well, forming a line in perfect unison. At that moment, their attention was drawn to a figure not far ahead. A humanoid ape demon stood quietly, towering and formidable. The creature was cloaked in a thick coat of white fur, its features strikingly similar to those of humans. "King Bear requests your presence, my esteemed nephews. Please follow me." The old ape's voice, though lacking in force, left no room for the Xuancang brothers to contest. "Brother, shall we confront him?" Sang Biao whispered. Scurrying to Xuancang's side, Xuancang cast a resigned glance at his brother, whose mind seemed to have developed muscles rather than intellect. If a confrontation were feasible, there would be no need to halt. The scene shifted. Deep within Blackback Mountain lay the Valley of Black Wind, a place shrouded in countless unknown secrets and terrors. Upon entering the valley, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the senses. The once thick jungle, which had seemed almost impossible to traverse, appeared as if an invisible hand had swept it aside, revealing patches of dark earth. The air was filled with a foul wind that howled from unknown origins, reminiscent of the wailing of vengeful spirits, mingled with a nauseating stench. Scattered throughout the mountain were bleached bones, some belonging to fierce beasts, their massive, twisted skeletons littering the underbrush, while others were unmistakably human remains, some incomplete and others piled atop one another, forming grotesque mounds of bones that were visually shocking. Under the guidance of the old ape, the Xuancang brothers soon arrived at their destination. Before them stood a series of structures resembling a fortress, entirely constructed from gray stone. The stone gates were wide open, allowing various creatures to enter and exit. Among them, Xuancang recognized a crimson fox, a patterned python over 10 meters long, a vibrant leopard with bared fangs, and a white-headed eagle descending from the sky. Creatures continued to emerge, each exuding an aura that rivaled even the fierce beasts Xuancang had previously slain with effort. As their journey progressed, the Xuancang brothers found themselves within a vast stone hall. The dimly lit chamber was illuminated by oil lamps that emitted an unpleasant odor. At the head of the hall sat a massive stone chair, adorned with an array of animal pelts. "Please take a seat. The king will arrive shortly." The old ape gestured, leading the brothers to a smooth surface on the left side of the hall. "Brother, this place," Sang Biao began, but Xuancang silenced him with a glance. The second brother, He Sha, wore a grave expression as he scanned their surroundings. Soon, Xuancang sensed a gaze laden with malice directed towards them. Turning, he beheld a wolf-like creature, resembling a fierce hound, staring coldly in their direction. At that moment, a deep voice resonated through the hall. "Haha, I'm late." Upon hearing the voice, the creatures present turned their attention towards the source. Those capable of standing quickly rose from the ground, their eyes fixated on the rear of the stone hall. Just then, a massive figure emerged from the shadows. Huff! Huff! The sound of heavy breathing filled the air. "Is this the master of Black Mountain?" Xuancang mused inwardly as he beheld the newcomer. The figure was rugged and imposing, with a bear's head and human body, retaining many features of a black bear. Standing over 10 feet tall, his muscles bulged beneath a dark robe, threatening to rip through the fabric. His arms were extraordinarily thick, with claws replaced by robust fingers. His face was broad and flat, wild brows framing fierce brown eyes, a blunt nose, and coarse, unkempt hair. His wide lips concealed sharp teeth, jutting at odd angles beneath his brows. Yet, as Xuancang's gaze swept across the figure, he keenly sensed something amiss about Xuancang, though the precise nature of it eluded him. Given the vast disparity in their powers, "Let us feast," Xuancang commanded upon his arrival, sparing no further pleasantries. In response, several monkey demons scurried forth, bearing jars of liquor and platters of meat to distribute. This jar of liquor, Xuancang's attention sharpened as he realized that the jars brought by the monkeys could not possibly have been crafted by the crude hands of demonkind. However, before he could ponder further, Xuancang raised the jar to his lips and took several hearty swigs. "I have recently heard troubling reports from the little demons below, claiming unrest in the mountains," he spoke, his gaze sweeping over Xuancang and the wolf-like creature beside him, provoking a glimmer of mockery from the other demons present. "From my perspective, the beings of the mountains struggle enough in their cultivation. Let us refrain from needless violence." As Xuancang concluded, the wolf-like creature, Liao Kuang, was quick to express his discontent. "My king," Liao Kuang began, but was quickly silenced by a fierce glare from Xuancang. "I am aware that your brother has perished. However, the parents of those 3 tigers once did a favor for me, hence I shall mediate. Do you, a wild dog, dare to disregard my authority?" Xuancang leaned forward in his stone chair, a palpable aura of terror spreading through the hall, instilling dread among the surrounding creatures. Liao Kuang dared not respond. "Humph." Xuancang snorted coldly. "I am not one to act without reason. Your brother died in pursuit of the spirit fruit, which bears fruit once a year and matures significantly every 5 years. I will decree that for the next 3 years, the fruit tree shall belong to your wolf clan, and no being of Blackback Mountain shall approach it. After 3 years, it shall be returned to my 3 nephews. Thus, we can put your grievances to rest, shall we? As Xuancang concluded his proposal, the other creatures in the stone hall stirred restlessly. Though the coveted fruit had remained hidden, the desire to compete for it had long been ignited. Now, with Xuancang declaring it for the wolf clan, they felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Yet, upon considering Xuancang's formidable strength, they could only suppress their discontent. Chapter 12. Entering the fortress initially filled with dissatisfaction. The fierce canine's mood shifted instantly upon hearing the words, even its tail wagging vigorously. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your fairness. Seeing this, Xuancang, with his massive bare head shaking, smiled in satisfaction and leaned back into the stone chair. The first matter has been resolved. Now let's discuss the second. Recently, rumors from the demon market suggest that the ghostly affliction among the human race has worsened significantly. Consequently, some human celestial sects claim that the blood of the demon race can suppress the ghostly entities, leading to numerous humans venturing into the mountains to hunt demons. The neighboring Fogio Mountain, closest to human settlements, has reportedly seen several spirit creatures hunted down by humans. We at Hebei Mountain must also take precautions. Therefore, I have decided to rally the entire strength of Hebei Mountain to fortify our defenses. Xuancang spoke extensively, primarily addressing the human threat. Ultimately, he made decisive judgments and subsequent arrangements, which the Xuancang brothers did not involve themselves in, patiently awaiting the outcome. Approximately half an hour later, all spirit creatures had received Xuancang's orders. Particularly, the Lycanthrope clan, which stood to gain the most, was tasked with guarding the vicinity between Hebei Mountain and Fogio Mountain. The Fox clan and the avian creatures led by the white-headed crow were also mobilized. Naturally, akin to initial actions, Xuancang offered rewards for these mobilizations. As he spoke, Xuancang released several dozen stones imbued with a violet hue. The moment these stones emerged, the hall filled with a purifying essence of sun and moon. These stones, known as spirit stones among humans, have been refined by demon masters in the market, now referred to as demon crystals. Containing the essence of the sun and moon, they have been processed to suppress the sun's essence while retaining most of the pure moon essence, thereby aiding our demon race in cultivation. Absorbing one of this quality is equivalent to absorbing an hour's worth of moon essence, allowing you to utilize daylight without wasting time. Lycanthrope, Red Fox, White-Headed Crow, you three have contributed the most, and may each receive 30 crystals monthly. The rest, who assisted, will be entitled to 5 crystals each month. Upon Xuancang's conclusion, several monkey spirits appeared, swiftly distributing the demon crystals, even ensuring that the Xuancang brothers receive their share. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generosity, they exclaimed in unison. All right, you may leave. The mountain badger will inform you of subsequent matters, Xuancang stated, prompting the other spirits to rise and exit the stone hall. Lastly, Xuancang turned to the Xuancang brothers. Do you have any objections to the decisions I've made today, my esteemed nephews? Xuancang spoke first. Your Majesty is fair and just. We must express our gratitude for your mediation. Ah, dear nephew, you are too courteous. I have previously stated that your parents have bestowed kindness upon me, and thus I address you as nephews. Between us, a bond is already formed. Given the current insecurity outside, you shall remain at Hafeng Ridge to grow, which also honors the kindness shown to your parents. Xuancang replied with a warm smile. Then we shall respectfully obey. Xuancang acquiesced, although he understood that if it were so simple, Xuancang would not have allowed the old ape to bring them directly back. There were certainly ulterior motives at play, though the current status and realm of the Xuancang brothers rendered them unworthy of such knowledge. Very well, you take my 3 esteemed nephews below to rest, and provide them with a vacant cave on the east side of the fortress. Xuancang instructed some monkey spirits. Thank you, Your Majesty, Xuancang said politely as he followed the monkeys away. After the Xuancang brothers departed, the white ape approached Xuancang. What do you think? Xuancang, his expression grave. Based on previous methods, this should be feasible, though the timing may not yet be right, the white ape responded. Find a way. I fear that if we do not act swiftly, subsequent complications will arise, Xuancang said, glancing at his own body, clenching his fist. Understood. Big brother. I feel the mountain lord seems rather favorable towards us. As they traversed the fortress, Xuancang, Sang Biao, and He Sha were led to a spacious stone chamber. Situated deep within the fortress, surrounded by tranquil and serene surroundings. Upon entering the stone chamber, they found the decor to be simple yet elegant. The walls were smooth as mirrors, and the floor was covered with thick animal skin carpets. The most striking features were the soft nests scattered in the corners, each uniquely shaped and sized, evidently crafted with care to suit the various sizes and habits of different beasts. 3 of you, please rest here. Additionally, I must remind you that aside from the king's sleeping quarters, you may roam freely in the rest of the fortress, the guiding monkey spirit instructed before hastily departing. Disappearing around the corner, the 3 brothers entered the stone chamber without further ado. Sang Biao, known for his boisterous and carefree nature, entered with the excitement akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, his sharp eyes darting around. Upon seeing the nests, he could not contain his impulse, leaping forward to tentatively lie down in one of them. At that moment, the usually silent He Sha suddenly spoke, "Big brother." However, his words were abruptly interrupted by Xuancang's meaningful gaze. He Sha, understanding immediately, closed his mouth. Xuancang then shifted his focus towards Sang Biao, who was fiddling with the nests, giving him a knowing glance. Sang Biao quickly comprehended Xuancang's intent. After a moment's pause, Sang Biao looked up with a serious expression, glancing at the ceiling. Seeing this, Xuancang cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor. The king is a person of great loyalty. We have received his kindness. And once we gain strength, we must repay him properly. Xuancang's words prompted He Sha to quickly echo, "Indeed, we must remain loyal to the king." "Me too," Sang Biao chimed in enthusiastically. After conversing for a while, Sang Biao suddenly looked up, shifting his gaze before nodding at Xuancang, indicating that the eavesdropping figure had departed. Xuancang, catching his brother's eye, quickly gathered them together. "Big brother, that old black bear likely has ulterior motives towards us." "Indeed," Xuancang nodded. "However, the situation is unclear, and that old black bear possesses formidable strength. Together, we stand no chance. For now, we must accept our fate. Additionally, second brother, you are quite clever. If you have the opportunity, engage with the spirits within the fortress, but do not directly inquire about the black bear. If possible, let them divulge information on their own." Xuancang advised He Sha. "Understand. What about me?" Sang Biao interjected excitedly. "Third brother, your instincts are sharp. Remain vigilant. If any spirit approaches with ill intent, give a discreet signal," Xuancang instructed. Chapter 13. Half a year later at this moment, every word spoken by the Xuancang trio was meticulously overheard by an agile mountain cat, which darted through the forest with grace and ease. Behind a village, an elderly white ape sat majestically upon a large rock. Its fur, a blend of gray and white, fluttered slightly in the breeze, and despite its advanced age, its eyes still sparkled with profound wisdom. When a mountain cat approached the white ape, it bowed respectfully and recounted the words of the Xuancang brothers verbatim. Upon hearing the report, the white ape maintained a serious expression, its wrinkled visage quivering slightly before it slowly nodded in acknowledgement. Then, in a voice that was hoarse yet filled with authority, the white ape commanded, "In that case, proceed to distribute the necessary cultivation supplies to them, as per our usual protocols. May they grow swiftly to serve our great king." The following morning, at the entrance of the cave where the Xuancang brothers resided, a monkey spirit delivered 100 pounds of blood food, 15 demon crystals, and some spiritually infused fruits. This was a gift from the king, intended to encourage the trio in their cultivation. True to form, the monkey spirit left promptly after dropping off these items. At that moment, He Sha stepped forward, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, monkey brother. May I ask your name?" The monkey spirit, taken aback by He Sha's overture, scratched its head and replied, I am called Monkey Xiaodong. Since we are all brothers in this village, you need not be so formal with us, Lord Xiaodong," spoke Xuancang, raising his claw to offer 2 demon crystals to Monkey Xiaodong. Upon seeing this, the monkey spirit glanced in a certain direction and quickly waved its hands, saying, "You jest, esteemed guests. Beasts of my rank have no right to cultivate with demon crystals. Such talk is unnecessary. We are all kin here," Heisha interjected, and after exchanging a few more words, Monkey Xiaodong took a spirit fruit and departed. Inside the cave, Xuancang discerned from Monkey Xiaodong's actions that there were indeed watchers in the village. "Brother, I wonder what schemes the old black bear is concocting," Sang Biao remarked, eyeing the supplies. Whatever their intentions, this is not a misfortune for us," Xuancang said, his eyes gleaming with insight as he surveyed the demon crystals. Lowering his voice, he instructed, "Allow me to impart a mantra to you. With the essence of the sun and moon within these demon crystals, you must extract the essence of the sun and store it within your bodies. Then, direct it toward the canine tooth, but be careful not to inadvertently absorb it during the process. Typically, demon cultivation is based on the essence of the moon, as the essence of the sun is far too intense for ordinary spirits. Absorbing it directly would be akin to playing with fire, which is why most spirits prefer to cultivate at night. Moreover, those of lower cultivation levels lack the capacity to channel the sun's essence. Only high-level demons possess the ability to harness it. Within these demon crystals, both essences are present, yet the ratio has been manipulated to 1 part sun essence to 100 parts moon essence. Thus, each demon crystal contains only a trace of sun essence, with the remainder being moon essence. Under normal circumstances, spirits would only absorb the moon essence, disregarding the minute fraction of sun essence. However, in Xuancang's eyes, that scant amount of sun essence held great potential. Following Xuancang's explanation, Heisha and Sang Biao quickly grasped the method. Through trial and error with the demon crystals, they succeeded in drawing out the sun essence, channeling it into their canine teeth. "Brother, with just this tiny bit of sun essence, what use is it to store it?" Sang Biao inquired, puzzled. "Indeed, a single drop is insignificant, but if we accumulate it over time, it will become something remarkable," Xuancang replied, his gaze piercing as he looked at Sang Biao. As the days turned into weeks, and weeks into months, half a year passed. The Xuancang brothers remained ensconced in their cave, diligently cultivating, sustained by ample provisions and resources. According to the arrangements made by Xuancang, the brothers received 15 demon crystals every 3 days. Under such fortuitous circumstances, Xuancang's cultivation soared to 70 years, though he chose to conceal his true strength, presenting himself as a mere 40-year-old. Similarly, Heisha and Sang Biao reached 50 years in cultivation, but Xuancang advised them to mask their true prowess, allowing only a 30-year aura to be visible. During this time, Heisha frequently conversed with Monkey Xiaodong, gradually coaxing information about the village from the spirit. From their discussions, the Xuancang brothers learned that their current abode was named Bear Wind Village. Although Xuancang was the mountain king of Blackback Mountain, this village was not established by him, but rather by higher-ranking demons who came to ensure his control over the mountain upon his ascendance. Such privileges were reserved for kings of the mountain, granting them access to a wealth of information regarding other demons. Moreover, Monkey Xiaodong had heard from his kin that in recent months, the human race's influence had been expanding significantly. The entire Fogio Mountain had nearly severed ties with the demon realm. Humans, leveraging royal fortunes, had summoned the mountain gods, and certain spirits willing to pledge allegiance to humanity had been granted positions, thus being supported by human offerings. Beyond Fogio Mountain lay Blackback Mountain, where the Liao Hound tribe, led by Liao Quang, had repeatedly detected traces of human forces. However, the overall strength of Blackback Mountain far surpassed that of Fogio Mountain, making it improbable for humans to infiltrate in the short term. This stalemate necessitated reliance on Xuancang's power, dispatching formidable demons like the White Ape to take action when required. "Brother, it has been 6 months, and the extent of our knowledge is limited to this. Though our time has been quite comfortable, I sense something amiss," Heisha remarked. At present, Heisha had undergone a remarkable transformation. His exterior bore little resemblance to his former self. As a black tiger, his ebony fur glimmered with a dark sheen, and his physique had grown to nearly 3 meters in length, exuding an aura of innate majesty and dominance that instilled a profound sense of pressure. Chapter 14. Blood extraction in comparison to the intimidating presence of Heisha, Songbiao is even more fearsome. Towering over 3.5 meters and weighing nearly 550 pounds. He possesses a green face adorned with tusks and a tiger-like body cloaked in a grayish hue. His forelimbs are muscular and sinewy, exhibiting a level of dexterity that far surpasses that of an ordinary tiger beast. Lastly, there is Xuancang. Although his striped tiger form has grown in size, it bears no significant enhancements beyond that, resembling an ordinary wild tiger, even lacking the ferocity typically seen in his kind. Impatience in the face of certain issues proves futile. Over the past 6 months, we have acquired a few hidden cards, and now it is a matter of observing whether circumstances will align in our favor. Xuancang's eyes remain calm, reflecting little change despite the progress made by his two brothers. However, to merely judge by appearance would be a grave miscalculation. Throughout this half-year, under the relentless cultivation of the Yao, Ti, Chong, Yang Ning, Lei Ju, despite possessing only 70 years of demon power within him, Xuancang's strength surpasses that of his peers, enabling him to achieve a form of demon power mist that typically requires a century of cultivation for other beings. Furthermore, the Yao Ti Chong Yang Ning Lei Ju, derived from the Taoist principles of the previous life, focuses primarily on the essence of the demon soul, akin to what humanity refers to as the path of the primordial spirit. Initially, the path of the primordial spirit may seem inferior to the physical methods, but as one progresses into the latter stages, its advantages become overwhelmingly apparent, excluding those rare entities whose physical forms are so robust that they are impervious to all techniques. At this moment, Xuancang's gaze is subdued. The elevation of his cultivation does not stir excitement within him. My cultivation may have increased, and the Yao, Ti Chong Yang Ning Lei Ju has reached a minor accomplishment, yet the strength of my physical form continues to lag behind. Xuancang glances at himself, letting out a resigned sigh, acknowledging that without a special bloodline, he is merely an ordinary wild tiger, inferior even to Songbiao. Currently, Xuancang's reliance lies in the unique characteristics of the Yao, Ti, Chong, Yang Ning Lei Ju, which allows him to cultivate the thunderous techniques of the primordial spirit. However, his demon power remains weak, and entering the next phase of this technique necessitates the channeling of a bolt of thunder into his being. Should he succeed in this endeavor, the lightning he unleashes, even with merely 70 years of cultivation, could easily obliterate demonic creatures with over a century of cultivation. Regrettably, the phase of channeling lightning into the body is the most perilous stage of the Yao, Ti Chong, Yang Ning Lei Ju, given Xuancang's current physicality. Even if the primordial spirit's power could allow him to harness and refine the lightning, the frailty of his external form would render him incapable of withstanding such a tremendous force, leading to the collapse of all his efforts. At this moment, Xuancang reclines in his nest, offering no immediate response to Heisha's inquiries. If only I could harvest more demon entities, activate the scroll, and acquire a few blood yuan fruits, that would allow for a rapid enhancement of my physical strength and my current level. Xuancang muses internally, yet under the current circumstances, per Xiong Kuei's orders, the three brothers are permitted only to roam within the confines of the village. Venturing beyond is utterly forbidden. Simultaneously, under the cloak of night, at the junction of Hebei Mountain and Fujiao Mountain, within a tranquil forest, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly breaks the silence. A troop swiftly navigates through the thicket, each soldier clad in heavy armor, their steps firm and resolute. Clearly, these soldiers have undergone rigorous training, their movements synchronized, and they wield sharp long knives that glimmer ominously in the moonlight. With a dull thud, a fierce hyena collapses in a pool of blood, letting out a desperate wail, a woo. Following this, a series of swift, decisive slashes pierce the night air, as the curved blades gleam with a chilling radiance. Each swing precise and lethal, sending hyenas tumbling to the ground decapitated. Everyone, muster your strength. Move faster. The townsfolk are counting on you. A figure resembling a commander whispers in the darkness, urging the troops to press onward. A similar scene unfolds across various locations on Hebei Mountain. The hyena pack, led by Xuan Cang, has managed to repel 2 waves of human attackers, yet their efforts still fall short in light of the current situation. Meanwhile, the events quickly reach the mountain's heart. On this side, the long-absent Bai Yuan has now appeared before Xuancang and his brothers. Lord Bai Yuan, what brings you here? Haisha inquires upon noticing Bai Yuan's arrival, accompanied by the mountain civet. You 3 have been here for half a year, and during this time, the king has taken great care of you, Bai Yuan remarks with a hint of significance. Xuancang and Haisha, not lacking in intelligence, promptly grasp the underlying message in Bai Yuan's words. Xuancang feigns a bold demeanor and speaks first. Lord Bai Yuan, feel free to speak your mind. We as brothers are deeply honored by the king's regard and shall never voice a word of complaint, regardless of the task. Ah, indeed, the king has not misjudged you, Bai Yuan chuckles. The king is currently unwell and requires a bit of tiger blood for his health. As Bai Yuan's words linger, a heavy silence envelopes the cave. While outside, the mountain civet wears a sinister grin, licking its paws in anticipation. Is that all? If the king requires it, there is no issue. Xuancang replies with a smile, dissipating the tension in the cave. Upon Xuancang's assurance, Bai Yuan's gaze swiftly shifts to him. Then it shall be you. Among the 3 tigers, Xuancang appears the most ordinary, making him a natural choice for Bai Yuan. I shall take the lead. Haisha steps forward. Bai Yuan regards Haisha, but chooses not to contest, nodding in agreement as 2 monkeys carrying wine jars approach. Yet before Haisha can advance, Song Biao moves decisively. Bai Yuan's eyes narrow, a terrifying aura coalescing around him. However, Song Biao does not act rashly. Instead, he raises his forelimb and slashes it with another paw. I have thick blood. Without further ado, and under the astonished gaze of Haisha, tiger blood flows forth, the scorching liquid pouring into the jar. The praise of the tiger beast's pure yang form is not mere idle talk, as Song Biao's blood flows. A searing heat radiates, causing the mountain civet outside to revel in the scent. After a brief moment, seeing the wine jar filled to the brim, Bai Yuan nods. That will suffice. With that, Bai Yuan steps forward, channeling a dark green demon energy to seal Song Biao's wound, and gestures for 2 more monkeys to bring forth an array of blood food and spirit fruits. Thank you for your hard work, esteemed brothers, Bai Yuan feigns sincerity. Xuancang forces a smile. It is our honor to assist the king. The king will not neglect you, Bai Yuan states tersely, offering no further elaboration or regard for the brothers' sentiments before preparing to depart. Haisha's gaze remains fixed on Bai Yuan, yet at Xuancang's signal, he ultimately settles down. Chapter 15. The human cultivators within the cave. Xuancang's gaze was coldly fixed on the direction in which the white ape had departed. After a moment's pause, he turned his attention to the already weakened Sang Biao, conducting a swift examination. How are you faring? At this moment, Sang Biao was hastily devouring the flesh and spiritual fruits. After consuming this blood and flesh and beginning to recover, he realized that the bear Kuei's intentions were to bleed them dry. Xuancang also understood that remaining any longer would only exacerbate their plight. The tiger's blood was the essence of their being, and in such a short time, Sang Biao's aura had already become exceedingly feeble. If this continued, further encounters would undoubtedly severely undermine their foundation, ultimately rendering them mere tools for Bear Kuei's sanguine harvest. Outside, shortly after the white ape's departure, a hurried monkey spirit rushed over. Lord White Ape, trouble is brewing. Experts from a human race have infiltrated the mountain. Before the white ape, the reporting monkey spirit succinctly conveyed the situation outside. Upon hearing this, the white ape's expression darkened, and he spoke with fury. Curse be it. Mobilize all spirits within the mountain. Leave no stone unturned to capture these accursed humans. As time passed, a cacophony of chaos erupted outside the cave. Brother, It seems something is amiss outside. The three brothers, Xuancang, quickly discerned the turmoil within the cave. They observed monkey spirits springing into action, including two bear spirits with cultivation not less than 90 years. Let us investigate. Little Dong, where are you going? At this moment, Heisha, upon seeing the figure of monkey Xiao Dong, swiftly approached with a query. There are troubles in the mountains. Human cultivators have crossed the borders of Fu Jiao Mountain and have invaded Hebei Mountain. We must assist. With that, monkey Xiao Dong hurriedly joined the fray. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of opportunity sparked in Xuancang's eyes. Can you still move? Fear not, brother. My physique is resilient. At this juncture, Sang Biao had regained a significant portion of his strength through the blood and fruits. Excellent. Let us proceed and assess the situation. If an opportunity arises, we shall act accordingly. Xuancang addressed Heisha and Sang Biao, both brothers quickly grasping his intent and nodding in agreement. The three brothers set forth with haste. Upon exiting, the mountain lynx overseeing the spirits spotted the trio immediately. Why'd you ventured out? The mountain lynx leapt down, landing before Xuancang. There's trouble in the mountains. We spirits must lend our strength, Xuancang declared with determination, his tiger eyes gleaming. The mountain lynx, uncertain of how to proceed, was soon met with a glow of flames rising from the northern side of Hebei Mountain. Very well, but you three are esteemed guests of the king. Do not stray too far, as I cannot bear the consequences. Rest assured, we will not cause trouble for you. Then accompany the monkey spirits to the south for support. Receiving the command, the three brothers swiftly exited the cave, their forms like the wind, joining 6 monkey spirits with approximately 40 years of cultivation as they headed south. Along the way, Xuancang's gaze roamed, analyzing the mountain's contours and their current position. No, if we proceed in this direction, we cannot exit Hebei Mountain, he thought to himself, but after a short while, his ears perked up and a glint of light shone in his eyes. In the jungle, the sound of trickling water reached his ears. Upon hearing this, Xuancang's thoughts raced. During his previous patrol of the tiger den, he had observed a water vein flowing westward through Hebei Mountain. With clarity of thought, he turned his gaze to his 2 brothers. However, before he could signal them, a sudden blaze appeared ahead. The monkey spirits halted, baring their teeth, their eyes filled with ferocity. What a splendid opportunity. I did not expect to encounter 3 large insects. Indeed, slaying these 3 large insects and utilizing their tiger blood to craft talismans would bring peace to the village for some time. Before Xuancang, 2 human figures donned in white robes and jade crowns locked their sights on the 3 brothers. Their appearances were unremarkable, yet an ominous aura radiated from them. Brother, these 2 humans may prove formidable. Heisha growled in a low voice, communicating in demon language with Xuancang. Xuancang tightened his tiger form, refraining from replying to Heisha, instead focusing on the 6 monkey spirits, signaling both Heisha and Sang Biao. Through their unspoken bond, the 3 brothers understood Xuancang's intent without further elaboration. Suddenly, the 6 monkey spirits lunged at the 2 white-robed humans. You foolish rabble, dare you resist? One of the white-robed men drew his sword in an instant, the blade adorned with intricate patterns, looking remarkably extraordinary. With a swift thrust, the sword cleaved through the air under the moonlight, striking down 1 monkey spirit in a single blow. The remaining monkeys, witnessing this, became frenzied and charged recklessly. Retreat. At this moment, Xuancang remained composed, turning to lead Heisha and Sang Biao towards the sound of water. The 3 brothers leaped forth, covering a distance of over 10 meters in one bound. Trying to escape? Behold my net of laws. The other white-robed man leaped into the air, casting a net of faint copper light towards Xuancang's direction. The net expanded with the wind. Scatter. The 3 brothers transformed into shadows, darting in different directions. However, the slower Heisha was ensnared within the net. With a roar, Heisha summoned his demonic power, clawing at the net in an attempt to shred it. To his astonishment, his full-strength strike had no effect on the net whatsoever. Second brother, Sang Biao exclaimed in alarm. Go on without me. Heisha urged Xuancang, and Sang Biao, in demon language. Sang Biao glanced at Xuancang, but Xuancang showed no intention of leaving. Instead, he pivoted and sprinted towards He Sha. "Hold him!" Xuancang commanded Sang Biao, who, upon hearing this, grimaced and lunged toward the man with a ferocious bite. "Oof! Overestimating your capabilities." The white-robed man chuckled coldly, a surge of energy coursing through him as he raised his sword, slicing towards Sang Biao with a chilling whoosh. With narrowed pupils, Sang Biao evaded swiftly. Meanwhile, Xuancang, in the midst of his flight, channeled the demon thunder, charged yang, condensing thunder technique. His demonic power surging within him. In the blink of an eye, Xuancang reached the net, his tiger eyes gleaming with resolve as he unleashed a powerful strike with his claw, infused with the force of a thunderous storm against the net. With a resounding crash, the net was torn open, creating a small gap, yet it showed no signs of full rupture. "Brother, do not concern yourself with me. You and the third brother must flee." Under the weight of the copper net, He Sha felt his strength waning, desperately urging them not to be held back by him. Chapter 16. Success lies in the great trend. Failure also lies in the great trend silence. Xuancang glared with fury, growling lowly, showing no sign of retreat. Once more, he concentrated his demonic power, this time channeling it through his claws to fiercely grasp the great net. Crack! At last, the net could not withstand such immense force. It shattered with a resounding noise, revealing numerous cracks, its essence lost. The black-shot tiger broke free, yet the strength within it had not fully returned, indicating the net's peculiar nature. "Brother, go assist the third." With that, the two tigers surged forward once more. Ahead, another man clad in white had already dispatched 6 monkey spirits and now rushed to help. A powerful aura swirled around the two of them, their movements infused with the strength of tigers and leopards, complemented by the unique sword they wielded. In mere moments, blood was already visible on Sang Biao. Xuancang roared as he joined the fray, his tiger claws aiming for the throats of the two men. Whoosh, beast! Whoosh! Another flash of cold light erupted as Xuancang dodged, narrowly evading the long sword. This sword is problematic. Xuancang's eyes narrowed, the vertical pupils locking onto the blade. Though the two men were not powerful, he could easily tear them apart in a few exchanges. However, the sword they wielded was extraordinarily formidable. Sharper than their claws, reinforced with demonic energy, exuding an intimidating chill with every casual swing. At that moment, Xuancang retreated a few steps while Sang Biao and Black Sha continued to distract the two men. Subsequently, Xuancang's demonic energy surged to its peak, gathering in his mouth. With a thunderous roar infused with demonic power, invisible ripples spread forth, momentarily stunning the two men, leaving them dazed and trembling. At the same time, Sang Biao and Black Sha attacked from either side. Black Sha's jaws clamped onto one man's sword-wielding arm, taking him down, while Sang Biao seized the opportunity to extend his claws, slashing down mercilessly, tearing the other man apart. Once the two were dealt with, Sang Biao panted heavily, blood seeping from numerous wounds, his injuries considerable. "Huff, huff, brother." Black Sha looked toward Xuancang, only to see him slowly shake his head. At that moment, a figure appeared behind Xuancang. The white ape emerged, now drenched in the blood of humans, exuding a fierce aura. Observing the scene, the white ape approached, holding a bloody human head, and spoke, "Well done, 3 of you. Slaying these 2 humans avenges a grievance for my Blackback Mountain Demon clan." As he spoke, the white ape approached the corpses, picking up the long sword, examining its blade. "To be so audacious as to disregard my Blackback Mountain Demon clan, relying on weapons forged by human craftsmen, is utterly detestable." The white ape glared vehemently, then turned his gaze towards Xuancang and his brothers, his tone softening. "Come, follow me back. The humans in this mountain have nearly been eradicated, but we cannot dismiss the possibility of some petty thieves launching surprise attacks." Upon hearing this, despite their unwillingness, Xuancang and his brothers had no choice but to suppress their frustrations. The white ape's strength was far too formidable. Even combined, the 3 brothers would not stand a chance against him. The scene shifted to the main hall of the stronghold, where Xuancang's figure gradually emerged. He sat firmly in the upper seat, resembling a towering mountain, surrounded by the demon clan members Xuancang had encountered earlier. Recently, the human race has continually invaded our clan. We owe much to your efforts in resisting them. I truly appreciate your hard work. Xuancang's deep voice resonated through the hall, imbued with a robust aura. I, Old Bear, do not enjoy rambling. The demon crystals will be awarded based on your contributions. With a sweep of his hand, a group of agile monkey spirits entered, swiftly distributing the demon crystals. Liao Kuang and Bai Tucong received the most. A total of 50 each crystal glistening and exuding an enchanting light. Xuancang and his brothers each received 30 crystals. Initially, the other spirits murmured discontent at the amount received by Xuancang's trio, displaying hints of dissatisfaction, yet refrained from voicing their grievances due to the lack of direct conflict of interest with Xuancang. However, their silence did not reflect everyone's sentiments. Opposite Xuancang, Liao Kuang could no longer contain his discontent and stepped forth to question. Great King, my Liao Dog clan has suffered numerous casualties, yet we only receive 50 demon crystals, while they 3 receive so many. Liao Kuang's eyes widened, brimming with defiance. The white ape, noticing this, cast a weary glance at Liao Kuang and explained. The Xuancang brothers eliminated 2 human cultivators. This human assault involved over 100 individuals, but only 5 were cultivators leading the charge. Upon hearing the term cultivator, Liao Kuang's body trembled slightly, a flicker of trepidation crossing his eyes, prompting him to remain silent. He had first-hand experience with the might of those human cultivators, who would immediately deploy specialized nets upon encountering their foes. Once ensnared, a swift and deadly sword strike would follow, rendering even the most formidable opponents vulnerable against the humans' myriad tactics, especially for beings like Liao Kuang, who lacked any special bloodline or divine abilities. Though he possessed greater intelligence and strength than ordinary beasts, in combat, he could only rely on primitive biting, a method utterly futile against the intricate strategies of human cultivators, akin to throwing eggs against a stone, utterly ineffective. Enough, Xuancang interjected. This incident serves as a dire warning for our Blackback Mountain. The humans have set their sights on us. However, given our current situation, our numbers are indeed stretched thin. As he spoke, Xuancang's gaze fell upon Xuancang and his brothers. I recall you are Black Sha. Your cultivation appears quite commendable. Would you be willing to assume the position of Mountain General? Black Sha was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at Xuancang. However, in such a setting, if Xuancang were to voice any opposition, it would be seen as a slight to Xuancang. The king appoints you as Mountain General, which is a recognition of your potential. Hurry and express your gratitude to the king, Xuancang said at that moment. Thank you, great king, Black Sha replied. Very well. White Ape, select 30 monkey cubs to accompany General Black Sha. Additionally, Xuancang called out, and another black bear entered the hall, exuding a robust aura. A demon with 80 years of cultivation. You shall accompany General Black Sha and follow his orders. Xuancang complied. The arrangements in the hall were swiftly established, and throughout the proceedings, Xuancang maintained a composed demeanor. Dismissed, Xuancang commanded. The other spirits departed as before. As they left, Xuancang feigned casual gratitude, intentionally drawing closer to Xuancang, feigning honor for Black Sha's promotion. Xuancang relished this display, laughing heartily before engaging in trivial conversation. After departing, the 3 tigers returned to their den. After confirming with Sang Biao that there were no eavesdroppers, Xuancang turned to Black Sha and the others, inquiring, do you sense that the aura surrounding Xuancang bears a striking resemblance to that of the 2 human cultivators we encountered earlier? Upon hearing this, Sang Biao discreetly recognized that it was time for him to withdraw from the conversation. Following Xuancang's words, Heisha suddenly interjected, so that's it. I always felt that Xuancang was somewhat peculiar. Are you suggesting that Xuancang has colluded with the human race? Heisha inquired tentatively. No. Given Xuancang's cultivation level and current status, there is no necessity for any entanglement with humans. That aura, resembles the ghostly energy of the ghost clan. Meanwhile, at the foot of Fu Jiao Mountain, there lay a human settlement known as Baishui Town, home to over 100,000 inhabitants. At this moment, within the town's government office, a dim and eerie atmosphere prevailed, with glowing yellow talismans affixed both inside and outside the building. In the inner chamber of the office, a middle-aged man with a square face, dressed in official robes, sat with his brow tightly furrowed, forming a distinct crease. "What time is it? Why haven't they returned yet?" This man, named Zhao Yuan, was the protector of Baishui Town. As Zhao Yuan spoke, two officials slowly approached him. "My lord, it is already the hour of the dog," the two officials reported. At this, Zhao Yuan paused his movements, gradually lifting his gaze towards the window. "Sigh. The heavens have abandoned Baishui. I wonder how many townsfolk will meet their demise at the hands of malevolent ghosts tonight." Zhao Yuan's words were laden with sorrow. Just then, a constable armed with a long knife entered, quickly offering words of reassurance. "My lord, the situation cannot be altered. With the current national master present, I believe the court will devise a solution to our nation's plight." This individual, named Dong Zhun, served as the chief constable of Baishui Town. However, upon hearing his words, Zhao Yuan felt no flicker of hope. Dong Zhun was a cultivator himself and understood that the current predicament of the human race could not be resolved by the efforts of a single individual. In the Qinglan continent, humans, demons, ghosts, and immortals coexisted. In ancient times, the demon race reigned supreme, yet the human race eventually ascended, leveraging the forces of heaven and earth to establish 9 great dynasties that suppressed the demons and shattered their armies. However, at times, prosperity and decline are dictated by the same forces. The hearts of humans are far more intricate than those of demons. After the victories of the 9 nations, each human dynasty aspired to unify the realm, leading to an internal strife that resulted in prolonged warfare. The 9 great dynasties battled for years, depleting the resources of the human race and causing their lineage to falter repeatedly, ultimately leaving only 4 dynasties standing, diminished from their former glory. With human fortunes unstable, coupled with the increasing death toll over the years, the resentment of the heavens culminated in the emergence of another race, the Ghost Clan. The souls of those who perished in the previous wars transformed into formidable specters capable of threatening the human race. As the lineage continued to suffer, the surviving cultivators grew ever weaker, while the Ghost Clan grew increasingly powerful. To this day, a peculiar situation has arisen where humans walk the earth by day, while the realm of the dead reigns by night. At nightfall, apparitions emerge, wreaking havoc upon the townsfolk, and the human race has become too feeble to manage the chaos, leading small border towns to seek their own means of survival. Within some sects of the human race, it was discovered that using the essence and blood of extraordinary creatures to create talismans could suppress the nocturnal spawn of ghosts. This unfortunate revelation has brought trouble to the mountain-dwelling demons. At this moment, Zhao Yuan's expression was complex, and he could only transform his deep-seated reluctance into a heavy sigh. Alas, their delayed return likely signifies a grim fate. Chief Dong, please send some supplies to the families of those who have ventured into the mountains tomorrow. Chapter 17. Concealed within on the other side. Within the lair, the formidable figure of Xuancang lay sprawled upon the ground, resembling a small hill. At that moment, dark tendrils of gas slithered across his body like serpents, incessantly undulating and seemingly devouring his very vitality. His massive form trembled slightly, his eyes bloodshot from agony. As he emitted a low, guttural growl, "Damn it," his bare paw clenched into a fist, sharp claws protruding from between his fingers, carving deep grooves into the earth. "It hurts like hell." Beside him, the figure of the white ape gradually came into view. Upon seeing the white ape, Xuancang's face, already contorted in pain, twisted into a menacing expression, his eyes bulging like brass bells, blood vessels prominent and fierce. Eagerly, he inquired, "Is it ready?" As he spoke, he leaned forward in excitement, saliva trickling from the corner of his mouth. "I want it. I can't wait any longer." At this moment, The once simple-minded demeanor he had displayed in the hall was nowhere to be found. His fur stood on end like needles, and he radiated an aura of violence. "My king, we must wait a little longer. We cannot rush this." The white ape's voice trembled slightly, though he endeavored to maintain his composure. "Let us deal with this first. Quickly, bring it here." As soon as the white ape finished speaking, two trembling monkey spirits hurriedly appeared, carrying a cauldron emanating a foul stench of blood-red liquid. Their hands shook with anxiety, and they dared not meet Xuancang's gaze. Struggling to rise, Xuancang's massive frame swayed before steadying himself. Without uttering a word, a gigantic black hand, resembling a dark fan, reached out and seized the pot, tilting it back to pour the liquid into his mouth. The concoction was a gruesome mixture of flesh. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the remnants of human bones intermingled within the simmering broth. Gulping it down, Xuancang's throat convulsed with each swallow. The crunching sound of bones echoed as he chewed, his massive teeth akin to serrated saws, effortlessly shattering the meaty white bones as if they were mere twigs. Swallowing them whole, burp after finishing the gruesome broth, he licked his lips, his eyes still glimmering with unquenched desire. His heavy breaths reverberated through the quiet lair. Unsatisfied with the blood soup, his gaze shifted towards the two monkey spirits, his eyes gleaming with avarice, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With a swift motion, his hands, like iron pincers, seized them, causing the monkey spirits to widen their eyes in terror, their bodies thrashing in a desperate struggle. Shrieking in fear, "Spare us, great king, spare us!" Yet, their feeble strength was no match against Xuancang, a seasoned beast with 6 centuries of cultivation. Opening his foul maw once more, a repugnant aura surged forth as he bit down on one of the monkey spirits, blood splattering across his face, which he paid no heed to, his teeth sinking into the flesh with a sickening crunch. After a few chews, he grimaced and spat out a bone, muttering, "Not tasty." Then his gaze shifted, his massive head inclining towards the white ape as he revealed his blood-stained teeth and solemnly commanded, "Hurry, brother." Was the ghost clan. Inside the lair, the imposing figure of Sang Biao crouched slightly, his ears erect, eyes reflecting a look of naive confusion. His tail swaying gently behind him, occasionally brushing against the straw on the ground, producing soft, rustling sounds. Death leaves lingering resentment. External grievances become zombies. Internal grievances become ghosts. Xuancang lay steadily, his powerful paws crossed before him, exuding a calmness born of experience, simply stating. Xuancang possessed an intimate understanding of the ghost clan. His whiskers twitched slightly, as if recalling something. Logically, both the demon and ghost clans should share a unified stance towards the human race, and thus should not be in conflict. At this moment, Heisha interjected, tilting his head slightly towards Xuancang, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "That is the issue. Furthermore, in my observation, the ghostly energy within Xuancang is no trivial matter. It has significantly eroded his being. If this continues..." As Xuancang spoke, he rose, his powerful tiger legs supporting him as he approached the entrance of the lair, gazing outward. In a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of insight flashed in Xuancang's eyes, akin to 2 cold stars piercing the night, instantly illuminating his thoughts. He swiftly turned to Heisha and Sang Biao, connecting the dots regarding the blood extraction, his expression darkening. "Damn it, I believe I have discerned Xuancang's intentions. Second, Xuancang has appointed you as the mountain general. Seek an opportunity to uncover his origins and background from your subordinates. I suspect Xuancang is merely an ordinary black bear that is cultivated to this level in a place as small as Hebei Mountain. There must be something amiss." Xuancang instructed Heisha. "Additionally, should you encounter any threats while outside, act alone." "What about you and the third brother?" Heisha queried. After a moment's contemplation, Xuancang slowly replied, "We will signal with fire. You must look after yourself. If trouble arises, find a place to set the mountain ablaze. Upon hearing this news, we will find our escape routes. In critical moments, utilize the survival methods I previously taught you." "Understood." Heisha nodded. Nightfall descended. Xuancang closed his eyes, his consciousness once more arriving before the scroll. This time, he observed 6 additional golden patterns swirling within the scroll. This gold corresponds to the demise of those 2 human cultivators. I wonder what level of items these golden patterns will allow me to envision. With that thought, Xuancang began to attempt visualization. However, upon this trial, he discovered a significant transformation. Previously, when he envisioned human elixirs, he had failed. The human-like alchemists he conjured were always ethereal. Yet now, under the influence of the 6 golden patterns, the human alchemist he envisioned appeared tangible. In an instant, the appearance of the human alchemist shifted as 2 golden patterns converged, transforming into a blacksmith within a forge, while the remaining red patterns morphed into chunks of fine iron, which the blacksmith hammered, ultimately forming the item. The scroll then deducted 2 golden patterns and 2 red patterns. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be a colossal lightning rod. The main body was a straight metal pole, crafted from fine iron, standing approximately a yard tall. Observing from the base upward, the pole's thickness was not uniform. The bottom was robust, with a diameter akin to an adult's arm, tapering gradually as it reached the top, where it narrowed to the size of a thumb. The pointed design was exquisitely crafted, its angle precisely adjusted to optimally guide thunderbolts, with flowing and perfect lines that seemed poised to confront the violent forces of lightning above with unwavering resolve. With this item, I can summon lightning, though I wonder if it can be temporarily stored. As these thoughts swirled, Xuancang's consciousness withdrew from the sea of awareness, but the instant he exited, he felt a discomfort within him. A sharp pain surged from his abdomen. No, I cannot allow this to continue. Upon perceiving this, Xuancang's consciousness returned once more to the realm of the mind. Subsequently, Xuancang hastily summoned the demonic energy within him to refine it in his abdomen. Within the demon clan's hierarchy, upon reaching a cultivation period of 100 years, one could utilize their internal demonic energy to carve out a small space within their abdomen. This technique is known as abdomen storage, reminiscent of the human race's storage rings. Although Xuancang has yet to reach the century mark in his cultivation, his demonic energy has been continuously refined through the demon's thunder, striking the sun and condensing thunder technique, rendering the process of creating an abdomen storage a feasible endeavor. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Sang Biao was roused from his slumber by Xuancang's unusual movements. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, he immediately nudged the sleeping Heisha awake. Second brother, look, eldest brother is pregnant. Chapter 18. The arrival of the monkey the following morning, as Monkey Xiaodong came to deliver resources. Heisha was also called away. After Heisha's departure, Sang Biao's gaze remained fixed on Xuancang's abdomen. Brother, is it second brothers? Sang Biao cautiously approached Xuancang, his eyes glued to Xuancang's belly, abruptly voicing his inquiry. At first, Xuancang did not grasp the implication of Sang Biao's question, but upon witnessing the look in Sang Biao's eyes, he swiftly understood. Get lost. Xuancang's expression darkened, and he chose to ignore the foolish Sang Biao. With the enhancement of 50 demon crystals, and after a night of refinement, Xuancang successfully activated the hidden in the belly technique at dawn, concealing the lightning rod within his body. With this artifact, as long as Xuancang's physical strength met the requirements, he could summon celestial lightning at the opportune moment. Who dares to call upon Xuancang? Just then, a black bear spirit appeared before the cave, roaring without reservation. I am. Xuancang shifted his tiger form and stepped forward. The king has decreed, recognizing the merits of you 3 brothers, to grant you the position of guardian of the mountain stronghold. The dozens of spiritual plants in the back mountain shall be under your watch, the black bear spirit stated, its round eyes glaring at Xuancang. Upon hearing this, Xuancang immediately contemplated several scenarios and hesitated to respond at once. Noticing Xuancang's silence, the black bear spirit slowly rose to its full height, glaring menacingly at Xuancang and growled, What? You dare to disregard the king's command, you ungrateful wretch? How dare you speak to my elder brother like that? Sang Biao, upon hearing this, bared his fangs and retorted without reservation. What audacity! The black bear spirit was taken aback by Sang Biao's defiance. In this stronghold, due to the influence of Xiong Kuei, The black bear spirits held a position of superiority, and even ordinary black bear spirits were often avoided by lesser spirits. Thus, accustomed to arrogance, the black bear spirit was infuriated by Sang Biao's retort and raised its massive paw, preparing to strike. Boom! In an instant, Xuancang leaped forward, positioning himself before Sang Biao, his powerful aura erupting. His tiger eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity, and under the pressure of Xuancang's formidable presence, the black bear's spirit halted its attack in surprise. I, Xuancang, will naturally obey the king's orders. However, my brother is not someone you can discipline. As Xuancang advanced, his tiger fangs bared, he closed the distance toward the black bear spirit. The regal aura of the king of beasts radiated from him, causing the black bear spirit to take a step back. You have some nerve. We shall see. The black bear spirit chose not to confront Xuancang further, leaving with a parting threat. Brother, these detestable creatures are truly revolting. Should we not flee? Sang Biao exclaimed, visibly enragé. If we could run, we would have long since done so. Even against the likes of Xuan Cang or the white ape, the three of us together may not stand a chance. Xuancang replied with a hint of helplessness. At merely 1 year of age, Xuancang lamented the limited time he had for growth. Given 5 or 6 years, he would undoubtedly feel confident in contending with the white ape. As for Xuan Cang, he was still not quite ready. Are we truly to remain here, subject to their whims? Sang Biao said, momentarily despondent. Certainly not. It is simply not yet the right time, Xuancang reassured him. With that, Xuancang produced 30 demon crystals from his mouth, all gifted by Xuan Cang over the past 6 months, along with recent rewards. Xuan Cang likely aims to separate us. As you absorb these crystals to enhance your cultivation, remember to refine the essence of the sun. This will be our crucial means of turning the tide. Xuancang instructed Sang Biao earnestly. Understand. Sang Biao nodded in agreement. Soon after Xuancang had made the necessary arrangements, he led the mountain raccoon to the so-called Back Mountain Orchard. Within the Black Back Mountain, there was an abundance of spiritual fruits, and Xuan Cang had seemingly employed some method to cultivate an entire grove behind his residence. Upon arrival, Xuancang surveyed the area and quickly deduced that these spiritual fruits were likely rewards bestowed by Xuan Cang upon his subordinates. Lord Xuancang. This area was originally managed by Lord White Ape, but due to recent disturbances in the mountain, he has been unable to attend to it. Thus it has been entrusted to you. An old monkey with mottled fur explained simply. You need not do much here. Just ensure that no other spirits steal from the orchard, as the daily maintenance is managed by these young monkeys. Xuancang paid little heed to the old monkey's words, his gaze wandering across the orchard, as he could surmise the true reason for his assignment there. After the old monkey finished his lengthy explanation, Xuancang interjected, Do you have a name, good sir? Upon hearing this, the old monkey's eyes brightened. My lord, you flatter me. My humble status hardly warrants the title of sir among the human race. If you do not mind, you may call me Holai. Holai, a splendid name, Xuancang praised, though he himself could not discern what made it so special. How long have you been here? Xuancang inquired once more. Holai pondered for a moment before slowly shaking his head. I cannot recall. It must be at least 30 or 40 years. Such a long time. Have you never thought of venturing out to see the world? Xuancang asked. My lord jests. We lowly spirits, lacking noble bloodlines, have no means to explore the outside world. The old monkey's demonic aura was faint, and though he had gained sentience, his cultivation was only about 20 years. Given this level of cultivation, living so long was already quite remarkable, unless something unexpected occurred. It seemed the old monkey would spend his life waiting to die in this place. Do not speak so. All beings in the world possess their unique merits. No one is born merely to await death, Xuancang replied. Here, take these 2 demon crystals. In the time to come, I may rely on your assistance. At this, Holai stood momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that Xuancang would treat him thus. A wave of humility washed over him, feeling as though a lowly figure was receiving care from a great one. The stark contrast between his self-worth and this gesture stirred an impulse within him to offer his very life to Xuancang. Seeing this reaction, Xuancang realized his objective had been achieved. The old monkey, who had never received such respect, likely went unnoticed by other spirits in the stronghold. Yet here, he could prove immensely valuable. Not to mention, the longevity of the old monkey's life meant he possessed a wealth of knowledge. After completing these exchanges, Xuancang casually explored the area. While there were indeed many spiritual trees, the fruits they bore were merely ordinary spiritual fruits, offering little more than mental clarity or physical enhancement. Though these items might be considered precious among humans, they were not particularly rare in the mountains. Chapter 19. The Miasma Amidst the Blackback Mountain. A colossal and resplendent tiger, its sleek coat shimmering with a dark sheen, darted through the forest with astonishing swiftness. Its athletic form resembled a bolt of lightning, nimbly leaping over boulders and streams, exuding a chilling aura as it sprinted. As time passed, the magnificent tiger ventured deeper into the heart of Blackback Mountain, where the trees grew taller and denser. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows, yet the black tiger, guided by a few monkeys frolicking in the branches, remained undeterred, racing forward. Before long, it arrived at the entrance of a valley. The cliffs on either side were steep and treacherous, and a thin veil of green mist enveloped the valley floor. The tiger paused momentarily at the mouth of the gorge, its piercing eyes scanning the area. Was this where traces of the human race had been detected? Indeed, this formidable creature was none other than Haisha, the current general of Blackback Mountain. As Lord Xiongqua had mentioned, it was here that one could take a look. Behind Haisha, several scruffy monkeys perched on branches, addressing him. Upon hearing their words, a flicker of annoyance crossed Haisha's eyes. However, he refrained from unleashing his fury at that moment and contemplated before stepping into the valley. Not long after, a thunderous roar resonated from within the gorge. Subsequently, a surge of green mist billowed forth, and Haisha's form swiftly emerged from the valley, leaping out of the dark haze and rolling heavily on the ground before finally coming to a halt. The sound of laughter erupted as the monkeys atop the treetops pointed and jeered at Haisha. How unpleasant must that miasma be? Realizing the situation, Haisha's demeanor shifted. You have deceived me. Rising to his feet, flames of rage ignited in his fierce eyes, his body coiling like a taut black bow. Muscles tensed as if poised to pounce upon the mocking monkeys, ready to shred them to pieces in revenge. Sensing the shift in Haisha's aura, the monkeys quickly ceased their laughter, their expressions turning serious. What? Do you still wish to strike at us? At that moment, the imposing figure of Xiongqua slowly appeared in the background, resembling a moving fortress, standing over 2 meters tall and weighing more than 600 pounds. His enormous paws were like fans, each claw sharp enough to leave deep imprints in the earth with the slightest step. Why have you deceived me? Haisha's gaze fixated on Xiongqua, his voice laced with coldness. Is a reason truly necessary? I simply find you displeasing. If you dare, make your move. Xiongqua replied with a provocative glare. Witnessing this, Haisha's demonic energy surged, his sharp claws extending from his fingertips as both parties stood at a standoff. Eventually, Haisha gradually dissipated his gathered energy and turned to leave. Coward! Xiongqua exclaimed, plopping down onto the ground, revealing a bored expression as he watched Haisha depart. Yet, after the departure of Xiongqua and his companions, Haisha's figure reappeared before the miasma. This miasma, Haisha observed the haze before channeling his inner demonic energy, which caused the miasma to swirl and converge around him. Meanwhile, in the familiar orchard, Xuancang was steadily orchestrating his own plans. The bear-like creature, Xiongqua, was likely nurturing the three brothers with the intent to exploit them, and Xuancang was not one to remain passive. As he pondered, he prowled through the orchard until he suddenly noticed a willow tree among the foliage. This tree, known as the Yin tree, was a gathering place favored by spirits during the day, often found in graveyards. With this observation, Xuancang's expression turned contemplative. Soon, a scheme formed in his mind. Monkey Lai, he called out, and swiftly, Monkey Lai appeared before him. My lord, you summoned me. Assist me with a task. My third brother has a peculiar fondness for certain leaves from this tree. Could you collect some and deliver them to him? Following Xuancang's words, Monkey Lai nodded in agreement. Of course, Monkey Lie's presence at Xuancang's side was also due to the orders of the fruit white ape, a fact Xuancang was aware of, yet he remained unfazed. He doubted that the mountain spirits could discern his true intentions. Following Xuancang's guidance, Monkey Lie quickly gathered a significant quantity of leaves. "My lord, is there anything else you wish to instruct me?" Monkey Lie intruded. "Just convey this message. While one may enjoy these things, they cannot be relied upon as sustenance." "Understood." Monkey Lie responded before hastily descending the mountain. Xuancang watched his retreating figure, a somber expression crossing his face before he turned to leave. Within the lair, a serene atmosphere prevailed. However, beneath this seemingly tranquil surface, at this very moment, Monkey Lie entered the cave where Sang Biao resided, presenting a bucket of leaves before him. Witnessing this scene, Sang Biao's not-so-bright mind momentarily faltered. "Upon my brother's arrival, he will consume this?" Sang Biao exclaimed, cradling the bucket with astonishment. "Indeed, my lord mentioned that while one may have a fondness for these things, they cannot be relied upon as sustenance." Monkey Lie recounted Xuancang's words. Upon hearing this, Sang Biao quickly regained his composure. "Ah yes, my brother is so considerate, remembering my preferences. I truly adore these green leaves." Sang Biao lugid. After delivering the leaves, Monkey Lie said nothing more and departed. Once alone, Sang Biao began to ponder rapidly. "What is the purpose of this gift for my brother? While one may have a fondness for these things, they cannot be relied upon as sustenance." Reliance on sustenance. Sang Biao's gaze fixated on the green leaves, and with a resolute heart, he swiftly stuffed the leaves into his mouth, chomping down without hesitation. Shortly thereafter, as Sang Biao finished the leaves, the white ape arrived, accompanied by two robust bear-like creatures, one of whom was Xuanfeng, the very bear that had previously clashed with Sang Biao while delivering a message. Without a moment's hesitation, Xuanfeng approached, speaking in an authoritative tone. "The king has commanded that a bowl of tiger blood be procured." Upon hearing this, Sang Biao's heart surged with indignation, instinctively igniting a fierce desire to resist. However, as he raised his gaze to meet the white ape's powerful presence, he felt an immense pressure, akin to a heavy mountain bearing down upon him, nearly rendering him breathless. "Fear not, there will be compensation," the white ape reassured, sensing Sang Biao's dissatisfaction. Despite his inner turmoil, Sang Biao ultimately had no choice but to acquiesce in the face of the white ape's overwhelming might. "Ha! A mere mixed-breed tiger falls into the hands of your grandfather, and you shall suffer greatly." With that, as the black bear approached to draw blood, its massive form loomed over Sang Biao. Instinctively, he attempted to react, but with his forelimbs restrained, he found himself unable to evade in time. Roar! A piercing scream erupted as the hind leg of the unfortunate creature was instantly crushed by the formidable black bear spirit, followed by a violent struggle. The sound of spilling echoed. What was claimed to be a bowl of tiger's blood was, in reality, nearly half a bucket. The black bear's spirit gazed triumphantly at the fallen creature, reminding it, "Remember the name of your bear grandfather. Should you dare to speak to him in such a manner again, beware for your life." The bear wind glared fiercely at the prostrate figure on the ground. Chapter 20. The Dog That Bites, Yet Remains Silent in the Blink of an Eye. A month had passed. At this moment, Xuancang was in the company of Ho Lai, having leveraged his newfound status within the village to procure some wine. The two of them, one following the other, engaged in conversation. Over the course of a month, through the allure of demon crystals and various other incentives, Xuancang successfully managed to open up to Ho Lai entirely. "Are you suggesting that King Xiong was merely an ordinary spirit beast 30 years ago?" A hint of doubt flickered in Xuancang's eyes, his voice tinged with curiosity. "Indeed," Ho Lai affirmed, clutching the wine jar tightly as he nodded drunkenly, punctuating his speech with tipsy hiccups. "At that time, the king was just a bear spirit from Black Wind Ridge. The old chieftain mentioned that his cultivation was at the level of a century-old spirit beast, but he had yet to become a true demon." Ho Lai's tongue was slightly thickened by drink, yet he continued to ramble on. "I recall that shortly before that, the Lord of Crying Plague Mountain hosted a grand birthday banquet, and our king was invited. However, he was troubled about the congratulatory gifts and intended to seek them out personally. He swayed his head as if trying to shake the memories free. What ultimately did the king manage to find? We are unsure, but we do know that roughly a month later, his cultivation skyrocketed like a rocket, and he subsequently commanded all of Blackback Mountain with his formidable strength. Under the influence of the alcohol, once Xuancang posed a question. The old monkey became like a floodgate burst open, narrating incessantly. How can you recall all of this so clearly? Xuancang squinted slightly, feigning curiosity. Holai grinned widely. This matter is well known among our monkey clan, for the previous mountain king was our old chieftain. White ape. Xuancang raised an eyebrow. No, no, no. Holai shook his head vigorously. The esteemed white ape only came to pledge allegiance after King Xuancang established his dominance over Blackback Mountain. As Xuancang and Holai exchanged banter, Xuancang maintained a facade of an admirer of King Xiong, continuously probing for the information he desired. Just as he was about to press further, a sudden, familiar tiger roar echoed through the air, causing Xuancang's fur to bristle and his ears to perk up in alertness. With urgency, he turned towards the direction of the village, a flicker of tension evident in his tiger eyes. My lord, Holai began to speak, but before he could finish, Xuancang leaped into action, darting towards the village like an arrow released from a bow. In the forest, Xuancang swiftly found a vantage point among the fruit trees. From his elevated position, he gazed down with an authoritative glare, surveying the scene of the village below. With a few powerful leaps, Xuancang descended from midair, his tiger form tracing a graceful arc before landing smoothly, fixing his gaze ahead. Roar! Not far from him, Haisha was engaged in a fierce struggle, his massive jaws snapping as he battled a black bear spirit, claws flailing violently. Lao Sansang Biao was also present, though in a dire state, his vitality severely diminished. He lay crumpled on the ground, his hind legs visibly deformed, a pitiful sight. Witnessing this, a surge of rage ignited within Xuancang, yet he retained his composure, unleashing a roar filled with fury. Roar! The sound reverberated through the air, instantly silencing all present. Elder brother. Upon seeing Xuancang's arrival, Haisha hastily stepped back. Yet, in that very moment, the black bear spirit did not relent, raising its arm high and striking down upon Haisha with great force. Stop! Xuancang shouted anxiously, but it was too late. The immense power of the black bear's spirit erupted, sending Haisha flying, crashing against a wall with a resounding thud, sending dust swirling around. Xuancang's inner ferocity surged. What insolence! Just then, Xuancang and the white ape appeared, their formidable presence washing over the scene like a relentless tide, instilling fear in all the spirits present. Grandfather King, this Haisha shows no regard for hierarchy, daring to strike at me. Xuanfeng quickly stepped forward, his face filled with indignation. Xuancang merely cast a casual glance at him, causing Xuanfeng to lower his head in trepidation. The gaze of Xuancang shifted to Xuancang. I have shown you favor out of gratitude for your parents, but this does not grant you the liberty to disregard rules. A mountain-searching general returns without permission, and a back mountain guard abandons his post. Under the weight of Xuancang's overwhelming power, Xuancang's tiger form tensed involuntarily, akin to a bowstring drawn taut. My lord, you cannot be so unjust. It was this Xuanfeng who first attacked my brother. Haisha, having regained some composure, bore the marks of his recent injury, for deep gashes marring his back. A gruesome sight. Silence. Xuancang interjected sharply, then quickly added, What my lord says is true. It is we brothers who have acted foolishly. We humbly request your punishment. Xuancang lowered himself, exhibiting none of the usual ferocity he was known for. Observing the scene, Xuancang chose not to elaborate further. One must acknowledge their mistakes. Take the two of them away. With a command, the white ape gestured, and several monkey spirits with over 50 years of cultivation, along with the mountain raccoon that had recently appeared, swarmed forward, escorting Haisha and Sang Biao away. And for you, Xuancang turned his gaze back to Xuancang. My lord, I acknowledge my errors. My loyalty is without a trace of deceit, Xuancang replied earnestly, his eyes filled with fear and humility. Xuancang scoffed. Your two brothers have been punished. Do you have nothing to say? With his head bowed, Xuancang quietly replied, they brought this upon themselves by offending the Lord. It is only just. Hearing this, a faint smile flickered in Xuancaang's eyes. Your temperament is far inferior to your parents, yet it is quite to my liking. Ha ha ha. Very well, since you have committed no grave error. You may return and focus on your cultivation, remembering the grace of this king. Yes, thank you, my lord. Xuancang responded hastily, bowing deeply before swiftly departing towards the fruit grove. After Xuancang's departure, Xiongfeng could not restrain himself, stepping forward. Grandfather King, why let one go free? Xiongkui shot him an irritated glare. You are always stirring up trouble. Continue this, and I shall send you back to Bear Valley. Disperse, with Xiongkui's command. The remaining spirits scattered. What do you think? Xiongkui inquired of the only spirit remaining, the white ape. Without the might of a tiger, he is of little use. Yet he can be nurtured at the very least. The white ape replied with measured calmness. Xiongkui nodded slowly in agreement. Very well, cultivate him well. As for those two, they are of no further use. With that, Xiongkui departed. Once the multitude of spirits had left, the white ape continued to gaze in the direction from which Xuancang had vanished, deep in thought. He had absorbed a wealth of knowledge during his time among the humans, and one saying resonated clearly in his mind. The dog that bites does not bark. Chapter 21. Enticement. The wind whispered through the mountains and forests, causing the foliage to rustle softly. Xuancang strode heavily through the thicket, each step leaving a deep imprint in the earth. An all-encompassing silence enveloped the surroundings. A stillness so profound it felt as if an invisible hand had clamped down upon the entire woodland, stifling all sound. The wild beasts and birds, sensing the ominous aura emanating from Xuancang, fled in a panic, akin to startled prey. As Xuancang returned to the orchard, the fading rays of the setting sun had cast a dim, golden hue over the land. My lord, where have you been? Holai, having sobered up, hopped eagerly before Xuancang, his eyes brimming with curiosity. He, nothing of consequence, merely a little punishment, Xuancang replied, and in that instant, the heavy, stormy expression that had clouded his face dissipated like mist in the wind, leaving him seemingly untroubled, as if nothing had transpired. Holai, Xuancang called again, his voice calm as a placid lake, yet sent an inexplicable chill down Holai's spine. My lord, Holai stepped forward respectfully. I inquire, how many monkey spirits dwell near this orchard? Xuancang asked leisurely, an inscrutable glint in his eyes. My lord jest, there is but me guarding this place. Holai scratched his head, unable to meet Xuancang's gaze, stammering his reply. Xuancang, having heard this, shifted his powerful limbs slowly, proceeding unhurriedly, his tail trailing listlessly behind him. Do you recall what you uttered in your drunken state? As soon as Xuancang's words fell, Holai's body, already chilled, froze in place as if ensnared by a spell, unable to move. What does my lord mean? I do not understand. Terror filled Holai's eyes, his body trembling slightly. Do not understand. Xuancang elongated the syllables. That is of no consequence. Some truths are comprehensible only to the king and Lord Bai Yuan. At this, Xuancang halted, turning slowly to gaze back at Holai, his penetrating eyes fixed upon him as if they could see straight through to his core. Under the weight of Xuancang's gaze, even an ordinary monkey spirit like Holai found it utterly unbearable. What was said or unsaid mattered little. Xuancang could easily twist the silence into confession. What is it that my lord desires? Holai, mustering his courage, ventured to inquire. I have surveyed the area. Aside from you and me, there are no other spirits here. You mentioned having been in this orchard for nearly 30 years, merely awaiting the end of your days. What if I were to offer you an opportunity? Xuancang's majestic form turned towards Holai, advancing slowly. Under the moonlight, Xuancang's shadow elongated, ultimately enveloping Holai entirely. It was a night shrouded in eerie tranquility, the clouds above thick as ink, pressing down as if to engulf the world in darkness. Suddenly, from behind the lush orchard, a sharp squeal pierced the silence, followed by agonized screams that shattered the night. Accompanying the cries was a dull, sickening sound, followed by the unmistakable cracking of bones. The horrific sounds of gnawing echoed from all directions, as if countless demons were indulging in a gruesome feast. The pungent scent of blood swiftly filled the air, only to be dispersed by a gentle breeze, leaving behind a faint, lingering aura of terror. As time passed, the silvery moonlight flowed steadily, illuminating the land that had been hidden in darkness. In the glow of the moon, a chilling scene unfolded. A massive, vividly patterned tiger lounged lazily on the ground, its sharp fangs and claws stained with fresh blood. Surrounding it lay numerous dismembered monkey corpses, some reduced to mere halves, others with their heads bitten off, the sight grotesque and harrowing. Unsurprisingly, the orchestrator of this carnage was none other than Xuancang. Now, his fur matted with congealed blood, Xuancang stood amidst the aftermath. "My lord, you." Holai trembled, surveying the grim scene, his mind racing with fear, uncertain of the righteousness of these deeds. "You are blameless." Xuancang discerned the fear in Holai's eyes and rose to speak. "Every creature in this world has its destiny. You, Holai, were not born to play the supporting role. What you witness here is merely a necessary path to becoming the protagonist, is it not?" Xuancang gradually coaxed him, guiding this once inconsequential monkey spirit who had lived in servitude and had been resigned to a bleak future. "My lord speaks true," Holai replied, reassured. "Rest assured, I shall not betray your trust." Xuancang nodded slowly, then gazed up at the moon. "I believe you possess the means to conceal the events that transpired here. My lord, you could trust that I orchestrated everything. Nearly all inquiries came directly from Lord Bai Yuan. As long as I remain silent, they will continue to live," Holai assured. "That is good." With that, Xuancang chose not to elaborate further, returning to the orchard to find a safe place to ponder his recent gains. As Xuancang closed his eyes, his consciousness returned to the vast canvas before him. On the grand tapestry, 3 golden lines and 76 red lines pulsated erratically. 76, averaging 2 to 3 lines each from the monkey spirits. With the intelligence gleaned from Holai, Xuancang had dispatched over 30 monkeys that had been watching him in the orchard behind the mountain. He pondered how far this would elevate his physical form. Xuancang's fixation on enhancing his corporeal body stemmed from the realization that even if he reached a century's worth of cultivation, attaining the state of a spirit demon would yield little benefit in his current predicament, potentially inciting the wrath of Xuancang. Enhancing his physique, however, would allow him to harness heavenly thunder, not only granting him formidable offensive capabilities, but also enabling him to achieve a minor mastery of his demon thunder convergence technique. In time, his cultivation would naturally ascend, and with the augmentation of thunder, he would possess means to contend with formidable beings like Xuancang and Bai Yuan, those whose cultivation exceeded a century. A single stroke yielding threefold benefits. Chapter 22. Enhancement of the physical body within the enigmatic realm of the sea of consciousness. A scroll floated silently. Xuancang, with his eyes firmly shut, was wholly absorbed in his visualization. His powerful form trembled slightly, and a surge of energy coursed through him, as the scroll appeared to be influenced by some mysterious force beginning to sway gently. 3 golden lines danced like agile dragons, while over 70 crimson lines shimmered like resplendent clouds, joyfully undulating upon the scroll. Gradually, these lines intertwined and merged, ultimately coalescing into a wondrous scene. A human alchemist was intently concocting a potion. The alchemist's demeanor was solemn, skillfully manipulating the cauldron, flames roaring beneath, with colorful radiance spilling forth from within. Yet, this vivid image lasted but a fleeting moment before it shattered like a dream, as Xuancang struggled to visualize more intricate details. Sighing inwardly, Xuancang understood the stringent rules of visualization. One must be intimately familiar with every detail of the desired object, including its method of creation, to successfully manifest it. Just as he had previously visualized the blood yuan fruit and the lightning rod, both of which he had witnessed in a past life. Now, Xuancang yearned desperately for a potion that could significantly enhance his physical strength. He possessed the foundational visualization skills for potion making, yet he lacked the recipe and remained oblivious to the specific crafting techniques. A dilemma ensued. In the sea of consciousness, Xuancang pondered, and reluctantly, he shifted his perspective. Though less than a year had passed since his rebirth, Xuancang had already encountered numerous experiences. Take the crimson spirit fruits borne by the spirit tree in the tiger cave, for instance. Although he knew not their true nature, he had indeed tasted them. Thus, he could expend these crimson lines to condense that spirit fruit within the sea of consciousness. However, while this method might grant him some elevation in cultivation, it would not suffice to meet his desired standard for physical strength. Another avenue lay in converting all crimson lines into blood yuan fruits. Though each fruit provided a limited enhancement to physical strength, a sufficient quantity might just fulfill his needs. After weighing the pros and cons repeatedly, Xuancang concluded that the latter option aligned better with his current predicament. With his resolve firm, Xuancang focused his intent within the sea of consciousness. In an instant, the image on the scroll transformed with the swiftness of lightning. Without delay, a line of text appeared: blood yuan fruit, containing pure celestial energy. Consuming it strengthens the body. In the blink of an eye, 72 crimson lines vanished, and 12 plump, alluring blood yuan fruits materialized before Xuancang. At that moment, only 3 golden lines and 4 crimson lines remained in his sea of consciousness. In the external world, Xuancang slowly opened his fierce eyes, which sparkled with vibrant light. The crisp sound of crunching echoed in the stillness, as the sweet nectar from the fruit burst forth in his mouth, a delightful flavor causing his powerful body to tremble slightly. Xuancang relished the nourishment provided by the blood yuan fruit, consuming 11 of them in one go. The pure energy surged through his limbs and bones like a torrential river, a fiery sensation blossoming from deep within him. This formidable power caused his body temperature to rise dramatically, with wisps of white mist curling away from his robust form, resembling auspicious signs from a celestial realm. Meanwhile, in the damp, dark stone prison deep within the village, Sang Biao and He Sha were confined together. The stone cell was guarded by 4 monkey spirits, each possessing over 50 years of cultivation, while Xiong Qua sat nearby, overseeing the situation. Inside the cell, Sang Biao's condition was dire. Once robust, his muscles had now withered, revealing the contours of his ribs as he lay feebly on the ground. A low growl escaped Sang Biao as he struck the bars with his paw, producing a dull thud. "Food! Give me food! Water!" His loud cries finally stirred the monkey spirits outside the cell. A smirk crept onto their faces, and one of them mockingly remarked, "Lord Xiong Qua has decreed that you 2 brothers have not yet atoned for your sins, hence no food or water for you." With that, they indulged themselves in fresh blood and spirit fruits nearby. Despicable! He Sha roared in fury, his eyes glinting with malice. Seeing the weakened Sang Biao lying on the ground filled him with deep concern. Taking advantage of the absence of onlookers, He Sha, despite his own injuries, drew forth some of his blood with great care, feeding it to Sang Biao. "Second brother, conserve some strength until elder brother arrives." Sang Biao used the last of his energy to weakly utter, then tightly closed his mouth, unwilling to let He Sha shed another drop of blood for him. "But you must hold on." He Sha's face twisted with urgency as he pried open Sang Biao's mouth, forcefully channeling his power and blood into his brother. A long, silent night passed. As the first rays of morning sunlight spilled across the forest, Xuancang slowly opened his eyes. To his astonishment, he discovered that his physique had grown even more formidable. Now, Xuancang's entire tiger body exceeded 3.5 meters in length. With his weight soaring to over 550 pounds, he moved slightly, feeling the surge of strength within him. With a few agile leaps, Xuancang soared effortlessly 10 meters into the air. Upon landing, he executed a powerful tail swipe, the thick, muscular appendage striking like an iron rod, snapping a gray stone in the mountains behind him with a resounding crack. "My lord, what have you become?" The monkey spirit, Ho Lai, rushed over, drawn by the commotion. Upon witnessing Xuancang's immense and formidable form, his eyes widened in shock. Xuancang spoke little, merely opening his mouth as a blood yuan fruit shot through the air toward Ho Lai like a shooting star. This can enhance your physical strength, Xuancang intoned deeply. Seeing this, Holai's eyes sparkled with delight as he hurriedly reached out to grasp the fruit. Thank you for your generous gift, my lord. With that, he did not hesitate to bite into the blood yuan fruit. As he swallowed, the aged monkey, who had been preparing for his end, suddenly felt a significant enhancement to his physique, a wave of long-lost vitality surging within him. This extraordinary sensation was something he had not experienced throughout his many years in the village. Across from Holai, Xuancang observed him savoring the fruit and seized the moment to inquire. When I returned to the village yesterday, I heard the king mention a place called Bear Valley in these mountains. At this, Holai's chewing came to an abrupt halt, as if struck by a spell. Terror filled his face as he gazed at Xuancang, his voice trembling. My lord, you intend to act against the kin of King Xiong? Is there any reason not to? Xuancang's lips curled into a slight, chilling smile, his tiger eyes glimmering with malevolence. At this moment, Holai's heart raced with alarm, leaving him uncertain of how to respond. Chapter 23. Xionggu after much hesitation. Holai came to the realization that he had indeed become one of Xuancang's monkeys. Finally, summoning his resolve, he spoke up, My lord, Xionggu is the territory of the Xiong Kuei clan, and the valley is filled with black bears. Are there any elite demon-level beings within the valley? Xuancang inquired, his gaze sharp and penetrating. No, Holai hastily replied. The Black Bear clan in Xionggu is not as powerful as King Xiong. Most of them are merely newly awakened bear spirits from the Blackback Mountain. It is said that the strongest among them has merely cultivated for 90 years, and that bear spirit is quite old, nearing the end of its lifespan. Through Holai's detailed account, Xuancang gained a clear understanding of the situation and location of Xionggu. He then slowly lifted his head to gaze at the sky, a determined light flickering in his eyes. I have a task for you. Xuancang turned his head sharply to look at Holai. Help me investigate the situation of my second and third brothers. Given Xuancang's current predicament, he could neither return to the camp openly nor leave recklessly. After all, the entire Blackback Mountain was under high alert due to the affairs of the human race. The mountains were teeming with Xiong Kuei's confidants and the avian clan, led by Toot Song, patrolling the forest day and night. The moment Xuancang made any move, he would undoubtedly be exposed to Xiong Kuei's vigilant surveillance. I will do my utmost. Holai quickly agreed to Xuancang's command. Having lived for many years, he possessed little in the way of skills, but he was fortunate to have many younger descendants. While these younger monkeys might hesitate to undertake perilous tasks, gathering information was a different matter altogether. After all, as the guardian of the fruit forest, it was relatively easy for Holai to seek some benefits. The younger monkey spirits often looked upon this favor and would be inclined to assist him. Following Xuancang's orders, Holai soon gathered information about the current situation of Heisha and Sangbiao within the camp. Holai, why are you investigating these matters? This tiger spirit has offended Lord Xiongqua. There is no chance for redemption. A younger monkey spirit, appearing somewhat youthful, remarked as he carefully savored a spirit fruit. Such fruits were of some assistance in the cultivation of demon spirits, but ordinary monkey spirits like them rarely enjoyed such luxuries, except during significant holidays or joyous occasions in the mountains. I'm merely curious. Please, do share with me, Holai chuckled. Before long, the younger monkey spirit relayed the circumstances regarding Heisha and Sangbiao to Holai. Moreover, I must say, Lord Bai Yuan has been quite considerate of those two tiger spirits, instructing us to provide them with meat and spirit fruits. But alas, they were intercepted by Lord Xiongqua. And I also heard, come closer, this is a significant matter. Upon hearing this, Holai leaned in, the two monkeys whispering together. After the younger monkey spirit finished speaking, Holai's expression grew grim. Although Xuancang appeared indifferent when Heisha and Sangbiao were captured, Holai could discern that Xuancang's feelings towards his two brothers were far from cold-hearted. After receiving this news, Holai chose not to linger and swiftly returned to the fruit forest. Meanwhile, turmoil continued to grip Blackback Mountain, with various spirits driven by their own desires. The human faction was no different. Under the organization of Zhao Yuan, stationed at Baishui Town, another group of cultivators began to venture into the mountains seeking demons. Learning from previous experiences, Zhao Yuan sought out some skilled individuals to lead the team for the safety of the townsfolk. At that moment, within Blackback Mountain, at the site known as Dogbone Forest, Lai Kuang and Xuancang were together. "General, what do you think of this offering I have prepared?" Lai Kuang respectfully inquired, as several black hound dogs entered, carrying a humanoid clay effigy. Xuancang leaned forward, sniffing the air, and a pungent odor wafted toward him. Though it was foul, it made his mouth water. With a decisive motion, Lai Kuang shattered the clay effigy, revealing a somewhat decayed human corpse before Xuancang. "During the recent turmoil caused by the humans, my pups managed to bring some back. Today, I specifically invited General Xuancang to taste this." Lai Kuang wore a fawning smile as he spoke. Xuancang gulped, then burst into hearty laughter. "Ah, splendide. You clever dog. This is a rare delicacy for us spirits of the mountain. Those humans who caused trouble last time were practically devoured by our lord. We got nothing. Who would have thought you had reserves?" Without hesitation, Xuancang sank his teeth into the corpse, blood running down his chin, his expression ferocious as he chewed. "Lai Kuang, I shall remember this merit of yours. You will not be without rewards in the future." Lai Kuang wore a smile, full of flattery. "General, you flatter me. It is my honor to serve you. However, the situation in Blackback Mountain is complex, and the humans are restless. We must make plans early." Xuancang swallowed the morsel, greedily biting into another piece, dismissively snorting. What is there to fear? With the great king present, what storm can those humans stir? They are merely overestimating themselves. Despite his bravado, the recent disturbances caused by humans had indeed led to the loss of many brothers. Lai Kuang furrowed his brow, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. "Moreover, General, those two tiger spirits," he hinted. "Haha, you crafty dog, after all this. You're still eager to eliminate those 3 tiger spirits." Earlier, with Xuancang's arrangements, the Lai Kuang clan had obtained the spiritual tree located in the tiger spirit's lair. But this acquisition had a time limit. The greed inherent in demonkind was insatiable. Lai Kuang could not bear the thought of returning the opportunity in a few years. Coupled with the news that He Sha and Sang Biao had clashed with the king and were now imprisoned, he now sought to curry favor with Xuancang by offering human flesh to expedite the elimination of Xuancang's 3 brothers. Once Xuancang's brothers were dead, the spiritual tree would belong to the Lai Kuang clan forever. "Let us wait a little longer. I don't know what those tigers are up to. As long as Lord Bai Yuan is vigilant, I will find a way whenever he goes out," Xuancang said while eating, as he devoured the corpse. A majority of it had already vanished into Xuancang's belly. "The quality of this human is rather mediocre. It would have been better if I could feast on the flesh of a cultivator." Just as Xuancang spoke, several hounds raced in from outside Dogbone Forest. "Great King, humans have intruded into the mountain." Chapter 24. The Burning Mountain. Meanwhile, in the fruit forest behind the bear cub, Monkey came to report his findings to Xuancang. Upon learning about the situation with He Sha and Sang Biao, Xuancang's heart burned with fury. In an instant, he raised his forelimbs, extending his tiger claws, which gleamed like steel knives, leaving a deep claw mark on the gray stone before him and igniting sparks in the air. "Master, please do not act rashly. While the wild lion intends to collaborate with Xuancang against your brother, as long as Lord White Ape is present, they would not dare to proceed." As Monkey was about to elaborate further, a series of eagle cries echoed from the sky. Subsequently, a multitude of birds took flight towards Mount Fujiao. Xuancang observed this scene, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. "Heaven aids me," he smirked coldly, then turned to Monkey. "I entrust you with one final task. Upon its completion, I, Xuancang, shall grant you a great fortune." Upon hearing Xuancang assign a task to him, Monkey felt a flicker of reluctance, but as soon as he heard the words "great fortune," all hesitation evaporated. "Master, please speak. No matter what, I, Monkey, shall brave fire and water for you," he exclaimed excitedly. Xuancang gazed up at the sky, quickly calculating and observing the celestial signs. After a moment, he looked back at Monkey. "It is quite simple. I want you to set the mountain ablaze in 1 hour. Remember, it must be timely." Monkey stammered. The mountain was fraught with uncertainties. At the moment when the human clan ventured into the mountain, Xuancang took the opposite approach, darting through the thickets. As time passed, he leaped across the terrain and soon arrived at a picturesque valley. Standing atop the cliff, he surveyed the scene below, where stone houses dotted the valley floor. He could vaguely see some black bears foraging, living far better than the bloodthirsty creatures in the mountains. Truly, one man's fortune elevates all, Xuancang sneered, noting how this valley possessed advantageous conditions, surrounded by mountains on three sides, with one side open to the wind, allowing the essence of heaven and earth to converge and linger. The valley was encircled by towering peaks, each uniquely shaped, some sharp like wolf fangs, others standing tall like giants. The mountains were lush with greenery, brimming with thorns, concealing numerous natural caves and ravines. By simply guarding the valley's entrance, one could hold a formidable position. And with a river flowing behind, one could escape into the water if faced with formidable foes. It could be said that within the entire Hebei Mountain, even the bear stronghold was not as advantageous as the valley before him. At this moment, Xuancang stepped forward. As his colossal tiger form appeared, a black bear spirit in the valley took notice. "Who are you, and who permitted your presence here?" A massive black bear spirit confronted, blocking Xuancang's path. "What am I?" Xuancang's lips curled into a chilling, arrogant smile. He slowly raised his head, revealing his fearsome maw, with sharp fangs glistening ominously, instilling dread. At the same time, a thick purple demonic aura emanated from his body. "I am here to take your life." With that, Xuancang lunged forward, his speed like lightning, creating a whirlwind. The black bear spirit could hardly register the motion before a colossal paw descended upon it. Terrified, it hastily raised its arms in defense. Boom! With a resounding crash, the bear spirit was flung several meters away by Xuancang's powerful strike, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. Xuancang wasted no time, immediately pouncing once again. His eyes gleamed with a chilling murderous intent as his tail whipped like a steel whip behind him, each movement cutting through the air with a fierce whoosh. Just as the black bear spirit struggled to rise, Xuancang's fangs were already upon it. Unable to evade, the bear spirit felt a sharp pain as Xuancang clamped down on its shoulder, blood gushing forth. The black bear's spirit howled in agony, thrashing desperately, attempting to strike Xuancang's head with its robust paws. Yet, Xuancang remained unmoved, tightening his grip, his teeth sinking deeper into the bear spirit's flesh. Suddenly, with a powerful toss, Xuancang flung the bear spirit aside like a rag doll, its body crashing against a boulder and leaving several cracks in the stone. This commotion instantly alerted all the bear spirits in the valley. A horde of furious bear spirits charged towards Xuancang, their eyes filled with rage and hostility. Unfazed, Xuancang stood his ground, unleashing a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the valley, a clear provocation to the approaching bear spirits. What audacity to come here and act recklessly. Together, tear this ignorant old tiger to shreds. A senior bear spirit shouted. The other bear spirits surged forward, some lunging at Xuancang's forelimbs, while others clawed at his back. However, Xuancang deftly weaved through the throng of bear spirits, moving like a wraith. With each turn and leap, he skillfully evaded their attacks while retaliating. Empowered by his demonic energy, Xuancang's claws left deep gashes on the bear spirits, while his fangs relentlessly targeted those who drew near. In a fleeting moment, the valley became a scene of carnage, the roars of the bear spirits mingling with cries of agony. Xuancang grew more formidable with each encounter, his purple demonic aura intensifying, enveloping him in what appeared to be a blazing purple flame. These bear spirits, having been shielded by bear kuei, possessed great strength but lacked combat experience. "You foul old tiger, the king shall not spare you." One aging bear spirit desperately swung its claws at Xuancang. Yet, such clumsy attacks were easily evaded by Xuancang, who danced around them. With a deafening roar, he sent the elder bear spirit staggering back before pouncing once more. The bear spirit attempted to defend with its paw, but Xuancang's might was overwhelming, shattering its defenses and bringing it down, delivering a fatal bite to its throat. Meanwhile, Monkey, though perplexed by Xuancang's command to set the mountain ablaze, steeled himself at the thought of the promised great fortune. He scoured the forest for flammable materials and ignited them with a spark. The flames began to spread, thick smoke billowing towards the bare valley. Seeing the smoke rising in the distance, Xuancang understood that Monkey had commenced his task. His assault intensified, crashing through the bear's spirits, who began to panic in the face of such ferocity. Seizing the opportunity, Xuancang unleashed a final onslaught, his claws and fangs mercilessly claiming the lives of the bear's spirits. In a short span, the valley lay strewn with the lifeless bodies of the bear spirits, only a handful remaining to struggle for survival. Xuancang approached them slowly, his murderous intent undiminished. Chapter 25. The reason to run in that moment. The entirety of Blackback Mountain descended into chaos. The human race surged into the mountains with ferocity. Flames raged like demons, swiftly engulfing vast stretches of the forest. At this instant, within the bear den, Xuancang lay in his nest, constructed from massive tree trunks and soft hay. His colossal form resembled a small hill, with thick limbs sprawled carelessly, and heavy eyelids half-closed over eyes that glimmered with menace. Awakened by this sudden commotion, Xuancang's drowsy eyes snapped wide open like brass bells, filled with wrath. "These damn brutes!" he bellowed, his voice reverberating through the den like thunder. His massive body began to stir, the dry hay rustling beneath him with every movement. He first lifted one of his enormous paws, resembling a gigantic fan, pressing it heavily against the ground. Then, with a powerful push from his stout hind legs, he rose to a sitting position. Before him, the mountain lynx crouched, ears perked up in tension, eyes wide with urgency, its tail flicking anxiously behind it as it reported the situation. "My lord, the situation is dire. The human assault is overwhelming. The forces led by Liao Kuang and by Tu Cang cannot withstand it." As the lynx spoke, its claws scratched nervously at the ground, its voice trembling. "It appears that practitioners of the congealing Qi realm have arrived." Upon hearing this, Xuancang did not respond immediately. He raised his head slightly, gazing into the distance as if pondering something. After a moment, he slowly inquired, "Where is the white ape?" "The white ape has already gone to assist," the lynx hastily replied. "I understand," Xuancang muttered. "I shall see what manner of beings these humans are." As he spoke, he strode out of the den. Without hesitation or waiting for the lynx to lead the way, he stamped his feet, and in an instant his half-human, half-bear form began to dissipate. Muscles beneath his skin swelled and writhed, and black fur sprouted rapidly, covering his entire body like wild grass. In a heartbeat, Xuancang transformed into a gigantic black-backed bear spirit, his robust limbs resembling thick pillars, firmly supporting his immense frame. With a thunderous roar that shook the very earth, he charged forward. With each step, the ground trembled as if struck by an earthquake, trees swayed violently, and leaves cascaded down from the branches. Meanwhile, in the Bear Valley, Xuancang had made his final preparations. All the bear spirits in the valley had been hunted down by him alone, and over 100 crimson lines adorned the canvas of his life. Without hesitation, Xuancang entered a state of visualization, converting these red lines into blood essence fruits that would enhance his physical strength. A multitude of blood essence fruits flooded into Xuancang's abdomen, and the previously feeble enhancement of his physique underwent a qualitative transformation. Blood-red steam enveloped his tiger-like form, as if he were undergoing a profound metamorphosis. His muscles expanded at a visible rate, each one as hard as rock, brimming with explosive power. His already agile limbs grew even more robust, his claws glimmering with a chilling light, and his spine resembled a steel beam, supporting his powerful body. With another resounding tiger roar, the sound waves reverberated throughout the Bear Valley. At that moment, Xuancang could distinctly feel the might of his current tiger form. According to his estimation, if he were to encounter the likes of Liao now, he could easily crush him with a single blow. Having completed his physical enhancement, Xuancang turned his gaze toward the valley's entrance. Thick smoke billowed, and flames soared high, painting the sky crimson. "It is time," he declared, swiftly making his way toward the bear den. Within the bear den, Xuanfeng hastily led the monkey spirits in transporting water sources. These audacious humans! How dare they set fire to the mountain? Do they not fear the wrath of our formidable spirits? Xuanfeng growled. Both the demon and human races adhered to their own sets of rules to prevent large-scale conflict that would devastate their respective populations. The demon race might harm humans, but they would not launch widespread attacks on human settlements. Rather, they often lured humans into the mountains. Likewise, humans understood that the great mountain ranges were the habitats of demons and refrained from extensive purging operations. Just then, Xuanqua's disheveled figure appeared, followed by several black wolfhounds. Xuanqua, why have you returned? Xuanfeng inquired, eyeing him with concern. Do not mention it. Strong human warriors arrived, and we could not resist. Thankfully, the white ape arrived in time. I had no choice but to flee. Xuanqua panted, his fur singed by flames. My lord, the fire is approaching. Just then, a few monkey spirits rushed in hastily. Xuanfeng turned to see flames encroaching upon them, but as he looked, he also caught a glimpse of a shadow darting past. What? This is not good. A flicker of alarm crossed Xuanfeng's eyes as he hurriedly made his way toward the dungeon. What is it? Xuanqua followed closely, asking. The dungeon. Without hesitation, they rushed toward the den's dungeon. However, as they arrived, a strong scent of blood wafted through the air. This is bad. We cannot let them escape, Xuanfeng said, glancing at the nearby corpse of a monkey spirit, worry etched on his face. Just as Xuanfeng spoke, before Xuanqua could respond, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly lit up in the dark dungeon. Run? Why should we run? A chilling, raspy voice echoed. Before Xuanfeng could react, the dark figure lunged forward, tackling him to the ground and sinking its teeth toward his neck. Seeking death, Xuanqua roared as he charged forward with all his might. Chapter 26. The plundering yet. A similar situation arose swiftly. Xuancang, with his formidable tiger form, burst forth from the shadowy confines of the dungeon. Now, with a massive body stretching over 3 meters, a single charge combined with his outstretched claws, empowered by demonic energy, could inflict lethal harm in an instant. Boom! Splatter! The bear-like creature, Xuanqua, felt a sharp pain in his face, followed by blood streaming down to obscure one of his eyes. When he glanced outwards, he beheld a large patch of bear hide dangling from Xuancang's front paw, the skin of his face gruesomely torn away. In that moment, the excruciating agony drove Xuanfeng into a frenzy. How infuriating! He roared, summoning his inner demonic strength as he raised his paw to engage Xuancang in close combat. However, Xuancang was far from foolish. As Xuanfeng charged with a bellow, Xuancang swiftly pivoted, his tail crackling like a steel whip as it struck Xuanfeng's head with a resounding thud. With Xuancang's current physical prowess, that blow rendered Xuanfeng unconscious. Meanwhile, Heisha showed no hesitation in revealing his own cultivation level. As the battle between the tiger and the bear raged, Heisha unleashed the pent-up resentment he had harbored for so long. In the ensuing close quarters, Xuanqua proved no match for Heisha. First, he was throttled at the throat, then disemboweled by Heisha's claws, ultimately meeting a brutal demise. Third brother, he is yours now, Xuancang proclaimed, as Sang Biao limped out from the dark dungeon, his severely injured hind leg hindering his movements. Yet, without a moment's pause, Sang Biao roared, no more words. Regaining some semblance of strength, he voraciously devoured Xuanfeng. The brothers, each with decades of cultivation, found the bear's flesh a substantial boon. Brother, what should we do now? If we wait for Xuanqua to return, we may find our escape thwarted. Weifa, drenched in blood, most of it belonging to Xuanqua, pondered aloud. Xuanqua is likely heading towards a human tribe, Xuancang remarked, his gaze drifting into the distance. The battles on both sides would likely avoid confrontation, allowing us to counteract by leveraging the very flames of conflict. Shall we depart now? Heisha inquired, following suit. Not in haste. Xuanqua has wronged my 3 brothers, seeking to raise a tiger for its blood. Today, I shall teach him the meaning of nurturing a tiger as a threat. As the king of Hebei Mountain, Xuanqua possesses considerable wealth. Upon uttering these words, Xuancang noticed the immediate spark of interest in Heisha and Sang Biao, who promptly followed him toward Xiong Kuei's lair. Soon, Xuancang located the den of Xiong Kuei, where 4 monkey spirits, each with over 60 years of cultivation, stood guard. "Halt!" the 4 monkeys screeched, quickly positioning themselves before Xuancang. However, before they could utter another word, Xuancang unleashed a fearsome tiger roar, and the 3 brothers immediately engaged, delivering lethal strikes within mere breaths. The monkeys fell one by one, their 60 years of cultivation proving insignificant against Xuancang's might. Upon entering the cave, the first sensation that assaulted them was a foul odor, followed by the sight of numerous skeletal remains scattered about. As they ventured deeper, upon reaching Xiong Kuei's nest, Xuancang's attention was drawn to several boxes radiating spiritual energy. Upon opening them, he discovered an assortment of spiritual fruits, including the red linghui fruit that the 3 brothers had previously consumed in the tiger's den. Strange, how did human boxes come to be here in Xiong Kuei's domain? Heisha queried, perplexed. What does it matter? We cannot carry much of this. We shall take what we can consume, Sang Biao declared, eager to partake. Yet he paused, awaiting Xuancang's command. You simpleton, why hesitate? What are you waiting for? Xuancang teased. Sang Biao was correct. Though Xuancang had opened his inner storage, it was still occupied, preventing him from taking in more spiritual fruits. With Xuancang's command, Sang Biao wasted no time in devouring the fruits, disregarding their properties. Xuancang followed suit, quickly sampling a few. However, as he began, Heisha remained motionless. What troubles you? Xuancang inquired. Brother, I sense something amiss. Following Heisha's words, Xuancang looked up to see Heisha sniffing the air, as if having discovered something. He then moved aside a stone slab, revealing 2 more boxes before the brothers. Upon opening the first box, a rich essence of sun and moon energy wafted forth. Inside were nearly 1,000 gleaming demon crystals, alongside a peculiar jade orb adorned with menacing patterns resembling Xuancang's own tiger stripes. Though uncertain of its nature, Xuancang felt a unique resonance with the orb. Without further delay, he proceeded to inspect the second box, which contained a jar entirely black, etched with sinister, ghostly patterns. A ghostly artifact? Xuancang's gaze sharpened. His thoughts were swiftly drawn from the jade orb to this item. Though its precise name eluded him, he recognized its essence. Ghostly artifacts, akin to spiritual instruments, were crafted by humans. During the previous era's ghostly outbreak, those malevolent spirits wielded such artifacts, amplifying their power beyond what was normally restrained by human methods. This is no ordinary item, Xuancang murmured. Ghostly artifacts, while beneficial to the ghost clan, would backfire upon human users, their malevolent energy seeping into the body over time, transforming them into something neither human nor ghost. Brother, I feel a connection to this item. Heisha, unaware of the implications of a ghostly artifact, instinctively sensed its potential value through his bloodline. Oh, Xuancang observed that Heisha seemed genuine. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. I can help you acquire it. With that, Xuancang inhaled deeply, drawing both the demon crystals and the small jar into his inner storage. Now let's move quickly. The brothers did not overlook the spiritual fruits, and within 5 minutes, they had consumed and taken away the entirety of Xiong Kuei's life, savings, and treasures. Having completed their task, Xuancang led the way, confirming their direction as they swiftly departed the encampment. The 3 tigers, united, found no other creatures to impede their path as they made their exit. Any monkeys that sensed something amiss faced only Xuancang's ferocious paw. Xuancang, in peak condition, forged ahead, and not long after leaving the encampment, birds circled in the sky, occasionally emitting cries. Brother? Sang Biao, using his forelimbs to support his body, strained to keep pace, glancing skyward. Heisha and Xuancang followed suit. Damn it, are you afraid of the heat? Xuancang chuckled at his brothers. In unison, the 3 brothers exchanged glances and unleashed their formidable presence, charging boldly into the searing flames, seemingly oblivious to the inferno that surrounded them. The flames roared, smoke billowed, and the birds above lost their sight of Xuancang and his brothers. But fortunately, the news had already spread. Chapter 27. The Arrival of the White Ape. Meanwhile, within the depths of Blackback Mountain, the white ape was engulfed in a tempest of demonic power. With a mere gesture, the surrounding flora twisted into vines, hoisting four human warriors high into the air, where they met their demise. A gust of wind suddenly arose. A white-headed eagle, soaring 5 meters above, descended swiftly and perched upon an ancient tree. Master White Ape, the 3 tiger demons have fled. Upon hearing this, the white ape's expression darkened. What of the king? The king is engaged in battle with the human cultivators to the north and cannot spare attention. The eagle responded, "Summon the hyenas and the fox clan to intercept them." The white ape declared furiously after a moment of contemplation. However, the eagle hesitated to respond immediately. "What is it?" The white ape inquired with a perplexed gaze. "Master, the Fox clan moved their entire tribe away from Blackback Mountain to ally with King Huangsho of Crying Disease Mountain half a month ago," the eagle explained. The white ape's countenance soured drastically. "Provide me their last known position." 30 miles north of here, they were last seen before disappearing into the fire forest, the eagle reported. Cleverly utilizing the flames for cover, the white ape mused. Without hesitation, he transformed from his half-human, half-ape form into a white-furred monkey and swiftly departed towards the direction of the Xuancang brothers. Simultaneously, amidst the roaring flames, Haisha hurled Sang Biao aside, and a tree, previously consumed by fire, fell unexpectedly at the spot where Sang Biao had just stood. "That was close," Sang Biao remarked, still shaken. "Brother, we need a direction, otherwise we might perish here." Haisha dodged the flames raining down from the forest and turned to Xuancang. "Almost there," Xuancang replied, his gaze sweeping across the area, prompting Sang Biao to perk up. "Do you hear water?" "Indeed. Water flows downward. We can use the fire as cover and follow the water's path to escape Blackback Mountain," Xuancang articulated. Just as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura enveloped them. The 3 brothers turned to see a white figure approaching rapidly, leaping into the air and landing gracefully before them. "Where are you headed, gentlemen?" the white ape inquired, his demonic power radiating fiercely as he shifted back into his half-human, half-ape form. Haisha and Sang Biao instinctively crouched low, a growl emanating from their throats as they eyed the white ape with hostility. The white ape, unfazed by their aggression, focused his gaze on Xuancang, whose vibrant stripes shimmered like gold against the night, exuding an aura of majesty. "Return now, and you may yet live," the white ape urged. In response, Xuancang unleashed a powerful tiger roar, and simultaneously, Haisha and Sang Biao charged at the white ape. Like 2 gales of fury, they surged forward, fueled by unbridled rage. Haisha leaped high into the air, extending his formidable jaws to bite at the white ape's neck, while Sang Biao darted to the side, aiming to unbalance him with a swift attack to his legs. Yet, the white ape remained calm, an air of disdain evident in his eyes. Just as Haisha was about to make contact, the white ape vanished from sight. Haisha's jaws snapped shut on empty air, propelled forward by his own momentum. At that moment, the white ape reappeared above Sang Biao, raising his powerful arm and bringing it down with a ferocious gust of wind. Sang Biao was caught off guard and smashed into the ground, sending dust billowing into the air. Haisha, witnessing this, quickly pivoted and lunged again at the white ape. The white ape smirked coldly, remaining stationary until Haisha was nearly upon him. In a swift motion, he seized Haisha by the throat, a surge of purple energy enveloping his massive form. Haisha struggled desperately, his claws flailing in the air, but he could not inflict harm upon the white ape. With one hand, the white ape lifted Haisha and hurled him towards the incoming Sang Biao, sending them crashing into one another in a tangle of limbs. The white ape capitalized on the moment, launching himself towards Xuancang. In midair, the white ape gathered demonic energy in his palms, commanding the surrounding trees to bend and twist, and conjuring 2 thick vines that lashed out, sending Sang Biao and Haisha flying. After this display, the white ape turned his attention back to Xuancang. "Are you not going to join the fray? Let me see how astonishing your growth has been." In this heart-pounding moment, The mighty white ape and the stoic Xuancang faced each other, resembling two immovable mountains amidst a raging inferno that engulfed the surroundings. The once towering trees fell victim to the relentless flames, crashing to the ground with deafening booms, creating a chaotic scene. I have heard that Master White Ape has spent some time learning from the humans, Xuancang observed, his gaze unwavering upon the white ape. Indeed, the white ape nodded in affirmation. Then perhaps you are aware of what occurs when fire engulfs a mountain, creating rising heat? Xuancang asked as dark clouds began to gather ominously in the sky, accompanied by faint flashes of lightning. For a moment, the white ape struggled to comprehend Xuancang's words, realizing that their current capabilities rendered them unable to grasp the full extent of his intent. Merely posturing. It seems your skills are limited, the white ape retorted, ceasing further dialogue. With a wave of his hand, four vines surged towards Xuancang. Xuancang tightened his stance as he observed the rapidly approaching vines. Just as they were about to ensnare him, he propelled himself off the ground, leaping aside like a released arrow. The vines struck the earth with a resounding thud, sending dust into the air. Without pausing, Xuancang utilized his momentum to charge at the white ape, his claws glinting coldly in the air, aimed directly at the white ape's eyes. Chapter 28, Thunder Foolish. The white ape bellowed in anger. With a swift motion, it unleashed a surge of demonic energy from its palm, the force resembling a tumultuous wave that violently sent Xuancang's tiger form soaring through the air. In that moment, Xuancang found himself unable to control his trajectory, feeling as though his body might shatter from the impact. "Find!" The white ape shouted again. The ground trembled violently as four robust vines, akin to venomous serpents lying in wait, erupted from the earth. They writhed, their bodies bristling with sharp thorns, racing towards Xuancang. The white ape's demonic techniques were remarkably agile, a stark contrast to the clumsiness typically associated with its kind. In this display of sorcery within the entire Blackback Mountain, aside from the formidable bear Kuei, it could face any adversary without fear. Xuancang, amidst the fiery forest, maneuvered his tiger form with agility, his claws carving furrows in the ash-laden ground. His vigilant gaze fixed intently on the four approaching vines, ears perked and tail poised, ready to react to any imminent danger. Fortunately, the raging flames surrounding him served as a natural barrier. The vines, scorched by the intense heat, began to wilt, losing their ability to accurately pursue Xuancang. As thunder rumbled incessantly overhead, dark clouds thickened like a looming tide, shrouding the sky in an oppressive gloom. Will you only cower? The white ape paid little heed to the peculiar atmospheric phenomenon, its eyes glinting with malice and disdain. It dashed towards Xuancang with lightning speed. At that moment, Xuancang's keen ears detected the thunder's roar. In an instant, he opened his mouth, revealing a hidden lightning rod. The white ape, taken aback by this unfamiliar object, instinctively recoiled, suspecting Xuancang was employing some arcane trickery. With a fierce roar, Xuancang thrust the lightning rod in a chosen direction. His tail taut like a steel whip. The rod shot forth like an arrow, embedding itself into a sturdy tree. Simultaneously, torrential rain began to pour from the heavens, each droplet crashing to the ground like scattered pearls, creating splashes of water. The downpour somewhat curtailed the spread of the wildfire. However, as water and fire are incompatible, the moment the rain fell, a wave of scalding steam erupted, enveloping Blackback Mountain in a thick, white mist. The white ape's eyes narrowed, filled with contempt as it observed Xuancang's actions. Merely a ruse. With a swift movement, the white ape closed in on Xuancang. Without hesitation, it unleashed a torrent of demonic energy, akin to a blazing inferno, striking Xuancang with devastating force. In that instant, Xuancang felt as if he'd been struck by a speeding truck, his body spiraling uncontrollably through the air before crashing to the ground, sending mud and water flying. Sensing Xuancang's vulnerability, the white ape's eyes gleamed with cruelty as it prepared to strike again. "Find!" The white ape commanded once more, and the four vines surged with renewed strength, racing towards Xuancang like sharpened arrows piercing the rain. With a mighty roar, Xuancang summoned his strength, rising to all fours, muscles rippling like small hills, channeling a terrifying force that propelled him towards the direction of the lightning rod. However, his injured hind leg hampered his speed, causing him to lag behind. One of the vines, striking like a venomous snake, pierced through Xuancang's hind leg, and the vine, triumphant, yanked him down. The relentless rain poured down, the icy droplets mingling with the blood streaming from Xuancang's wound, forming a stark crimson pool upon the ground. You could have lived a long life. As per the king's command, the white ape stood before Xuancang, rainwater cascading down its fur. I had thought you would possess more intelligence than your foolish parents. It taunted, a mocking grin revealing its sharp teeth. Alas, the white ape shook its head, looking down at Xuancang with utter disdain. Unbeknownst to the white ape, at that moment, the stealthy figures of Sang Biao and He Sha approached, while Xuancang bared his sharp fangs. My parents were slain by Bear Kuei. Blood flowed from Xuancang's thigh, soaking his fur, yet his expression remained resolute. His fierce gaze fixed upon the white ape. If blame is to be placed, it lies with them for their arrogance. The white ape's eyes flickered, sensing the approach of He Sha and Sang Biao, yet it remained dismissive. They were once like you, prideful in their strength, but before us, mere fireflies. Of course, I must concede that the twin tigers of the Tiger Den could indeed be considered formidable. But so what? They became nothing more than demon pearls in Bear Kuei's hands. With that, the white ape unleashed a surge of demonic power, causing the four sharp vines to erupt from the earth once more. Amidst the chaos of wind and rain, the vines split into three directions, aiming for the vital points of Xuancang, He Sha, and Sang Biao. Now is the moment. Sang Biao and He Sha lunged forward, their incisors gleaming with a golden radiance. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from the sky, as if the heavens had grown furious. A bolt of white lightning, like an enraged dragon, descended upon Xuancang and the white ape, its blinding light tearing through the air with a crackling sound. The white ape, caught between confronting He Sha and Sang Biao, was startled by the gleaming light. Its eyes widened in alarm, fur bristling instinctively. Reacting swiftly, it pushed off the ground, retreating like an arrow. As it fled, its claws furiously scratched the earth, leaving deep marks to stabilize itself. With a resounding boom, the lightning struck the lightning rod Xuancang had previously thrust into the ground, exploding the tree with a deafening crack. In that moment, Xuancang made a final leap towards the tree. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, splinters flew like shrapnel. The remnants of the lightning force surged forth, cleaving the ancient tree in two, sending a shockwave that scorched the ground beneath, leaving a charred, smoking trail as if a colossal beast had clawed at the earth. The severed tree toppled slowly, its massive crown crashing to the ground, sending a deluge of mud splattering. The mud erupted like a great flower, obscuring the view and rendering the surroundings indistinct. The white ape paid little attention to the upheaval, for in its current state, the essence of the sun stored within the fangs of He Sha and Sang Biao transformed into two terrifying streaks of light, racing towards it. With a forward thrust of its hands, the white ape gathered its demonic energy into a barrier. Yet, at the moment their powers collided, the white ape's defense shattered, sending it hurtling backward. In the aftermath, the lingering terror of the sun's essence clung to the white ape, marking a moment of cosmic confrontation between day and night. The essence of the sun swiftly eroded a portion of the demon power within the white ape, forcibly diminishing its cultivation. Curse it! With a resounding explosion, another wave of demonic light erupted as the violet demon energy obliterated the golden essence of the sun along with everything within. Panting heavily, the white ape stood still. Yet rather than continuing its assault on the black fiend and the lamenting beast, its gaze instinctively shifted towards Xuancang. Chapter 29. My temper is flared. At the moment when the thunder struck, the white ape caught sight of it, realizing that Xuancang had deliberately directed himself toward the lightning. In his eyes, Xuancang was certainly no fool seeking his own demise. Following his gaze, the view was partially obscured by the treetops. Yet upon sensing the unusual aura emanating from Xuancang, The white ape's brow furrowed slightly, filled with perplexity. Although it still could not comprehend Xuancang's intentions. A sense of foreboding loomed over it, instinctively sensing that things were amiss. It remained rooted in place, crouching slightly, its claws instinctively adopting a defensive posture, its eyes fixed intently on the spot where mud and water were splashing about. Meanwhile, Sang Biao and He Sha lay incapacitated on the ground, devoid of any ability to act. At the treetop just moments ago, He Sha and Sang Biao had used the essence of the sun trapped within their fangs to delay the white ape. Xuancang's tiger-like eyes were tightly shut as the thunderstorm art surged wildly within him at that moment. Surrounding his tiger form, arcs of electricity flickered, resembling agile little serpents weaving through his fur, occasionally emitting faint crackling sounds. Xuancang's body trembled slightly, as if enduring some immense force. His claws dug into the ground, leaving deep marks. In an instant, a terrifying sensation of tearing washed over him. The thunder raged within Xuancang, causing his muscles to tear from the explosive force, blood flowing from the wounds. Damn it, the power of lightning in this world is far stronger than in my past life. Xuancang cursed inwardly. His predicament became increasingly awkward, given his current state, bolstered by considerable blood essence. If he had been in his former condition, simply surviving the lightning strike would have been a miracle. Curse be it, must I truly hold on any longer? Xuancang's expression contorted with fury as the thunder continued its torment. At this moment, he had pushed the thunderstorm art to its utmost limit, desperately absorbing the spiritual fruits and demon crystals he had consumed earlier to suppress the overwhelming force. Boom! At this juncture, the white ape also sensed something was amiss. It abruptly lifted its claw, feeling its own demonic energy surge once more, and with a wave of its hand, unleashed four vine-like tendrils. These tendrils, sharp as spears and howling through the air, lashed out towards the ancient tree that obscured its view. As they passed, the wind and rain were thrown into chaos. With a resounding crash, the tendrils struck the shattered remnants of the ancient tree. At that moment, Xuancang's figure was revealed within the white ape's line of sight. In that scorched area, Xuancang showed no signs of being weakened by the lightning. Rather, he exuded a formidable aura, akin to surging ocean waves radiating outward. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh waves of energy emanated from Xuancang, each pulse growing stronger. 80 years of cultivation, 90 years of cultivation, a century of cultivation. Each surge resonated like the beating of war drums, shaking everything around. How is this possible? Witnessing this scene, the white ape's understanding was utterly shattered. As Xuancang's tiger eyes slowly opened, they gleamed with unwavering strength, his whiskers fluttering in the wind, seemingly invigorated for the impending battle. Enough of this. It's my turn now. With Xuancang's low growl, his demonic energy surged wildly. Under the recent lightning strike, Xuancang had pushed the thunderstorm art to its peak. In this state, it was as if Xuancang had instantaneously operated 100 cycles of power, releasing all the spiritual light and demon crystals he had ingested in the bear cave, fully absorbed by his demonic form under the influence of the lightning. Of course, this was not the sole reason for Xuancang's current state. The most crucial element was that jade orb. The blood source power, akin to his own, nourished him without any rejection whatsoever. Furthermore, a stirring from deep within him allowed Xuancang to vaguely perceive a majestic tiger king exceeding 4 meters in length, alongside a mother tiger with a gaze full of affection standing beside him. Though neither spoke a word, the mother tiger raised her paw as if to caress Xuancang, but fell just out of reach. Yet her gentle gaze touched Xuancang's heart, and under the approving nod of the Tiger King, along with a reluctant glance, Xuancang's tiger form was filled with another surge of ferocious demonic energy. This subsequently suppressed the lightning, enabling the thunderstorm art to thoroughly absorb the power of the strike. His cultivation began to soar. Roar! The roar of a tiger echoed, yet it resonated as if 3 tigers were roaring in unison. Under this fierce call, Xuancang's muscles visibly rippled beneath his fur. His sharp claws gradually retracted, his paws elongated, the bones of his fingers becoming distinctly prominent, and his legs underwent a similar transformation. His stout tiger legs gradually became elongated. Although still muscular, their contours became smoother, resembling more human-like legs. As he stood upright, Xuancang's tiger mouth slowly contracted, his snout becoming flatter, his eyes elongated and deep, exuding a feral and brutal essence, flickering with a ghostly green light. Xuancang's jaws parted, revealing fangs that gleamed like two daggers catching the light. His head expanded, his eyes bright and fierce, his hind legs reshaping, his paws firmly planted on the ground, and his tail swinging vigorously. His upper body arched, his chest displaying prominent tiger stripes, and his arms thick and adorned with crisscrossing yellow and black patterns, presenting a human-like tiger form that vividly displayed the essence of his demonic nature, radiating a terrifying and violent aura. Standing upright, Xuancang towered nearly 3 meters tall, surpassing the white ape by more than half a head. How is this possible? Upon witnessing this transformation, the astonishment in the white ape's eyes was swiftly replaced by sheer terror. In the white ape's view, even if Xuancang had reached the level of a refined demon capable of transformation, he should not have manifested in such a state. Moreover, the progression from a refined spirit to a refined demon and then to a demon form should not occur simultaneously. Just like the white ape, with 300 years of cultivation, it took over a decade to achieve its current demon form. Yet the demon form Xuancang displayed surpassed even that of Xuancang, appearing so perfect that it seemed only achievable by someone who had reached the realm of a great demon. Most importantly, the aura Xuancang exuded was not that of an ordinary refined demon. It was evident that he possessed at least the essence of a 300-year-old refined demon. Xuancang's tiger eyes locked onto the white ape, one eye glistening with tears, while the other radiated brutality, crimson veins coursing through, exuding a chilling malice. Old fool, his voice, raspy and filled with demonic energy, pierced the air like nails scratching a chalkboard. I am currently extremely enraged. Boom! As the words fell, Xuancang swung his arm, and with a sweep of his claw, a gust of fierce wind surged forth, aiming directly for the white ape. The white ape, taken aback, stumbled backward, simultaneously unleashing 4 tendrils that spiraled toward Xuancang. However, to Xuancang, these tendrils hardly warranted a glance. With a mere flick of his claw, he unleashed a violent demonic force that completely shredded the 4 tendrils. The white ape, having already suffered from the earlier torment of the essence of the sun, found its internal demonic energy severely diminished. The tendrils it conjured this time were evidently weaker than before. Yet, after tearing through the tendrils, Xuancang did not pause. Propelled by the terrifying demonic energy, dashing forward like a phantom, his colossal half-human, half-tiger form moved with astonishing speed, each step striking the ground with a resounding thud, as if the very earth trembled beneath him. The white ape, witnessing the effortless destruction of the vines, was filled with dread. It attempted once more to harness its demonic energy, yet in its panic, coupled with its own unstable condition, the flow of power became sluggish and hindered. Chapter 30. Xuancang, how audacious you are! Damn it! Xuancang was nearly upon him. Driven by instinct, he opened his gaping maw, revealing his menacing fangs, and lunged at the neck of the white ape. The white ape desperately turned its head aside, narrowly avoiding the lethal bite as Xuancang's fangs grazed its fur, drawing forth droplets of blood. Failing to land his first strike, Xuancang let out a furious roar that reverberated through the trees, causing them to sway violently and leaves to cascade down. In a swift motion, Xuancang's tiger claw slashed across the white ape's chest, leaving a deep gash from which blood gushed forth, eliciting a pained cry from the white ape. The ape retaliated, clawing at Xuancang's eyes, but the beast remained unfazed, absorbing the blow without flinching, while his other claw struck brutally at the white ape's abdomen. The impact was thunderous, sending the white ape hurtling through the air like a marionette with severed strings, crashing into several trees before finally coming to a halt. With a splutter, the white ape coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing on the ground, gasping for breath, completely devoid of the strength to resist. At that moment, Xuancang, exhaling heated breaths, approached the fallen ape with heavy steps, each stride echoing like the ticking of a countdown to death. When he reached the white ape, he seized it by the scruff, dispensing with any unnecessary dialogue, his claw gripping the ape's skull. Xuancang had initially intended to prolong the torment, but the foreign demonic energy within him was rapidly depleting. Time was of the essence. With a sickening crunch, he crushed the white ape's head, silencing its final scream and splattering brain matter and blood across the ground. Now, standing beside the lifeless form of the white ape, Xuancang's gaze hardened, the brutality in his eyes gradually replaced by a tranquil sense of victory. Moments later, he turned away, his monstrous shape dissolving into a bloodied, patterned tiger once more. His vision blurred. He faintly perceived a gathering of additional demonic energy within him, as two tiger shadows retreated from his sight, dragging his weary body. Sang Biao and He Sha, having been freed from their entrapment following the white ape's demise, joined him. The battlefield lay in ruins, the white ape's body growing colder, while the wind and rain seemed to mourn the bloody slaughter. Brother, brother, Sang Biao and He Sha rushed to Xuancang's side, discarding the white ape's corpse, aware that within it lay a demonic core. With the core, into the water Xuancang's words faltered, and at that moment, the overburdened form of the tiger overwhelmed his consciousness, plunging him into unconsciousness. Reacting quickly, He Sha and Sang Biao cast aside the white ape's body and located a somewhat irregular, yet powerfully resonant demonic core within. In a fit of frustration, Sang Biao bit into the white ape's corpse, tearing away chunks of flesh to consume. You truly eat anything, unafraid that this old beast might be poisonous, He Sha remarked, before both hurriedly dragged Xuancang to the nearest water source. With a splash, the water flowed without affecting the two tigers, as their kind is remarkably versatile, save for the inability to fly. However, as they rounded a bend, the current surged violently, rendering the three tigers powerless against its force. The scene shifted. Amidst the torrential downpour on Blackback Mountain, raindrops pelted the ground like cannonballs, waging a fierce battle against the flames. Gradually, the once raging inferno began to lose its ferocity, extinguishing little by little. Yet, within this forest, the atmosphere remained suffocatingly tense. A massive figure, a bear-like creature with inky fur, stood resolutely, emanating a formidable aura that sent shivers down spines. Surrounding it lay the lifeless bodies of three human cultivators, none ordinary, but formidable warriors who had reached the level of qi condensation. It is known that those who attain the qi condensation stage possess the ability to commune with the essence of the world, wielding terrifying techniques of immense power. Still, even they could not withstand the overwhelming onslaught of the bear-like creature, ultimately succumbing to their fate, adding another tragic hue to this land. After vanquishing these human foes, the bear-like creature bore heavy losses. Its massive form was marred by wounds, its once fluffy fur now matted with sweat and blood, clinging to its body, appearing disheveled. Damn! Wasn't that supposed to have suppressed the wretched blood? How can it still at this moment? The bear-like creature found the turmoil within its body, the malevolent energy surging against its own demonic essence, far more intolerable than the wounds adorning its flesh. The bear-like creature could distinctly feel its demonic power being assimilated by the malevolent energy. Your Majesty, suddenly, a shrill cry echoed from above. Bai Xuancang, with its expansive wings, soared through the air like an arrow, rapidly approaching. What is it? The bear-like creature suppressed its anomalies forcefully, resembling a precarious mountain about to collapse. Collapsing onto the ground, gasping heavily. With a deep wound in its abdomen, blood flowed freely, trickling down its thick fur, each drop causing agonizing pain, revealing its sharp teeth gleaming in the sunlight. Your Majesty, the white ape has perished, slain by those three tiger spirits. Bai Xuancang's words detonated like thunder. The bear-like creature shot up, akin to a volcano erupting, its massive claws digging into the earth, leaving deep imprints as it rose, its eyes wide with rage. Blood-red light flickering within, a palpable aura of bloodlust erupting around it. "What did you say?" The creature's eyes bulged, disbelief etched across its face. A low growl emanating from its throat. "Not good." Before Bai Xuancang could respond, the bear-like creature, realizing the gravity of the situation, disregarded its grief over the white ape's death. It whirled around, its colossal form charging like a rampaging war chariot towards the village. Upon its return, the village lay in eerie silence, save for 2 or 3 monkey spirits scurrying among the corpses, collecting the remnants of the fallen. The bear-like creature glanced briefly at the grim scene before rushing into its den. Inside, chaos reigned, as if a tornado had swept through. With heavy steps, the beast advanced, each stride laden with unbridled fury. Upon seeing the 2 empty compartments, its mind blanked momentarily. Its body swayed as if a tree on the verge of toppling, its legs buckling beneath it, nearly causing it to faint. After a breath, ignited by an unseen force, the beast's demonic energy erupted like a torrential tsunami, culminating in a deafening roar. "Damn those wretched fools." The sound reverberated, causing the entire village to tremble, debris cascading from the cavern. Yet amid this fury, the previously suppressed malevolent energy erupted once more, plunging the bear-like creature into unconsciousness. As day turned to night and back again, uncertain of how much time had elapsed, when Xuancang finally regained consciousness, he beheld an elderly figure, shrouded in shadow, occupying his former position. "What is this?" Xuancang rose in anger. Yet before he could take further action, an even more formidable pressure descended upon him, forcing him to his knees. "Xuancang, how audacious of you!" Chapter 31. Perilous Life. Meanwhile, the situation for Xuancang was far from optimistic. The turbulent waters surged like countless invisible hands, frantically dragging the 3 brothers along. The raging currents roared deafeningly, as if intent on sweeping away all existence. Xuancang, Sangbiao, and He Sha were like 3 frail leaves, unable to stabilize their forms against the relentless flow, helplessly swept away until they were finally thrust near an unknown mountain lake. Time slipped away, and eventually Xuancang, the most severely injured among the brothers, roused from his slumber. His tiger-like eyes fluttered open, their once bright and commanding gaze now dimmed, shrouded in a veil of mist. Xuancang struggled to turn his head, his thoughts still clouded, and his gaze lazily fell upon Sangbiao, who was gnawing at his own tail. Withdrawing his tail, Xuancang made an effort to prop himself up on his limbs, his tiger legs trembling slightly, each muscle protesting against the exertion. After considerable effort, he managed to raise his body just enough to laboriously inch towards the shore, accompanied by Sangbiao. "Wake up," Xuancang said, flicking Sangbiao with his tail. Sangbiao grunted in response. "Who hit me?" With a sudden jolt, he opened his eyes, still clouded with the remnants of sleep, until he focused on Xuancang's visage. "Eldest brother," Sangbiao exclaimed, his voice brimming with delight. "Where's second brother?" Having slain the white ape and subsequently lost consciousness, Xuancang was unaware of the events that followed. His voice was weak but laced with urgency. "Where is Erge?" Sangbiao, now realizing the gravity of their situation, sprang to his feet, scanning their surroundings with a frantic gaze, his head darting as he searched for any sign of their brother. "Weren't you all together?" Xuancang inquired, his breaths quickening, the pain from his wounds causing his voice to tremble slightly. "We were, but the water was exceptionally turbulent after we fell in." Sangbiao briefly explained the situation. Upon hearing this, Xuancang's expression darkened slightly as he turned to regard the furious waters, his ears involuntarily drooping, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Xuancang and Sangbiao had been swept ashore, yet He Sha, the river stretched endlessly before them. "Damn it!" Xuancang gritted his teeth, his jaw clenched tightly, the muscles in his cheeks bulging with tension. Yet, the current circumstances offered no respite for Xuancang. His tiger body bore cracked wounds that throbbed with fiery pain, causing involuntary shivers to course through him. "Let us find a place to rest," Xuancang said. his voice weary. Sang Biao, upon hearing this, promptly sprang into action, clearing a path ahead. Compared to Xuancang, Sang Biao's injuries were primarily physical. His muscular frame was robust as he leapt forward, his thick fur undulating like a suit of armor with each movement. This fellow may have no other virtues, but he is certainly tough and resilient. The two tigers moved in tandem. Once on his feet, Xuancang quickly activated the Yao Ti Chong Yangning Lei Ju, allowing his demonic energy to flow gradually within him, akin to a slender river seeking to restore order to the chaos within. At present, three forces clashed within Xuancang. The first was the incomplete thunderous energy that flickered within him, like restless snakes writhing in disarray. The second was Xuancang's own demonic energy, cultivated through the Yao Ti Chong Yangning Lei Ju, pure and substantial. The third was the residual power granted by the tiger pearl, although diminished. Its fiery essence still lingered, attempting to merge with Xuancang's being, yet thwarted by the Yao Ti Chong Yangning Lei Ju. Currently, Xuancang relied solely on his demonic energy to strive for balance among these three forces. However, if he failed to resolve this internal turmoil soon, the integrity of his foundation could be compromised. Eldest brother, where do we go from here? Sang Biao asked, leading the way, his eyes alert and ears perked, attuned to the sounds of their surroundings. In the vast mountains, the two brothers found themselves at a loss, unaware of their location or the nature of the beasts that might inhabit these lands. Typically, powerful creatures occupy advantageous layers. So let us instead seek out areas that these creatures might overlook, where we can recuperate, Xuancang suggested, his voice low and hoarse. Understood. Sang Biao nodded rapidly before leaping into the air, his tiger form tracing an arc through the sky. Wait for me here, I'll scout ahead. With that, Sang Biao vanished into the thicket. Moments later, he reappeared, bursting forth from the foliage, leaves swirling around him. Eldest brother, this way. Soon, they discovered a dilapidated cave, its air thick with the scent of other wild beasts and a hint of blood. Eldest brother, there was once a flower leopard spirit here, but I've slain it, Sang Biao declared proudly, glancing at the lifeless form of the leopard spirit, his jaws slightly parted to reveal sharp teeth. Now we have food and shelter, he added, somewhat boastfully. Did you not think to inquire what this mountain is called from the flower leopard spirit? Xuancang asked, a hint of exasperation in his eyes. Sang Biao. Xuancang realized that expecting much from him was futile. Let's rest for now. I need to heal before searching for He Sha, he said, sinking down to find a suitable position, curling his limbs beneath him. As Xuancang closed his eyes, the Yao Ti Chong Yangning Lei Ju began to circulate, pure demonic energy flowing within him like a clear spring across parched earth, swiftly refining and assimilating the remaining two forces. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. As the morning sun bathed the earth in golden light, the rays pierced through the forest canopy, spilling into the cave. Greeted by the sunlight, Xuancang slowly opened his tiger-like eyes, a gleam of brilliance flashing within. In an instant, a surge of demonic energy erupted from within him, akin to a volcano erupting, refining the thunderous energy and absorbing the remnants of the tiger pearl. At this moment, Xuancang had transitioned from a creature to a demon, his cultivation having expanded to 230 years. This formidable aura of demonic energy radiated outward, startling Sang Biao, who watched in awe, his eyes wide, involuntarily retreating a step. After a few breaths, Xuancang reigned in his demonic might, the energy ebbing like a receding tide, until he resembled an ordinary wild tiger once more. Eldest brother, what has happened? You've broken through. Xuancang spoke softly, his tone calm and steady. That's wonderful. Shall we now search for Ergo? Sang Biao exclaimed, sitting eagerly behind Xuancang, his tail wagging with excitement. Not yet, with the commotion at Hebei Mountain. The bear Kuei is still lurking. If it catches our scent, we currently lack the strength to confront it, Xuancang replied, prompting a puzzled expression from Sang Biao. Even you, in your current state, cannot overpower that bear? Sang Biao queried, his ears perked in confusion. All you think about is food. The demon race cultivates their power. Beasts gain intelligence as they evolve into spirits, and once they achieve awareness, they can begin their training. After a century of cultivation, they may reach the refined demon stage. Upon attaining this level, they can undergo demonization every 300 years. Like the bear spirit Xuancang of the Blackback Mountain, the level of monstrosity exhibited is no less than 600 years of cultivation. Moreover, based on the demonic crystal held by Xuancang, it is evident that a far more formidable demonic lineage looms in the shadows. As Xuancang spoke, a flicker of trepidation flashed in his eyes. "What shall we do now?" Sang Biao inquired, casting a tentative glance. "It is inconvenient for us to intervene, and the prospect of locating He Sha under such circumstances is virtually impossible for just the two of us. What I mean to say is..." Xuancang paused for a moment, then gradually stepped out of the cave, gazing into the outside world. "Though we are strangers in this land, it does not imply that other supernatural beings are unfamiliar with it." Chapter 32. Subduing the wolf pack in a rugged hillside, a colossal green-faced tiger moved swiftly, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of wolves, some bitten to death and others torn apart. The howls of the wolves clashed with the roars of the tiger. The fierce beast, Sang Biao, led the charge, its agile forelimbs effortlessly dispatching a mountain wolf with each swing. The battle intensified, with the wolf pack growing increasingly numerous. Yet, whether employing their sea of wolves tactic or relying on the prowess of their skilled members, none could withstand a single strike from Sang Biao. "You wretched creatures! You are far inferior to those foolish bears." The wolf clan was renowned for its numbers, yet the combat prowess of the mountain wolves varied greatly. Behind this valley, Xuancang stood quietly, observing from a vantage point, occasionally feeling bored enough to lie down. "My king, that foul tiger is insufferable. Allow me to tear it apart." Meanwhile, at the rear of the wolf pack, the enormous mountain wolf king, flanked by slightly larger wolves, prepared for action. These mountain wolves were the elite of the pack, each boasting 2 to 3 decades of experience, though they may not appear formidable. Yet, their numbers approached 100. The mountain wolf king remained silent, its fierce gaze fixated on Xuancang behind Sang Biao. At this moment, Xuancang sensed the timing was right and leaped into the midst of the wolf pack. Simultaneously, the mountain wolf king advanced, the rest of the wolves parting like the tide to create space for the two. "What will you do?" The mountain wolf king scrutinized Xuancang. "What will I do?" Xuancang echoed, stepping forward as a terrifying aura radiated from him, causing the surrounding mountain wolves to cower. Unfazed by Xuancang's formidable presence, the mountain wolf king's eyes blazed with ferocity. Despite being outmatched, its pride would not allow it to bow its head. "You possess some courage," Xuancang remarked solemnly before dissipating his aura. "I shall not bully you. Let us engage in a contest of physical strength. If I win, you will submit to me. If I lose, I shall depart without a word. What say you?" Xuancang proposed, seeking the mountain wolf king's genuine allegiance rather than mere submission through intimidation. "Very well." The mountain wolf king swiftly agreed, and the remaining wolves once again retreated, leaving a vast clearing for the confrontation. "Brother, allow me to take part," Sang Biao urged, eager for action. "Step back," Xuancang commanded in a deep growl, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the mountain wolf king, exuding an undeniable authority. Though the mountain wolf king's prowess paled in comparison to Xuancang's, it was still a formidable creature with over 90 years of experience, and its vast numbers could prove invaluable to Xuancang. Reluctantly, Sang Biao retreated a few steps, his eyes still fixed on the battlefield, revealing his restless spirit. Xuancang and the mountain wolf king approached the center of the arena, their gazes locking, sparks seemingly flying in the air. Xuancang's muscles quivered beneath his fur, a testament to his immense power, while the mountain wolf king remained poised, its 4 legs grounded like a top bough, ready to spring forth, fierce glints flickering in its green, vertical pupils. Suddenly, the mountain wolf king launched the first attack, dashing toward Xuancang like a streak of gray lightning, the air whistling in its wake. As it neared, the mountain wolf king leaped high, its gaping maw aimed at Xuancang's neck. Yet, Xuancang remained unperturbed, effortlessly sidestepping the lethal bite while swiftly striking with his mighty paw toward the wolf king's abdomen. The mountain wolf king twisted midair, narrowly evading the blow, though the gust from Xuancang's strike sent it staggering. Undeterred, the mountain wolf king quickly regained its stance and lunged at Xuancang once more. This time, it altered its strategy, aiming to claw at Xuancang's forelimbs to restrict his movements. Seeing this, Xuancang sprang into action, propelling himself over the mountain wolf king's head. In midair, he executed a flip, pouncing onto the wolf king's back. The mountain wolf king sensed the movement behind it too late. Xuancang's paw landed heavily on its back, leaving deep gashes that oozed blood. A whoop! The mountain wolf king yelped in pain, yet this cry ignited its ferocity. Ignoring its wounds, it turned and lunged at Xuancang once more. This time, they collided head-on, claws tearing and teeth gnashing. Xuancang's jaws clamped onto the mountain wolf king's shoulder, while the wolf king's teeth sank into Xuancang's forelimb, neither willing to relent. The mountain wolf king shook its head vigorously, but soon realized that its once proud teeth merely grazed Xuancang's hide. With a tremor, Xuancang shook the mountain wolf king, causing it to sway, yet the wolf king's claws dug firmly into the ground, refusing to fall. Sang Biao watched anxiously, pacing restlessly, his tail whipping through the air as he fought the urge to intervene. Seizing the moment, Xuancang unleashed all his strength, breaking free from the grapple and delivering a powerful kick, sending the mountain wolf king sprawling several meters away. It tumbled and rolled before coming to a halt, covered in dirt and utterly disheveled. Still unwilling to concede, Xuancang intoned, reflecting on how, during their previous struggle, he could have easily ended the mountain wolf king's life had he desired. Yet, Xuancang sought not death but loyalty. With remarkable tenacity, the mountain wolf king struggled to rise, shaking off the dust, and emitted a low growl. It is not over yet. With that, it charged at Xuancang once more, faster than before. This time, however, Xuancang denied it any further opportunities. In a leap, he soared above the mountain wolf king, delivering a crushing blow to its head from above. Under the immense force, the mountain wolf king crashed to the ground, taking several breaths to regain its composure. Xuancang stood over it, his towering figure casting a shadow. Though the defeated wolf king struggled to rise, Xuancang's paw pressed firmly down, rendering it immobile. "You have lost," Xuancang stated calmly, his gaze unwavering. He withdrew his strength slightly, should the mountain wolf king resist any further. Xuancang would not hesitate to strike with lethal intent. A flicker of reluctance crossed the mountain wolf king's eyes, yet recognized its inability to continue the fight. After a moment, the mountain wolf king gradually lowered its head in submission. Chapter 33. The news of the Black Fiend, I am willing to follow you. Upon hearing these words, Xuancang released his grip. The wolf king rose and approached Xuancang, observing the wolf king's submission. The surrounding wolf pack also lowered their heads in acknowledgement, expressing their willingness to heed Xuancang's command. After vanquishing the wolf king, Xuancang stood tall at the center of the throng of wolves, exuding the majesty of the king of beasts. His imposing figure resembled an unyielding mountain, his eyes deep and luminous. At this moment, Xuancang began to comprehend why many characters in the novels he had read in his past life were eager to command a wolf pack. Such a vast and united collective, obedient to orders, was indeed invaluable. Subsequently, with the support of the wolf pack, Xuancang ascended to the throne once occupied by the wolf king. "Do you have a name?" he inquired, his voice low and resonant, imbued with an intangible authority. "Replying to your majesty, I am called Wolf 9, the wolf king replied softly, a glimmer of reverence in his emerald eyes as he slightly crouched in a gesture of submission. "Very well." Xuancang nodded gently, his slight movement betraying an air of nonchalance characteristic of a superior. "I ask you, what is the nature of this mountain, and what formidable spirits reside within it?" As he posed this question, Xuancang's gaze sharpened, as if seeking to penetrate the wolf king's very soul. Realizing that Xuancang and Sang Biao were not mere spirits of the mountain, the wolf king tilted his head slightly, his ears twitching as he pondered before replying quickly. "Your Majesty, this mountain is called Foam Mountain. It borders the regions of Crying Disease Mountain, Blackback Mountain, and Husband Foot Mountain. Within it, there are 3 significant rulers, the crocodile demon of the black water pool, the leopard Yuan of the northern cave, and the python Huahua of the absolute forest. All three possess the cultivation level of spirit demons. Except for leopard Yuan, the others typically remain within their territories and seldom venture out. The rest are us lesser spirits. Xuancang nodded slowly upon hearing this. Do the three rulers you mentioned have any connection to Xiong Kuei of Blackback Mountain? He suddenly posed, his tiger eyes narrowing as he focused intently on the Wolf King. Your Majesty may be unaware, but while there are numerous spirits in the mountain, only a few attain the level of spirit demon. Hence it is improbable that they are unrelated, the Wolf King explained. Is there a way for you to investigate whether those three have encountered a pure black tiger spirit recently? Xuancang inquired. Absolutely. The Wolf King nodded, tilting his head back as he let out a long, mournful howl. Immediately, he summoned his pack, raising a cloud of dust. The wolves moved like a well-trained army, swiftly dispersing upon receiving their orders, their forms darting through the forest like shadows of lightning. With such a formidable pack, led by the Wolf King, who had cultivated for 90 years, it was unlikely that any wild beast would dare provoke them, apart from the few spirit demons. At that moment, within the dimly lit wolf den, only faint beams of light filtered through the crevices above. Xuancang and Sang Biao sat upon a flat stone inside. Brother, how do we absorb this essence? Sang Biao asked, gazing at the ethereal core of the white ape that radiated a gentle glow, releasing pure spiritual energy that swirled like fine threads, creating a mesmerizing spectacle in the dim cave. I will teach you how to absorb the spirit fruit. Then channel your own energy to gradually draw the power from within the core into your body, Xuancang instructed, a faint light emanating from within his tiger form. The essence flowed, guiding Sang Biao's energy in its course. Xuancang refrained from absorbing it himself because his thunderstorm yang lightning technique had already reached a minor completion, with his energy predominantly thunderous. Thus, he preferred to allow Sang Biao to absorb it first, enhancing their overall strength and providing Xuancang with an additional ally. Following Xuancang's guidance, Sang Biao slowly closed his eyes, focusing intently. A soft glow began to envelop his massive tiger form, intensifying with each breath he took. The energy from the white ape's core began to merge with Sang Biao's essence, flowing into him like a gentle stream merging with the ocean. Remember, the energy of others is inherently theirs. Thus, after absorption, you must refine it with your own essence to assimilate and transform it into your own, Xuancang observed closely, his expression serious and focused, anxious that Sang Biao might encounter difficulties. As time passed, the cave remained silent save for Sang Biao's steady breathing and the subtle hum of energy flow. Sang Biao's cultivation rose swiftly, beads of sweat beginning to form on his brow as the light around him grew ever brighter. As the sun descended in the sky, painting the horizon in fiery hues reminiscent of a grand tapestry, the silhouette of the Wolf King reappeared, elongated in the twilight's glow, resembling a massive shadow. Your Majesty, there is news. Xuancang rose lightly, stepping cautiously from the den. Speak, he commanded as he stood outside, a gentle breeze brushing against him. The black tiger you mentioned, we could not ascertain anything about its offspring, but it is said that there have been recent sightings of a black tiger near Husband Foot Mountain. The Wolf King reported slowly. Husband Foot Mountain? Xuancang's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Is it not entirely within the territory of the human race? He vaguely recalled Xiong Kuei mentioning that humans had nearly eradicated all spirits in Husband Foot Mountain, transforming it into a domain solely for their kind. Indeed, the Wolf King affirmed with a nod. Is there a way to infiltrate the mountain for reconnaissance? Xuancang pressed further. Presently, there are human-ordained mountain spirits in Husband Foot Mountain, and once we lesser spirits enter, we shall be detected, the Wolf King replied, causing Xuancang's heart to sink as he gazed toward the direction of Husband Foot Mountain, concern etched on his features. Yet, given the significance of the Black Fiend, he could not afford to disregard the matter. Do you know the strength of that mountain spirit? Xuancang pondered for a moment before asking. I once overheard the great kings of the mountain jesting about the mountain spirit, Based on my estimation, it is likely of ordinary spirit demon caliber. Ordinary spirit demon? Upon hearing this, Xuancang shifted, his gaze fixed on the direction of Husband Foot Mountain. I care not whose territory that Husband Foot Mountain is. I will find a way to confirm the source of the news, and I shall deal with the remaining matters myself. Xuancang's tiger eyes sparkled with determination, his majestic aura radiating power. Understood. The Wolf King exhibited no dissatisfaction with Xuancang's command. Beasts are inherently greedy. The Wolf King had witnessed Xuancang's formidable prowess, and within the Wolf King's understanding, should Xuancang choose to lead their wolf tribe, he could undoubtedly elevate their lineage within Foam Mountain. This ambition of nurturing their kind was an innate mission ingrained in every generation of Wolf Kings. Chapter 34. The Breakthrough of the Fierce Beast. As the scene shifts, we find ourselves in a dimly lit cave, where a damp atmosphere pervades every corner. The walls flicker with a faint phosphorescence, resembling countless eyes that seem to observe from the shadows. Here, the imposing figure of Haisha is bound tightly by chains that emit a chilling glow. These chains are inscribed with mysterious runes, which occasionally shimmer with a soft light, as if suppressing Haisha's power. His dark fur glistens like black satin, exuding a primal sheen even in the obscurity. With a resounding roar, the sound reverberates like thunder through the confined space, causing bits of stone to tumble from the walls. This is followed by the clanking of chains, their metallic clash producing a sharp, piercing sound that narrates Haisha's struggle. Ah, how temperamental you are! A melodious female voice echoes within the cave. Who are you? Haisha's glowing, feline eyes resemble two enormous lanterns in the underground realm, radiating both anger and vigilance. As the previous words lingered, a woman appeared, her human form accentuated by alluring eyes. She gracefully swayed her slender waist, reminiscent of a water snake, gliding toward him. Her movements were as delicate as feathers, each step seemingly skimming the ground. With a smile as radiant as a blossom, her vertically slit pupils drew attention, sparkling with an otherworldly aura that hinted at her non-human essence. What a magnificent tiger you are, she purred, her voice as enchanting as a nightingale, yet imbued with an indescribable allure. I have heard that you raided the den of the Blackback Mountain Bear, acquiring numerous treasures from the earth and sky. The leaders of the nearby peaks are undoubtedly envious of you. As she spoke, her slender fingers twirled a strand of her hair, her gaze never departing from Haisha. May I inquire if the rumors are true? Did you indeed steal a major demon core and 1,000 demon crystals from Bear Kuei? As she finished speaking, her ears twitched slightly, as if attempting to capture every subtle reaction from Haisha. Haisha immediately sensed Bear Kuei's intentions, his robust tail flicking uneasily behind him, stirring up a cloud of dust. We are but mere creatures, incapable of such feats. These are merely falsehoods propagated by Bear Kuei, Haisha asserted, his jaws parting slightly to reveal sharp teeth that glimmered ominously in the dark. The major demon core never existed, and as for the supposed 1,000 demon crystals, there are scarcely 200. Upon hearing this, the woman paused, her response delayed. Suddenly, the underground space erupted into illumination from a blue flame, reminiscent of a fire emerging from the depths of hell, carrying with it an icy aura. Spectral apparitions materialized around them, their forms ethereal and grotesque, swirling like smoke, constantly shifting in shape. Ghostly entities. Haisha shuddered as he recalled the similar aura he had sensed from Bear Kuei, connecting the dots with what Xuancang had previously mentioned. Yet, strangely, rather than repulsion, Haisha felt an inexplicable greed towards these specters. A peculiar glint flickered in his eyes, and a low growl rumbled in his throat. Fortunately, Haisha managed to suppress this impulse and redirected his attention toward the enigmatic woman before him. You are correct. I too doubt your capabilities. According to Bear Kuei, a bounty of 1,000 demon crystals is placed on your information. Tell me, should I be tempted? She continued, what is it that you truly desire? Haisha's claws dug into the ground, leaving deep marks. Ah, she chuckled softly, her laughter resonating mockingly within the cavern. You have a temper, which I can appreciate. Nevertheless, you are undeniably a treasure. Her gaze scrutinized Haisha, as if she aimed to uncover every secret he harbored. compared to the unrealistic claims made by Bear Kuei. Do you know what I could gain by presenting you to the human realm? At this revelation, Haisha's awareness sharpened. This is Fogio Mountain, and you're the mountain spirit subjugated by the humans? His ears perked up, eyes locked onto her. Indeed, you may refer to me as Lady Fox, she proclaimed proudly, puffing out her chest. Even Bear Kuei would not command respect here. Lady Fox dismissed Haisha's thoughts, tossing her hair with a casual flick before turning to leave. Stay here, for I have already informed the humans. Given your significance to them, the celestial beings will surely reward me. With those final words, she departed, extinguishing the eerie blue flames and plunging the cave back into darkness. My lady, shall we report immediately? A spirit trailed behind her, whispering, no rush. First, inform Bear Kuei at Blackback Mountain, and then proceed to the humans, she replied with a smirk. Oh, I see. You intend to play both sides? Quite astute, she acknowledged with a cold smile. Bear Kuei has long held dominion over Blackback Mountain, while the humans have repeatedly failed to invade. Both parties are currently agitated. Lady Fox was acutely aware of her own lack of standing among the humans, overshadowed by the presence of powerful figures. However, if the human experts were to perish, her status as a mountain spirit would be significantly elevated, potentially allowing her to enjoy the favor of the humans. Such an opportunity would be a grand fortune for one of her kind. Meanwhile, within the mountain, a powerful aura surged. The formidable figure of Sang Biao occupied a considerable space within the cave, his grayish-blue fur radiating brilliance, shimmering as if currents of electricity coursed through his coat. With a thunderous roar, the sound reverberated, causing stones to fall from the cave's ceiling. The terrifying energy emanating from him sent the entire wolf pack into a frenzy, their eyes wide with fear as they huddled together, tails tucked between their legs. Brother, I have succeeded. Sang Biao's proclamation echoed like thunder, resonating painfully in the ears. His jaws gaped open, unleashing a powerful gust that whirled through the cave, stirring up dust in a chaotic dance. Understood, Xuancang responded calmly, approaching with light steps, his gaze fixed on Sang Biao, revealing a hint of satisfaction. The demon core from the white ape, after 3 centuries of cultivation, could not be fully absorbed, yet had augmented Sang Biao's power by 30 years. Combined with Sang Biao's original strength, he had now officially reached the level of a century-old elite demon. Moreover, as he attained this milestone, his physique and appearance underwent a remarkable transformation. The slate-gray tiger's body extended beyond 5 meters, resembling a small mountain, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Its jaws, adorned with protruding fangs, resembled sharp, curved blades, glistening with a chilling light. With the emergence of 4 ears, its size amplified, while its forelimbs elongated, distinctly surpassing the hind limbs. The muscles of its forelimbs bulged prominently, brimming with strength. Even without undergoing any transformation, the forepaws exhibited subtle alterations, with the separated claws showcasing a dexterity reminiscent of human fingers. The nails on its paws sharpened to a point akin to steel. At that moment, this creature's anatomy had transcended the realm of mere felines. The skin was tough and resilient, while its acute auditory senses could detect sounds from a kilometer away. The forelimbs were exceptionally robust and agile, capable of performing actions such as grasping with minimal training. Excitedly, Sang Biao waved his forelimbs, the tiger claws slicing through the air, producing a whooshing sound. Brother, I feel stronger, he exclaimed, radiating an aura of vitality. Indeed, that is commendable, Xuancang remarked, not overly surprised. Yet a glimmer of approval flickered in his eyes. Your second brother is likely at Fujiao Mountain. We now await confirmation from the Wolf King. If the news proves true, you and I may soon embark on a significant endeavor, Xuancang said, with a meaningful tone. Chapter 35. Movement to the Human Clan as the scene shifts. 3 days have elapsed. Sang Biao has thoroughly stabilized his cultivation, and his aura can now be manipulated at will as per the teachings of Xuancang. At this moment, Sang Biao stands within a cavern, his massive tiger form occupying nearly half of the cave space. The grayish-blue fur covering his body gleams like meticulously polished metal, shimmering with a faint azure light under the dim illumination. His eyes resemble profound abysses, ignited by a flame of excitement, pride in his newly acquired strength. However, Sang Biao does not relish the notion of disguising himself as feeble. Brother, after all this effort to reach this point, you want me to regress? It's quite distressing. He muses, crouching down, his robust forelegs like sturdy pillars, steadfastly supporting his immense physique. Each leg bulges with muscle, while his tail sways gently behind him, resembling a thick steel whip that occasionally sweeps the ground, stirring up small clouds of dust. Coupled with his current appearance, he exudes an overwhelming presence. Yet even so, when he converses with Xuancang, there is an involuntary hint of pleading in his tone, his eyes glimmering with hope, and his ears leaning slightly forward as if awaiting Xuancang's approval. Do as you wish. It matters little now, but when the time comes, you must adhere to my directives without room for choice. Xuancang's voice resonates deeply. I understand. Sang Biao responds without any resistance, nodding enthusiastically before sprinting out to mingle with the wolf pack. Nowadays, as Sang Biao gallops, his colossal paws leave profound impressions in the earth with each stride. Gulme, Gulme, look at me. Behold my magnificent form. He bellows, his voice echoing through the forest like thunder. Several wolf spirits, cultivated for 30 to 40 years, approach helplessly. Their tails curl slightly as they arrive before Sang Biao, who then hears their human-like cheers. Excellent, handsome, majestic. The wolf spirits vocalize brief howls, their tones tinged with resignation, yet laced with awe for Sang Biao's formidable power. Shortly thereafter, the mountain wolf king returns. With keen eyes and a physique vastly larger than that of an ordinary wolf, he bears no blemishes. My king, it has been confirmed that a frog spirit encountered the black tiger you seek, which was whisked away by a gust of sinister wind. The only one capable of such a feat on Mount Fu is likely the fox goddess who has become a mountain spirit. Upon hearing this, Xuancang finds clarity in his decision. Astonished by my word, the subsequent matters shall not implicate your wolf clan. I will handle them personally, he declares. My king, do not speak such words. Since I, Wolf Geo, have chosen to submit, I shall share in your fortunes and misfortunes. The 800 cubs of the wolf clan are at your command. The mountain wolf king replies earnestly, his gaze reflecting loyalty. He bows his head and adopts a submissive posture, his tail resting quietly behind him. Your words suffice. Xuancang refrains from involving the wolf pack, not out of benevolence, but rather to secure a fallback plan. Black Sha and Sang Biao lack the ability to assume demonic forms, making it impossible for them to exit the mountain range. After Mount Fu, Xuancang still requires the mountain wolf king's strength to carry out tasks within the mountains. Thus, he intends to retain some secrets from the wolf clan. With that, Xuancang calls for Sang Biao. Little 3, brother. Sang Biao responds to the call. With his transformation, the way he runs has also changed. His 2 powerful forelimbs press against the ground, claws digging in forcefully, propelling his massive body forward with each swing, producing a sound akin to a great bellows. His hind legs serve merely as support, muscles rhythmically contracting and expanding as he runs. Meanwhile, at the foot of Mount Fu, within the Guardian's residence, a grand and imposing edifice stands, its walls constructed from massive stones exuding a sense of weightiness. Flanking the grand entrance are 2 stone lions, regal in posture, their eyes vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Guardian, the mountain spirit of Mount Fu has conveyed through spiritual communication that they have captured a tiger spirit and wish to report it to the Celestial Gate. Dongzhen, the town's chief, strides in briskly, his countenance resolute, eyes reflecting a keen acumen. At that moment, Guardian Zhao Yuan is engrossed in recording names in a ledger with an inked brush. The pages of the ledger are yellowed, emanating an air of antiquity, densely filled with script. Seated behind a massive desk crafted from dark sandalwood, adorned with various documents and writing implements, he furrows his brow slightly, fixating on the ledger. Dipping his brush into the ink, he slowly inscribes a name, each stroke imbued with solemnity. 7 more have perished overnight. Zhao Yuan's expression stiffens, his lips quiver slightly, a flicker of sorrow crossing his gaze. Soon, however, a cold smile emerges, tinged with resentment toward the mountain's creatures. A fox demon, fortunate enough to receive the Xian Tian Jin decree, dares to seek an audience with the Xian envoy. Truly laughable, he remarks, his tone low and laced with disdain. regardless of the fox goddess's prowess or her contributions to humanity. In the eyes of the human clan, she remains merely a lowly fox of little significance. Zhao Yuan's gaze reflects a sense of human superiority as he scoffs lightly, seemingly mocking the fox goddess's audacity. Afterward, Zhao Yuan sets down his brush, reclining against his chair, clad in a pale blue official robe intricately embroidered with patterns that emit a faint luminescence in the dim room. However, the tiger creature mentioned by the fox spirit deserves attention. He concedes. Indeed, Dongjin nods gravely. 15 years ago, we captured a century-old tiger demon in Panshui town, which, with the blessings of a master from Jing'an Temple, provided us with tiger bone artifacts, tiger skin drums, and protective charms from tiger blood, ensuring the town's peace for the past 15 years, free from ghostly disturbances. The prosperity here rivals that of some large cities overseen by Xian envoys. Dongjun's voice is low, his eyes glimmering with longing. Zhao Yuan, gradually nodding, rises and approaches the window, gazing toward Mount Fu. The matter of the tiger spirit must remain confidential and error-free. Dispatch Dong Xiao and his men to traverse the mountain, even if it incurs some costs. We must retrieve that tiger spirit. Zhao Yuan's tone is resolute and authoritative. Upon hearing this, Dongjin hesitates momentarily, a flicker of concern crossing his face, eyes reflecting uncertainty. My lord, my younger brother is still quite young. Perhaps I should accompany him. His voice carries a hint of pleading. Chief Dong, this is not the time for your hesitations. Dong Zhao's cultivation of inner truth surpasses your martial prowess in dealing with those creatures. Zhao Yuan's expression hardens, chastising Dongjun for his lack of understanding. As Zhao Yuan's words conclude, Dongjun lowers his head slightly. Yes, he replies, his voice subdued, filled with resignation. Go, Zhao Yuan commands. Zhao Yuani waved his hand, and Dongjun swiftly departed. Turning around, Dongjun walked towards the door with heavy steps, his figure gradually vanishing into the shadows at the entrance. Observing this, Zhao Yuan fell into a moment of silence. After a brief hesitation for the sake of caution, he released a homing pigeon into the night from the guardhouse. Chapter 36. Fox Niao on the summit of Blackback Mountain. The mountain lynx crouched low, its taut hind legs coiled like springs, and its emerald eyes flickered with urgency as it swiftly relayed the message from Lady Fox. My lord, the Fox Lady reports that there are traces of the Black Fiend near the northern foot of Fogio Mountain. The shrill voice of the lynx echoed within the encampment. Inside the camp, the massive figure of Xuan Cang slowly rose, his heavy paws thudding against the ground, sending a small cloud of dust into the air. However, the once mighty muscles of Xuan Cang now appeared somewhat withered, sagging against his bones and swaying gently with his movements. His bear-like eyes revealed a hint of lethargy. The fierce glint they once held now reduced to a dull flicker. At this moment, Xuan Cang stood upright, shaking off the disheveled fur that clung to him as if it had not been groomed in ages, sending up a flurry of dust. That wretched fox seems to possess some self-awareness, he grumbled. Let's set off at once. Without a moment's hesitation, Xuan Cang strode forth, his robust limbs moving swiftly down the mountain, followed closely by the lynx and several agile monkeys. The monkeys chattered noisily behind him, scratching their heads and leaping to keep pace with Xuan Cang. As time passed, upon Xuan Cang's arrival at Fogio Mountain, Lady Fox was promptly informed of the situation. My lady, Xuan Cang has reached Fogio Mountain, and the human race has dispatched a practitioner as well. What shall we do now? A small spirit queried cautiously at Lady Fox's feet. Within the mountain temple of Fogio, Lady Fox sat upon a stone bench, her tail swaying gently, ears perked with mischief, her eyes squinting with calculating light. Our goals align, yet we cannot allow them to meet here. Otherwise, I could not bear the consequences, Lady Fox mused, a sly smile gracing her lips. Open the cage shortly, then feign a pursuit, driving the black tiger towards the northern mountain. Lady Fox gestured delicately with her slender claws. The northern mountain was a crucial path for the human clan's ascent, and the message she had sent to Xuan Cang also pointed towards the northern mountain, where they were likely to encounter one another. At that moment, whatever transpires thereafter would be of no concern to her, and she could even intervene at a critical juncture to maximize her own benefits. Fogio Mountain, connected to Feng Mountain and Blackback Mountain, soon saw Xuancang and Sang Biao enter its domain. Yet as they did, Sang Biao raised his head, surveying his surroundings, his four legs slightly bent. Sensing an imminent threat, his ears erect with vigilance. "Brother, why is this mountain so desolate?" Sang Biao's voice betrayed a hint of unease. Upon closer inspection, the mountain was barren, strewn with yellow earth and withered trees, a stark contrast to the vibrant greenery one would expect in spring. "And I felt an immediate discomfort upon entering here," Sang Biao continued, his body trembling involuntarily, the sheen of his fur dulled. Xuancang cast a glance around, pondering. "We beasts possess an innate affinity for the mountains. Yet this one has been sealed by the human clan's celestial gates, which may explain the sense of disconnection." With a steady gait, Xuancang led the way, deep in thought. The two moved forward across the barren slope. Occasionally, wild beasts would scurry about, but upon catching sight of Xuancang and Sang Biao, they fled in a panic, tails tucked, filled with fear. "Brother, this Fogio mountain is vast. Where shall we search for our second brother?" Sang Biao turned to Xuancang, his eyes filled with confusion. Xuancang scanned the area with a calm demeanor. Lady Fox's abduction of the Black Fiend is motivated by two factors: to curry favor with Xiong Kuei and to report to the humans. By following these leads, we can locate Lady Fox. Is it possible to sense the presence of humans? Xuan Cang mused, glancing at Sang Biao. Sang Biao's ears perked up, keen as two radar dishes, capturing every rustle of the wind and movement in the grass. "Brother, in the northwest direction there is a unique aura. I suspect it belongs to the humans." Sang Biao exclaimed with excitement. "Let's go," Xuancang commanded, and the two brothers swiftly set off, their forms darting across the desolate slope, stirring up a slight cloud of dust. Shortly thereafter, Xuancang and Sang Biao reached a vantage point, where they could see a young man clad in azure garments, a long sword sheathed at his back, advancing rapidly with 20 robust men towards this location. The youth, with his youthful visage, resembled a fruit newly ripened, exuding a blend of innocence and stubbornness. As he strode forward, a blade of dogtail grass clutched between his teeth. A slight smile danced at the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of defiance and vitality in his eyes. Each step he took radiated the exuberance of youth. The sword behind him swaying gently with his movements, its sheath glinting with a mysterious sheen in the sunlight. "Brother, that sword on the youth's back." Sang Biao's large ears perked up, his gaze fixated on the sword, filled with curiosity and caution. In a moment of clarity, Sang Biao recognized that the sword bore a striking resemblance to the one wielded by the two human practitioners encountered at Blackback Mountain. Another human practitioner? Xuancang's brow furrowed slightly, as if deep in thought. It seems Lady Fox has indeed disclosed the whereabouts of the Black Fiend to the humans. Xuancang lowered his stance, muscles taut, his eyes reflecting a grave intensity, shrouded in mystery. "Let's follow them." The two concealed their presence, moving silently through the woods like specters, advancing alongside the human contingent. They proceeded until they had traversed the entire northern side of Fogio Mountain, nearing the vicinity of the mountain temple where the human group was about to arrive. Ahead, Dong Xiao exchanged a glance with a companion, prompting a man to step forward with urgency. "Where is the spirit of this mountain?" His voice boomed, resonating powerfully through the valley. Inside the temple, Lady Fox was abruptly roused, having been lazily resting on the stone bench. Her ears perked up, and her eyes flew open, the surprise evident in her once drowsy gaze. How did they arrive here? Shouldn't they have crossed paths by now? Lady Fox pondered, her slender tail twitching with unease, her ears quivering. Yet, she quickly composed herself, materializing with an air of feigned grace, her figure coalescing like mist into human form. Then, with the power of the mountain spirit, she spoke in human tongue. "I, Fox Niao, the spirit of Fogio Mountain, greet you all." The form she had taken conformed perfectly to human aesthetics. Her movements light, as if she were gliding through the air, with long legs and a slender waist. Each step exuded an enchanting allure reminiscent of willowy branches swaying in a breeze. Her skin was as white as snow, shimmering under the sunlight, nearly reflecting light itself, while her garments draped in an alluringly ambiguous manner, fluttering gently with her movements, revealing glimpses of her enticing complexion. Upon her appearance, the gazes of the robust men lingered upon her, some even swallowing hard, leaning forward as if to behold her more clearly. "A bunch of fools. What are you staring at?" Dong Xiao snapped, his gaze sharp, infused with irritation. His reprimand jolted everyone back to reality, and they felt an involuntary shiver run down their spines, a sudden drain of energy enveloping them. Chapter 37. The enchantress of the Fox Tribe. The allure of the Fox Tribe is not merely a matter of appearance, particularly in the case of the Fox Lady. Her ability to distinguish herself among a host of spirits and become the guardian spirit of Fogio Mountain, coupled with the fortuitous blessings from the human dynasty, speaks volumes of her formidable prowess. "What about the tiger spirit?" Dong Xiao inquired. The Fox Lady hesitated, realizing that the situation had exceeded her expectations. "Forgive me, my lord. The tiger spirit is exceedingly cunning. It escaped not long ago," she replied, bowing her head. "Escaped? Are you mocking me, you fox spirit?" Dong Xiao exclaimed, drawing his long sword with a swift motion, a sharp intent directed at the Fox Lady. "Please forgive me." The Fox Lady displayed a look of terror, her mind racing with thoughts of the inept little spirits under her command. Just then, a thunderous roar of a tiger echoed through the air. Roar! The tiger's roar reverberated through the forest, an overwhelming aura of demonic power radiating outward. Behind them, Xuancang and Sang Biao, who had accompanied Dong Xiao, felt a jolt of energy. "Brother, that's the aura of our second brother," Xuancang stated, exhibiting a calmness that contrasted with Sang Biao's reaction. "Spirit? Demon?" As the tiger's roar resonated, the human group displayed expressions of shock and confusion. "What is happening?" Dong Xiao glared at the Fox Lady, who appeared equally bewildered. According to her plan, the black tiger should have fled. Why was it still at the mountain shrine? And why did its aura seem to have reached the level of a spirit demon? This, the Fox Lady stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. Let's go take a look." Without waiting for an explanation from the Fox Lady, Dong Xiao hastily led the way, followed closely by Xuancang and Sang Biao. Behind the mountain shrine, within a pitch-black cave, a chilling aura wafted forth, causing the temperature to plummet. With a gust of wind, the figure of the black tiger burst forth from a cave. At that moment, the human group and the Fox Lady arrived. What they beheld was a colossal, formidable black tiger standing in an open area, enshrouded in thick, almost tangible black mist. This mist coiled around its massive form like serpents, continuously swirling. From this mass of black fog emanated a chilling, sinister energy, which clung to the black tiger, augmenting its already terrifying presence with a bone-chilling aura. How is this possible? The Fox Lady, the first to arrive, felt her mind explode with disbelief. She never anticipated that events would escalate to this degree. "Help! Help!" she cried out desperately, but the little spirits who usually accompanied her had vanished without a trace. "Are you looking for them?" The black tiger's gaze shifted, its cold eyes locking onto the Fox Lady, and with a thunderous roar, the sinister energy expanded. Several disoriented little spirits burst forth from the black tiger, clawing and gnashing their teeth at the Fox Lady. Her expression changed drastically. She hadn't realized the black tiger had grown powerful enough to command her subordinates to turn against her. In her panic, the Fox Lady summoned a fierce wind with a wave of her hand. With a brilliant flash of demonic light, the spirits momentarily faltered, but in less than a heartbeat, they charged at her once more. "No!" The Fox Lady, refusing to hesitate, swiftly retreated back to her spirit form, bolstered by her divine status. At this moment, Dong Xiao surveyed the chaotic scene, his brow furrowed. "You wretched creature!" he bellowed, his eyes widening, veins bulging on his forehead. With a powerful sweep of his sword, the muscles in his arm tensed visibly beneath his sleeve. As he swung, a streak of azure light shot forth, slicing through the air like a sharp bolt of lightning, instantly detonating among the swarm of spirits. The spirits shattered like fragile porcelain, disintegrating into countless tiny fragments that gradually dissipated into the air. The black tiger staggered slightly from the impact, shaking its head before regaining its composure. "Subdue them." Though still youthful, Dong Zhao's commanding tone was imbued with undeniable authority. The other robust members of the human race, upon hearing the command, advanced without hesitation. Observing the situation, the black tiger's massive frame tensed like a drawn bow. It raised its head and emitted a roar that reverberated through the heavens, akin to thunder rolling through the valleys. Accompanied by this roar, it forcefully struck the ground with its claws, generating a fierce gust of wind that surged towards the approaching humans. Though the humans possessed vigorous vitality and considerable combat strength, they did not underestimate this assault. They quickly adjusted their formations, crossing their weapons in defense. The weapons gleamed ominously in the sunlight. As the black tiger's power collided with them, a dazzling spark erupted where the weapons met, the sound of metal clashing resonating throughout the area. Seeing the ferocity of the black tiger, Dong Xiao swiftly maneuvered, his form akin to a startled phoenix, transforming into a fleeting shadow that generated a gentle breeze. His sword glimmered with a chilling light, the spiritual energy dancing along its blade. Demonic severance. As he uttered this incantation, a crescent-shaped sword energy surged towards the black tiger's head, leaving a visible trail in the air. Sensing imminent danger, the black tiger's fierce gaze intensified. Its eyes resembled deep, dark pools, and, at this moment, they seemed to burn with two fiery flames. With a sudden twist of its massive body, the muscles rippling beneath its fur, it deftly evaded the incoming attack. With a powerful leap, the black tiger soared through the air, its limbs propelling it forcefully. Opening its mouth wide, it unleashed a torrent of sinister energy akin to a black dragon, thrashing and clawing at its surroundings, stirring the air into a tempest of darkness. The howling winds whipped up sand and stones from the ground, launching them towards the humans like a barrage of hidden weapons. Break! Dong Xiao inhaled deeply, his chest swelling as if filled with air. The spiritual energy coalesced along his sword, its brilliance intensifying as if it were poised to consume the black wind. With a commanding shout, he swung his sword, and the wave of energy surged forth, instantaneously dispersing the black wind. Chapter 38 Support in this moment. The remaining members of the human tribe felt a sense of urgency and did not dare to slacken their efforts. They hurriedly advanced together, 2 or 3 individuals combining their efforts to conjure a massive net. In their hands, they firmly grasped 2 specially crafted large nets, meticulously woven from rare and unique materials. The fine threads glimmered with an ethereal, yet faintly mysterious aura, suggesting an invisible force contained within. Exchanging knowing glances, they united their strength and raised the net high above their heads. Then, with a unified shout, they vigorously flung it toward the direction of the black demon. The 2 nets unfurled rapidly in midair, resembling vast celestial canopies, accompanied by a roaring wind descending upon the black demon with tremendous force, as if to encompass all existence within their grasp. As a creature of the mountains, the black demon was acutely aware of the net's potency. Sensing the imminent danger, it wasted no time in turning and sprinting away. Its powerful claws dug into the solid ground, leaving deep impressions in the earth and kicking up clouds of dust. Do not let it escape. Upon witnessing this, Dong Xiao's youthful face instantly reflected urgency, his brows furrowing tightly. After all, this tiger spirit was of paramount importance to Baishui town. If captured, peace could be maintained in the region. With this thought, Dong Xiao surged forward with explosive speed, darting towards the fleeing black demon. However, just as he pursued with reckless abandon, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind, akin to a ferocious beast, surged toward him with overwhelming force. This wind felt like an invisible hand, powerful enough to compress the air, producing a low, ominous howl. "Lord Dong, be careful!" The others in the tribe exclaimed in alarm, their faces betraying shock as they called out in unison. Yet, the suddenness of the event left Dong Xiao with little time to react, and enormous claws appeared before him like lightning. Each claw was razor-sharp, resembling gleaming curved blades. Exuding a menacinhoha. With a thunderous crash, like a great bell tolling, Dong Xiao reacted swiftly, positioning his sword defensively before him. Gripping the hilt with all his might, he summoned every ounce of strength to withstand the impending blow. His muscles bulged under the strain, veins standing out like writhing worms. Simultaneously, radiant energy erupted from his being, enveloping him in a dazzling display akin to brilliant fireworks, drawing the eyes of all around. Under the tremendous force of the impact, Dong Xiao was propelled backward for over 10 meters before he finally managed to stabilize himself, leaving deep grooves in the earth where his feet had dragged. A testament to the force of the strike. A resounding tiger roar echoed through the air. The other human tribe members, witnessing this breathtaking scene, felt a shift in their expressions, a flicker of anxiety breaking through their previously confident demeanor. At that moment, a fearsome creature with a blue face and sharp fangs stood majestically beside the black demon. The creature's visage, illuminated by the sun, appeared particularly horrifying, as if it had emerged from the depths of hell. Droplets of saliva glistened at the tips of its fangs, falling to the ground with a steady drip. They say the flesh of humans is delectable. Today, it shall be my turn to savor it. The creature spoke, its voice deep and raspy, filled with greed and malice. However, as it spoke in the tongue of its kind, Dong Xiao and the others could not comprehend its words, only perceiving its low growls. Behind the creature, a lithe and vividly patterned tiger slowly emerged. Xuancang. Elder brother, third brother? The black demon halted abruptly, turning to behold this sight. A mix of surprise and joy washing over it. Second brother, you just broken through. Focus on stabilizing your foundation. Leave these human pests to the third brother. Xuancang's steady voice rang out, carrying an undeniable authority. The black demon nodded slowly. Its recent breakthrough had been unexpected, although its strength had significantly increased. The demonic power within remained unstable, requiring time to solidify. Nevertheless, it was evident that the power displayed earlier indicated a marked enhancement in combat capability, a testament to the advantages of bloodline inheritance. Once awakened, strength would undergo a qualitative leap. 2 more tiger beasts have arrived. It seems heaven favors Bai Shui Town. Dong Xiao momentarily felt astonished, but quickly regained his excitement, determination rekindling in his eyes, his grip on his sword tightening with renewed vigor. The rest of the human tribe felt the same surge of resolve. In contrast, the fox spirit in the mountain temple wore a troubled expression, pacing anxiously like a cat on a hot tin roof. What shall I do? She muttered, her brow furrowed. If they win, all is well. But if they lose and trouble arises on my husband's mountain, it would be a great disaster. Her heart raced with anxiety as she paced back and forth, her eyes filled with worry. Yet, should they emerge victorious, 3 tiger beasts could ensure decades of peace for Bai Shui Town, which would render all my efforts futile. As the human tribe's appointed mountain spirit, she recognized that her ascension depended on human strength. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. Yet she could not devise a foolproof plan. Torn between 2 difficult choices, she felt utterly lost. On the battlefield ahead, the massive form of the creature loomed like a moving mountain, exuding the powerful aura of a century-old demon, now capable of manifesting its demonic power. The creature's strength was formidable. Let me test your mettle, human scum. It roared, its voice echoing across the fields. With that, its colossal form surged forward like a cannonball, claws slicing through the air as they aimed menacingly at Dong Xiao. Foul beast, you shall not prevail. Dong Xiao's eyes widened with fury as he shouted, brandishing his sword. His energy surged forth like a tidal wave, illuminating his form, standing defiantly against the beast's overwhelming presence. Xuancang did not immediately engage, but observed quietly, watching Dong Xiao as he took in the scene. Inwardly, it marveled, indeed a destined race. This human cultivator appears scarcely past his teenage years, yet his aura rivals that of the legendary white ape of yore. Once, Xuancang had also been a member of the human tribe, but throughout the long passage of time, its species had transformed, though its mindset had seamlessly adapted to this change. With a thunderous roar, the creature charged ahead like a frenzied beast, rushing towards the humans. Aside from Dong Xiao, any other human who ventured too close was sent flying by the creature's overwhelming demonic power, stirring up clouds of dust and chaos on the battlefield as cries of battle filled the air. Chapter 39. Navigating between opportunities, Xuancang's piercing gaze was fixed ahead, his emerald eyes seemingly ablaze with an inner fire. Just as he prepared to unsheath his sharp claws, an overwhelming sense of unease surged through him like a tidal wave, as if invisible hands were gripping his heart. With a wary glance, he spotted a woman with flowing hair gracefully making her way toward him from a nearby hillside. Her figure was enchanting, and each step bore an enchanting rhythm, her long skirt billowing in the wind like a delicate cloud. Something is amiss. Xuancang's heart raced violently, a primal instinct of danger crashing over him like a roaring tide, causing the fur along his spine to rise involuntarily. Third brother, we must flee. Xuancang lowered his body, a deep growl escaping his throat, laced with undeniable authority. In the throes of battle fervor, Sang Biao felt no inclination to linger. Upon hearing Xuancang's command, he leaped high, his massive form carving an elegant arc through the air as he landed near Xuancang, sending a small cloud of dust into the air. Moments later, the three brothers surged forward in unison, their powerful legs propelling them like arrows released from a bow. Meanwhile, Dong Xiao observed the retreating figures of the three brothers and, mistaking their flight for fear of him, smirked with disdain. He swiftly retrieved a glowing blue pill from a pouch at his waist and swallowed it. Instantly, a surge of spiritual energy coursed through him, replenishing the power he had expended in battle. Taking a deep breath, he called out, "Follow me." With that, he charged ahead, the others hastily trailing behind, kicking up a storm of dust in their wake. In the thicket, Xuancang and his brothers darted through the trees like shadows, their speed astonishing. The branches on either side whipped violently in the wind created by their passage, producing a rustling sound. On the human side, bolstered by the energy from the pill, Dong Xiao barely managed to keep pace with Xuancang and his brothers. His movements were agile, each step as if he were treading upon the very wind. In contrast, the others struggled to keep up, their faces etched with anxiety and fatigue, sweat soaking their clothes, their steps growing heavier, lagging further behind Dong Xiao. "Brother, only that one person has followed us. Together, we can easily subdue him." Sang Biao, trailing behind Xuancang, ran with excitement glimmering in his tiger eyes, baring his sharp fangs in a grin. "Less chatter, run," Xuancang admonished without pause, his tail slicing through the air with powerful grace. However, just as the three brothers had advanced a short distance, a massive shadow loomed before them, blocking their path like a small mountain. "Finally, I've found you three." The familiar voice sent a tremor of tension through their muscles, as if they were drawn taut like bowstrings. "Bearkui." The brothers' expressions shifted instantly to one of wariness and dread. They had not anticipated encountering this adversary here. "Hand over what you have, and I may spare your lives." Bearkui glared at Xuancang and his brothers, his large, bell-like eyes glimmering with greed and malice. He leaned forward, his massive paws thundering against the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly. Behind Bearkui, a mountain cat arched its back, fur bristling, eyes narrowed in vigilance. A troop of monkeys chattered excitedly, wielding makeshift weapons, ready for battle. With a swift motion, Dong Xiao was also closing in from behind. Their escape routes were now completely blocked. Seeing the situation, Xuancang's mind raced, and a clever idea formed. "You fool dare to appear before me? We have already allied with the humans, and the goods have been given to them. If you wish to live, then leave." Xuancang's tiger eyes widened as he spoke in a commanding tone. Bearkui scoffed at the words, baring his sharp teeth. "And what are the humans? Before me, they are nothing but ants." Bearkui threw back his head, letting out a roar that shook the surrounding leaves. In response, Xuancang smirked and forcefully channeled his power to speak in human language. "Great king, humans are in pursuit." The proclamation left He Sha and Sang Biao bewildered, with Sang Biao tilting his head in confusion, his ears twitching as if questioning Xuancang's intent. Meanwhile, Dong Xiao halted, momentarily taken aback by the revelation. "More help. Eliminate them all." Dong Xiao's gaze shifted to Bearkui, filled with youthful arrogance, envisioning a triumphant return home to a welcoming crowd of villagers. After all, what young man could resist the allure of glory before others? Fueled by this fervor, he resolved that he must return with a tiger beast, lest he disappoint his kin. By the decree of Xiantian, let the heavenly sword slay the demons. With a fierce shout, Dong Xiao's sword erupted with blinding spiritual light, radiating along the blade as he surged forward like a meteor towards Xuancang. Now, Xuancang feigned to turn towards Dong Xiao, positioning Bear Kuei behind him to create the illusion of support. As he moved, Bear Kuei sprang into action as well. Nowhere to run, Bear Kuei's power erupted, his brown fur appearing as if ablaze, and he leaped toward Xuancang, each landing producing a resounding thud that shook the trees. Both parties were intent on capturing Xuancang, but midway through, Xuancang signaled to Heisha and Sang Biao with a glance, conveying a sense of urgency and determination. The three tigers diverged, Xuancang veering left while Sang Biao and Heisha sprinted to the right. As they departed, Xuancang instructed Sang Biao, "Return the way we came." Huh? Bear Kuei was momentarily perplexed, his massive form hesitating mid-leap, confusion evident on his face. Yet, Dong Xiao was already upon Bear Kuei. Damn it, Bear Kuei cursed, still fixated on the direction where Xuancang had vanished, filled with frustration. Now, he found himself reluctantly engaged in battle with Dong Xiao. Both sides harbored a singular thought. Bear Kuei could not have imagined that the three tiger spirits had indeed found refuge among the humans. How infuriating! Dong Xiao, realizing the three tiger spirits had such backing, resolved that he must first eliminate this black bear before pursuing them. The conflict escalated as they clashed, while Xuancang, having circled to the left, hastened toward the foot of the mountain. Yet, before he could cover much ground, a sudden chill crept over him from behind. Reacting instinctively, Xuancang leaped, his agile form soaring high. In that moment, a jade-green hairpin shot toward him like a long arrow, glimmering with a chilling radiance. Chapter 40. The powerful human cultivator Xuancang leaped onto a protruding gray stone in the mountains, then turned, lowering his powerful body. His front claws gripping the stone like iron hooks, leaving deep scratches on its rough surface. His tiger eyes glinted with fierce light, resembling two burning green flames, fixed intently on what lay behind him. There, a graceful woman in a flowing gown emerged from the thicket, her every step seemingly measuring the earth beneath her. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, with bright, deep-set eyes. Dressed in a simple gown that fluttered gently in the breeze, she walked with a deliberate ease. The jade hairpin that had previously shot forth now returned to her side, tracing a graceful arc in the air before circling her body and quietly reinserting itself into her hair, the entire process flowing as naturally as water. "You beast possess considerable wisdom," the woman spoke, her lips parting to reveal a cold voice, her gaze meeting Xuancang's tiger eyes with a calmness akin to a still pond, undisturbed by any ripples. "Subduing you would indeed repay their kindness." As her words fell, she raised her right hand, her slender fingers forming a sword-like gesture, lightly pointing into the void. Instantly, the jade hairpin, seemingly summoned, transformed into a streak of light and shot forth, surrounded by a faint aura of spiritual energy. Its speed astonishing. Xuancang reacted with remarkable swiftness, his muscles tensed, and with a powerful push of his hind legs, he propelled himself sideways. Just as he left, the hairpin struck the gray stone with pinpoint accuracy. A thunderous sound erupted, akin to a clap of thunder, shattering the stone into countless fragments that scattered like projectiles, some narrowly grazing Xuancang's form, leaving shallow scratches on his fur. Witnessing this, Xuancang was further convinced of his thoughts. The woman before him wielded power nearly equal to that of Xuan Cang, undoubtedly a formidable adversary. At this moment, the demonic thunder cultivation technique within him surged into motion, unleashing 2 centuries' worth of demonic energy. His body became enveloped in a thick purple miasma, its density almost tangible, with flickering arcs of electricity crackling within, emitting a sizzling sound. With each breath, Xuancang's form gradually expanded. The previously disguised 3-meter frame swiftly grew to over 4.5 meters in size. His jaws parted slightly, revealing sharp fangs, and a deep growl resonated from within him. With a powerful leap, enhanced by his demonic energy, Xuancang soared into the air, his massive form cutting through the wind with a graceful arc as he lunged toward the woman. His claws glinted menacingly under the sunlight, a foul wind swirling around his maw, as if he aimed to tear her apart. "Come fort." The woman remained unperturbed, deftly retreating with light steps, seemingly sidestepping Xuancang's fierce pounce with effortless grace. Yet, Xuancang was far from finished. He flicked his tail violently, using the momentum to twist his body and launch another assault on her. As she retreated, the woman waved her left hand lightly, conjuring a barrier of spiritual energy that materialized before her. Xuancang's claws struck the barrier, erupting in a dazzling display of spiritual light. Though it trembled, the barrier held firm, while Xuancang's claws were numb from the impact. As he landed, he quickly regained his stance, ready to strike again. Beneath the protective barrier, the woman's gaze remained locked on Xuancang. Noticing this, he rapidly circled around her, leaving deep imprints in the earth beneath his paws. Suddenly, he darted behind her, charging forth just as he was about to collide with the barrier, gathering his demonic energy in his jaws and biting down on the barrier. This time, several cracks appeared, prompting the woman to furrow her brow slightly. Seizing the moment, Xuancang struck the barrier with both paws, and with a resounding crack, it shattered. Without hesitation, he lunged toward the woman, who, sensing danger, stepped back while summoning the hairpin back to her. With a roar, Xuancang lunged once more, targeting her shoulder with a claw. The woman raised the hairpin defensively, and as their forces collided, Xuancang pushed down with all his might while she supported the hairpin with her spiritual energy. The two locked in a stalemate. In a sudden move, Xuancang raised his other paw, aiming for her face. Only then did her expression shift, forcing her to release the hairpin and lean back to evade. Seizing the opportunity, Xuancang bit down on the hairpin, flinging it away, its spiritual glow extinguished upon hitting the ground. Though the woman was now without her hairpin, she remained composed. Swiftly, she began to form seals with her hands, causing the air around her to tremble violently. Sensing a formidable power coalescing, Xuancang did not retreat. He charged towards her, knowing that allowing her to complete her incantation would plunge him into greater peril. Just as he neared her, she thrust her hands forward, unleashing a massive wave of spiritual energy directed at him. Xuancang concentrated all his demonic power into a defense for his body. The clash of their energies resulted in a deafening explosion, uprooting trees and sending many crashing to the ground. Xuancang felt as though his very insides were being crushed, a searing pain coursing through him. Such a force would have been lethal to any ordinary human. Only his prior enhancement of his demonic form and the solidified energy from the thunder technique allowed him to withstand the blow. Still able to move, the woman, surprised by his resilience, raised her hand to cast a small net that expanded in the wind, far more intricate than any trap devised by Dong Xiao and his companions. Yet, Xuancang was not foolish enough to remain stationary. He leapt onto a nearby tree, using its momentum to spring forth, agilely darting away several dozen meters. "Where do you think you're going?" The woman pursued swiftly, unaware that Xuancang had gathered all his demonic energy into a concentrated blast in his mouth. As she caught up to him, Xuancang unleashed a radiant beam of demonic energy. Boom! In that critical moment, the hairpin he had thrown earlier returned, blossoming with a spiritual glow before the woman, successfully deflecting Xuancang's attack. Realizing that his most powerful strike had failed, Xuancang did not linger. He turned and fled. "You beast, it seems capturing you alive is out of the question." At this, the woman's gaze sharpened, her aura intensifying, tripling in potency. Had she not initially aimed to capture Xuancang, the sheer force of her full power would have rendered dire consequences. "Ah, help me." Just then, a scream from Dong Xiao echoed from the thicket. The woman hesitated, momentarily distracted, allowing Xuancang to widen the distance to 300 meters. With the dense foliage of the jungle concealing him, he quickly disappeared from her sight. Chapter 41. The haunting presence deep within the verdant, sun-dappled jungle, the lush foliage intertwined, forming a vast emerald canopy that shielded the outside world's clamor and light. Xuancang moved with the swiftness of lightning, his formidable tiger form darting through the thicket with remarkable speed. Each powerful paw fall left shallow impressions in the earth, stirring up clouds of dust. His resplendent fur shimmered like flowing flames in the interplay of light and shadow. After exerting himself to the utmost, Xuancang slowed his pace, halting once he confirmed that the woman was not in pursuit. His broad chest heaved violently as he gasped for air. He licked his lips with his rough tongue, muttering a curse under his breath. Raising his massive head towards the sky, he discerned the direction through the beams of light filtering through the leaves. Once assured of the path to Foam Mountain, he resumed his sprint. Meanwhile, at Foam Mountain, Sang Biao and He Sha had already arrived. Sang Biao, a colossal figure, boasted an imposing physique with a glossy coat that glimmered with vitality, each strand of fur seemingly imbued with power. He Sha, with his dark hide and white stripes, possessed a lithe and graceful form, exuding a quiet dignity. At that moment, the Mountain Wolf King led a diverse pack of wild wolves, arranged neatly in an open space. Second brother, these are the new subordinates recruited by elder brother, Sang Biao rumbled, his massive jaws parting to reveal sharp fangs as he turned to He Sha, his eyes gleaming with pride. He Sha nodded slightly, his large head swiveling as he surveyed the surroundings, inquiring, has elder brother not yet arrived? It was only upon hearing this that Sang Biao realized Xuancang had not returned. He hastily moved closer to the Mountain Wolf King, asking urgently, has my elder brother come back? The Mountain Wolf King shook his head slowly, his voice low and gravelly, not yet. Sang Biao turned, a flicker of concern surfacing in his previously indifferent eyes. Fortunately, a rustling sound from the distant woods soon heralded the emergence of Xuancang. Elder brother, Sang Biao shouted joyfully, his voice echoing through the mountains and startling a flock of birds into flight. Let us go, Xuancang commanded succinctly, showing no signs of delay as he led Sang Biao, He Sha, and the Mountain Wolf King deeper into Foam Mountain. An hour later, they arrived at the treacherous Wolf Ridge, characterized by its steep terrain and peculiar rock formations, with a deep cavern at its center. The Mountain Wolf King threw back his head and howled, prompting several wild wolves to spring forth like arrows. Soon they returned, hauling 3 plump spotted deer and presenting them respectfully before the 3 brothers. As the trio entered the cavern, they found it dark and damp, the walls shimmering with an eerie phosphorescence. Well done. This is your reward, Xuancang declared, standing in the cavern center as he opened his jaws to expel 5 glowing demon crystals from his depths. The crystals radiated a mysterious light, illuminating Xuancang's majestic visage. The Mountain Wolf King approached cautiously, touching the crystals with his nose, filled with awe and gratitude. He understood that as an ordinary spirit beast, without the protection of a powerful demon, he could hardly come into contact with such precious treasures. After receiving Xuancang's reward, the Mountain Wolf King took his position outside the cave as a guardian, restoring silence within. Xuancang turned to He Sha, his eyes betraying a hint of gravity, and inquired, Second brother, how did you break through? And what is this aura surrounding you? Xuancang keenly sensed that He Sha, while emanating demon energy, also harbored a trace of eerie, ghostly energy. This is largely thanks to my bloodline inheritance, He Sha replied, lying on the ground with his massive head resting on his forelegs. I previously thought my bloodline merely contained the memories of the demon clan. But after encountering the ghostly artifact elder brother mentioned, a new memory surfaced in my mind. He raised his head, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Yet, this memory is quite vague, making it difficult for me to discern its authenticity. After a pause, he continued, it was only after that fox lady took me away while I was unconscious and her ghostly minions imprisoned me that this memory fully awakened. My bloodline inheritance granted me 2 abilities. The first, devouring ghosts to transform essence, allows me to enhance my cultivation by consuming ghostly beings. The second, becoming a familiar for the tiger, permits me to bind the souls of the humans I slay. With the memory now crystal clear, I sought a means of escape, until that fox lady inexplicably sent ghostly beings to feign my release. A glint of ruthlessness and pride flashed in He Sha's eyes. This was fortuitous, allowing me to utilize this ability to devour all those ghostly beings and elevate my cultivation by several decades, thereby breaking through to the realm of spirit demons. He Sha explained to Xuancang without reservation. Upon hearing this, Xuancang nodded slightly, a pensive expression crossing his face. A twinge of envy stirred within him. Had he not possessed the memories of his past life and that enigmatic 3-life scroll, he might have been just an ordinary striped tiger, perhaps even inferior to Sang Biao. Given this, you may safely accept this ghostly artifact, Xuancang stated, nudging the ancient ghostly jar towards He Sha. I have conducted a brief examination of this item. For some reason, it has accumulated a vast amount of ghostly energy within. The nature of this energy is quite similar to demon energy, infused with the essence of the moon. I suspect that Xuancang was also unaware of how to harness this ghostly energy for cultivation, which led to his rapid advancement in a short period. However, Xuancang's countenance turned serious as he intently regarded the ghostly jar. With your body, while you may harness the strength bestowed by the ghostly energy, you will also be subjected to its backlash. As Xuancang spoke, Sang Biao tilted his head, contemplating for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, "So he needed our blood to help balance his demon form?" Xuancang and He Sha exchanged encouraging glances. "Indeed, quite astute of you," He Sha remarked, his voice echoing within the cavern. Sang Biao set upright, his small head bobbing as he playfully mimicked a gesture of embracing oneself with his forelimbs. "Oof, your tiger arms are quite nimble," He Sha teased, captivated by Sang Biao's antics. "Show me how you do that with your arms." He Sha was impressed by Sang Biao's ability to perform such movements and regarded him with newfound respect. Xuancang sighed, rolling his eyes, wanting to say something but ultimately refraining, abandoning his attempt to explain. "How about this, my tiger arms? Aren't they striking?" Sang Biao proclaimed, rising to his feet and swaying his massive form, demonstrating several exaggerated actions that only a demon could perform, appearing quite comical. "I can also do this, and this." Sang Biao continued, showcasing his talents with enthusiasm. Chapter 42. The Unfortunate Bear. Koei, enough is enough. Xuancang could no longer bear to watch Sang Biao's display and interjected, redirecting the conversation back to the ominous jar. "Brother, do you mean to say that I, too, can absorb this malevolent energy like Bear Koei?" He Sha's gaze was fixed on the jar, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. "You possess a unique affinity for this object. If it proves beneficial to your innate abilities, then it is undoubtedly feasible," Xuancang affirmed confidently. As soon as Xuancang finished speaking, He Sha contemplated for a moment before slowly extending his claw to delicately lift the lid of the jar. In an instant, a potent wave of ghostly energy surged forth, enveloping the cave like a billowing cloud of black smoke. The temperature within the cavern plummeted, the frigid air seeming to threaten to freeze everything in its path. Xuancang activated the demon thunder and radiant lightning technique, surrounding himself with flickering violet lightning, forming a robust defensive barrier that kept the malevolent energy at bay. Initially, Sang Biao, relying on his formidable tiger form, managed to withstand the ghostly energy. However, after a few breaths, discomfort washed over him, causing him to shake his head incessantly. "Alas, this ghostly energy is intolerable," Sang Biao mumbled, staggering out of the wolf den. Upon emerging, he noticed a pack of wild wolves lingering nearby. Instantly invigorated, he approached the wolves, striking a pose and exclaiming, "Hey, brothers of the wolf pack, do you see my tiger strength?" The wolves stared blankly at Sang Biao, their expressions filled with exasperation. Meanwhile, within the cave, He Sha was wholly absorbed in gradually siphoning the ghostly energy from the jar, drawing it into his body. The energy coursed through his veins, causing his body to tremble slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and dampening his fur. "What do you feel?" Xuancang stood vigil by the jar, his gaze unwavering on He Sha. Any sign of distress would prompt him to seal the jar immediately. "Brother, I feel." He Sha inhaled deeply, suddenly exclaiming with exhilaration, "Incredible. It feels as if I am immersed in the essence of the moon." With that declaration, he began to unleash his innate powers, hastening the absorption of the ghostly energy from the jar. The energy surged into him like a tidal wave, intertwining with his demonic essence and emitting a strange and mysterious glow. After about 10 breaths, He Sha abruptly ceased his absorption. He slowly opened his tiger eyes, sparkling with excitement, and said to Xuancang, "I am saturated. With my current cultivation, I can absorb no more at once, and I still need to refine what I have." "Very well." Xuancang nodded in satisfaction, a look of delight crossing his face. "It seems that the three of us are indeed blessed with profound fortunes." With that, he let out a hearty laugh that reverberated through the cave, then pushed the jar toward He Sha. After all, with He Sha's cultivation having reached the level of spirit creature, he could refine the energy stored within. In stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere on Xuancang's side, Bear Kuei was experiencing utter misfortune. At that moment, a woman hurriedly returned, only to be met with a scene of devastation. Dong Xiao lay on the ground, battered and barely alive. While over 20 members of the human tribe had been brutally torn apart, their bodies drenched in blood, a sight too horrific to behold. "You wretched beast! You shall not be spared." The woman's almond eyes widened, her brows furrowing in anger as she shouted. Previously, she had held back, intent on capturing Xuancang alive. But now, Bear Kuei's brutal actions had ignited her fury. Armed only with a hairpin, she concentrated all her spiritual energy into it. The pin trembled, radiating a soft blue light, not blindingly brilliant, yet exuding an undeniable power. Seeing the woman audaciously challenge him, Bear Kuei contemptuously bared his sharp fangs, letting out a deep growl as his massive black bear form rose, towering like a mountain, emanating a chilling demonic aura. "You pathetic human scum, truly despicable." With a roar, the violent demonic energy erupted forth. The woman took a deep breath, lightly stepping forward, her form darting towards Bear Kuei like a swift swallow. As she neared, she flicked her wrist, transforming the wooden pin into a streak of blue light that aimed straight for Bear Kuei's throat. Bear Kuei reacted swiftly, swiping a massive paw that sent a gust of wind towards the hairpin. With a loud clap, the pin was knocked away, but it wobbled mid-air before returning, once again targeting Bear Kuei. Caught off guard by the pin's strange trajectory, Bear Kuei hastily swatted at it with his other paw, determined to smash it to bits. The collision produced a thunderous sound, creating a shockwave that sent nearby trees swaying precariously, many branches snapping under the force. However, while the hairpin was indeed sent flying again, it managed to graze Bear Kuei's paw, drawing a crimson line of blood that trickled down. Enraged, Bear Kuei roared in fury, no longer underestimating the woman before him. His demonic energy surged violently, the once black aura thickening and taking on a hint of red, indicating he was unleashing a more formidable form of demonic magic. He swiftly danced his paws, shooting black demonic energy from his palms like arrows aimed at the woman. Her expression tense, the woman remained vigilant, deftly evading Bear Kuei's attacks in midair. Meanwhile, she chanted incantations, her garments fluttering in the wind, as waves of pale blue energy emanated from her, forming a protective shield before her. The black demonic energy struck the shield, sizzling and flickering, yet she understood that such passive defense would not suffice. Seizing an opening in Bear Kuei's assault, she swiftly formed hand seals, exclaiming, "Gather the wind spirits." Instantly, the air around her began to churn violently, forming a powerful whirlwind that surged toward Bear Kuei. As the wind swept through, it lifted sand and debris off the ground, creating a wall of dust. Bear Kuei, underwent, stood his ground against the approaching whirlwind. With all his might, he pushed against it, roaring defiantly, "Such a trivial spell. What can it do to me?" The clash between the whirlwind and Bear Kuei's demonic energy erupted into a cacophonous explosion. The tremendous impact left a massive crater in the ground, the surrounding earth cracking under the pressure. Taking advantage of Bear Kuei's moment of distraction, the woman retrieved the hairpin once more. She focused her spiritual energy to its utmost, channeling everything into the pin. Its glow intensified, transforming into a radiant blue light that shot forth like a meteor toward Bear Kuei. This time, Bear Kuei sensed an unprecedented threat. Attempting to evade, he found his movements sluggish from the earlier confrontation with the whirlwind. With no other choice, he raised his arms to shield his vital points. With a piercing sound, the hairpin plunged deep into Bear Kuei's shoulder, embedding itself several inches deep. Bear Kuei let out a heart-wrenching wail, his body swaying as he reached a boiling point of rage, exerting all his strength to yank the pin from his shoulder and hurl it aside. Chapter 43. Conditions at this moment, blood poured from its shoulder, staining large patches of its black fur. Xuan Cang realized that he had encountered a formidable opponent today. Continuing this confrontation could very well cost him his life. With a fierce glare directed at the woman, he spat vitriol. "You despicable humans. Sheltering those 3 tiger spirits is tantamount to opposing me and my Blackback Mountain. We shall see." Xuan Cang thundered in demonic tongues, while the woman opposite him furrowed her brow, mistaking his furious roars as defiance, and prepared to strike again. However, Xuancang, undeterred by her approach, turned and fled deeper into the forest, his silhouette darting swiftly between the trees. At one point, he paused momentarily, casting a resentful glance at the woman as if to engrave her visage in his memory, before vanishing into the thicket, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. The woman observed the direction in which Xuancang fled, making no attempt to pursue him. Instead, she took a deep breath, her tense body finally relaxing. Such a loss, she murmured softly, gradually making her way to the nearly unconscious Dong Xiao, squatting beside him. From her bosom, she produced a small jade vial and dispensed a fragrant pill. Administering it to Dong Xiao. "Take this medicine and tend to your wounds," she whispered gently. Dong Xiao weakly opened his eyes, gratitude shining in them. "Thank you, Lu Xianshi, for your life-saving grace," he expressed, recognizing her despite others not knowing her. Lu Ning, a practitioner of the 8th stage of qi condensation, held a high status as the envoy of Baishui Town, Panshui Town, and Guanshan Town, with the authority to surpass local defenses in extraordinary circumstances. With an impassive expression, Lu Ning rose, surveying the surviving humans. "This place is no longer safe. You must leave the forest quickly and refrain from returning to this perilous area in the future. As for the tiger beasts, I will report to the higher authorities. If those 3 tiger spirits are utilized wisely, they could ensure decades of tranquility for the 3 towns, free from a disturbance of malevolent entities." Everyone nodded in agreement, assisting the injured as they slowly departed the bloody battlefield under Lu Ning's escort. Once they had left, a gentle demonic breeze swept through the area. The fox lady materialized, her skirt billowing with the wind, her exquisite features marred by a frown. Her once radiant eyes were now clouded with gloom as she surveyed the devastation around her, her countenance darkening. Silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the soft rustling of leaves stirred by the breeze, echoing the lament of this tragedy. Scattered across the ground lay several bodies of the human race, torn apart by Xuancang, with blood pooling into small streams that wound their way across the earth, a harrowing sight to behold. "Damn it!" The fox lady bit her lip in frustration, her voice tinged with annoyance. Not only had she missed her meal, but she had also attracted trouble. She couldn't help but curse, her once delicate features now twisted with rage. She had meticulously orchestrated a brilliant scheme, intending to exploit the human cultivator's pursuit of Haisha, hoping to pit them against Xuancang elsewhere. Just before the 2 sides clashed, she would feign benevolence, revealing Xuancang's whereabouts to the human practitioners. In doing so, she could remain uninvolved while reaping the benefits, extricating herself from any complications. Yet, now, the situation had completely unraveled, descending into chaos. "No, I cannot allow these 3 foul tigers to jeopardize my position." The fox lady clenched her teeth, a glint of resolve flashing in her eyes. As she spoke, her eyes slowly closed, her slender fingers gracefully weaving as she chanted incantations, harnessing her formidable mountain spirit power to cast a spell. In an instant, a mysterious and gentle radiance emanated from her, rippling outward. The entire Fogio mountain seemed enveloped in an ethereal veil, rendering it almost transparent to her perception. Every blade of grass, every tree, and every cave and path became vividly clear within her awareness. Subsequently, the fox lady pointed her alabaster finger into the void, a ghostly green light shooting forth from her fingertip. Utilizing the faint trace of energy left behind by Haisha, she began to discern its path. That energy resembled a thread concealed in darkness, gradually becoming clearer under her potent spell. Soon, she traced a dark line formed by Haisha's lingering essence across the entirety of Fogio Mountain, winding and stretching toward the distance. Foam Mountain? The fox lady raised an eyebrow, softly murmuring, "Has it gone to Foam Mountain?" After a brief contemplation, a knowing smile crept across her lips. This could work to my advantage. With that thought, the fox lady vanished in a flash, akin to a crimson streak of light, swiftly returning to the mountain temple. The temple stood ominously beneath the dappled shadows of the trees, exuding an aura of mystery. Upon entering, she raised her hand, and the air around her instantly turned frigid, several wisps of ghostly green mist materializing out of thin air. Within the swirling smoke, several indistinct, ethereal mountain spirits gradually emerged. "You all, go to the human realm," the fox lady commanded, and the spirits, heeding her words, set forth toward the realm of humans. Within Bai Shui town, upon learning of the failed operation, Zhao Yuan's countenance darkened, his once ruddy face now shrouded in a thick layer of gloom. Lord Protector at that moment. The General Dong Zhun hurried in, his steps hurried and frantic, beads of sweat glistening on his brow as he stirred up dust beneath his feet. "My lord." Zhao Yuan's eyes gleamed with anticipation upon Dong Zhun's arrival. "What news do you bring?" "Reporting to my lord, the fox demon has sent someone. The 3 tiger beasts have now taken refuge at Foam Mountain. It can summon the demon clans of Foam Mountain to act, but—" Dong Zhun's voice trembled, his gaze betraying hesitation. "What is the price?" Zhao Yuan had anticipated this and was prepared, his hands instinctively tightening into fists, knuckles whitening. 10 spirit wisdom pills, plus 5,000 spirit stones, and from this moment forth, a spirit altar must be established in Bai Shui town to honor it. "What audacity!" Zhao Yuan exclaimed, abruptly rising, his chair screeching in protest. "Let us not even mention it. 10 spirit wisdom pills and 30,000 spirit stones. These are resources that, given my current status, I could request from the Xuancang. However, the real issue is that once the request is made, if any disturbances occur in Bai Shui town within the next 3 years, I would be unable to summon the Xuancang again. After all, resources have already been granted, and per the rules, one cannot take advantage of both sides. Should that happen, I would still need the Xuancang's assistance, which would imply my incompetence as a protector. If I were forced to call upon them within 3 years, my tenure would likely come to an end. In essence, should Zhao Yuan acquiesce to this matter, there would be no turning back. My lord, this fox demon is insatiably greedy. Must we truly agree to this?" Dong Zhun, overwhelmed by the enormity of the resources, could scarcely fathom the implications. 30,000 spirit stones alone would suffice for him to purchase a grand estate in the capital. At this moment, Zhao Yuan remained silent, leaning against his chair and pondering, his eyes narrowing as if gazing through the walls to a distant place, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. If this plan succeeded, the 3 tiger beasts could ensure Bai Shui town's peace for at least 50 years, free from demonic afflictions. If achieved, Zhao Yuan could leverage this political success to ascend within 5 years, escaping this remote town entirely, with a future gleaming with promise. But conversely, after much inner turmoil, Zhao Yuan clenched his fists, the muscles in his arms tightening as he resolved himself to a monumental decision. "I can initially agree to the fox demon's request for the statue, the spirit wisdom pill, and the spirit stone. However, I shall only provide them upon encountering the tiger beast." Chapter 44. Leopard Yuan. The scene shifts to the 12 connected caves. Inside the cave, where Leopard Yuan resides, the surroundings are lush and vibrant, with fruit trees interspersed, creating a picturesque natural tapestry. An underground spring has formed a clear pond, its surface shimmering under the sunlight. "How is it that you, a being of such lofty stature, have the leisure to visit me today?" Within the cave, the spotted Leopard Yuan lazily reclines, gazing at the somewhat flirtatious fox spirit before him, his eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity and caution. Brother Leopard, your words sound a bit distant. I have come here thinking of you, hoping to present you with a fortuitous opportunity. The fox lady, as the spirit of the Fogio Mountain, cannot stray far from her home. Yet, she remains unhurried, twisting her slender form and sparkling with cunning glimmers in her eyes, subtly enticing Leopard Yuan. As anticipated, upon hearing the term opportunity, Leopard Yuan's demeanor swiftly shifts. After all, for creatures of their kind, the avenues for advancement are exceedingly limited. His current prowess is largely attributed to seizing the opportunity from the dear spirit that once occupied this place, allowing him to ascend to the ranks of 300 years of refined spirits, making him particularly sensitive to the notion of chance. Pray tell. Leopard Yuan's eyes gleam with interest as he raises his head slightly, his ears perked up in attentiveness. Seeing this, the fox lady's eyes glint with satisfaction as she succinctly recounts the tale of the Xuancang trio's escape to Fogio Mountain. Is that all? You're not implying that the opportunity you speak of is merely the bounty from the bear Kuei. 1,000 demon crystals is substantial, yet it hardly warrants my engagement with those three brothers. Leopard Yuan contemplates before dismissing the idea, reclining again with his tail flicking behind him, his expression tinged with disdain. What Brother Leopard mentions is merely one aspect. The fox lady had anticipated his reticence. In our realm, the bounty from Bear Kuei pales in comparison to the opportunity one present. You must be aware that I am currently affiliated with the human faction. Do you know what the bounty on those 3 tiger beasts is from the human side? At this point, she deliberately pauses, her eyes shimmering with mystery. What is it? Leopard Yuan rises slowly, his movements agile and powerful, fixating his curious gaze on the fox lady. For each tiger beast, 1 spirit endowment pill, she exclaims, her eyes sparkling with excitement, as if envisioning the success of her scheme. Spirit endowment pill? I've not heard of it. I only know of spirit wisdom fruit, which has the ability to awaken the intellect of wild beasts. Leopard Yuan replies, tilting his head in confusion, his ears twitching slightly. Ah, it is only natural that you, brother, remain unaware of human affairs. The fox lady chuckles lightly, continuing, the spirit endowment pill is concocted from spirit endowment fruit. Spirit endowment fruit? Indeed, spirit endowment fruit. This fruit, when consumed by our kind, has a 50% chance to awaken one's bloodline. Those fortunate enough may even develop innate abilities. Conversely, the humans possess exceptional alchemical skills, and consuming the spirit endowment pill offers a mere 10% chance to develop innate powers. If Brother could capture these 3 tiger spirits, exchanging them for 3 spirit endowment pills, would that not count as an opportunity? Upon hearing this, Leopard Yuan becomes immediately animated. His body trembles slightly, his eyes glinting with greed and excitement, as though he could already envision himself possessing innate abilities. Although the probability appears slim for beings like them, such a chance could indeed be considered a fortuitous opportunity. 3 spirit endowment pills. Innate powers. Yes, this absolutely qualifies as an opportunity. However, after the initial thrill, Leopard Yuan regains his composure, a glimmer of wariness returning to his gaze. But if I were to obtain these 3 spirit wisdom pills, what would become of you? I do not believe you, Fox Ning, would simply relinquish the benefits to me. Ah, brother, you are quite the skeptic, the fox lady responds with a gentle smile. Rest assured, I am currently the spirit of Fogio Mountain. Whether or not I acquire the spirit endowment pills is inconsequential to me. What I desire is the contribution I can make among the humans. Should I deliver the 3 tiger beasts through my hands, the elevation in status I would gain far surpasses that of 3 spirit endowment pills. And with Brother Leopard's might, if I were to deceive you, I would not fare well myself. To assuage Leopard Yuan's concerns, the fox lady repeatedly assures him, even adopting a pitiful demeanor. Through this exchange of reassurances, Leopard Yuan gradually softens. Now, tell me about the circumstances surrounding those 3 tiger spirits. Upon hearing this, the fox lady smiles broadly and promptly shares the details of the Xuancang trio with Leopard Yuan. All 3 tiger beasts are refined spirits? No wonder the bounty is so high. Leopard Yuan exclaims in surprise. Then I must trouble you, Brother Leopard. The fox lady does not respond further but turns to leave. Inside the cave, watching her depart, Leopard Yuan rises and calls for his followers. My lord, several leopard spirits have arrived. 2 matters. First, I intend to claim Fogio Mountain as my dominion. You are to exit the cave and announce this across various demon territories while simultaneously seeking out the recent disturbances caused by the tiger spirits. Be vigilant. Report back immediately upon discovering their whereabouts. Yes. Meanwhile, at Fogio Mountain, within the wolf den, the atmosphere is tranquil. Heisha lies on the ground, enveloped in wisps of ghostly energy that flow like ethereal threads, gradually merging into his being. The process of refining this ghostly energy proceeds smoothly, resulting in a small advancement in Heisha's cultivation, reaching 105 years. Moreover, he successfully unlocks a mystical ability hidden within him and comprehends a technique named Wind. At this moment, Heisha emanates an aura more potent than before, as if undergoing a metamorphosis. In the cave, Xuancang, feeling unoccupied, also focuses on consolidating his cultivation. He lies poised and agile, with demonic energy circulating around him. During this time, Xuancang feels a stirring within and sinks his consciousness into the space of his mind, intending to explore the enigmatic three-live scroll. Within this mental realm, the three-live scroll hovers quietly, radiating a soft and mysterious glow. Following the demise of the white ape, Xuancang has garnered 300 red patterns. However, regrettably, Xuancang's current cultivation has reached the refined spirit level, rendering blood essence fruits incapable of providing any substantial enhancement to his physical form. This limitation restricts the visions he can conjure, especially regarding the treasures coveted by humans, spiritual elixirs, talismans, miraculous medicines, none of which he can resist. In his experiments, Xuancang realizes that to visualize human treasures, he must possess golden patterns. After his thoughts drift in the mental realm for some time, Xuancang gradually opens his tiger eyes, which shimmer with intensity, casting a gaze towards the cave entrance. Humans. With our identities exposed, they will undoubtedly not spare us. And as for Berke, he is currently entangled with humans. Next time, the situation may not be so favorable. Xuancang murmurs quietly, his expression turning solemn. With humans outside and Berke inside, it is imperative to elevate his strength swiftly. Having spoken, Xuancang raises his head, scanning the sky. Yet, the nearby expanse is clear and cloudless, leaving him unable to summon lightning for his training. His progress in absorbing the essence of the sun and moon is slow, proving insufficient for the current predicament. It seems I must take a different approach. In the depths of a Xuancang tiger's eyes, a radiant brilliance flickered. The human race sought refuge in the might of his formidable form to evade the calamities of the spirits. Likewise, the three brothers yearn for the flesh and blood of humanity, aspiring to elevate their own cultivation. Chapter 45. The unusual hedgehog spirit in a moment of contemplation. Xuancang's keen gaze swept across the surroundings, quickly noting the absence of Sang Biao. Concerned, Xuancang rose and stepped outside. Where did Sang Biao wander off to? As his words fell, the guarding wolves promptly responded, returning to the king. The third king just dashed out. Out? Xuancang furrowed his brow. He was well aware of Sang Biao's lively and curious nature, fearing he might inadvertently cause trouble. Rest assured, King, the third king has gone to the rear. That area is all ours, devoid of any danger, the wolves assured him. Just then, Xuancang caught the sound of Sang Biao's voice echoing through the air. Ouch! You pierced me. The tone was laced with a mixture of distress and irritation. You little rascal. Dare you bite me? Watch me bite back. No, wait. You cannot pierce me. You scoundrel. Sang Biao's voice continued to ring out, prompting Xuancang and Heisha to approach. Upon crossing a small hillock, they discovered Sang Biao rolling about on the ground, seemingly evading something. His hefty form tumbled across the grass, sending tufts flying in a comical display. It was only when Xuancang drew near that they discerned Sang Biao clutching a spiky little white hedgehog. Let go of me! Let go, you ugly thing! I shall tell my grandfather! The little hedgehog squeaked, its quills standing erect like steel needles. Sang Biao, gripping the little creature with his paw, bared his teeth. You little creature, though small in stature, you have caused me no end of trouble. Earlier, Sang Biao had sensed an unfamiliar aura nearby, not belonging to the wolf clan. Upon investigation, he discovered that a little hedgehog had stealthily approached the area where ginseng grew, using its tiny paws to laboriously dig, appearing both adorable and comical. Third brother, Xuancang, called from ahead, followed closely by Heisha and the Mountain Wolf King. Elder brother, look! Sang Biao, noticing Xuancang's arrival, swiftly presented the little hedgehog before him. Xuancang's sharp eyes discerned that the hedgehog possessed nearly 80 years of cultivation. A flicker of insight crossed his mind. This hedgehog might be more than it appeared. Put it down, Xuancang commanded. Sang Biao complied, and the little hedgehog turned to face Xuancang, then bowed with its delicate little hands. I have seen the mountain lord, it chirped, its voice tinged with timidity. Since ancient times, tigers have been associated with the legend of the mountain lord, and considering that most tiger spirits possess formidable combat prowess, tiger spirits hold significant status on any mountain. Despite its considerable cultivation, Xuancang noted this hedgehog lacked any real combat ability. "Where's your master?" Xuancang inquired, instinctively sensing that this little hedgehog was not alone. "Returning to the mountain lord. My grandfather is sleeping in the den. I was so famished that I had to come out. I hope the mountain lord can forgive me." The little hedgehog pleaded, its tone pitiful. Upon hearing this, the mountain wolf king, positioned behind, could not help but interject quietly to Xuancang. "I've never heard of spirits of hedgehogs in this vicinity." Although the mountain wolf king's voice was low, the little hedgehog caught the words clearly and stood up indignantly. "Humph. My grandfather is very powerful. He is merely sleeping." "Is he sleeping or dead?" Sang Biao teased, not one to miss a chance for banter. "Your grandfather is dead. Your whole family is dead." The little hedgehog retorted, baring its tiny teeth at Sang Biao. "You little creature, I see you seek your doom." Sang Biao's eyes narrowed, an aura of menace enveloping him. "Enough," Xuancang interjected in a timely manner. "Bring it 2 ginseng roots and let it go." Without hesitation, the mountain wolf king complied. The little hedgehog's face brightened with a smile. "Thank you, mountain lord. You're truly a kind spirit." After receiving the ginseng, the little hedgehog quickly burrowed away. "Elder brother, are we just going to let it go?" Sang Biao expressed his dissatisfaction. "What do you expect, you fool? It's merely a hedgehog spirit. Killing it brings us no gain. By gifting it 2 inconsequential ginseng roots, we cultivate goodwill. Why not embrace that?" He Sha chimed in, stepping forward to support Xuancang's decision. Xuancang, upon hearing this, smiled appreciatively and turned to Sang Biao. "You should learn from your second brother. There's an old saying among humans. The world of rivers and lakes is not merely about fighting and killing. It is about human relationships and sentiments. In the absence of conflict, all is goodwill. Conversely, one must strike with decisive force." Thus, the gathering of spirits did not dwell on the matter further. As night descended, tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Xuancang sought an open space to practice the demon thunder rushing yang convergence technique, while absorbing the essence of the moon to enhance his cultivation. According to his past experiences, to perfect the convergence technique, one must attract 81 heavenly thunders. In his previous life, Xuancang had only managed to attract 75 before the cataclysm in the ghost nest, failing to achieve completeness. However, therein lay the crux. The power of thunder in his former world was not particularly potent. After his reincarnation, with the enhanced physique of a tiger, he calculated that it would be more than sufficient. Yet, this world differed vastly from his previous one. The thunder during a storm here was at least 5 times more potent than before. "It seems refining my mortal form is absolutely essential," Xuancang mused inwardly, continuing to channel the technique while beginning to cultivate thunder spells. Benefiting from his current state, Xuancang summoned his demonic energy to his throat, and through repeated experimentation, he developed 2 unique thunder spells under the night sky. Thunder Roar. With a thunderous energy coalescing in his roar, it burst forth unexpectedly, surpassing even the might of a dragon's song. Thunder Strike. This technique required manifesting his demonic form. In that state, the thunderous energy gathered upon his claws, striking down with the force of a cleaving bamboo. As the spells reached completion, Xuancang's breathing grew ragged, resonating with the power of his roar. Yet ultimately, he refrained from unleashing a full-throated roar to test his abilities. Soon, Xuancang quelled the fluctuations of his demonic energy. At that moment, Sang Biao rushed over swiftly. With his eyes now open, Xuancang regarded the anxious Sang Biao with curiosity. "What brings you here at such an hour? Do you not fear encountering wild beasts?" "Elder brother, I sense something approaching, but I cannot pinpoint its location," Sang Biao replied, his innate talent for hearing the wind granting him a remarkable sensitivity that even Xuancang, with his 200 years of cultivation, could not rival. Chapter 46. Aftermath. Upon hearing Sang Biao's words, Xuancang took them seriously. After all, while Sang Biao could sometimes be foolish, he had never erred at crucial moments. As Xuancang scanned his surroundings, a frail voice suddenly emerged from behind him. "This old man intrudes without invitation. I hope the mountain lord will pardon me." Following the sound, Xuancang noticed the earth stirring under the moonlight, revealing an elderly white hedgehog spirit standing before him. The white hedgehog spirit was diminutive, resembling a common hedgehog. Another hedgehog spirit? Sang Biao exclaimed, baring his teeth. Third brother, do not be disrespectful to your elder. Xuancang, recognizing the extraordinary nature of the old hedgehog, feigned anger. The fact that this aged spirit had approached him unnoticed indicated that if it harbored ill intentions, Xuancang would be in grave danger. Ha ha, Mountain Lord, you jest. This old man cannot bear the title of elder, the hedgehog spirit replied, its white whiskers twitching. With a wave of its hand, the earth beneath formed into a small cane, which the spirit grasped with both hands, appearing frail and decrepit. I have come today to express my gratitude for your mercy towards my gluttonous granddaughter. In kind, I, as her elder, must not be disrespectful, presenting 2 mountain ginseng roots. The hedgehog spirit continued, though my gift may seem trivial, my intentions are sincere. I am willing to assist the Mountain Lord in averting 2 life-threatening predicaments, if I may. Before Xuancang could respond, Sang Biao interjected, Nonsense. My elder brother is alive and well. What life-threatening troubles could he possibly face? You fool, step aside. Xuancang shot a glare at Sang Biao. The old spirit, unfazed, inquired, Might I ask if the life-threatening concerns you speak of are those of yesterday or those of tomorrow? Both, Xuancang ventured cautiously. I presume, given the recent events, you are aware of the customs that prevail in these mountains? The hedgehog spirit nodded knowingly. In this mountain range, there exists a demon king who offers protection, creating a sanctuary for us weaker spirits. However, Mountain Lord, do you comprehend the calamity that your actions of setting fire to the mountains may incite? Immediately, Xuancang's demeanor shifted, his gaze sharpening. The spirit's words had laid bare his origins, confirming his suspicions. Are you suggesting that I am to face great troubles? He queried. Indeed, the old hedgehog spirit confirmed. Should the flames spread uncontrollably, countless lives would be lost, whether ignited by humans or demons. The mountain's great king will uncover the truth. It is merely a matter of time. Xuancang felt a chill in his heart, recalling that the fire he had unleashed had been a desperate attempt to escape, to seek refuge amidst chaos. What if I assert that the fire was not of my making? He countered. Have you forgotten that some matters leave a trail that cannot be easily erased? The spirit's words evoked the image of the monkey in Xuancang's mind. During the chaos, he had overlooked the insignificant monkey, not realizing the potential ramifications of such a pawn. Pray, grant me your wisdom, Xuancang implored respectfully. The customs of the mountains are to be observed within these confines. The Mountain Lord has 2 paths to choose from. The first is to depart from here. However, when I say depart, I mean to leave the entire Tianya mountain range. Xuancang immediately rejected this. That is most unlikely. As demonkind, we cannot venture beyond these borders without facing certain death among humans. Then consider the second option. The establishment of rules necessitates clear rewards and punishments. Do you understand why so many spirits aspire to claim dominion over the mountains rather than hide away in seclusion? The hedgehog spirit teased, leaving Xuancang silent, his amber eyes deep and inscrutable. The old spirit continued. The title of Mountain Lord is not easily attained. It demands enduring trials and tribulations. Should you truly wish to command this mountain, it would elevate your status, akin to gaining a position of authority among humans. As the hedgehog spirit spoke, he gestured with his cane, emphasizing his points. In this era of weakened demonkind, the various demon lords have united to form a council, mirroring human practices to foster future generations and strengthen our kin. The spirit's gaze drifted towards the horizon, revealing a glimmer of concern, imbued with the weight of experience. To enter this circle, one must become a mountain king, much like the Bear King of Blackback Mountain, who, after attaining power, utilized the mountain's resources to contribute to the council and secure his own rewards, thereby creating a beneficial cycle. This approach not only concentrates resources, but also allows talented demons to flourish more rapidly. In contrast to the past, when many spirits lacked crucial opportunities, stunting their growth and even halting their ascension at certain stages. The hedgehog spirit shook his head in resignation, letting out a sigh. With the establishment of the council, you can seek what you lack. After all, What you possess may be what they desire, and vice versa. At this, Xuancang could not help but nod in agreement, envisioning a thriving community of demons exchanging resources within the council, advancing together. Yet, a lingering question arose in his mind. How did the old spirit's words relate to his own predicament? Is there a connection between your insights and my crisis? Xuancang inquired, only to see a flicker of irritation cross the hedgehog spirit's face. Of course there is. The spirit's voice rose sharply, reminiscent of a teacher frustrated by a student's lack of comprehension. I have already stated that within the demon realm, we are adopting a system of clear rewards and punishments. While speaking, the hedgehog spirit lightly tapped the ground with his cane. Chapter 47. Guidance and Claiming the Mountain. As the conversation unfolded, the old hedgehog demon, seemingly parched, opened its mouth and expelled a gourd, quenching its thirst with a couple of hearty gulps. Although Xuancang could not discern the contents of the gourd, he could certainly detect a subtle fragrance of flowers and fruits wafting through the air. After letting out a belch, the old hedgehog demon continued. You are presently a wild demon, without any contributions to your name. Should you be questioned, your actions will undoubtedly lead to your demise. However, if you possess contributions deemed beneficial to the demon clan, you may offset your transgressions with them. For instance, should you inadvertently demolish a mountain in your quest for cultivation, you must present an equivalent contribution, proving your worth surpasses that of the mountain itself. Upon hearing this explanation, Xuancang grasped the concept. He nodded slightly, a flicker of realization in his eyes. I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. He expressed sincerely. That is but one aspect. The second pertains to the future. However, as this matter has yet to unfold, I cannot reveal the intricacies of destiny. As he spoke, the old hedgehog demon concentrated its demonic energy and pointed toward the ground. Instantly, a warm, earthy light surged forth, materializing into a tiger-shaped sculpture before Xuancang. The sculpture bore a striking resemblance to him, nearly an 8/10 match. This is the key to overcoming your second crisis. The specifics, however, I cannot disclose. Xuancang turned his gaze toward the sculpture that mirrored him closely, momentarily perplexed. He circled the statue, scrutinizing it for clues, yet found himself at a loss. Thank you, esteemed elder. Not particularly troubled, he expressed his gratitude to the old hedgehog demon. He understood that some matters could not be rushed. What was meant to come would eventually arrive. Well, our debt of gratitude is settled. I shall take my leave. With that, the old hedgehog demon began to retreat into the earth, its figure already half buried. At that moment, Sang Biao, with his sizable feet, stomped down upon the ground, blocking the old hedgehog demon's path. Hey, what are you doing? The old hedgehog demon resurfaced, its expression taut, glaring at the foolish Sang Biao with wide, furious eyes. Hee. Esteemed elder, do travel safely. Sang Biao scratched his head, a sheepish grin spreading across his face. You see, he then produced a large handful of mountain ginseng, piling it high before the old hedgehog demon, the quantity nearly rivaling half his own size. Each ginseng root was robust and exuded a potent spiritual energy, shimmering softly under the sunlight. Sang Biao then circled around the old hedgehog demon, ingratiating himself further. Esteemed elder, might you offer me a few words of guidance? The old hedgehog demon was momentarily taken aback by the overwhelming sight of ginseng. Its expression shifted from surprise to a tempestuous mix of emotions. What? Do you think this old man cannot afford ginseng? Or perhaps you believe I covet such trifles? The old hedgehog demon bellowed sharply, its voice piercingly shrill. Enraged, it bristled its quills and jabbed its walking stick at the pile of ginseng before it. Bah, you shameless creature. With that, the old hedgehog demon turned and dove back into the ground, but scarcely had a moment passed before it re-emerged, gripping the end of its stick tightly and leaping to strike Sang Biao's paw. Bang! Hey, remove your filthy paw. The old hedgehog demon shot a disdainful glance at Sang Biao, who was hopping about in discomfort, before diving back into the earth, vanishing from sight. Sang Biao, nursing his sore paw, looked down in dismay. What do you know? The ginseng is gone. After the departure of the old hedgehog demon, Sang Biao turned to Xuancang with a face full of grievance. His large eyes brimmed with innocence, as if recounting his misfortune. Xuancang merely chuckled. So you're not as foolish as you appear. His laughter carried a hint of teasing, finding Sang Biao's plight quite amusing. Sang Biao felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, but quickly regained his composure. Brother, returning to the matter at hand, the hedgehog demon's words. Sang Biao recalled everything the hedgehog demon had shared, his brow furrowing with concern. Better to believe in the possibility than dismiss it outright, Xuancang mused, a thoughtful frown creasing his forehead. Moreover, the matters of the demon marketplace seem largely credible. Otherwise, it is inexplicable how that Xuancang acquired such a multitude of demon crystals. Claiming a mountain, Xuancang lifted his gaze towards the distant, undulating peaks, pondering quietly. It seems like a worthy endeavor. The scale of Feng Mountain is no less than that of Blackback Mountain, and no one could ascertain what other opportunities might lie within. In the midst of his thoughts, Xuancang and Sang Biao suddenly heard a series of howls nearby, the cacophony shattering the tranquility of the forest, with a faint scent of blood wafting through the breeze. Brother, it seems something is amiss over there, Sang Biao remarked, sensing the disturbance. Let us investigate, Xuancang replied, his muscles taut as he rose slowly. Ahead, 3 panthers were engaged in a fierce battle with a pack of wolves. The panthers were adorned with vibrant patterns, their glossy fur gleaming in the sunlight like polished metal. Agile and nimble, they displayed remarkable prowess as they leapt and maneuvered, their sharp claws and teeth wreaking havoc upon the wolves. Unyielding, the pack of wolves retaliated fiercely, their eyes glinting with ferocity as they bared their sharp fangs and emitted low growls. The Wolf King emerged at the rear, howling with a long, resonant voice that echoed through the forest, summoning over 100 wolves from all directions to encircle the 3 panthers. You, Wolf King, are utterly ignorant of the rules. One panther roared, its voice laced with fury. Our king lays claim to this mountain as his domain. Not only do you fail to offer tribute in the form of mountain spirit herbs, but you also dare obstruct our patrol. The 3 panthers, each possessing decades of cultivation, could hold their ground for a time against the wolves, but as the battle wore on, the sheer numbers of the wolf pack would eventually wear them down. Already, several injured wolves and panthers lay sprawled on the ground, blood staining the grass, the air thick with the acrid scent of blood. Enough of your nonsense. I, Wolf Geo, recognize no one but my king. The Wolf King stood tall, its gaze unwavering, exhibiting no signs of retreat. It refrained from ordering the pack to attack out of fear of provoking the Panther clan, for they were formidable mountain demons not to be underestimated. Very well, another panther retorted, its anger boiling over into laughter. Then prepare to face the wrath of our king. Chapter 48. The 3 forces unite. The 3 leopards were not foolish. They did not rashly choose to confront the wolf pack head-on. After leaving a harsh remark, they swiftly turned and departed. Their figures darted through the forest, quickly vanishing into the vast wilderness, leaving behind a pack of wolves howling in protest at their retreat. What transpired? At that moment, Xuancang appeared, his gaze piercing as he addressed the Wolf King. Your Majesty, the Wolf King replied respectfully, lowering his head. According to the leopard's claims, the leopard Yuan, which occupies the northern mountains, seems to have made a breakthrough in strength, declaring himself king of the mountains. He has gathered a multitude of mountain spirits and wild creatures, pressuring those of us who refuse to comply to surrender resources such as mountain spiritual herbs. He also demands to patrol our territory. As the Wolf King spoke, anger and helplessness flickered in his eyes. In the major mountain ranges, powerful spirits typically claimed dominion over areas rich in rare natural treasures. For instance, the Wolf King's den was abundant in mountain ginseng, which could enhance the cultivation of wolves with sufficient prowess. This mountain ginseng thrived in secret locations surrounding the den, with lush green leaves and robust roots, emanating faint waves of spiritual energy under the sunlight. Leopard Yuan? Xuancang furrowed his brow slightly, murmuring to himself, declaring himself king of the mountains. What strength does this leopard Yuan possess? He inquired, recalling the formidable presence of Bear Kui, the king of Blackback Mountain. and now faced with another claiming dominion. Your Majesty, according to my estimation, Leopard Yuan's cultivation has just surpassed 300 years, the Wolf King cautiously replied. Only those spirits over 300 years old are qualified to declare themselves kings of the mountains. 300 years is a critical threshold for spirits. At this point, they can manifest a humanoid form, which indeed signifies their strength. 300 years, Xuancang mused, tilting his head slightly, a glimmer of disdain flashing in his eyes. I'm not afraid, he asserted confidently, though his cultivation was only over 200 years. The power he had refined through the demon thunder and sun condensation technique was not inferior to that of those 300-year-old spirits. A series of events propelled Xuancang forward. Now that Leopard Yuan aimed to claim the mountains, it conflicted with Xuancang's own aspirations. The following day, the morning sun poured over Foam Mountain like threads of gold, gently dispelling the coldness of a night mist. After a night of deliberation, Xuancang expressed his desire to claim the mountains. Sang Biao was the first to enthusiastically agree, leaping up and waving his claws, exclaiming, "Great, brother, I've longed to undertake a grand endeavor." Meanwhile, He Sha stood silently to the side, entirely in accordance with Xuancang's thoughts, expressing no dissent. As for the Wolf King, his inherently wild eyes sparkled with excitement, envisioning a glorious future for the Wolf clan. He was filled with aspirations to elevate the wolf lineage, believing that if Xuancang successfully claimed the mountains, the wolves could flourish like a robust tree in Foam Mountain. Your Majesty is wise. My wolf clan will follow you wholeheartedly. Once the goal was established, plans began to unfold like an arrow released from a bow. Leading the way, Xuancang, in the wolf den, sketched a simplified map of Foam Mountain on a flat stone using his sharp claws, according to the Wolf King's description. Your Majesty, this area here is the Black Water Pool, and this is the Absolute Forest. Over there lies Leopard Yuan's cave in the northern mountains. There are a total of 12 caves, known as the 12 Connected Caves, which were originally a domain of a deer spirit, but were taken over by Leopard Yuan. It was said that these 12 connected caves possessed extraordinary conditions, yet spirits like us have never had the fortune to witness them. The Wolf King's gaze was filled with yearning, akin to a child longing for precious candy. So, as of now, if we can defeat Leopard Yuan, we can claim the mountains as kings. Xuancang's tiger-like eyes shimmered with contemplation and decisiveness, as if he were rapidly analyzing various possibilities in his mind. Indeed, but Your Majesty, Leopard Yuan is quite formidable. I suggest we first target the Jaw Demon or the Python Demon, the Wolf King advised, recognizing Leopard Yuan's current strength. However, Xuancang slowly shook his head, his hair swaying gently with the motion, his expression grave. We may be running out of time, he stated, a hint of helplessness in his voice. According to the old hedgehog spirit's words, Xuancang had little time left. Brother, how about we split up and take action? Sang Biao proposed, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. I'll go to the Black Water Pool, and second brother can head to the Absolute Forest. You. Xuancang glanced over, hesitating momentarily, his tail swaying gently. He then turned to the Wolf King, inquiring, where are the cultivations of the Jaw Demon and the Python Demon? I know they are both spirit demons, but based on my estimation, they should not exceed 200 years, the Wolf King pondered, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. Don't worry. Second brother and I will handle it with ease, Sang Biao declared confidently, puffing out his chest to showcase his robust tiger physique. Upon hearing this, Xuancang turned to He Sha, who remained silent but lifted his head slightly, offering Xuancang an assuring gaze that was steady and resolute. Very well. The fierce tiger must eventually descend a mountain. Now that Sang Biao and He Sha have grown, I can no longer shield them indefinitely. Once the objective was confirmed, Sang Biao brimmed with excitement. Yet, He Sha stepped aside with Xuancang. Brother, once we claim the mountains, our position will be completely exposed. Have you considered the implications with the human race and Bear Kuei? Upon hearing this, Xuancang nodded gravely. I'm seizing an opportunity, and the prerequisite for that opportunity is that I must claim the mountains, he declared, though he did not elaborate to He Sha. Given the current situation, Xuancang could not be entirely certain of his endeavor. I understand. He Sha, recognizing this, did not press further. He unconditionally trusted Xuancang. Then let us set out simultaneously. With that, Xuancang and He Sha returned. Wolf 9, I appreciate your wolf clan's efforts. Divide into 2 groups to accompany second brother and third brother, Xuancang commanded, turning his imposing figure toward the Wolf King. Rest assured, your majesty, the Wolf King responded, swiftly rallying the wolf pack. He raised his head, releasing a long and resonant howl that echoed through the valley. Soon, the wolves began to gather rapidly, their eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. Subsequently, led by Xuancang, 3 forces surged forth like arrows loose from bows, heading toward 3 directions of Foam Mountain. Chapter 49. Ambush. Meanwhile, within the 12-linked caves, the formidable Dao Yuan perched upon a blood-stained boulder, surrounded by his minions, a host of lesser demons. These creatures, possessing modest powers, retained various animalistic traits. The stone table before them overflowed with wine and meat, offerings from the Fox Lady, intended to curry favor with Dao Yuan. The wine, seemingly drawn from a river of blood, wafted a pungent, metallic odor that permeated the cave. My lord, you truly are the mightiest presence in this sacred mountain. Under your dominion, the 12-linked caves have become our paradise, a black serpent demon proclaimed, its forked tongue flickering as it spoke. Very well. Come, indulge in the feast. Today, we shall celebrate in earnest, Dao Yuan declared, raising his head to survey his followers with his blood-red eyes. To Brother Bao, the Fox Lady chimed in, smiling at him, which he found quite gratifying. The lesser demons erupted into a cacophony of cheers, their voices echoing like wails of the damned as they guzzled the sanguine wine, allowing it to trickle down their chins and mingle with the dried blood on the ground. As night fell, after the revelry, the little demons lay sprawled across the cave, some stuck to the ground by dried blood, others dangling from the walls, still gnawing on unfinished bones, each in a peculiar pose. At that moment, Dao Yuan, sensing something amiss, slowly opened his eyes and leapt down from the boulder, splattering blood upon landing. The previous night's debauchery had left his eyes bloodshot. He furrowed his brow and kicked a nearby demon, still adorned with a piece of rotting flesh. Awaken, stop lazing about. The little demons stirred awake, many covered in pus and filth. At that moment, a commotion erupted from outside the cave. Dao Yuan's ears perked up, confirming his suspicions, his expression shifting to one of vigilance. Let's investigate, he commanded, swiftly leading several demons toward the entrance. Upon arrival, he observed his dispatched minions, slowly rising. What happened to you? Dao Yuan's tone shifted as he took in the disheveled state of his underlings. My lord, it's dire. The Mountain Wolf King approaches with his pack. Many of our brothers have already perished. What? Dao Yuan roared, his demonic power surging, instantly alert. Has the Mountain Wolf King lost his mind? With that, Dao Yuan burst forth from the cave, his legs propelling him like the wind. In a few leaps, he reached the cave's mouth, spotting the wolf pack encircling his leopard kin. Fixing his gaze upon the Mountain Wolf King, he felt an instinctive surge of anger as the creature caught his eye. Truly seeking death. Do you wish to perish, Mountain Wolf? He bellowed, charging at the Wolf King with tremendous speed, stirring a gust of wind that flattened the grasses in his path. However, as Dao Yuan approached, a shadow, Xuancang, leapt from the trees, launching a surprise attack. Xuancang, agile and swift, arched through the air, his razor-sharp claws glinting in the sunlight, aimed directly at Dao Yuan's back. Feeling the movement behind him, Dao Yuan could not evade entirely, managing only a sideways shift. With a sickening sound, Xuancang's claws left deep gashes along his flank, blood instantly seeping forth, staining his beautiful spotted fur crimson. With a furious roar that sent tremors through the surrounding trees, Dao Yuan spun around, creating distance while his eyes burned with rage. You cunning fiends, he growled, baring his teeth as his gaze fell upon Xuancang, suddenly brightening with recognition. You are the beast sought by the human clan? Xuancang landed gracefully, his limbs shifting as he smirked, revealing his fangs. The Mountain Wolf King stepped forward, brimming with defiance. Dao Yuan, submit to my king, and you may yet live. Dao Yuan scoffed dismissively. You think you can threaten me? A rabble of miscreants. Despite his injuries, Bao Yuan's aura remained undiminished. He arched his back, summoning his demonic power, his muscles taut like a bowstring ready to unleash. As the wolf pack began to encircle him, their eyes glinting with ferocity, low growls reverberated in support of Xuancang and the Mountain Wolf King. Yet the leopard demons, though outnumbered, did not falter, steadfastly guarding Bao Yuan, their eyes filled with loyalty. With a thunderous roar, Bao Yuan commanded, and the lesser demons tumbled from the cave. Startled into action, Wolf 9, deal with those nuisances. Yes. The Mountain Wolf King surged forward, leading his pack against the newly emerged demons. Xuancang initiated the assault, lunging once more at Bao Yuan, his speed surpassing his previous attack. Unyielding, Bao Yuan propelled himself forward, meeting Xuancang in midair. The clash of their bodies echoed through the cavern, each unleashing their primal cries. Xuancang's claws struck at Bao Yuan's vital areas, each move laced with lethal intent. Bao Yuan, agile and evasive, sought to sink his teeth into Xuancang's neck. In the throes of battle, Xuancang pivoted, his tail like a steel whip aimed at Bao Yuan's eyes. Struck momentarily blind, Bao Yuan faltered, giving Xuancang the opportunity to charge with overwhelming force. His claws raking across Bao Yuan's abdomen, opening fresh wounds. In pain and fury, Bao Yuan roared, his demonic energy surging, and with a sudden burst of strength, he hurled Xuancang away. Xuancang stumbled, rolling on the ground before regaining composure, his muscles taut and ready. You vile tiger demon, you shall pay dearly today. Bao Yuan thundered, blood streaming from his wounds like serpents slithering across his fur. Yet, his gaze hardened, fierce like twin flames, as he began to gather his demonic energy. His 300 years of cultivation swirling within him. Bao Yuan's form began to rise, an invisible force lifting him. His muscles swelled like surging tides, each fiber pulsating with demonic power, his shape shifting into a vaguely humanoid half-demon form. However, this transformation appeared grotesquely mismatched. His head retained that of a leopard, while his body, though upright, bore slender limbs, and his hind legs curved awkwardly, revealing a disjointed half-demon visage. Chapter 50. Who is bigger? The leopard, Bao Yuan, had only recently experienced a breakthrough in cultivation and had yet to undergo the transformation into a demon, failing to solidify its demonic form. Today, under the relentless pressure from Xuancang, it hastily manifested a half-human, half-demon physique. Roar! Fear me, the king, Bao Yuan declared fiercely, exuding a potent aura of demonic power that made the surrounding flora sway violently. However, as time passed, Bao Yuan discerned no hint of fear on Xuancang's face. Is this it? 3 centuries of cultivation squandered? Xuancang smirked, a hint of disdain flickering in his tiger-like eyes, mocking the leopard. In that instant, 2 centuries of demonic energy surged forth violently from Xuancang's being, akin to a river bursting its banks. His bones cracked as if reshaped by invisible hands, while his muscles morphed dramatically under the influence of his demonic power. His tiger form expanded and elongated, the immense force threatening to break through his very being. As his demonic energy reached its peak, Xuancang's stature rapidly increased, his arms stretching, revealing powerful muscle contours beneath his skin. His head bore the visage of a tiger, his broad back muscles on display, as he gradually rose upright, his legs becoming sturdier, and his paws expanded, retaining sharp claws to support his weight. The tiger tail behind him swayed gently, exuding a commanding confidence. In contrast, the oppressive aura of Xuancang's tiger form was palpably superior. This disparity highlighted the difference between those with lineage and those without. Every step of Xuancang's evolution, from the foundational stages to the molding of his demonic body, had been meticulously developed. His demonic energy was like a finely honed sword, sharp and steady. Conversely, Bao Yuan, despite his impressive cultivation, lacked refinement, possessing no unique abilities or techniques, fighting instead like a beast relying solely on brute strength. This may very well be the reason for the decline of the demon race. The refined demons, born of mere chance, showcased commendable cultivation, yet were hindered by a lack of bloodline inheritance, often relying on raw power and natural advantages in battle. despite having over 3 centuries of cultivation. One could observe the stark contrast with a white ape, who effortlessly wielded demonic powers, transforming vines with grace, further emphasizing the gap. "What are you doing?" Biao Yuan found himself momentarily stunned by Xuancang's transformation. "Let's compare sizes, shall we?" Xuancang's demonic form stood tall as he mockingly spoke, then swiftly raised his arm, his sharp tiger claws slashing forward. Although Xuancang's cultivation fell short of the required age, he was capable of manifesting his demonic form due to the richness of his energy. However, each breath in this state consumed a significant portion of his demonic power. "I refuse to believe this," Biao Yuan bellowed, charging forward. As they clashed, the moment Xuancang's claws descended, Biao Yuan thrust both arms forward, the immense force nearly reverting him to his original form. After a brief pause, Biao Yuan's demonic energy surged, matching Xuancang's strength momentarily. Noticing Biao Yuan's ability to briefly hold his ground, surprise flickered in Xuancang's tiger eyes, quickly replaced by a fierce determination. He let out a low growl, intensifying the energy in his claws before swiftly pivoting and striking again. This attack executed with lightning speed and accompanied by a whistling sound. Boom! Biao Yuan attempted to evade, but his unfamiliarity with his demonic form rendered him somewhat sluggish in combat. Swish! His chest was raked by Xuancang's claws, deep gashes erupting, blood gushing forth and staining the ground. In agony, Biao Yuan howled in rage, his eyes turning blood-red with fury. Ignoring everything, he lunged at Xuancang, his massive leopard head opening wide to bite at Xuancang's neck. Unperturbed, Xuancang sidestepped the attack effortlessly and, with a powerful push of his hind legs, leaped into the air, channeling his downward momentum into a fierce strike aimed at Biao Yuan's head. Biao Yuan sensed a blinding flash before instinctively raising his arms for protection. Crash! A tremendous force crashed down, and Biao Yuan felt as though his arms, newly transformed, were snapped like withered twigs. The residual force landed heavily on his head. Biao Yuan cried out in despair as his head throbbed, deep gashes appearing from Xuancang's claws, blood streaming down his face, forcing him to stagger backward. Nearly collapsing to the ground, blood flowed, staining his vision red. Seizing the moment, Xuancang pressed the attack, pouncing on Biao Yuan once more. Though the battle was primal, Xuancang's past experiences had imparted a fighting style infused with martial artistry. Each claw and punch was executed with precision, every strike resulting in a spray of blood, devoid of any unnecessary movements. In contrast to the agile Xuancang, Biao Yuan found himself utterly powerless, sustaining increasing injuries as blood flowed freely from his wounds, his strength waning with every drop lost. Yet, the fire of anger within him blazed ever more fiercely. He refused to be defeated by Xuancang. "I will not lose." Biao Yuan roared to the heavens, forcibly gathering the remnants of his demonic energy, a faint purple glow enveloping his body. He charged at Xuancang without regard for defense, relying solely on his last vestiges of strength to mount an attack. Xuancang, witnessing Biao Yuan's reckless advance, scoffed internally. A fool's errand. He did not flinch, meeting Biao Yuan's charge head-on, his claws poised to strike once more. Thunderclap. Xuancang focused his claws, channeling thunderous energy, arcs of lightning flashing. Boom! This time, accompanied by a flicker of lightning, Xuancang's claws pierced through Biao Yuan's body, grasping a still-beating crimson heart that pulsated in his grip. Biao Yuan's form froze, disbelief washing over his face as he slowly gazed down at his chest. He could clearly see his heart, still beating in Xuancang's claws. After a breath, Xuancang yanked sharply. Biao Yuan let out a final, anguished wail, his body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. It convulsed, eventually settling into its human form, the light in his eyes gradually dimming. Xuancang slowly approached Biao Yuan, looking down upon him. "You possessed great cultivation, yet lacked the corresponding abilities. This is your fate." Having said that, Xuancang turned away, reverting from his half-demon state back to his vibrant tiger form, for his cultivation had not yet reached 3 centuries, and sustaining that form was an immense drain on his demonic energy. In just a short time, over 70% of his energy had been expended. When Xuancang reached the 3-century mark, the refinement of his demonic form would reduce energy consumption by more than half. And only upon attaining 600 years would he be able to maintain his demonic form without significant energy loss. Chapter 51. Incitement. The battle concluded. The imposing figure of Xuancang moved gracefully, while a pack of wolves swiftly patrolled the surroundings, eradicating all remnants of the leopard Yuan's remnants. As long as Haisha and Sang Biao returned victorious, the Fengshan would henceforth belong to Xuancang. What Xuancang failed to notice was the presence of Fox Madam, who had appeared behind the 12 connected caves, gazing intently at him. After a few breaths, Xuancang seemed to sense something and instinctively looked ahead, yet he saw nothing amiss. In contrast, Sang Biao and Haisha pressed forward with unstoppable momentum, bolstered by the foundation laid by Xuancang. The two brothers effortlessly overpowered the lesser demons they faced. At the Blackwater Pool, Sang Biao deftly countered the jaws of the jaw demon with his powerful arms, lifting and thrusting upwards. His robust tiger body was taut, every muscle straining as if drawn tight like a bowstring. A low growl emanated from his throat as he exerted force, violently twisting the jaw demon's head to either side before lifting its entire form and slamming it down with tremendous force. The jaw demon, measuring over 6 meters in length, crashed into the ground with a resounding thud, sending mud and water splashing in all directions. "Is this all you've got?" Sang Biao exhaled hotly, his blood surging in the heat of battle, enhancing his combat prowess and rendering him fearless. The jaw demon, in pain, attempted to escape, its massive tail whipping through the air with a howling wind aimed at Sang Biao. "I have not provoked you. Why do you seek to harm me so?" Yet Sang Biao did not flinch. With a powerful grip of his sturdy claws, he raised a torrent of black water and, with a vigorous push of his hind legs, charged at the jaw demon. Bang! The two collided violently, Sang Biao's form akin to a battering ram. The jaw demon staggered back several steps, its claws carving deep grooves into the muddy ground. "Submit to my elder brother, or else you will face my wrath." Sang Biao huaed. "You have gone too far. The Water Lord will not spare you." "What nonsense about the Water Lord?" Sang Biao retorted, launching himself forward in pursuit, baring his fangs as he aimed for the jaw demon's neck. The jaw demon narrowly evaded the attack by sidestepping into the mud, but as it prepared to counter, Sang Biao swiftly pivoted, pinning the jaw demon to the ground with his powerful body. Sang Biao's claws relentlessly struck and tore at the jaw demon, each blow infused with immense strength. Under the weight of Sang Biao's dominance, the jaw demon struggled increasingly feebly. Witnessing this, Sang Biao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such a fervent battle allowed him to unleash his full potential, and unbeknownst to him, his cultivation progressed steadily. This was far more beneficial than slowly absorbing the essence of the moon. What a thrill! As Sang Biao unleashed his full power, the jaw demon gradually ceased its struggles, its body collapsing beneath Sang Biao. Releasing the jaw demon, he stood, his form splattered with blood and mud. "Your hide is worthy. It has endured my blows well. It shall serve as a fitting tribute for my brother's claim to the mountain." Sang Biao chuckled with satisfaction, dragging the massive form away. Meanwhile, in the depths of the treacherous forest, a breathtaking battle unfolded. A colossal serpent demon, measuring over 10 meters in length, opened its ghastly maw and lunged at Haisha. However, Haisha moved like a wraith through the jungle, his form elusive as he darted through the trees. No matter how fiercely the serpent demon pursued, it could not match Haisha's lightning speed. Foolish, much like my third brother, Haisha clung to the branches of an ancient tree, surveying from above. Just as the serpent demon grew weary, Haisha seized the opportunity to strike back. With a swift motion of his paw, he left deep, bloody gashes along the serpent demon's body. An eerie chill emanated from these wounds, inflicting excruciating pain upon the serpent, causing it to tremble uncontrollably. Faced with such a formidable opponent and unbearable agony, the serpent finally realized its inferiority to Haisha. "I submit. I am willing to submit." The serpent's voice was filled with despair and fear, lacking the ferocity it had exhibited moments before. Haisha's eyes flickered with contemplation. Are you sincere? Haisha coldly inquired, fixing his gaze upon the serpent. I am sincere. I, Serpent Huahua, am willing to serve. The serpent replied again. Upon hearing this, Haisha descended, and the serpent made no attempt at deception. I am not a king. My elder brother is. You show some wit. Follow me. Haisha commanded coldly. The two proceeded together, the serpent and Haisha making their way back. Haisha succinctly explained the situation regarding Xuancang. As they traversed, the serpent remained unusually silent, its cold eyes occasionally glinting with hidden intentions. Upon reaching a secluded valley, the serpent spoke slowly. Haisha, with your strength, you could easily carve out your own domain. Would it not be better than returning to serve him? Haisha paused, frowning as his piercing gaze settled on the serpent, remaining silent. The serpent, mistaking his silence for contemplation, inched closer. Great king, your brothers have laboriously secured this territory, yet in the end, your elder brother will take the lion's share. If you so wish, I, Serpent Huahua, could be your finest vanguard. Have you finished? Haisha's icy voice interrupted, causing the serpent to falter. Haisha advanced toward it. I once believed you might possess more cunning than my foolish third brother. You actually had a chance to survive. But you made the grave mistake of trying to incite discord among us brothers. The serpent instantly recognized Haisha's murderous intent. It coiled its massive body within the valley, flicking its tongue, preparing to strike first. Yet, Haisha had already anticipated the serpent's intentions, sidestepping with fluid grace before lunging at its side. This time, Haisha was furious. His demonic energy surged, unleashing a wave of ghostly energy that sent the serpent demon screeching in agony. Haisha leaped, his claws tearing into the serpent's flesh, rending large strips of meat while leaving deep gashes. The serpent shrieked, its tail lashing like a whip toward Haisha. Haisha nimbly dodged, seizing the moment of the serpent's vulnerability to strike again. This time, he clamped down on its body, the ghostly energy erupting from his mouth, chilling to the bone. The serpent's body began to stiffen, writhing in pain as it struggled desperately to escape Haisha's bite. However, Haisha offered no further mercy, his claws shredding the serpent's body with precision. Moments later, the serpent lay lifeless. Haisha surveyed the fallen creature, shaking the blood and muck from his fur. Utterly foolish, Haisha stood before the serpent's corpse, licking the blood from his claws and body, increasingly aware of the importance of his own fur. Chapter 52. The Ascendance of the Thunder Valley. An hour later, with the return of Haisha and Songbiao, the situation was now settled. The death of Baoyuan marked the ascendance of Xuancang as the sovereign of the mountains. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on claiming the mountains. The voice of the Wolf King rang out first, and the pack behind him echoed in unison, their cheers reverberating through the 12 connected caves like a surging tide. With another roar, Xuancang let out a long, powerful howl, declaring his dominion over the entire forest. Under some rudimentary rites, the wolf pack, led by the Wolf King, bowed respectfully to Xuancang. They knelt in unison, their eyes filled with awe as Xuancang gazed down upon these creatures paying homage to him. His heart surprisingly calm amidst the chaos. After enduring many hardships, a grand banquet was now in order. At Xuancang's command, the corpses of Baoyuan, the python demon, and the jaw demon were brought forth, along with a few subordinate leopard spirits. While the latter were of little consequence, it was the flesh of the 3 prominent demons that truly captured the attention of the assembled spirits. It was often said that when a whale falls, countless beings thrive. The essence and flesh within these 3 demons represented an opportunity beyond reach for most ordinary spirits. Yet, Xuancang was not magnanimous enough to share everything. The demon cores and essence within the 3 demons were extracted first, and only the remnants were distributed among the wolf pack. After all, they had risked their lives to carve out a kingdom alongside him. Thus, some recompense was only fair. Moreover, the pack was strong, and nurturing them would undoubtedly forge a formidable blade. Within the 12 connected caves, Xuancang, along with Songbiao and Haisha, began to explore their new domain. By the heavens, brother, this 12 connected caves is indeed vast. Although named as caves, they were interconnected with wild spiritual trees flourishing in nearby areas. alongside some mountain ginseng known to bolster one's strength, though unfortunately of little use to the demon spirits. Xuancang selected the dwelling once occupied by Dao Yuan, quietly contemplating that since he had claimed the mountains, the 12 connected caves required thorough renovation. While this place might not be a paradise, its geographical position was advantageous. The 12 entrances formed a pattern akin to a character, with 4 guarding the center, and although there were 12 caves, only the front entrance allowed access. Song Biao and Haisha each chose cave adjacent to Xuancang's, while the Wolf King followed suit. The remaining wolves, possessing some cultivation, settled in pairs nearby. Led by Song Biao, they began to partake in the flesh of Dao Yuan and the other demons. Notably, the most succulent portion, a leg of the leopard, had already been claimed by Song Biao, while Haisha's appetite for blood had considerably diminished since consuming ghostly essence. "Brother, I have heard everything for Song Biao. Do you think we are now the Mountain Kings?" Haisha inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. "It should be close enough," Xuancang replied, equally uncertain about these matters. "Here, brother, this is the core of the Python demon." Haisha presented, revealing the demon core. Despite the Python demon being only 200 years old, its power within the core was rather mundane. "I possess Dao Yuan's core. You should keep the cores of the Python and Jaw demons for your own cultivation and development. Tomorrow, you and the Wolf King should patrol the mountains to seek out any treasures, much like we did at Blackback Mountain, but with greater diligence." "Understood." Haisha nodded in agreement. After Haisha departed, Xuancang retrieved Dao Yuan's demon core. Though it boasted 300 years of cultivation, Xuancang anticipated that upon absorption and refinement, it would yield merely a decade or so of benefit. After all, Dao Yuan had been rather lackluster. This was primarily due to Xuancang's unique cultivation method, which could solidify ephemeral cultivation years, unlike an ordinary spirit who might gain 30 to 40 years from such a core. A peaceful night passed without incident. As dawn broke over the eastern horizon, the leopard demon core floated before Xuancang, dissolving into a flurry of ash under his absorption. Indeed, the developments unfolded as Xuancang had foreseen. The essence extracted from Dao Yuan's 300 years of cultivation only granted Xuancang a mere additional decade. Nonetheless, his cultivation now exceeded 240 years. Having completed this, as Xuancang's thoughts flowed, he gradually closed his eyes, his consciousness slipping into the sea of perception. Before him, a colossal scroll unfolded, revealing that the number of red patterns had surged to 800. In that moment, Xuancang felt a surge of inspiration. He understood that the crafting of tools and elixirs required the infusion of golden patterns for heightened efficacy. But what if he employed them to construct imagery instead? With this thought, Xuancang summoned the 700 red patterns, which swiftly began to coalesce under his command. Before long, the scroll began to transform wondrously. A new scene unfolded, a rift valley, shrouded in dim light and silence, devoid of any vegetation, its walls exposing dark iron-like ores. As these ores emerged, the valley sky seemed to react, intermittently unleashing bolts of lightning. Success! A glimmer of excitement flickered in Xuancang's eyes. This scene mirrored the Thunder Valley he had once cultivated in his previous life. The valley was rich in unique iron ores that, when met with rainy weather, had a high chance of attracting lightning strikes. As the scroll shed the 700 red patterns, Xuancang found himself standing within the Thunder Valley. Thunder rumbled as arcs of electricity flickered about, creating a cacophony of sound. Without hesitation, Xuancang lowered his powerful form to the ground, resembling a small hill, steady and resolute. His thoughts raced as he silently recited the thunder cultivation technique. With the incantation, Xuancang's magic and body began to harmonize. The arcs of electricity, once wildly dancing in a valley, seemed drawn to him by a powerful force, gradually converging toward his formidable frame. These arcs, like serpentine spirits, slithered into Xuancang's powerful body. He trembled slightly, every muscle rejoicing as it absorbed the immense power emanating from the Thunder Valley. His fur shimmered with a chilling glow, as though clad in a silver armor of war. With his eyes tightly shut, Xuancang concentrated on directing the flow of power within him, distinctly feeling the thunderous energy coursing through his veins, refining his body and spirit, and steadily enhancing his strength within the Thunder Valley. Chapter 53. The great demon within the vast expanse of the sea of consciousness, the thunderstorm convergence technique surged within Xuancang's body, merging his demonic power with the might of thunder. However, only a brief moment had passed, approximately the time it takes to burn an incense stick when the surrounding scenery shifted. Xuancang's consciousness returned to the three-life scroll, and he noticed that the more than 700 crimson lines had been entirely consumed. Did it deplete so swiftly? Xuancang mused, gazing at the remaining lines on the scroll, unable to suppress a sigh. Fortunately, after this wave of progress, the thunderous demonic power within him had matured significantly, elevating his cultivation to 250 years. In his conscious space, Xuancang manifested his demonic form and, with a single thought, invoked the boundless heavens, thunderous curses to vanquish evil. With a resounding boom, a bolt of thunder, no larger than a thumb, erupted from his fingertips. Having accomplished this, Xuancang allowed himself a satisfied smile. From enhancing his physical form to transforming his demonic power, he could finally enact some spells with relative ease. Yet, he did not relax for a moment. Neither Bao Yuan nor Xuancang posed a significant threat to him now. The true challenge lay ahead. Concurrently, as news of Xuancang's conquest spread, it reached Blackback Mountain and the human tribes almost simultaneously. In the somewhat desolate bare village of Blackback Mountain, Xuancang gazed at his recently scabbed wounds, and upon hearing the news, a surge of anger erupted within him. Just as his fury swelled, the ghostly energy within him began to stir chaotically. This was a drawback of cultivating with ghostly energy. If not adequately suppressed, it would accumulate and retaliate against its host. In an instant, his massive frame convulsed violently as if struck by lightning. Xuancang let out a pained cry, the agonizing sensation crashing over him like a tidal wave. His enormous body thrashed within the cave, each collision reverberating with tremendous force, cracking the surrounding walls as if the entire cavern would collapse under his torment. "My lord, what troubles you?" A few remaining monkey spirits rushed in upon hearing the commotion. As they entered, they were met with Xuancang's bloodshot eyes. Roar! Xuancang's roar echoed through the cave, ringing painfully in their ears. "My lord! My lord!" Accompanied by their terrified cries, Xuancang's powerful arms wrapped around the intruding monkeys, devouring them as if they were mere chicks. In times of rampant, ghostly energy, Xuancang typically required vast amounts of blood and flesh to quell the unrest within him. Yet now, Blackback Mountain was a place of chaos. Those who could flee had fled, and those who could perish had perished. The once mighty king of Blackback Mountain was now almost entirely alone. After devouring a few monkeys, the ghostly energy within him dimmed slightly. Regaining some semblance of composure, Xuancang slowly emerged from the cave. These insignificant creatures will surely pay a price this time. Meanwhile, within the 12 interconnected caves, Xuancang contemplated his next moves when a familiar fruity aroma wafted through the air. However, his expression quickly shifted and he sprang to his feet, his keen tiger eyes fixated on the entrance. In the next moment, without a hint of hesitation, Xuancang's tiger form propelled forward like an arrow released from a bow, leaping out of the cave with a powerful grace that stirred up a whirlwind of dust. Just then, Sang Biao and He Sha were making their way toward the 12 caves. Sang Biao's coat, a striking blend of gray and blue stripes, shimmered under the faint light, his keen eyes glimmering with an enigmatic sharpness. "Second brother?" Sang Biao inquired, glancing at He Sha in confusion. "Keep up," He Sha replied tersely, swiftly pursuing the direction in which Xuancang had vanished. Not far ahead, Xuancang halted abruptly, his imposing tiger form standing still as his gaze locked onto a tree trunk ahead. There, perched upon it, was a pitch-black crow. Its feathers were as dark as the deepest night, devoid of any hue, radiating a chilling luster in the ambient light. It remained motionless, its unblinking eyes fixed on Xuancang. Though it lacked the expressive features of humanity, Xuancang discerned a hint of mockery in its cold gaze. How timely! The crow croaked, its raspy voice resonating in the stillness, as if imbued with a soul-piercing enchantment. As it spoke, The crow suddenly unfurled its massive wings and flapped them vigorously. In an instant, a dense black mist billowed forth from its body, enveloping it entirely. When the mist dissipated, the crow had transformed into the guise of a human child. This childlike apparition bore skin of a deep azure, reminiscent of the profound depths of a lake, exuding an aura of mystery. Irregular patterns, akin to ancient runes, adorned its bald head, pulsating with a faint demonic energy. "Little one, you were but a day away from your demise," the child declared, bearing a set of pitch-black teeth. "Who are you?" Xuancang inquired, suppressing his unease, his curiosity piqued. Yet, as soon as Xuancang posed his question, the child executed an astonishing maneuver. His face contorted, morphing until his mouth resembled that of a crow, sharp and elongated. Then, he slowly opened his beak and reached inside, rummaging for a moment before forcibly pulling out a monkey. The monkey was slick with viscous fluid, its body stiff and clearly lifeless for some time. Xuancang's eyes widened in shock as he recognized the creature. It was none other than the monkey comb, which he had failed to dispose of in time. "With this, I could easily consume you whole," the crow child remarked coldly. "However, my lord has issued commands, and rules must be adhered to. You now occupy this mountain, making you, in essence, my demonic tribe's mountain lord. As for contributions, I doubt you can offer anything to absolve your sins. Thus, I present you with an opportunity. Prove your worth." The crow child scrutinized Xuancang, its eyes glimmering with a calculating intensity. Just then, Sang Biao and He Sha arrived on the scene. However, before they could approach, the crow's gaze sharpened, and an overwhelming aura surged forth like a tidal wave. Sang Biao and He Sha felt an immense pressure descend upon them, pinning them to the ground before they could react. In that instant, Xuancang clearly sensed this formidable power. Alarm surged within him as he realized that the crow demon's cultivation had undoubtedly surpassed that of an elite demon, reaching the level of a millennium-old demon. The atmosphere thickened with tension, as if the very air had solidified. The crow demon regarded Xuancang, who remained silent, a smirk curling at the corners of its beak. "Ah, it seems you cannot furnish anything?" With that, a torrential wave of demonic energy surged toward Xuancang, who felt as though an invisible force had ensnared his tiger form, rendering him immobile. A suffocating aura of death began to permeate the surroundings, the immense pressure squeezing Xuancang's form as if he were being crushed under a weight of hundreds of tons, leaving him gasping for breath. At that moment, Xuancang's mind raced, and suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He quickly opened his mouth to speak. Chapter 54, Layout I shall concoct medicine. The voice of Xuancang resonated amidst the tense atmosphere. As soon as he uttered these words, the movements of the crow demon abruptly halted. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of incredulity laced his calm tone. "What did you say?" The voice of the crow demon echoed in the air, his gaze fixed intently upon Xuancang. The demon race was distinct from humans. Alchemy, weaponry, and talismans were predominantly human domains. For years, due to the unique nature of their demonic powers and their current status, the demon race had even begun to lower their standards to clandestinely learn human techniques. However, the brutality of their powers, compounded by an imbalance in the essence of the sun and moon, rendered most demons incapable of mastering alchemy, weaponry, and talismans. Only those with exceptional talents among them could hope to refine anything, and their repertoire was far less intricate than that of humans, often limited to simple medicinal concoctions. While concocting medicine was not as complex as alchemy, possessing such a skill among the demons of the Tianyu Mountains would still denote a position of considerable prestige. After all, when a demon was injured, aside from relying on spiritual fruits and herbs, they could only depend on self-healing or the intervention of a powerful demon with unique abilities. Those fortunate enough to receive such care were typically high-level spirits or formidable demons. Ordinary spirits, when injured without opportunity, often had to endure the pain alone. And in such dire circumstances, survival was fraught with peril. Either they would emerge with lasting scars or perish outright. "I say, I shall concoct medicine." Xuancang lowered his imposing frame and spoke again with great difficulty. "Do you comprehend the cost of deceiving me?" Upon finishing his words, the crow demon, appearing as a child, waved his hand. In an instant, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from his palm, darting forth like a roaring dragon towards the right. Wherever the energy traversed, trees and stones were obliterated into dust, raising a cloud of debris. Testing it will reveal the truth. Xuancang's tiger-like eyes gleamed with determination as he withstood the crow demon's formidable power. Very well. What do you require? The crow demon's demeanor shifted slightly, the overwhelming aura of menace gradually dissipating. In response, Xuancang quickly stated, demon crystals and corresponding materials. With what I possess, I can create a basic remedy to hasten wound healing. How many demon crystals do you need? The crow demon inquired promptly. Depending on the type, I would need 100 for the healing medicine. Xuancang contemplated before responding. What materials are necessary? The crow demon pressed further. Although Xuancang had claimed to possess materials, the demon remained cautious and intended to provide his own, fearing the repercussions if this turned out to be a ruse. Mu Xiang, Huang La, Er Cha. Xuancang enumerated the ingredients for the healing ointment, taking care to describe their appearance and growing conditions to avoid any misunderstandings due to differing terminologies. The crow demon noted this down swiftly. All right, I shall come to seek you in 3 days. Should you dare to deceive me, you shall bear the consequences. With that warning, the crow demon transformed back into a black crow, unfurling its massive wings and swiftly departing. The three brothers watched the figure in a daze. Once the crow demon had vanished, Sang Biao and He Sha hastily approached. Brother, what was that just now? He Sha inquired, confusion evident in his tiger-like eyes. It is likely the great demon that governs order in the mountains, Xuancang replied, a hint of trepidation in his voice. However, upon closer observation, one would notice that despite his fear, excitement sparkled in his eyes. What brings you here? Xuancang asked after a brief pause. Oh, it's this. News of your dominion over the mountain has spread, and numerous spirits nearby wish to pay their respects. Sang Biao and I took a cursory glance, and they are mostly spirits with about 40 to 50 years of cultivation. He Sha explained succinctly. Let the second brother handle this, collaborating with the Mountain Wolf King. Xuancang instructed. Understood. He Sha nodded slowly. Brother, what about your situation? Sang Biao asked cautiously. I shall resolve it myself. You cannot intervene now. All will follow my directives, Xuancang asserted. Upon hearing this, both He Sha and Sang Biao refrained from further questioning. Subsequently, Xuancang led the way, and the two brothers exchanged glances before following him back to the 12 connected caves. That night, within the 12 connected caves, tranquility reigned. Xuancang's tiger eyes shimmered like two radiant lanterns, glowing with a mysterious light in the night sky. He then began to move cautiously, masking his presence with demonic energy, and stealthily departed the 12 connected caves for a brief hour without alarming any spirits. In Baishui Town, my lord. Dongzhen and his entourage hurriedly strode towards a certain direction. Today, Dongzhen appeared particularly disheveled. His complexion was as pale as a thin sheet of paper, devoid of any vitality. His right arm was tightly wrapped in layers of pristine cloth, emanating a sense of weakness indicative of severe injuries. Each step he took seemed laborious. Standing nearby, Zhao Yuan cast a quick glance over Dongzhen. In his eyes, profound fatigue was evident, resembling a desiccated well that had lost its former luster. His voice, hoarse and rasping, was akin to a worn-out bellows. Is the ghost affliction subdued? Upon noticing his state, Dongzhen promptly inclined slightly, adopting a respectful posture. My lord, thanks to the intervention of the mountain spirit of Fujiao Mountain, we have successfully suppressed the malevolent spirit plaguing Baishui Town into the soul-locking well. And furthermore, Dongzhen hesitated momentarily, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. The mountain spirit mentioned that she has located the whereabouts of the 3 tiger beasts. She stated that once she receives the item she desires, she will guide us into the mountains. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuan's mind involuntarily recalled the events of the previous night. Inform that fox spirit that I will prepare the items she requires as swiftly as possible. His voice bore a rasping timbre. This decision left him with no room for retreat. Understood. Dong Zhun replied respectfully before slowly withdrawing to relay this message to the fox lady, his figure gradually receding from Zhao Yuan's sight. Once Dong Zhun departed, Zhao Yuan exhaled a long sigh, releasing all the weariness and pressure that had accumulated within him. Chapter 55. The incense within the fortress. Zhao Yuan grasped his pen, allowing it to glide slowly across the parchment. Upon completion, he gingerly lifted his seal, imprinting his mark upon the document, which was then dispatched to the Xuancang in Huicheng via swift courier. Meanwhile, outside Baishui town, atop a small hill that afforded a panoramic view of the entire town, the fox lady stood elegantly, manifesting in human form. Her graceful figure, adorned in a flowing gown, danced with the breeze, resembling a resplendent flower in full bloom. Her exquisite visage was enchanting, and her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, exuding a sense of both vivacity and cunning. A subtle smile graced her lips as she gazed upon the brightly lit Baishui town, the myriad lights of humanity truly magnificent. Within Baishui town, having recently endured a malevolent specter invasion, life had begun to revive, yet a lingering chill remained in the air. The townsfolk moved hurriedly along the streets, their expressions tinged with the anxiety of having survived a calamity. Most homes flickered with light, the dim glow seeping through windows like faint beacons of hope amidst the darkness. Occasionally, the sharp barks of dogs pierced the stillness of the night, jarring in their abruptness. In the aftermath of the ghostly affliction, a subtle transformation was underway. Wisps of incense power, delicate as threads, began to waft toward the fox lady. With a gentle wave of her hand, these ethereal strands coalesced before her in a small, vivid scenes. Through these manifestations, one could observe the townsfolk in various corners of Baishui town, some kneeling, others standing before humble altars of the fox lady, hands clasped in prayer, eyes closed in sincere supplication. Some bore expressions of reverence, while others were filled with desperation, their murmurs echoing their yearning for safety and prosperity. A congregation of ignorant mortals. The fox lady's voice dripped with disdain, her finely arched brows raising slightly, her eyes brimming with scorn. Soon, the figures of brothers Dong Zhun and Dong Xiao appeared along the path leading up the hill. Dong Zhun's complexion remained pale, his steps heavy, his right arm hanging limply, wrapped in white cloth, from which faint traces of blood seeped, remnants of an unhealed wound. "Thank you for your intervention, Lady Spirit," Dong Zhun spoke first, disregarding his frailty as he bowed respectfully, unable to meet her gaze. In contrast, Dong Xiao wore a scowl, arms crossed tightly over his chest, his eyes flickering with a smoldering intensity, as if attempting to penetrate the very essence of the fox lady. The fox lady chuckled lightly, her laughter ringing like silver bells in the night, her eyes narrowing as she regarded the two brothers, akin to a predator observing intriguing prey. "Captain Dong, you are too kind." As she spoke, the fox lady glided forward, her every movement exuding grace, her gown trailing behind her, sending forth an almost imperceptible fragrance. Upon reaching Dong Zhun, the distinct aroma enveloped him, prompting a startled response. He averted his gaze, cheeks flushing, beads of sweat forming upon his brow. Observing this, Dong Zhao's expression darkened, a cold huff escaping his lips. "What is it, Master Dong Xiao? Do you harbor some discontent toward the mere girl?" the fox lady teased, tilting her head, her eyes glinting with provocation, a playful smile curving her lips. "Though Baishui town has been plagued by spirits under the moonlight, we have never encountered entities of the malevolent soul caliber. This time, we are indebted to your timely intervention, my lady." Dong Zhao's gaze remained fixed on the fox lady, his skepticism barely concealed. His emphasis on the word timely hinted at unspoken implications. In response, the fox lady merely smiled disdainfully, flicking her hair back, the smooth strands tracing an elegant arc in the moonlit sky. "Master Dong Xiao, your words suggest that I am the one who unleashed these spirits," she replied, her tone still sultry, yet laced with an undercurrent of chill. "Such entities of malevolence are beyond the capabilities of a mere mountain spirit like myself." Her eyes shimmered with a dangerous light, reminiscent of a venomous serpent lurking in the grass, radiating an enchanting allure that stirred the heart yet carried a palpable sense of peril. Is that so? The truth will soon reveal itself. The Xuancang will undoubtedly dispatch individuals to investigate such powerful spirits, Dong Xiao remarked, his countenance grim. The fox lady responded with a silent, knowing smile. Please forgive my brother. He is still young and inexperienced. Dong Zhun interjected hastily, subtly tugging at Dong Zhao's sleeve, urging restraint. Returning to the matter at hand, Dong Zhun cleared his throat. Proceeding cautiously, the guardian has already acquiesced to your request, thus regarding the tiger beast. His eyes sparkled with a mix of anticipation and trepidation as he leaned forward, awaiting the fox lady's response. With the shift in dynamics, Dong Zhun felt the weight of the moment. Once the conditions are met, we shall proceed as usual, the fox lady replied nonchalantly, twirling a slender finger around a lock of her hair, her gaze drifting towards the enveloping darkness. I must advise you both to act swiftly, for I am aware that the creatures from Hebei Mountain have set their sights on the tiger demon you seek. Should they strike first, your chances will vanish entirely. At that point, I would be powerless to assist. As her words settled, Dong Zhun nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a chick pecking for grain. Then, might we request a time frame? I must notify the guardian. Let it be 3 days. Oh no, it is now 2 days hence. The fox lady observed Dong Zhun, a glint of mischief in her eyes, her smile illuminating the moonlit night, yet it bore an invisible weight of pressure. Following the arrangement, Dong Zhun and Dong Xiao hastily returned to Baishui town. Zhao Yuan acted swiftly. After reporting to the Xuancang, both spiritual elixirs and stones were promptly dispatched. Subsequently, upon receiving these items, the fox lady quickly relayed the whereabouts of Xuancang to the human realm. Almost instantaneously, Zhao Yuan mobilized every capable hand at his disposal and set forth towards Fengshan. Chapter 56. A single move to conquer, all 2 days later, atop Feng Mountain. As the news of Xuancang's ascension spread, Xiong Kuei emerged alone to confront him. Xiong Kuei's massive figure loomed like a mountain, exuding a terrifying aura that surged forth like a tide of dark energy, sweeping violently in all directions. Alongside this monstrous display, his eyes glinted with a ferocious red light, his mouth agape to reveal sharp fangs, as a deep, menacing growl rumbled from his throat, creating an atmosphere so oppressive that the creatures accompanying Xuancang found it hard to breathe, some even collapsing to the ground in weakness. On Xuancang's side, he stood at the forefront, flanked by Haisha, Sang Biao, and the Mountain Wolf King, along with a pack of 400 wolves, including several newly recruited creatures. Xuancang, with a lithe and powerful stance, sported a coat of fur that shimmered like satin under the sun. Haisha stood beside him, his eyes dark and brooding, while Sang Biao wore a disdainful expression, his ears perked, jaws slightly parted to reveal glistening teeth, occasionally emitting taunting growls. I have treated you 3 brothers well, yet you dare to kill my subordinates, steal my treasures, and slaughter my kind. Today, I shall put an end to this. Xiong Kuei's voice thundered like a storm, reverberating through the mountains, causing leaves to rustle ominously. Enough of your prattle, Sang Biao scoffed, rolling his eyes in contempt as he flicked his tail impatiently. Xuancang, standing resolute, formed a triangle with his brothers. The taste of backlash from your own malevolence is not pleasant, is it? His voice was steady and cold, cutting through the tension. Upon hearing this, Xiong Kuei's gaze sharpened, a flicker of surprise igniting in his eyes as he instinctively asked, "How do you know?" "I know much more than that," Xuancang replied coldly, his eyes betraying no fear. "It seems you have unlocked that object. Hand it over, and I may consider sparing your lives." Xiong Kuei roared in fury, his chest heaving as he exhaled a foul breath. Xuancang remained unfazed, lightly scratching the ground with his claws to steady himself. "In terms of cultivation, my brothers and I may not be your match. You may seek that object, but it is not in our possession. If you truly wish to reclaim it, you must see if they are willing to give it to you." As Xuancang's words faded, figures of the human race swiftly appeared atop Foam Mountain. Leading them was Lu Ning, followed by a cadre of body-forging warriors. Lu Ning stood tall, his gaze calm and piercing, dressed in a flowing white robe that fluttered in the wind, bestowing upon him an ethereal quality. The body-forging warriors were all robust, their muscles well-defined, exuding vitality. Within the human ranks, practitioners were typically divided into two main schools of cultivation. The first, the majority, focused on body cultivation. This school was relatively easy to enter. With specific techniques, practitioners could refine their physical bodies by channeling spiritual energy without internalizing it. This process, aided by medicinal herbs, enhanced their physical strength and vitality. Body-forging warriors began at the 9th rank and progressed sequentially. The group Lu Ning brought consisted of 9th rank lower body-forging warriors. Though their rank was not high, each could lift massive boulders and sprint like the wind. The second school focused on spirit, where practitioners cultivated spiritual techniques. They emphasized the comprehension and utilization of the world's spiritual energy, internalizing it to form spiritual elixirs. Spirit cultivators typically had lower physical strength, but could rely on their internal elixirs to cast formidable spells, granting them remarkable combat prowess. Beginning at the Qi sensing realm, they advanced through stages such as Qi perception, Qi condensation, spirit forging, and transformation of the profound. Lu Ning's cultivation level was at the 8th stage of Qi condensation, comparable to the demon race's elite. At that moment, Lu Ning observed the standoff between Xuancang and Xuancang, furrowing his brow in contemplation, his eyes narrowing as they swept over Xuancang, Xuancang, and the surrounding creatures. Simultaneously, Xuancang's fury ignited further upon seeing the humans. Recalling the events at Fuzhou Mountain, his eyes hardened with rage, his paws pounding the ground, raising clouds of dust. How did these humans discover our whereabouts? Sang Biao's expression shifted at the sight of the humans, casting a worried glance at Xuancang, his ears drooping slightly. Xuancang maintained his composure, and Haisha offered Sang Biao a reassuring look. "Brother, even at this juncture, you remain so composed?" Sang Biao exclaimed, his tail flicking anxiously. "Little brother, do you understand what it means to have a single move that conquers all?" Haisha's tiger eyes gleamed with significance. Sang Biao, as expected, did not grasp the meaning, and Haisha showed no intention of explaining, instead fixing his gaze ahead. These accursed humans. Xuancang's anger surged, recalling that had it not been for the intrusion of these humans, even if Xuancang had harbored ill intentions, he could have quelled them with ease. His body trembled slightly as he fought the impulse to charge at the humans. That wretched bear again. On the human side, Dong Xiao immediately recognized Xuancang, his eyes widening as he tightened his grip on his weapon, a look of disgust crossing his face. "Lord Lu, this bear is the support of that tiger spirit. If we do not deal with him, it will be difficult to take the tiger beast away," Dong Xiao urged, urgency lacing his voice. However, Lu Ning slowly shook his head. "I do not believe this bear is the support of that tiger beast. Yet your latter point is valid. Without restraining this bear demon, we cannot take the tiger beast." Lu Ning was not foolish. As a third-order envoy of the human race at the border, he had initially acted out of ignorance. Now, the issue was plain before them. Xuancang's attention was also fixed on Xuancang, aligning their objectives. Therefore, regardless of whether Xuancang was indeed Xuancang's support, they could only eliminate him to secure their goal of capturing Xuancang. "I will hold off that bear demon. You take care of the 3 tiger beasts, as our cultivation is low." With that, Lu Ning's words spurred the human side into action. Dong Xiao surged ahead, a steely expression overtaking his youthful face. A little behind them, Xuancang signaled to the mountain wolf king, who let out a long howl, prompting the surrounding wolf pack to surge forth like a tide against the humans. "Close the spirit orbs," Dong Xiao commanded, and the body-forging warriors behind him quickly retrieved white orbs from their pockets, hurling them into the air. The white orbs exploded midair, sending a cloud of dust cascading down. The wolves charging ahead howled in confusion as their vision was obscured, their ears ringing. In an instant, the wolf pack lost all semblance of order, plunging into chaos, unable to distinguish friend from foe. Chapter 57. This tiger demon actually masters a thunder magic? Ho impiho, mia trifis. Hei Sha slowly rose, emitting a cold grunt, a flicker of disdain flashing in his tiger eyes. In an instant, Hei Sha transformed into a bolt of black lightning, dashing into the pack of wolves. With a powerful leap, he gathered his demonic energy, soaring through the air. Roar! A deep, ghostly aura permeated the atmosphere as Heisha unleashed a violent gust of sinister wind from his jaws, scattering the swirling dust. The previously chaotic wolf pack gradually regained a semblance of rationality, rearranging themselves and fixating their predatory gazes on the human warriors. Boom! A pack of wolf pups. Among the crowd, the human body cultivators unleashed gusts of wind with a mere wave of their hands, effortlessly overpowering the wolves as they engaged in battle. With each punch and kick, they subdued large swathes of the wolf pack. Submit obediently. At this moment, Dong Xiao was surging with spiritual energy, standing before Xuancang. Roar! Brother, let me test my skills against this one. Sang Biao exclaimed, his tiger form springing forth, agile forelimbs striking with claws that sliced through the air towards Dong Xiao. Yet, Dong Xiao remained unfazed, gracefully leaping backward to evade Sang Biao's onslaught. A flash of light emanated from his weapon as a stream of sword energy shot towards Sang Biao. The tiger demon landed, striking the ground with his forelimbs, narrowly evading the sword energy that grazed his fur and severed a few strands. Is that all you can do? Sang Biao grinned, revealing sharp teeth, his eyes brimming with provocation. Dong Zhao's expression darkened. Though he did not comprehend Sang Biao's words, he sensed the challenge in the tiger's gaze. Gripping his weapon tightly, he charged once more at Sang Biao, tracing an arc through the air, moving with the swiftness of an arrow. Sang Biao, unwilling to be outdone, propelled himself off the ground with powerful claws, leaping toward Dong Xiao. The two collided mid-air, their weapon and tiger claws clashing with a sharp metallic ring. In that fleeting moment of combat, Dong Xiao's sword, empowered by his spiritual energy, struck down with the force of a moving mountain. The sheer, terrifying power caused his palm to crack, the light enveloping his sword showing signs of dissipating. How could this be possible? Dong Xiao momentarily stood dumbfounded in his recollection. This demon, merely under 200 years old, should correspond to a human cultivator at the second stage of consolidation of qi, though his cultivation was inferior to Lu Ning's. He still possessed the third stage of consolidation of qi, and yet, empowered by a spiritual tool and exerting all his strength, he found himself unable to withstand the peculiar tiger beast strike. Meanwhile, as Dong Xiao was taken aback, Heisha led the wolf pack into a chaotic melee with the human body cultivators. Although the cultivators possessed immense strength, the wolves leveraged their numbers and agility. Refusing to yield, Heisha traversed the battlefield, his ghostly energy enveloping him, inducing a chill in the nearby human cultivators. Seizing the moment, he lunged at one of the warriors, who barely had time to react before being toppled to the ground. Heisha opened his jaws wide, aiming for the warrior's neck. Splatter! Blood gushed forth as he tore away large chunks of flesh. The battle raged fiercely. Xuancang, not one to remain idle, surveyed the scene before joining the fray. Unlike Heisha and Sang Biao, Xuancang did not immediately target Dong Xiao. Instead, he charged at the body cultivators, for to him, each of these humans represented precious golden threads. Roar! Empowered by thunder magic, Xuancang unleashed a terrifying roar that reverberated through the air, sending ripples cascading outward. The minds of the human body cultivators were struck as if by a heavy blow. Then, with a surge of demonic energy, Xuancang manifested his true form, extending his tiger claws to seize two human cultivators by their heads, before exerting tremendous force. Crack! Splatter! The sound of shattering skulls pierced the battlefield, blood splattering in all directions. Xuancang's brutal action ignited a mix of shock and fury among the human spectators. "You vile creature! How dare you be so cruel?" Dong Xiao, engaged in a struggle with Sang Biao, felt a surge of anger at this sight. Changing his hand seals, he unleashed a burst of light, distancing himself from Sang Biao and charging directly at Xuancang. "You shall pass me first." Sang Biao followed closely behind. Xuancang remained unperturbed, his cold gaze glinting with ruthless intent. The throaty tremor of his demonic voice echoed. "Have you not pursued my kin to the ends of the earth? Today is merely a matter of retribution." His voice was raspy, akin to nails scraping against metal. "Damn it! The heavens are vast, bind." In an instant, Dong Xiao waved his hand again, casting a magical net that expanded and enveloped Xuancang. This net was far more formidable than any Xuancang had encountered before. With Xuancang's current speed, evasion was impossible. "Brother," Sang Biao exclaimed anxiously. However, a cold smile crept across Xuancang's tiger visage. "The universe is boundless, and thunder shall eradicate evil." With a resounding boom, as Xuancang's words fell, demonic energy pulsated within him, crackling with arcs of electricity. A thumb-sized bolt of lightning shot forth from his fingertip. Boom! The thunderbolt struck, tearing a gaping hole in the magical net. Witnessing this, Dong Xiao found himself once more ensnared by his preconceived notions of the demon race, his mind momentarily paralyzed. Thunder. Thunder magic? This tiger demon actually masters thunder magic. At this moment, Xuancang was unfazed by Dong Xiao's astonishment, charging forth with ferocity. His tiger claws imbued with chilling demonic energy aimed at Dong Xiao's face. Responding swiftly, Dong Xiao raised his weapon in defense. Bang! Another explosive sound erupted as the thunder struck, scorching Dong Xiao's sword, causing pain to shoot through his arms and sending the weapon flying from his grasp. Stumbling, he nearly fell to the ground. Just as Xuancang sought to capitalize on his advantage, Lu Ning intervened. A white beam of light, akin to a spirit snake, coiled toward Xuancang. Sensing imminent danger, Xuancang instinctively dodged, the beam narrowly missing him and shattering a nearby boulder into fragments. Turning back, he beheld Xiong Kuei, whose limbs had been pinned to the ground by Lu Ning's hairpin, rendering him utterly helpless despite his struggles. Yet, Lu Ning, having subdued Xiong Kui, did not deliver a fatal blow, instead hastening to confront Xuancang. Subdue. Boom. Xuancang felt a blinding flash of spiritual light before him, and then his massive demonic form was sent flying away. Chapter 58. Show Your Might. At this moment, Lu Ning's piercing gaze seemed capable of penetrating all. Upon noticing the unusual aura surrounding Xuancang, his intention to capture him vanished entirely. In Lu Ning's eyes, a creature like Xuancang was akin to a ticking time bomb, bound to incite chaos. "You abomination, your presence in this world will only breed misfortune. You shall not remain today." Lu Ning's voice was laced with a chilling coldness, as an icy aura spread around her. With a gentle lift of her hand, her movements appeared unremarkable, yet concealed an immense power. The long sword in her grasp gleamed with a fierce cold light, and in an instant, it split into 6, manifesting 6 sword shadows before the crowd with astonishing speed. "Go!" Lu Ning uttered a single word. Swish, swish, swish. The 6 sword shadows transformed into streaks of light, darting toward Xuancang with unparalleled swiftness. The shadows sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound akin to arrows piercing the wind. Sensing imminent danger, Xuancang sprang into action, his massive tiger body rising swiftly, muscles taut. With a thunderous roar, the demonic power within him surged forth. Arcs of electricity flickering around his form, resembling countless blue threads dancing wildly. Heaven and earth are boundless. Let the thunder purge evil. Xuancang thrust his claws forward with great force, unleashing all his demonic energy in a desperate bid, bolts of lightning shooting from his claws toward the incoming sword shadows. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of collisions erupted as the first 3 sword shadows were shattered by Xuancang's unleashed thunderous spells, dissipating into luminous specks in the air, like fleeting meteors against the night sky. However, as the last 3 sword shadows approached, Xuancang's energy began to wane, the intensity of his attacks visibly diminishing. "Big brother!" In a moment of crisis, Sang Biao shouted. His colossal tiger form charged forward without hesitation, acting as a sturdy shield. "Get out of the way!" Xuancang did not anticipate Sang Biao's intervention. His eyes turned crimson as he attempted to shove Sang Biao aside, but the sword shadows were too swift. There was no time left. 3 sword shadows struck Sang Biao squarely, 2 of them piercing through his tiger form, causing him to tremble as blood gushed forth from his wounds, staining the ground beneath him. Third brother, Heisha, having just slain a human bodybuilder, roared in fury upon witnessing this. Subsequently, The dark energy emanating from Heisha began to amalgamate with his demonic aura, expanding rapidly. Roar! He unleashed a howl, releasing a cloud of black mist that transformed the air into a tempest of wailing spirits, grotesque apparitions darting through the gloom, clawing their way toward Lu Ning. Lu Ning's expression hardened, a cold snort escaping her lips as her gaze turned icy. With a sweep of her sword, a golden talisman shot forth, radiating brilliant light. The ghostly figures that lunged at her were met with this luminescence, dissolving like snow under the sun. Upon seeing this, Heisha hesitated not, his eyes flaring with fury as primal rage consumed his reason. Roar! He lunged fiercely toward Lu Ning. At this moment, Xuancang had reached Sang Biao's side. Big brother. Run! Sang Biao's breath was weak. Had he not possessed such a robust physique, Lu Ning's strike would have proven fatal. You fool! Xuancang's gaze was momentarily dazed. Within his mind's eye, he beheld a scroll adorned with 16 golden lines, a reward from the human he had just vanquished, alongside over 60 crimson lines. Without hesitation, he focused his thoughts. The golden healing ointment and 6 harmonies spirit-reviving pill, items he had known from his previous life in Taoism. While the 6 harmonies spirit-reviving pill may not be renowned, the simplified version of the instantaneous heart pill had garnered some fame, dismissing 5 golden lines and 10 red lines. He returned his thoughts to his corporeal form. Xuancang administered the 6 harmonies spirit-reviving pill into Sang Biao's body, then applied the golden healing ointment to staunch the bleeding, barely stabilizing Sang Biao's injuries. Meanwhile, the enraged Heisha could not endure for long. The ghostly aura surrounding him was shattered, his tiger form sent flying by Lu Ning's strike. I never imagined that among the demon race, there would emerge 3 such extraordinary tiger beasts. Lu Ning, wielding her sword with one hand, approached Xuancang slowly. At this moment, Xuancang's demonic energy was nearly depleted, struggling even to maintain his demon form. Suppress. Without a moment's delay, Lu Ning unleashed another beam of golden light. As Xuancang attempted to resist, he felt a surge in his head, his tiger form swaying before he ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. Big brother. As Xuancang fell into darkness, Heisha's eyes turned crimson in an instant. This is the end. Lu Ning, with a flick of her right hand, gathered her spiritual energy, unleashing an explosion that sent all demonic creatures, including Heisha and the Mountain Wolf King, hurtling away. My lord. At that moment, Dong Xiao arrived with the remaining bodybuilders. Quickly, let us take them back to the town. Lu Ning commanded, and Dong Xiao wasted no time in beginning to escort Xuancang and the other tigers away. Yet, just as they moved, a harsh caw echoed from the heavens. Lu Ning turned to look, spotting a pitch-black crow soaring through the clear sky. Her gaze locked onto the creature. Not good. In an instant, her hairpin began to tremble violently. Swish! The hairpin shot forth, aiming directly for the approaching crow. However, what appeared to be a swift strike was abruptly halted mid-air, swirling mists enveloping the black crow as it transformed into a child with sharp black teeth and azure skin. Impudent. Instantly upon transformation, the crow demon child clenched its fist, and with a loud crack, the hairpin shattered. Lu Ning spat out a mouthful of blood, her complexion turning pale. Lady Lu, the remaining humans rushed forward. Damn it! A great demon! Retreat! Lu Ning commanded without hesitation, leading Dong Xiao and the others in an attempt to flee. You think to escape? The crow demon's words reverberated as a terrifying demonic power enveloped the surroundings, forming a colossal barrier. I am the envoy of the Xintian Mirror's 3 towns. Do you truly wish to oppose the Xintian Mirror? Lu Ning turned to the crow demon, speaking in a low voice. The Xintian Mirror. The crow demon chuckled derisively, shaking its head. After all these years, the human race still cannot shake the habit of calling for help when faced with defeat. Who am I? Who is my father? Who is our master? With each taunt, the crow demon's form flickered closer to Lu Ning and the others. Chapter 59. Wooly, what you have just mentioned is unknown to me, but I still hope that in your next life, you will remember who I am. As the words left his lips, the crow demon transformed into a swirl of purple mist, followed by countless crows lunging forward. Boom! The sky was filled with the shadows of crows, and for a moment, brilliant spiritual lights erupted. However, after 3 breaths, as the swarm of crows dissipated and reformed into children, the scene resembled an eerie dream fading into reality. Left behind were several corpses, half-eaten by crows. The bodies of those human beings were a grotesque sight, with flesh and blood mingled with exposed bones. Their internal organs spilling forth, a grim tableau of decay. Lu Ning's once exquisite face was now half intact, while the other half lay bare, marred by blood and bone. The astonishment of impending death frozen upon his features, as if he could scarcely believe his fate. The gruesome sight exuded a nauseating stench, a blend of blood and rot wafting through the air. Ah, right, I almost forgot to introduce myself. It seems I neglected to inform you. My name is Wooly. Wooly's voice echoed in the stillness, calm and composed, as though the recent events were mere trifles. After this, Wooly turned his attention to the brothers of Xuancang, finally approaching the unconscious Sang Biao. With a simple gesture, Wooly levitated Sang Biao into the air, his eyes flashing with a purple light, rendering Sang Biao's massive form transparent in Wooly's gaze. The intricate networks within, as well as the efficacy of the elixirs coursing through him, became crystal clear to Wooly. Remarkable. Wooly marveled, a hint of surprise lacing his voice. Dazed and unaware of how much time had passed, Xuancang gradually awakened. Upon realizing he was within the 12 connected caves, his expression remained unchanged. The caves, with their water surging from below, were slightly damp, droplets seeping from the walls and plopping onto the ground, creating a crisp sound that resonated in the silence. Elder brother, 2 familiar voices called out, and Xuancang rose to find Sang Biao and Heisha by his side. Sang Biao's wounds, once life-threatening from the conflict between humans and demons, had mostly scabbed over, though his aura still seemed somewhat diminished. Xuancang understood that his 6 Harmonies elixir could not have achieved such results. Thus, his plans must have succeeded. In the midst of his thoughts, a hearty laugh echoed from outside the cave. Ha ha ha, my dear brother, you have finally awakened. Entering the cave was Wooly, resembling a child, his steps light and joyous, his bare feet pattering against the ground with an inexplicable excitement. Upon entering, Wooly embraced Xuancang tightly, pressing his face against the tiger's head. As the king of beasts, Xuancang was usually imposing, yet now he could only manage a wry smile. His once majestic whiskers quivered uncomfortably, an unshakable feeling of awkwardness washing over him, as if tainted by something foul. My lord, you... Wooly abruptly interrupted Xuancang. What do you mean, my lord? Such formality. Although we may look different, the moment I laid eyes on you, I felt we might very well be brothers with different parents. Though you were born of your parents and I of mine, that does not hinder our brotherly bond. All these years, I, the elder brother, have come late, causing you to suffer. At this moment, Wooly's enthusiasm towards Xuancang was palpable, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This. Xuancang was momentarily at a loss for words, while Sang Biao's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Am I now the 4th brother? Sang Biao thought to himself in astonishment, realizing that their hierarchy had shifted due to Wooly's unexpected involvement. Oh, right. You must be unaccustomed to my sudden presence as the elder brother. No worries, I could be the 4th brother too, Wooly chuckled. Sang Biao mused to himself. Wait. Have I risen in rank again? My lord, please do not jest with me. Xuancang's tiger form shuddered, yet he remained exceedingly polite, fully aware of Wooly's formidable prowess. Such jokes were not to be taken lightly, and they could only tread carefully around him. Indeed, you might find it hard to accept me as your half-brother at first. Let us set that aside for now. It's clear that Wooly intends to forge a bond with Xuancang. Brother, do you not only excel in potion making, but also in alchemy? Wooly's gaze was intense, filled with anticipation. I suppose so. Xuancang responded hesitantly, uncertain of Wooly's intentions and feeling a sense of wariness. Ha. Excellent. It seems I may have wronged you in the past. Did I frighten you that day? Do not dwell on it, for sometimes I act without thinking. How about you accompany me for a while? Wooly said with a broad smile. Xuancang, burdened by his own sins, acquiesced, to Wuli's suggestion. Within the turmoil of conflict between humans and demons, he had committed numerous transgressions, and he understood his precarious situation. Oh, listen to what you're saying. Rest assured, brother, we shall resolve any issues that arise together, especially since you possess such remarkable skills. This matter is hardly a concern. Wuli's words cast an even more bizarre atmosphere over the 12 connected caves. Sang Biao and He Sha stood as still as wooden sticks, utterly perplexed by Wuli's fervent affection for Xuancang and the motives behind it. Outside the mountain, Wuli transformed into a black crow, his feathers akin to the shroud of night, exuding a chilling sheen. After casting a glance at Xuancang, a wave of demonic energy surged through him, and his previously modest crow form began to expand. In the blink of an eye, the crow's true form grew over 20 meters in wingspan, its massive wings flapping, stirring a tempest that sent nearby trees swaying and leaves rustling. "Younger brother, hop on," Wuli called, patting his back with a wing. "This may not be appropriate." A flicker of confusion crossed Xuancang's eyes, caught between indecision. He gazed at Wuli's immense crow form, feeling hesitant. Ha. Wuli wasted no time in idle chatter. Whether or not Xuancang climbed aboard, a gust of demonic wind swept Xuancang up and placed him on his back, swiftly soaring into the depths of the Tianyu mountain range. Chapter 60. The Demon King Yunrong. Previously, I only perceived that Wuli possessed the cultivation of a great demon. However, upon closer inspection, it is evident that among the great demons, Wuli is undoubtedly a formidable entity. At this moment, Xuancang stood atop Wuli's back, overwhelmed by admiration. The surrounding scenery was rapidly retreating, revealing mountain peaks one after another. Majestic ranges of various forms unfolded before Xuancang's eyes. Approximately half an incense stick's worth of time later, Wuli brought Xuancang to an immense, flat expanse resembling a valley within the mountains, akin to a city hidden among the peaks. The mountains formed a grand wall, while the vast plain stretched infinitely. "Brother, this is the heartland of our North Pulse Demon clan. This territory was established by the Demon King Yunrong. I must ask you to endure a bit," Wuli proclaimed. Before Xuancang could inquire further, Wuli swiftly turned and swallowed Xuancang whole. Within the darkened space, Xuancang felt no discomfort. A faint aura of demonic energy pervaded the area, akin to an extension of Wuli's own essence. After what felt like the duration of an incense stick, Xuancang arrived in a vast cavern. Above him, 7 massive stone seats loomed, 3 on the left, 1 in the center, and 3 on the right. In a flash, Wuli settled onto the second seat from the right, while a youthful figure occupied the central seat. This young man stood tall and imposing, his half-formed body adorned with a layer of fine scales, and a sharp horn protruded from the center of his forehead. Aside from these peculiar attributes, his features were strikingly handsome, with sword-like brows and starry eyes that sparkled like the night sky, deep and luminous. "Xuancang, this is Lord Yunrong, the master of the northern Pulse Mountain Range. Show your respect," Wuli instructed. "I, the humble demon Xuancang, pay my respects to my lord," Xuancang replied with utmost reverence, bowing his head and avoiding Yunrong's gaze. "I have heard from Wuli that you possess the ability to refine elixirs?" Yunrong inquired, leaning slightly forward to scrutinize Xuancang directly. "To answer the king, I possess the innate talent to refine elixirs, but it requires certain external materials," Xuancang responded. "What is needed to concoct a standard elixir?" Yunrong pressed on. "At the very least, one requires a living human body, a moderately skilled spirit creature, along with several demon crystals," Xuancang explained. With a mere flick of Yunrong's right hand, 300 demon crystals materialized before them, followed by a bewildered, emaciated human elder who appeared to have been captured. The elder, clad in tattered garments, was bound by iron chains and clutched a pickaxe, resembling a miner. His frail form trembled with despair and fear, seemingly aware of the fate that awaited him. Additionally, a pitch-black lion, emanating a ghostly aura, roared menacingly upon appearing. "This is the formula for the human return to origin elixir. You may proceed with the refinement," Yunrong stated succinctly. Without hesitation, Xuancang surveyed his surroundings and unceremoniously lunged at the human elder. The elder let out a harrowing scream as Xuancang bit down, ending his life before swiftly dispatching the ghostly lion. Xuancang then examined the elixir formula. Aside from the required ingredients, it detailed specific steps for the refinement process. Upon seeing this, Xuancang closed his eyes in contemplation, feigning the gathering of his internal demonic energy in his abdomen. Within the realm of his consciousness, golden lines transformed into the image of a human elixir master, while red lines morphed into various medicinal herbs, forming an elixir furnace. Xuancang meticulously followed the steps outlined in the formula to visualize the refinement process. As the imagery unfolded, 5 red lines were subtracted from 1 golden line, culminating in the solidification of a basic return to origin elixir. This elixir, naturally restorative, could rejuvenate nearly half of one's demonic energy upon consumption. "Your Majesty, behold," Xuancang proclaimed as he opened his eyes and produced the return to origin elixir. Xuanrong, upon seeing this, beckoned, and the elixir landed in his hand. Wooly, observing this scene, could hardly contain his delight. After a moment, Xuanrong nodded with a faint smile. "Indeed, the demon race has gained another capable alchemist. However, your cultivation is somewhat lacking," he remarked slowly, yet he did not bestow any rewards upon Xuancang. "This is advantageous for our demon kin, and you shall be regarded as a pearl among our younger generation." After a brief smile, Xuanrong's demeanor returned to seriousness as he addressed Xuancang. "However, throughout history, our demon race has contended fiercely for dominion. Though a pearl is precious, it is not rare. I shall not intervene in your cultivation merely for this reason. Yet, I promise that when you stand here once more, having proven yourself, I shall support your growth wholeheartedly." Xuanrong gazed earnestly at Xuancang. For a demon king of his stature, alchemists were indeed a rarity, yet not non-existent. The current state of the demon race could not be revived solely by the presence of a singular alchemist, particularly one as unique yet underdeveloped as Xuancang. Thus, Xuanrong refrained from interference at this stage. Of course, the underlying sentiment remained. Should Xuancang one day ascend to stand before him through his own efforts, Xuanrong would spare no effort in nurturing him, for by then, Xuancang would have proven his worthiness. "I understand." Xuancang acknowledged Xuanrong's intentions. This exemplifies the distinction between the demon and human races. Human prodigies are often treated as treasures by their sex, nurtured without reservation. However, such an approach may yield an unbalanced prodigy. Though possessing extraordinary cultivation, their character and methods may resemble those of a child. Such beings may grow normally in rare cases, but should they perish, the entire sect would languish. Xuanrong's philosophy diverged. To the demon race, the path of alchemy is merely ancillary. He does not require demons who can only refine elixirs, for while they may be scarce, they are not entirely absent. The significance of medicinal concoctions primarily lies in offering opportunities for survival to lower-tier demons after injury. Currently, the demon race is in a transitional phase. Xuanrong seeks those capable of thriving even in harsh environments. Only such beings merit his attention and cultivation. As for the possibility of Xuancang failing to mature and perishing along the way, that bears little consequence for Xuanrong. After all, among demons, those who achieve a certain level of cultivation are characterized more by longevity than anything else. If necessary, he could simply wait longer. Naturally, these thoughts represent Xuanrong's considerations as a demon lord in the northern mountains. Had he been in the southern or western territories, his approach to Xuancang might have differed significantly. Depart for now. Wooly will inform you of subsequent matters. Xuanrong concluded, prompting Xuancang to turn and exit, awaiting outside. Once Xuancang had left, Wooly turned to Xuanrong. "My lord, will you truly offer no rewards? This tiger demon possesses some capabilities." Xuanrong responded with a calm smile. "If he truly possesses merit, he will reappear before me in due time, and then his rewards shall not be lacking. As for you, according to the rules I have established, you are entitled to great rewards. What do you desire?" Xuanrong inquired with a grin. Yet, as Xuanrong's smile shifted to Wooly's face, it became evident that despite their differing statuses, one a king and the other a general, Wooly understood that his lord upheld principles and values above all else. Therefore, he felt no fear. After all, fortune favors the bold, while the timid may perish. Chapter 61. Returning to the mountain, Xuancang lingered in place for a brief moment. It was evident that he found himself in a colossal stone hall, surrounded by an aura of terrifying pressure. He yearned to explore further, but discovered he could not move an inch. Fortunately, it was not long before Wu Li emerged from within. Unlike before, Wu Li, who was once slender, now donned a splendid golden attire that shimmered under the sunlight, causing Xuancang's tiger eyes to squint slightly. A peculiar crown adorned his previously bare head, crafted from countless tiny demon crystals interwoven with mysterious runes. It appeared incongruous, yet had an unintentional influence on Xuancang's mind. Wu Li's steps were somewhat sluggish, as if the weight of his golden garments and crown burdened him. Yet his face radiated with pride, and his small eyes sparkled with excitement. Although Xuancang could not recognize these items, he could sense the formidable demonic energy emanating from them, crashing upon him like surging waves, sending a shiver down his spine. "Brother, let us go," Wu Li said cheerfully, flashing a smile that conveyed an indescribable slyness. Without waiting for Xuancang to respond, he raised a hand, and a surge of demonic power enveloped Xuancang, swallowing him once more into his belly. After all, the location of the Demon King had to remain a secret, and Wu Li was cautious about this. Inside the belly, Xuancang felt a stark contrast to his previous experience. His massive tiger body could only curl up, his brows furrowed tightly, and his ears drooped involuntarily. This time, he distinctly felt a bit cramped. Fortunately, it was not long before he reappeared on Wu Li's back. He shook his body and stretched his limbs, his tail flicking behind him. "Brother, your matters are not yet resolved. The Demon King has issued a decree. The items on this list must be refined expeditiously. Once you have completed the concoction of all the items, your sins will be absolved," Wu Li explained, pulling a piece of bee skin from his cloak with his wings and presenting it to Xuancang. Upon inspection, Xuancang noted the names of several elixirs inscribed on the skin. 300 Gui Yuan pills, 200 Jingyu pills, 100 Sheng Ji pills. Is it truly this many? Xuancang's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape in astonishment. Fortunately, each elixir was accompanied by detailed refining processes and required materials. "You are fortunate. Do you realize how many lives were lost in the wake of your fire at Hebei Mountain?" Wu Li remarked, turning his head slightly. While most casualties were mere beasts, not all demon tribes regarded those creatures as prey. Wu Li's implication hung in the air, yet he chose not to elaborate, recognizing that the matter was now drawing to a close and further discussion would be futile. What a human race! They occupy Fogio Mountain, seal the mountain's spirit, exterminate the beings of Fogio Mountain, and wreak havoc at Hebei Mountain. Does no demon tribe intervene? Xuancang inquired, puzzled. Of course they do. Wu Li's voice took on a chilling tone, his body trembling slightly as his wings instinctively tightened. However, it is evident that those responsible for intervening are rather inactive. With Wu Li's statement, Xuancang grasped his meaning, slowly lowering his head, a flicker of contemplation illuminating his tiger eyes, and he refrained from pressing further. Such matters were beyond his current reach, and naturally, others would oversee them. Soon, Wu Li brought Xuancang back to Foam Mountain. Upon landing, Wu Li presented Xuancang with a special crystal token. This will serve as your identity badge as the master of Foam Mountain. With this, you may enter the nearby demon shops to buy and sell. You can explore, and the token bears markings to guide you. As Wu Li spoke, he pointed at the faintly glowing runes on the token. Moreover, now that you're the Mountain Lord, you must shoulder the responsibilities of the mountain. I understand. Xuancang nodded in acknowledgement. The king is a demon of strong principles. The elixirs on the list must be completed within a year. I will return after a year. If you encounter any difficulties, you can seek me at Moon Mountain. Although the king has stated he will not provide you with care, that is the king. With that, Wu Li produced 1,000 demon crystals and an unassuming ring, the quantity neither excessive nor insufficient, symbolizing Wu Li's gift to Xuancang, which would not significantly alter matters. "Brother, what is this?" Xuancang inquired, focusing on the ring. It is an item researched by humans, known as a storage ring. Its storage capacity surpasses the utility of a demon's belly, containing various spiritual fruits and medicinal materials, some of which are needed for your alchemy. I have benefited greatly from your generosity, yet those items could bring you trouble. This storage ring is perfect. I have no use for it now, so keep it. When not in use, simply swallow it. Thank you, Brother Wu Li. Xuancang expressed his gratitude, sincerity flickering in his tiger eyes, though it was uncertain if it was genuine or feigned. Splendid. You have finally come around. With that, brother uttered, you may carry my name in the future. Wu Li chuckled, and as his words faded, a surge of demonic energy enveloped him, transforming him back into a raven, wings flapping joyfully, stirring a small whirlwind. Foam Mountain is but a small place. I hope you can grow swiftly. With those words, Wu Li departed without lingering, flapping his wings and gradually becoming a distant black that before vanishing beyond the horizon. Xuancang stood still, gazing in the direction of Wu Li's disappearance, his tiger eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. After a while, he turned and ventured deeper into Foam Mountain. Within the 12 connected caves, Heisha and Sang Biao awaited anxiously. Meanwhile, the Mountain Wolf King, alongside the remaining creatures, was tidying up the battlefield from the day's earlier skirmish. Just then, Xuancang's figure materialized, prompting Sang Biao and Heisha to rush forward. Brother, what happened? The two brothers inquired simultaneously, concern etched on their faces. Handing over some items will suffice to resolve matters, Xuancang replied, weariness evident in his tone. Fortunately, after this battle, Xuancang's immediate threats had been temporarily eliminated. Ha ha! A light chuckle echoed through the cave, and Xuancang did not turn around. It is you, fox demon. Heisha's fury ignited upon recognizing the newcomer, his dark aura surging. Ah, why is the second king acting this way? This little lady merely comes to offer treasures, the fox lady interjected, her sudden appearance followed by a flirtatious glance towards Xuancang. You dare to speak so boldly, fox demon. Though my brothers and I occupy the mountain, it is one thing for Xuancang to know our location, but how did the humans learn of it? Heisha bellowed. Yet, as Heisha finished his outburst, the fox lady merely smiled meaningfully, turning to Xuancang, who spoke first. The humans were informed at my behest, courtesy of the fox lady. At this revelation, the 12 connected caves fell into a profound silence, with Heisha and Sang Biao exchanging puzzled glances, bewilderment etched on their faces. Chapter 62. Spirit Wisdom Pill Brother. What is the reason for this? Sang Biao questioned, bewildered within the 12 connected caves. In response, Xuancang gazed far into the distance, explaining, neither Xuancang nor the human race is something we can contend with at present. Even if we were to miraculously triumph over Xuancang, troubles from humans would continuously ensue. Thus, I require more formidable great demons to intervene and intimidate the human race. Upon hearing this, aside from Sang Biao, who was still in a daze, Heisha comprehended somewhat. Sitting upright, its tail swaying gently, it cautiously ventured, brother, are you suggesting we use the human's hand to slay our own kind, to extinguish the human's threat with the aid of our kind? Precisely. The humans desire us. And so does Xuancang, Xuancang replied, licking his claws, ears perked with alertness. With the conflict of interest between both parties, we can utilize the human's assistance to eliminate Xuancang. This way, we shall bear no responsibility within the demon clan. He continued, moreover, the actions of breaking into the mountains and slaughtering demons would surely provoke the powerful demons within. This aspect of the plan has indeed encountered a flaw. Fortunately, I have contingency. As Xuancang spoke, Heisha nodded slowly. What about the crow demon? Indeed, Xuancang lay back down, crossing his claws. On the evening the crow arrives, I shall leave the mountain to find Lady Fox, instructing her to employ any means necessary to lure the human experts alongside Xuancang. At this juncture, Xuancang redirected his gaze towards Lady Fox, as she was also a participant, and he did not shy away from revealing his original plan. I'm also honored by the Mountain Lord's regard. Lady Fox feigned modesty. Oof. Sang Biao, witnessing Lady Fox's demeanor, could not help but feel discomfort. I too am favored by the Mountain Lord. Really, I cannot imitate that deadpan look. He raised a paw, forming an exaggerated okay gesture. mimicking Lady Fox's mannerism with a sarcastic tone. In response, Lady Fox merely cast a light-hearted glance at Sang Biao, unfazed. Nevertheless, this collaboration with the king has indeed afforded me numerous benefits. These 3 spirit wisdom pills shall be bestowed upon the 3 great kings. With a wave of her hand, the spirit wisdom pills originally intended for Bao Yuan transformed into gifts for Xuancang. 3 spirit wisdom pills, encased in jade boxes, materialized before the 3 brothers. The spirit wisdom pills and spirit stones that Zhao Yuan had petitioned for, sacrificing his future, were thus entirely appropriated by Lady Fox. Moreover, the humans could not pinpoint any fault. She had provided the information, and the 3 brothers were indeed present. However, if they could not apprehend them, they could not lay blame on her. Furthermore, Lady Fox's agreement to collaborate with Xuancang stemmed from her perspective, regardless of which side emerged victorious. It would greatly benefit her. If Xuancang triumphed, it would mean grievous losses for the human spiritual cultivators. Thus, the resolution of the ghostly afflictions in Baishui town would hinge upon her. Conversely, should Xuancang be defeated and taken by the humans, she would fulfill her pact with them. Ultimately, regardless of the outcome, she would obtain all that she desired. So, what precisely is the spirit wisdom pill? Does consuming it enhance one's intellect? Sang Biao inquired, staring at the ethereal pills with a sense of familiarity, leaning closer to sniff them, his eyes brimming with curiosity. This pill is primarily concocted from spirit wisdom fruits. Even the most refined of demons has a 10% chance of awakening a bloodline divine ability upon consumption. Lady Fox elucidated. Awakening a bloodline divine ability? Truly remarkable, Haisha exclaimed, astonished. Currently, Haisha had merely 130 years of cultivation, yet his bloodline ability enabled him to triumph over 200-year-old refined demons. A splendid treasure. I wonder if there exists a method for its concoction, Xuancang inquired. His gaze fixed intently on Lady Fox, his forepaws reaching forward. However, Lady Fox shook her head with a smile, her ears delightfully twitching. In our demon clan, those who possess the ability to concoct pills are exceedingly rare, akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Thus, who would concern themselves with how this was made? Indeed, Xuancang refrained from pressing further on this matter. Well then, esteemed kings, I cannot linger away from Fujiao Mountain for too long, so I must take my leave. Should any matters arise in the future, you may summon me at any time. I am more than willing to collaborate with the 3 great kings. With that, Lady Fox turned to depart. It can be said that within this incident, Lady Fox garnered the most substantial rewards aside from Xuancang. Once she exited, the expressions of the 3 brothers within the 12 connected caves shifted. Brother, that fox surely gained quite a lot from this. Should we not? Sang Biao was the first to speak, rising to pace within the cave, a glimmer of cold light shimmering on his claws. Even you noticed? Haisha teased, playfully tapping Sang Biao on the head with a paw. Ha ha! Xuancang chuckled softly, remaining composed, his eyes half closed, tail rhythmically swaying. The gathering of incense and fire. This fox demon truly possesses audacity. He gazed meaningfully in the direction Lady Fox had gone, his eyes sparkling with complexity, ears perked with vigilance. What? It is actually the gathering of incense and fire? Sang Biao exclaimed, leaping to his feet. Haisha, do you know what this is? Sang Biao stared wide-eyed, shaking his head in earnest. I do not know, but I believe saying it aloud makes me seem more intelligent. Get lost, you muscle-brained fool, Haisha retorted, pushing Sang Biao away with a paw. The path of incense and fire is also known as the will of humanity. Cultivating with the power of incense and fire allows one to escape the cycle of reincarnation upon death, forming a spiritual body that can rely on the path of incense and fire, thus forging a second path. What's more, this path requires no arduous training. As long as one absorbs sufficient incense daily, their cultivation will steadily advance, Xuancang explained, sitting upright, his gaze earnest as he regarded Haisha and Sang Biao. Such a treasure. I must acquire some in the future, Sang Biao exclaimed, tail wagging in excitement, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Do not simplify matters so naively. Human nature is the most intricate of all, especially when it encompasses human will. This is a double-edged sword if not handled with care, Xuancang stated seriously, his ears twitching slightly. Chapter 63 Zhao Yuan. Death following Xuancang's words. Heisha immediately responded, according to elder brother's intention. Is there not a way to eliminate the drawbacks of this incense cultivation? Xuancang chuckled softly, refraining from providing a direct answer. Typically, cultivating with this substance, even if one's cultivation reaches the heavens, one would ultimately become a mere puppet of the human race, destined to protect humanity for eternity. Otherwise, one would face a backlash from the incense, with regression in cultivation being the least of worries. The dire consequence would be the shattering of one's soul. Upon hearing Xuancang's words, Sang Biao and Heisha realized the terrifying nature of this thing. Sang Biao ceased its wagging tail, while Heisha's body trembled slightly. So, this fox lady is doomed. With the way she treats the human race, they will undoubtedly seek retribution against her, Sang Biao instinctively remarked, tilting its head with a hint of curiosity. Hee, it may not even reach that point, Xuancang replied, his eyes glinting with a fierce light, licking his lips as a trace of ruthlessness flickered in his gaze. By the way, after I fainted, do you know what happened to Xiongkui? Is he dead? In his memory, Xuancang had seen Xiongkui being subdued by a human woman, pinned down and likely in a state of near death. But the subsequent developments remained unknown to him. Sang Biao looked at Heisha, who shook his head in response, causing Sang Biao's ears to droop. I don't recall. After we awakened, we returned to the 12 connected caves, Heisha said with a resigned sigh. Is that so? Never mind. Let us set it aside for now. I have acquired the authority of the Mountain King, allowing entry into the nearby demon workshop. Let us three brothers take a brief respite before we investigate, especially since I am burdened with tremendous debts. After speaking, Xuancang rose, shaking off the fur on his body. The demon workshop serves as a crucial element in nurturing the growth of the demon clan's spirits and entities. There, Xuancang could broaden his horizons to benefit the development of the Three Lives Scroll. Moreover, Xuancang's next objective would primarily focus on the human realm. Therefore, he required a method to infiltrate human towns without being detected. As the sun sets and the moon rises, Xuancang's strategy succeeds, effectively resolving the overt threats. In contrast, Zhao Yuan finds himself in dire straits. At this moment, within the guardhouse of Baishui Town, Zhao Yuan waited for 3 to 4 days without sight of Lu Ning and the others. Reluctantly, he sent Dong Zhun to contact the mountain spirits. The moment the news returned, Zhao Yuan's mind erupted with a tremendous shock, his body swaying as if struck by an invisible force. His eyes widened with disbelief, lips trembling as he muttered, How could this be? How could this be? Then, as if suddenly drained of all strength, Zhao Yuan collapsed onto the chair behind him, his hands limply hanging at his sides, staring vacantly ahead, as if the entire world had crumbled in that instant. My lord, Dong Zhun called, looking at Zhao Yuan. Is there anything else? Zhao Yuan raised his head, eyes reddened. After a moment of silence, Dong Zhun continued, before night falls. Gather your belongings and flee. The spiritual cultivators stationed in Baishui Town are Dong Xiao and the vigorous body refining warriors, and with this incident, along with the 3 towns' mysterious envoy Lu Ning, they have all perished. Should the higher-ups seek accountability, not only will you not be promoted, it will be a miracle if you survive. At that moment, Zhao Yuan found himself hesitating in the face of Dong Zhun's grim words. What nonsense! How could I, Zhao Yuan, have reached this position if I were merely a coward afraid of death? You should leave. I shall bear all the consequences alone. As you wish. Dong Zhun bowed before turning to depart. Night fell, casting a veil of murky darkness over Baishui Town, reflecting the current plight of humanity. Once night descended, malevolent spirits roamed, claiming lives in certain special places. At this moment, on a secluded street, a modestly dressed man holding a lantern hurried to an inconspicuous residence at the edge of Baishui Town. After 3 knocks on the door, it creaked open. Quickly, the man outside urged, and shortly after, a carriage appeared in the courtyard, manned by 2 body refining warriors, while 4 soul restraining talismans emanating a faint golden light adorned the cart. As the black mist encountered the golden light, It retreated as if confronted by its nemesis. Go! The carriage sped away, starkly visible against the silent night. However, as time passed, the carriage had not traveled far when suddenly, a man clad in black leapt down from above, descending with a powerful punch. Boom! The two spirited horses halted abruptly, and a wave of force shattered the carriage into splinters. Who goes there? Inside the carriage, two vigorous middle-aged men drew their swords and advanced. Before them, the black-clad figure revealed only his eyes, glaring intently ahead. With a heavy breath, Zhao Yuan struggled to crawl out of the wreckage of the carriage. Damn it! The black-clad man erupted in a sudden burst of power, fists flying without any spiritual enhancement. Yet the sound of slicing air was impossible to ignore. 8th grade. The two guards realized the strength of their assailant the moment they engaged. My lord Flea, we are no match for him, one shouted, charging forward with his sword. But as he summoned his strength to strike, the black-clad man merely turned and unleashed a kick, sending the attacker hurtling away. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Yuan's expression darkened. Dongjun, do you know what you're doing? Zhao Yuan bellowed, and, as he spoke, the black-clad man slowly removed his mask. I certainly know what I am doing. Zhao Yuan. Yuan lawfully absconded with 10,000 taels of silver and several thousand spiritual stones from the town, along with multiple magical artifacts, and fled without permission. I, Dongjun, am here to intercept you, and since you refuse to comply, I must eliminate you on the spot. As Dongjun finished speaking, Zhao Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. When did I abscond with 10,000 taels of silver? The spiritual stones are accounted for, and the magical artifacts. As he spoke, Zhao Yuan's complexion soured. You are framing me, he shouted, pointing at Dongjun, trembling with rage. It must be noted that while Zhao Yuan had indeed made some foolish decisions, his intentions had always been for the good of Baishui town. Thus, even knowing he was doomed, he attempted to escape using only his own possessions, never touching the public funds of Baishui town. And so what? If you had remained within the guardhouse, sheltered by the dynasty's fortune, I could not touch you. But now, you shall die. With his 8th grade body refining cultivation, Dongjun's strikes were imbued with the strength of a fierce tiger. While this power may not suffice against elite demon entities, it was more than adequate for dispatching ordinary mountain spirits and beasts. It was all too easy for him to take down Zhao Yuan, who was weaker, along with his two subordinates. Dongjun, you shall not die a good death. In a series of muffled thuds, Zhao Yuan and his two companions were swiftly dispatched by Dongjun's assault. With a long sigh, Dongjun gazed at Zhao Yuan's lifeless body, eyes wide open in disbelief. You can only blame your ill fortune. As Dongjun finished speaking, a sultry laugh echoed from the shadows. Well done. Although his figure was not visible, a smile immediately graced Dongjun's face. To receive praise from Her Highness is indeed an honor. Thus, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it seems that the position of guardian of Baishui town shall be entrusted to you in the future. Chapter 64. The murky demon bazaar within the 12 connected caves. The Xuancang brothers, having recuperated for several days, were nearly restored to their full vigor. After Xuancang confirmed the safety of the spirit wisdom pills, each brother consumed one, despite the mere 10% chance of enhancement. For the 3 brothers, blessed by fortune from birth, this was hardly a concern. Under the infusion of the elixir's power, Xuancang experienced visions akin to a cinematic display as the spectral images of his tiger ancestry flashed before him. Soon, the full potency of the spiritual pill ignited, and Xuancang was the first to awaken a bloodline divine ability. The dragon rides the clouds. The tiger moves with the wind. With Xuancang's bloodline power activated, he could conjure storms with his demonic force. The 3rd brother, Sang Biao, also awakened a combat-oriented bloodline ability, capable of doubling his arm strength in battle through the activation of demonic energy. As for the 2nd brother, He Sha, he claimed to have awakened a minor innate divine ability, yet he found himself unable to utilize it, pending further exploration. After this slight enhancement, Sang Biao's excitement got the better of him, and he hurried off to find a place to experiment. Meanwhile, He Sha took on the task of scouting the mountains. This left Xuancang lying on a stone step in the main cave, contemplating how to swiftly refine the batch of pills. Most importantly, with his newfound territory, he could establish a training ground, striving to break through to the 300-year mark in cultivation. At that time, his capabilities would expand significantly, particularly regarding his covetous interest in the human race. An hour later, Sang Biao rushed back to Xuancang, breathless. Elder brother, news from Wolf 9 indicates that Bear Koei has not been seen for many days in Blackback Mountain. He is likely dead. Oh, Xuancang slowly opened his tiger-like eyes, a glint of excitement flashing within. This was splendid news. Compared to Feng Mountain, Xuancang valued the geographical significance of Blackback Mountain far more, and its spiritual fruit opportunities vastly surpassed those of Feng Mountain. What of Heisha? He inquired. Second brother mentioned he believes he has figured out how to utilize his innate divine ability. He headed towards Blackback Mountain, claiming there lies a miasma valley that seems to resonate with his talent. A miasma valley? Xuancang frowned slightly. Let him pursue that. You shall accompany me. We will first explore the Demon Bazaar. Understood. Sang Biao nodded in agreement. The Tianyu Mountain range was vast and boundless. To care for the numerous demon clans in the northern mountains, the Demon King Yuan Rong established demon bazaars throughout. Some of these bazaars were resource-poor, resembling barren wastelands, while others flourished with abundant resources akin to fabled lands of fortune. The Demon Bazaar, near Xuancang's Feng Mountain, was situated in a valley north of the Weeping Illness Mountain. This valley was surrounded by a toxic barrier, a swirling, dark green fog that emitted a nauseating miasma. To enter, one must shield themselves with demonic energy to avoid the barrier's corrosive effects. Stay close, Xuancang advised Sang Biao, his tone serious. With a lithe stride, Xuancang moved confidently, while Sang Biao, somewhat clumsier, hurried to keep pace, his eyes darting with curiosity and caution. The two proceeded towards the bazaar, with Xuancang leading the way, his demonic energy radiating as they passed through the toxic barrier and fog, revealing a vast expanse before them. At the entrance of the bazaar, no grand structures awaited them, merely a simple archway formed of thick tree trunks, each requiring multiple demons to embrace. Stepping into the bazaar, the streets were paved with stones of various sizes, their surfaces smoothed by the passage of time and countless demon feet glistening like mirrors. Upon closer inspection, the layout of this demon bazaar mirrored that of human bazaars, yet bore a distinctly demon character. Stalls lined the sides, offering an eclectic array of goods. However, due to the vast size differences among demons, these stalls appeared magnified several times over. As Xuancang's gaze swept across the offerings, he discerned that the items could be categorized into several types: spiritual plants, spiritual fruits, blood, and flesh, alongside some unidentifiable ores. The streets bustled with demons of various shapes and sizes. There were small, agile rat demons with glistening eyes, moving swiftly and silently like a whispering breeze. In contrast, larger bull and horse demons caused the ground to tremble with each step, their hooves thudding like heavy drums. The horse demons' manes billowed in the wind, their tails swatting away insects, their massive frames often obscuring entire stalls, occasionally leading to minor collisions with other demons, resulting in mutual glares and grumbled retorts before they dispersed. In the center of the bazaar lay a spacious area, a makeshift trading square. The ground was muddied from previous transactions and scuffles, a mixture of blood and muck. Occasionally, a nauseating stench wafted through the breeze. Here, the goods on offer were unpredictable. Some demons showcased rare finds they had acquired. Elder brother, that blood and flesh looks quite appealing. Shall we procure some for second brother? Sang Biao's eyes fixated greedily on a stall manned by a cat demon, who displayed an assortment of bloody cuts. He spoke while drooling, his body unconsciously leaning toward the stall, his feet inching closer. From the shapes of the meat, it was evident that these were human remains. The cat demon, somewhat peculiar in form, appeared to possess over 300 years of cultivation, but had not yet reached the stage of solidifying its demonic form, resulting in an odd appearance. The cat demon's ears perked up, its eyes warily scanning the surroundings, occasionally pawing at the meat as if to flaunt its freshness. Patience. Let us seek something more significant first. The arrival of Xuancang and Sang Biao drew the attention of several demons. As tiger demons achieving sentience were a rarity in the vicinity, the onlookers merely cast curious glances with no incidents arising. Xuancang led Sang Biao deeper into the bazaar, as the surrounding stalls offered little of interest to him. It was not until they entered a vast, square-like area that they encountered a peculiar sight. A half-meter-tall, gray-skinned rat demon appeared before them, its body slightly hunched, front paws rubbing together, its eyes darting about. "Can you assist me in finding something?" Xuancang inquired, his gaze narrowed slightly in appraisal. "Hee, you must be newcomers here. In this murky demon bazaar, I, Greta, am known for having extensive knowledge. Whatever you require, with just a word from you, my descendants will swiftly locate it for you," Greta boasted, thumping its chest confidently. Chapter 65. Illusory scales. Before Xuancang stood a gray rat spirit, whose cultivation, though not at the level of an elite demon, radiated an air of cunning. It seemed somewhat out of place among the mountain spirits. Nevertheless, Xuancang paid little heed to such thoughts. "What I desire is an item that can conceal me or obscure my demonic aura, rendering my form undetectable," he articulated. "Ah well." The gray spirit's small eyes darted about like two black marbles. "The item you seek is quite rare in the various demon markets." "Is that so?" Xuancang replied, his brow furrowing slightly. "Indeed, there are some, but they do not come cheaply," the gray spirit continued, its tiny claws gesturing in the air as if to emphasize the steep price. "At present, I see three options before you. The first is the scales of Old Lady Long from the murky demon market. This item will not alter your form, but it can obscure your appearance through illusion. Moreover, when utilizing a portion of your demonic power, it will remain undetected, making it an excellent choice for pilfering from the human realm." The gray spirit's eyes sparkled as it spoke. "However, it is not inexpensive. A single scale costs no less than 300 demon crystals." The gray spirit extended three small claws in front of Xuancang. "The second option is a clay pill crafted by the Fox tribe, molded from blood and clay. This can temporarily transform you, but you cannot use demonic power, nor can you come into contact with water, lest you risk exposure. Again, the price is similarly steep." And the third option, the gray spirit beckoned Xuancang to follow. After a few steps, they came upon a nearby female demon, maintaining human form, with antennae atop her head and wings sprouting from her back, engaged in some task with a pig demon. Though already transformed, her features suggested she was likely a butterfly demon. "Careful, hold him steady. If he moves, his legs won't straighten properly, and it will look unnatural." The butterfly demon commanded a few monkey spirits who held the pig demon firmly in place before using her demonic power to forcefully straighten its hind legs. "Oh, the pain!" The pig demon howled, yet paid no mind to the butterfly demon. "A little pain now is far better than being exposed to the humans and meeting a grim fate." In that instant, as the butterfly demon applied her power, the pig's legs remarkably transformed into plump human legs. The belly, quickly, push it back." The monkey spirits frantically pressed the pig demon's belly inward. "Useless," the butterfly demon exclaimed, appearing impatient as she stepped forward and delivered a swift kick. The transformation of a spirit demon into human form typically required at least 600 years of cultivation. Though Xuancang was unaware of the pig demon's fate, he could tell that its belly had indeed returned. After observing for a moment, Xuancang could not help but break into a cold sweat. "Goodness, the small workshops are quite bold. I think I'll pass on that. Let's discuss the first option." Xuancang turned to the gray spirit and said, "Well." As he spoke, the gray spirit made a universally recognized gesture with its three claws, grinning widely. Not hesitating, Xuancang produced 5 demon crystals. "Is this sufficient?" "Quite enough." The gray spirit was not picky. "Please follow me." With that, the gray spirit led the two brothers through the square to the rear of the demon market, nestled among the mountains. "What is this place?" Xuancang inquired, glancing around in confusion. "This is where the great lords residing in the demon market dwell. Some prefer not to manage their own mountains, finding it easier to live here without the restrictions and oversight of others," the gray spirit explained, gesturing for Xuancang to wait as it approached a stone house and knocked on the door. "Old Lady Long, are you awake?" The gray spirit asked cautiously. "What is it?" An aged voice replied from within. "Old Lady Long, a guest wishes to make a transaction with you regarding the purchase of some illusory scales." The gray spirit said, bowing respectfully. "Mm." A voice responded, and soon the stone door creaked open. An elderly woman, hunched and wrinkled, emerged. Her long, narrow eyes and dark green skin were adorned with rough scales that glimmered with a cold sheen in the dim light. A slight bulge on her forehead hinted at two bony ridges. Such an aura, a great demon, Xuancang thought, startled at the sight of Old Lady Long. What glutton has come seeking a taste of the human realm? Old Lady Long regarded Xuancang and Sang Biao, speaking, typically, demon kind resides hidden in the mountains to cultivate. It is only those of great demon status who can perfect their transformation and enter the human realm without drawing attention. However, many who have tasted human flesh may succumb to cravings, with some losing their sanity entirely, driven by a singular desire to feast upon humanity. "Ah, you younger generations of demons," she continued. "One illusory scale costs 300 demon crystals. When activated with demonic power, it can take on a human form. After the transformation, you may utilize approximately 50% of your internal demonic energy. The power that an illusory scale can store is limited, if not attacked or severely depleted. One scale can maintain a human form for 5 days." As she spoke, she revealed several illusory scales in her right hand. "Thank you, esteemed elder. I would like to purchase 3 scales," Xuancang said. His stock of demon crystals was limited, aside from the 1,000 given by Wu Li. Most of what he had taken from Xiong Kuei had been spent on cultivation. He now possessed just over 1,000 demon crystals. "Very well. A fair exchange." Old Lady Long accepted the crystals, but suddenly furrowed her brow and stepped forward. Xuancang and Sang Biao tensed in response. "What is this aura?" Old Lady Long's eyes gleamed with curiosity. "What is your connection to that old hedgehog?" Though Xuancang was unsure of Old Lady Long's interest, years of exposure to various films and literature instilled in him a sense of caution. The absence of malice in her mention of the hedgehog elder hinted at something more. "Well, esteemed elder, is that my younger brother possesses exceptional talent and has garnered the favor of Elder Bai," Xuancang replied, pausing slightly for emphasis. Sang Biao's tiger-like eyes widened in surprise. "Me? I see," Old Lady Long chuckled. "That old fellow has been hiding for so long, yet here he is. Very well. Since you are his descendant, I shall grant you a few more." With a wave of her hand, 2 additional illusory scales floated towards Xuancang. "Thank you, esteemed elder. Do not mention it," Old Lady Long said, her gaze lingering on Sang Biao, as if pondering the reason behind his distinction in the eyes of the hedgehog elder. Chapter 66. The highway robbery. After concluding their transaction, Xuancang and Sang Biao retraced their steps. Along the way, the gaze of the gray creature towards them grew increasingly fervent. The 2 esteemed gentlemen had not anticipated that they were indeed scions of the demon clan. Within the demon realm, once an individual achieves the status of a great demon, their bloodline can be perpetuated, and those of the great demon caliber command significant influence within the mountains, often regarded as formidable figures, even if they are merely subordinates. Upon hearing this, Xuancang turned his attention to the gray creature, opting not to address the question directly, but instead inquiring, "Your eloquence suggests you have spent time amongst the human race?" In response to Xuancang's inquiry, the gray creature nodded eagerly, affirming, "Indeed, my lord, I once pilfered a spiritual pill from the human realm, awakening my intellect. I possess considerable knowledge of various aspects of human society." "Ah." Xuancang nodded in understanding, then promptly asked, "Might you enlighten me on the current state of the human realm?" "Of course," the gray creature replied, now fervently enthusiastic upon realizing that Xuancang had the backing of a great demon. Throughout their journey, from the departure of Granny Long until they exited the demon market, the gray creature shared an abundance of information. "Do take care, and remember to return swiftly to the mountains after leaving the demon market. This place harbors some unrest," the gray creature cautioned Xuancang and Sang Biao. "Thank you. Should I return in the future, I will surely seek your assistance again. Dear brother, Xuancang responded. Nonsense. We are of the same kin. The gray creature grinned, displaying its large teeth, and bowed as it bid farewell to Xuancang. Shortly after Xuancang and Sang Biao departed, another sheep spirit, newly arrived in this area, approached the gray creature. Excuse me, Brother Mouse. Upon hearing this, the gray creature turned, only to see a sheep spirit with a mere 60 years of cultivation, and immediately scowled. How shameless! Who do you think you're addressing as a brother? Go away. You are beneath my concern. Direct your inquiries to my younger sibling. With that, the gray creature straightened its back, adopting a human-like posture, and disdainfully departed, casually summoning 2 small rodents to follow. Outside the demon market, a noxious mist enveloped the area like a heavy gray veil, casting an eerie and mysterious atmosphere. Xuancang and Sang Biao traversed through the toxic fog, which seemed to have little effect on them, although everything around appeared somewhat hazy and indistinct. At that moment, Sang Biao frequently glanced back, his eyes betraying an uncontainable yearning, reminiscent of a greedy child gazing at candy just out of reach, still craving the flesh and blood. Xuancang, walking ahead, didn't turn to face Sang Biao but seemed to perceive his thoughts, calmly inquiring. Sang Biao chuckled sheepishly, offering no rebuttal. It is not I who hinders you. Xuancang continued his steady advance, his tone imbued with a hint of seriousness. The flesh of humans is tainted with innate impurities, and consuming it will allow that foul essence to linger within you. A small amount is harmless, but if accumulated excessively, it will affect your mind, making you yearn for it day and night, transforming you into a bloodthirsty demon. Xuancang's words echoed through the stillness of the toxic mist, carrying an invisible weight that compelled Sang Biao to take heed. Upon hearing this, Sang Biao's expression soured, and he murmured, "Does that mean I can never indulge?" His voice bore a tinge of disappointment, akin to a cherished dream being abruptly shattered. Fear not. Even matters of life and death are not absolute. Xuancang slightly turned his head, his tone softening. Upon our return, I shall impart to you a method to cleanse the impurities while nurturing your essence. Thank you, elder brother. When the time comes, I will ensure you partake first. Sang Biao exclaimed excitedly. As for me, I shall abstain, Xuancang replied, maintaining a leisurely pace ahead. The reason Xuancang did not discourage Sang Biao's inclination towards consuming humans was that he understood his identity in this life as a demon, not a human. He chose abstinence due to remnants of past beliefs. Furthermore, Xuancang, from any perspective in this life, had no necessity to consume humans for cultivation. As they continued their journey, they soon exited the confines of the demon market. However, as they walked, Sang Biao, wearing a foolish grin, suddenly halted. Elder brother. He attempted to alert. Xuancang nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping the surroundings with a hint of contempt. I sense it as well. Suddenly, from a surrounding thicket, 7 figures sprang forth with the swiftness of lightning. As they drew closer, their forms revealed themselves to be entities that resembled neither cat nor rabbit. You too, surrender your provisions, or you shall not leave here today. The leader of the 7 figures shrieked. Upon recognizing the intruders, Xuancang discerned that they were a pack of rabbit spirits. Though they were not large, each possessed a fierce gaze, and their disheveled fur suggested they had not feasted well in quite some time, giving them an air of desperation. The leader, with its uniquely patterned brown and black fur, stood out, ears perked and eyes narrowed, wearing an expression that dared anyone to challenge them. Xuancang, upon witnessing this, let out a cold laugh tinged with disdain. Is that all you have? These 7 rabbit spirits were all of 90 years of cultivation, yet their gaunt appearances suggested they had not had a proper meal in ages. Enraged by Xuancang's dismissive demeanor, the rabbit spirit leader exclaimed, "How dare you look down upon us? You've just come from the demon market. You must possess something valuable. Hand over your food if you know what's good for you." The leader's gaze was fixated on Xuancang and Sang Biao, like a predator eyeing its prey. Sang Biao, unable to contain himself, scratched restlessly at the ground with his claws. Elder brother, why waste breath on them? Let us simply dispatch these little furballs. The rabbit spirits, upon hearing this, bristled with indignation, their bodies coiling like inflated balloons, ready to attack. "Brothers, let them see our might," they shouted in unison, and in an instant, several rabbit spirits lunged toward Xuancang and Sangbiao, their speed creating a small whirlwind in their wake. Xuancang remained unperturbed, glancing back at Sangbiao. "You may proceed." Upon hearing this, a fierce expression crossed Sangbiao's face, brimming with excitement. He let out a jubilant roar and charged towards the incoming rabbit spirits. His massive paw swiping through the air like a giant fan, his innate abilities amplifying his strength even without the use of demonic energy. Chapter 67. Subduing the rabbit spirits faced with the fierce onslaught of the tiger demon. A rabbit spirit, caught completely off guard, was sent flying like a small fur ball, tracing a graceful arc through the air before landing with a thud in the nearby grass, emitting a startled squeak. The remaining rabbit spirits rushed forward in a frenzy. The tiger demon grinned, swinging his massive paw once more, sending the rabbit spirit before him spinning like a top, disoriented and collapsing to the ground, unable to rise for quite some time. Seeing the dire situation, the rabbit spirit leader shouted while hopping, "Brothers, do not fear. Let us unite. He has but 2 claws, and we are many. We shall surely prevail." With this rallying cry, the rabbit spirits began to channel their demonic energy, a faint glow shimmering around them as if donning a protective shield. This was a welcome challenge for the tiger demon, who, invigorated, remained rooted in place, his claws flashing as he delivered blows left and right, sending the rabbit spirits tumbling in disarray. One rabbit spirit was flung against a tree, wedged among the branches, its legs flailing helplessly in the air. Another collided with a companion, the two rolling together on the ground in a dizzying tangle, resembling 2 tipsy furballs. In no time, 7 rabbit spirits lay scattered about, groaning on the ground, while only their leader remained, for bristling as he glared at the tiger demon. Though fear flickered in his eyes, a greater sense of defiance surged within him. "Is this all you are capable of?" Xuancang chuckled at the spectacle before him. Despite their disheveled state, the expressions of the rabbit spirits seemed to convey a stubborn resilience. The rabbit spirit leader struggled to his feet, shaking off the disarray of his fur. "My strength surpasses the stars. You, insignificant tiger, should not dare challenge my authority. Now, witness the prowess of my brethren." As the leader spoke, he gestured dramatically, and the remaining rabbit spirits joined him. Intrigued, Xuancang watched keenly, eager to see what tricks these rabbit spirits might conjure. "It is time to showcase our abilities." With a sudden shout, the rabbit leader commanded, "Run." In an instant, the 7 rabbit spirits turned and fled, their short legs pounding the ground with fervor, as if equipped with miniature engines. Xuancang had anticipated their intentions. As they spun to escape, he unleashed a surge of thunderous demonic energy, accompanied by a resounding tiger roar that reverberated like thunder through the misty air, causing nearby trees to tremble. Instantly, the rabbit spirits felt a primal fear coursing through their veins, freezing them in place as though ensnared by a spell. "Brother, shall we slay them all?" The tiger demon, having grown weary of the sport, extended his claws, a fearsome glint in his eyes. "Not yet," Xuancang replied, stepping forward to address the rabbit leader. "I offer you a chance to live." The rabbit leader, initially inclined to resist, was quickly dissuaded as Xuancang continued, "You may have your fill." Without a moment's hesitation, the rabbit spirits dropped to their knees, proclaiming in unison, "If you do not abandon us, we shall honor you as our adoptive father." Xuancang was taken aback by their sudden transformation. "There is no need for such formalities. Serve under me as you would any other spirit. Simply call me your king." "Do you have names?" Regrettably, Xuancang soon wished he had withheld this inquiry. The rabbit leader, brimming with pride, responded, "I am Mao Outyan, and these are my brothers, Mao Zhantian, Mao Liantian, Mao Jintian, Mao Fantian, Mao Patian, and Mao Pitian." With each introduction, a corresponding rabbit spirit stood tall, seemingly proud of their names. Xuancang felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth as his 4 tiger claws simultaneously dug into the ground, a peculiar method to alleviate any awkwardness. "Impressive," the tiger demon exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration upon hearing the names of the 7 rabbit spirits. Why must you challenge the heavens? Xuancang pondered, somewhat perplexed. The rabbit spirit leader paused, then replied, "We were originally 8 brothers, spirits of Fogio Mountain. One day, we encountered a wounded man in white who lamented the injustice of fate, claiming that darkness prevailed over light before he fell to his death." "Wait," the tiger demon interrupted. "Aren't there 7 of you? Where does the 8th brother come from?" Mao Aoyan's expression darkened. It was that wretched human. Upon entering Fogio Mountain, he claimed his younger brother was newly born and in need of meat, insisting we be slaughtered. In the end, it was our 8th brother who bravely delayed them, allowing us to escape. "I see. Please continue," the tiger demon urged, a hint of remorse in his tone. "Of course," Mao Aoyan replied politely, regaining his composure. "Where was I? Ah, yes. At that time, we were just awakening our intelligence. After consuming our benefactor's flesh and blood, our powers surged. Determined not to waste his sacrifice, we chose to honor him by adopting these names." Xuancang listened, bemused. "Your benefactor elevated your realms, yet you consumed him?" Xuancang merely smiled at the irony. As for the rabbit spirit's talk of injustice, he found it puzzling. The heavens are not your father. Though often depicted as indifferent, does it not reflect the natural order? In the grand scheme of the cosmos, the balance of yin and yang dictated the rise and fall of all beings. Even now, the once dominant human race faced immense challenges, while the demon race began to rise again. Xuancang pondered how one could harbor such grievances without striving to grow stronger and seek vengeance. Villains and antiheroes alike often overlooked their own efforts. No one was born into power. If one sought it, they must look to their forebears. However, everyone has their own will, and Xuancang saw no need to impose his beliefs upon others. You are fortunate indeed. To ascend through the flesh of a human is a privilege many spirits would envy. Chapter 68. The Peril of Black Xuancang. From this day forth, you shall be under my command, Xuancang declared as he accepted the 7 brothers, noting their commendable agility. They would serve well as messengers, and perhaps even as scouts for Black Xia. After all, Feng Mountain was in dire need of rebuilding, and Xuancang had scarce resources among the demon tribe. "Thank you, my lord," led by Mao Aoyan. The rest of the brothers followed obediently behind Sang Biao. "Have you been robbing here for long?" Sang Biao inquired, glancing back at the brothers during their journey. "To answer you, my lord, we have only recently arrived in this area. After the incident with Old 8 at Fujiao Mountain, we took refuge in Blackback Mountain. However, some fools set the mountain ablaze, destroying our hard-earned cave and spirit plants. We were left with no choice but to resort to banditry," Mao Aoyan recounted, his tone tinged with frustration. As he spoke, Sang Biao struggled to suppress a laugh, quickly shifting the topic. "I can understand your plight, but do none of you possess any cultivation?" Although Sang Biao did not display his aura, being of the same demon race, he should have been able to sense their presence with ease. "Cultivation? What is that?" Mao Aoyan and the brothers were utterly perplexed. They had gained sentience after consuming human flesh and blood, awakening without any ancestral lineage, their state akin to that of Sang Biao. Xuancang interjected, "Ah, so you are even more naive than I thought. Allow Sang Biao to explain it to you." Finding solace in their ignorance, Sang Biao appeared quite animated as they shared jovial banter. As Xuancang, Sang Biao, and the 7 fledgling demons returned to Feng Mountain, Sang Biao suddenly lifted his head, an odd expression crossing his face. "Brother, what is it?" Xuancang turned to inquire. "It seems there is a commotion in the mountains, and I can smell the fragrance of second brother," Sang Biao exclaimed, sensing something amiss. Xuancang's expression shifted as he realized the gravity of the situation. "Where?" "To the north, near the Blackback Mountain." Without hesitation, Xuancang and Sang Biao hastened their pace, like 2 tigers, followed closely by the 7 fledgling demons, racing towards the northern slope. As they advanced, Xuancang's mind was clouded with confusion. Black Xia was usually composed. It was perplexing that a fight would erupt so close to Blackback Mountain. Before long, Xuancang detected a terrifying aura emanating nearby. As they approached, they were met with a gruesome sight. The ground was littered with wolf corpses. And in the distance, a figure enshrouded in dark energy retreated swiftly, while another figure of pure light relentlessly pressed forward to suppress it. The energies of both adversaries were formidable, far beyond Xuancang's reach. Amidst the chaos, he discerned a bloodied black Sha, barely clinging to consciousness. "Second brother," Sang Biao cried out, rushing towards Black Sha, while Xuancang's heart sank in disbelief. Before him lay Black Sha, half covered in blood, unconscious, with his abdomen torn open and his flesh shriveled as though drained of life. "Second brother," Sang Biao exclaimed anxiously, at a loss for how to proceed. Not only Sang Biao, but even Xuancang felt a chill run down his spine, unsure of how to respond. His mind raced, but he could find nothing to save Black Sha. In that moment of desperation, a familiar voice pierced the air. "Let me take over." Xuancang and Sang Biao instinctively turned to face the source of the voice. Old Senior. They beheld the familiar figure of the elder hedgehog spirit, leaning on his cane. Without further ado, the elder spirit gestured, and a sharp quill shot forth from his back, swiftly stitching up Black Sha's wound with his demonic energy. Once that was done, he produced the wine gourd Xuancang had seen before and administered its contents to Black Sha. After several breaths, Black Sha's erratic aura stabilized, though he resembled a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. "I could do no more. This child has lost much of his essence. Whether he survives is now in the hands of fate," the elder hedgehog spirit lamented. "Senior, do you know who harmed my second brother?" Xuancang trembled, suppressing his fury as he spoke in a low tone. The elder hedgehog spirit shook his head. "I cannot say for certain. I arrived too late. Though I sensed a brief encounter, the opponent clearly did not wish to engage with me and fled. What I can ascertain is that the assailant is likely a formidable demon. A formidable demon." Xuancang's gaze darkened as he exhaled deeply, looking at the elder hedgehog spirit. "I am deeply grateful for your timely intervention, Senior." This elder spirit had saved him once before and now had come to Black Sha's aid. Xuancang etched this debt into his heart. "Ah, today's fruit is born of yesterday's cause. I owe your parents a debt of gratitude and have come to repay it." The elder hedgehog spirit responded slowly. "Oh, Senior knew my parents?" Xuancang inquired with curiosity, having long wondered why such a being would take an interest in him. "My granddaughter encountered great peril at birth, and I, due to certain circumstances, was trapped elsewhere. It was your parents who rescued her family atop Blackback Mountain. Sadly, by the time I returned, her parents had succumbed to their injuries. My granddaughter, having suffered at birth, was left unable to awaken her intellect. Fortunately, we were blessed by your parents' kindness and obtained a spirit wisdom fruit, allowing her to awaken later." The elder hedgehog spirit recounted the events succinctly, lamenting. "It is a pity that your parents' misfortune struck so suddenly. By the time I received word, it was during your chaos at Blackback Mountain." Xuancang understood now why the elder spirit was so invested in his fate. Though he had not experienced his parents' tribulations, he vowed to remember the elder's kindness in saving his brother. "Senior, I will forever hold your benevolence in my heart," Xuancang declared solemnly. The elder hedgehog spirit waved his hand dismissively. "You are commendable, but bound by certain rules. I'm also a sinner, unable to intervene too much. However, you may take refuge here for the time being. I trust that the creature who attacked will think twice before challenging me again." "Thank you, Senior." Xuancang expressed his gratitude once more. "Do not call me Senior anymore. My name is Bai Wei-yin. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, seek me at a spring cave to the south of Feng Mountain," the elder hedgehog spirit said, and with that he vanished into the earth. Chapter 69. The Yellow-Robed Taoist. As the scene shifts, within the 12 connected caves, Xuancang gazes at the dire situation of Heisha, his heart heavy as the depths of water. Thankfully, Heisha still clings to life. Inside the cave, the atmosphere is thick with tension. "Brother, who exactly attacked second brother? Wasn't Xiong Kue already?" Sembiao inquired, perplexed. Xiong Kue lacks the capability. Xuancang's gaze gradually hardened. The assailant is a great demon, and it has ruptured the hidden chamber within second brother's abdomen, taking away the ghostly artifact concealed there. Clearly, that was the objective. The ghostly artifact was pilfered from Xiong Kue Hence, the demon's involvement is undoubtedly linked to him. With clarity of thought, many conclusions began to form. Now, the foremost concern is Heisha. Xuancang circled Heisha, his powerful figure moving with purpose, and ideas began to crystallize in his mind. It appears the plan must be expedited. Sang Biao, understanding the gravity of the situation, refrained from further questioning, recognizing that some matters were beyond his comprehension. Third brother, from today onward, you shall collaborate with the Mountain Wolf King to oversee affairs in the mountains. Should you encounter insurmountable problems, do not hesitate to seek out Elder Bai. What about you, brother? Sang Biao turned to Xuancang, seeking clarification. With Elder Bai in the mountains, there is no cause for concern. I shall first collect the owed interest from the human realm. If this plan succeeds, we brothers shall attain rapid growth in a remarkably short time. With that, Xuancang cast a profound glance at Heisha and Sang Biao before departing from Foam Mountain. His formidable physique moved with the swiftness of the wind, soon arriving at the territory of Fu Jiao Mount. As dusk settled, in the grand residence of Bai Shui Town, a stout middle-aged man clad in yellow brocade gazed with relief at a Taoist within the courtyard. The estate was adorned with numerous banquet tables, for in this era, only the affluent could host such feasts in town. Many thanks, Taoist, for saving my linger. Huang Jingui expressed his gratitude towards the Taoist. Do not mention it. Recently, the demon clans in the mountains have been in turmoil. Families with children must be wary of these demons descending to abduct young boys and girls. The middle-aged Taoist replied in a hoarse voice. Upon closer inspection, the Taoist donned a yellow robe and had his hair styled in a bun, secured with a wooden hairpin. His tall and slender figure resembled a bamboo, swaying in the wind, as though a gentle breeze could topple him. His face was akin to dry bark, sunken cheeks, and a sallow complexion devoid of color, while his tattered black robe hung loosely, the belt unfastened, barely held together by a solitary button at the chest. Most striking were his eyes, predominantly white with the irises rolled upwards, revealing 3 white slits filled with sharpness and coldness, leading anyone who gazed upon him to perceive him as anything but benevolent. Yet paradoxically, this very figure was warmly welcomed at the banquet within the estate. Taoist, with your formidable abilities, you have saved countless children in Bai Shui Town in just a few days. Today, I, Li, raise a toast to you at Lord Huang's feast. With that, a young man clad in blue robes lifted a cup, bowed respectfully to Xuancang, and drank deeply. Xuancang nodded slightly, his parched lips parting. You are too kind. It is the duty of us cultivators to exorcise demons. Surrounding individuals echoed his sentiment, and soon, the air was filled with clinking glasses and flattery. The Taoist incarnation of Xuancang did not decline, accepting every cup presented, yet showed no sign of inebriation. As the drinking continued, a young servant rushed into the courtyard, whispering urgently in Huang Jingui's ear. Huang Jingui's expression shifted to one of distress as he cleared his throat and addressed the gathering. Esteemed guests, I have just received news that a child from the Zhao family at the east end of the town was killed by a demon. With this proclamation, the once joyous banquet fell into an immediate hush, all eyes turning towards Xuancang. Xuancang set down his cup, slowly rising, his ample robe swaying with his movements. I shall go to the east of the town and investigate, he declared, smoothing the hem of his robe, straightening his bamboo-like form, and stepping purposefully towards the courtyard exit. Taoist, you have just consumed alcohol. Perhaps you should rest a moment before proceeding? Huang Jingui cautioned. Xuancang merely turned his head slightly, waving a hand dismissively. It is of no concern. A little alcohol will not hinder me. Without pausing, he continued swiftly to the courtyard entrance. Seeing this, the guests hastily set down their bowls and chopsticks. Some swallowed the food they had not yet chewed, their cheeks bulging, while others tossed their chopsticks aside, causing a chaotic clatter. Everyone quickly stood and followed closely behind Xuancang. In an instant, the once lively banquet was left in disarray, with dishes askew, wine spilled everywhere, and a few chopsticks strewn on the ground. Upon reaching the Zhao family's dilapidated abode at the east of the town, it appeared run down, with crumbling earthen walls that seemed on the verge of collapse, and debris scattered about the yard. The elderly Zhao couple sat despondently in the dirt of their courtyard. Old Zhao gripping his hair tightly, his fingers turning pale from the strain, his body trembling as he muttered, "My son." Old Zhao's wife lay on the ground, continuously striking the earth with her hands, emitting faint, sorrowful cries that echoed in the small yard. Xuancang shook his head, standing at the center of the courtyard, his hands clasped behind his back, the sleeves of his loose robe swaying. Other villagers gradually entered the small yard, shaking their heads in sympathy at the scene. Some villagers furrowed their brows, their eyes filled with compassion. Others crossed their arms, clicking their tongues in dismay. Alas, it is truly a pity. The Zhao family had only 2 sons, and now they are both gone. Indeed, the elder son practiced martial arts and had previously entered the mountains with Master Dong to capture demons, only to perish there. Now the younger son, too. Do you think it possible that Master Dong's failure to capture the demon angered the creatures in the mountains, and they retaliated by descending upon us? After all, it has been rare for demons to descend upon our town, yet now it has happened repeatedly. As the villagers exchanged thoughts, the town's officials arrived in haste, led by Dong Zhun, who swiftly entered the courtyard. Upon witnessing the sorrowful state of the Zhao couple, his expression remained neutral, though many present wore expressions of sadness. He quickly approached old Zhao, crouching beside him, gently patting his shoulder. "Brother, do not grieve excessively. I shall find that demon and ensure it pays for its blood debt." Chapter 70. Heart's blood. When Dong Zhen spoke, a fierce intensity gleamed in his eyes, and his fists were tightly clenched. However, the townsfolk paid him no heed. Dong Zhen had no intention of wasting time on them, so he conducted a brief investigation before departing. Once he left, the townspeople finally focused their attention on Xuancang. Taoist, is there truly no means of prevention against this rampant evil? Huang Gede stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on the Taoist transformed from Xuancang, a hint of concern evident in his eyes. After all, no one could predict when this malevolent force would return or when tragedy might befall them. Upon hearing this, Xuancang slightly raised his head, narrowing his eyes as if deep in thought. After a moment of silence, his withered fingers gently stroked the sparse beard on his chin. After what seemed like an eternity, he finally spoke. "There is indeed a method. In my Tao, there exists a technique utilizing the essence blood to ward off evil. By taking 7 drops of a child's heart blood and performing a ritual at the temple, I can invoke my Tao's power to shield against malevolent forces. However, as a wandering Taoist without a fixed abode, I lack a temple for such practices." Xuancang shook his head slowly, leaving his sentence unfinished. Upon hearing his words, Huang Gugui's eyes suddenly brightened, as if he had seen a glimmer of light in the darkness. He eagerly exclaimed, "Taoist, this is no difficult task. You have bestowed immense grace upon our Baishui town. We can collectively construct a temple for you. My Huang family is willing to take the lead, and we shall bear all the costs." With pride swelling in his chest, Huang Gue declared. Initially, some villagers appeared hesitant, exchanging dubious glances. However, upon hearing Huang Gugui's words, they began to chime in, "Yes, yes. The Taoist has done so much for our town." Xuancang gently took a step back, raising his hands in a gesture of polite refusal. "Such a grand undertaking is not necessary. It would be too much trouble for you all." Yet Huang Gugue waved his hands dismissively, adamantly stating, "Taoist, please do not decline. You have worked tirelessly for the peace of our town. This is our duty." Thus, under Huang Gugui's leadership, the matter was swiftly settled, and Xuancang could only feign a semblance of trepidation. "Then let us keep it simple." He nodded slightly. "I shall follow your guidance." Upon receiving Xuancang's agreement, Huang Gugue and the townsfolk collectively sighed in relief. After all, they had witnessed Xuancang's prowess in subduing the evil forces lurking in the mountains and had saved numerous children in the town. The site for the temple was ultimately chosen to be a location near the mountains, just outside the town. Standing upon the land, Xuancang spread his arms wide, seemingly absorbing the aura of the place, murmuring, "This location, with its proximity to the mountains and convergence of spiritual energy, is indeed exceptional." Following the selection of a site, propelled by Huang Gugue's generous contributions, and with Xuancang's decision, to keep things uncomplicated, the construction of the temple quickly advanced. Several townsfolk, grateful for Xuancang's past assistance, lent their efforts. Some carried timber, huffing and puffing, while others meticulously carved the architectural components. Within 3 days, a modest temple with 3 layers, accessible from the front and back, was completed. The walls were painted a pristine white, and the roof tiles were impeccably arranged. Taoist, the temple is finished. But we are uncertain which deity you wish to enshrine, Xuan Cang respectfully inquired, his eyes filled with curiosity as he slightly tilted his head. Since we aim to combat the evil forces of the mountains, let us enshrine the mountain spirit, Lord Xuancang, Xuancang replied, arms crossed, his gaze fixed on the main hall of the temple. Upon hearing Xuancang's words, Xuan Cang nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in the Taoist choice. The artisans busily applied paint to the statue of the deity, their brushes moving rhythmically, and within an hour, the statue was completed. However, during the final step, Xuancang instructed them to cover the deity's eyes with red cloth. Although the onlookers were puzzled by this action, they complied without question. In the end, the temple was named Xuancang Temple. After completing these tasks, Xuancang nodded in satisfaction. He entered the main hall and circled around the tiger-shaped statue, a glimmer of contentment in his eyes. Now, you may return home, and with a needle, draw 7 drops of blood from your child's chest, once a month. This will ensure that your offspring remains safe from the malevolent forces of the mountains, Xuancang declared, his gaze sweeping over the gathered crowd, exuding an air of undeniable authority. Taoist, if that is the case, what are the ghostly afflictions in the town? Xuan Cang inquired, leaning slightly forward, anticipation evident in his eyes. The matter of the ghostly afflictions largely depends on the Xuantian mirror. The deity I enshrine, Lord Xuancang, primarily suppresses the evil forces of the mountains, but it may also provide some measure of restraint against ghostly afflictions, Xuancang replied, his hands clasped behind his back, his expression neutral. Is that so? Very well, the others murmured, though some felt a tinge of disappointment. After all, to them, drawing 7 drops of blood seemed a trivial task, having been born of rough stock. The prospect of ensuring their children's safety for merely 7 drops a month seemed akin to acquiring wealth without effort. In Baishui town, under Xuan Cang's guidance, the news spread swiftly. However, many townspeople were skeptical of Xuancang's blood-drawing method. 3 days later, numerous donations of blood began to arrive at the temple. Some ignorant individuals even brought bowls full of blood, eager to secure additional blessings from the temple. Despite Xuancang requesting only 7 drops, most donors exceeded that amount. For those who came to offer blood, Xuancang provided them with a yellow talisman to place in their homes. Although the talisman bore no real power, it was imbued with Xuancang's essence, serving as a means of identification. As the donations accumulated, Xuancang collected all the blood into 3 large gourds. At that moment, others might not perceive anything unusual about the gourds, but to Xuancang, they radiated a fervent crimson glow from within. Once these tasks were completed, Xuancang closed the temple doors and commenced the ritual of blood refinement to protect the town's children. Outside, he departed through the back door, merging into the forest. With each step, a scale fell from his form, and as it touched the ground, its brilliance faded, turning to dust. Meanwhile, Xuancang's figure transformed, his Taoist robe tightening around him, revealing vibrant tiger stripes. As he lowered his stance, his hands and legs expanded, his back legs bent, claws extending, muscles rippling, his face elongating and mouth widening to reveal fangs. His ears shrank, fur sprouted, enveloping his entire body. His eyes morphed into slits, and his tail extended, ultimately transforming into a magnificent tiger measuring over 4.5 meters in length. Great King, as Xuancang manifested his form, Ma Ao Tian and his brother Ma Zhan Tian appear before him. Do the Zhao family hold animosity towards you? Xuancang inquired, his tiger-like eyes glowing like lanterns in the night as he gazed upon the 2 figures. Chapter 71. Return to the Turbid Demon Workshop, Happy Lantern Festival. Additional chapter. In response to Xuancang's inquiry, the rabbit spirit immediately replied, Your Majesty, The Zhao family is the murderer of my 8th brother. My brother and I were initially unaware until we saw that the Zhao family had hung my brother's fur. Enough, Xuancang interrupted Mao Aotian. This is the last time. For Xuancang, the death of one individual held little consequence, particularly as such incidents intensified the villagers' willingness to offer blood. His intention to only require a few drops of blood from each child was meant to ensure a steady supply while avoiding widespread panic. Within the sacred mountain, Xuancang returned, having expended 3 illusion scales over a span of 15 days. With the assistance of the rabbit spirit and having consulted with Lady Fox, Xuancang quickly established himself as a Taoist in Bai Shui town. Elder brother, Sang Biao, with his keen senses, was the first to detect Xuancang's presence. How fares Heisha? Xuancang inquired. Elder brother, the esteemed Bai has visited not long ago. Second brother is barely clinging to life. If he is to recover, he requires a substantial amount of restorative items. Understand. Xuancang nodded, refraining from further comment, and proceeded to where Heisha lay. Observing Heisha's emaciated form, reminiscent of a desiccated carcass, Xuancang felt a profound sorrow. Although their time together had been brief, the bond among the 3 brothers was genuine and substantial. Boom! Within the 12-link caverns, Xuancang created a hollow, placing Heisha within, and summoned water to cover half of his body. Splash! After completing these tasks, Xuancang opened a gourd, pouring in the collected blood of human children. As the gourd opened, a sweet, metallic scent permeated the entire cavern, enticing the wolf spirits outside to greedily inhale the aroma. The precious blood cascaded from the gourd like a crimson stream imbued with an eerie essence, slowly blending with the water and staining the surroundings red. With a wave of his demonic power, Xuancang chanted an incantation. As his words resonated, the blood, upon contact with Heisha's parched body, penetrated as if the long dry earth had finally received rain. Heisha's body trembled slightly, as if the long dormant shell sensed a call to life. The once dull fur began to glimmer with a hint of vitality, and his tiger claws twitched slightly. As the blood flowed continuously, Heisha's heart began to show faint signs of movement, as if a subtle force was rekindling the fire of life within him. Elder brother, what is happening? Sang Biao asked, astonished by the spectacle. The blood of human children, Xuancang disclosed without reservation. Upon hearing this, Sang Biao's expression turned grave as he gazed at Xuancang. Elder brother, be cautious outside. Rest assured, Xuancang replied. He had poured only 1/3 of the gourd's contents, planning to repeat this every 5 days. This is meant to save second brother's life. We must not be careless. Handing the gourd to Sang Biao, he continued, this is for you. With that, Xuancang produced a smaller gourd containing about half the previous amount. Do not neglect your training. Elevate your cultivation to 300 years at the earliest. Understand. Thus, Xuancang had consumed 1.5 gourds worth of blood, leaving him with another half for future needs. If he wished to traverse back into the realm of humanity, he would require a significant supply of illusion scales. However, purchasing them with 300 demon crystals each was somewhat burdensome. Therefore, he intended to seek out Granny Long, believing that once he learned how to refine the substance, he could create it himself using the 3 live scroll. Is there any change in the mountain? Xuancang asked Sang Biao, not in haste to depart. Fear not. Elder brother, there are no humans about, and the mountain remains stable. Wolf Jiao is leading the wolf cubs day and night through the mountains. And those ordinary spirits who have submitted to us are also behaving well, often presenting some spiritual fruits. That is well. On the other side, within the turbid demon workshop, Xuancang arrived personally. The environment within the workshop mirrored that of his previous visits. Upon manifesting, he navigated through the front street, arriving at the vast open space where several spirits had reached the level of transformation and were offering rare items for sale. He even spotted some spirits selling human spiritual artifacts. Xuancang merely glanced at these before locating Granny Rong's area. May I request an audience? His voice was soft, unbothering to anyone nearby. Ah, it's you, young one. What brings you here? The door of the stone house opened, and Granny Long gestured for him to enter. The interior of the stone house was spacious, far superior to the mountain cave, emitting a faint aroma of herbs mingled with demonic energy. Various peculiar items adorn the walls, including glowing beast bones and oddly shaped stones that radiated a gentle light, clearly not mundane, likely collected by Granny Long over the years. In the center, a large stone platform held a small furnace, burning with blue flames as if refining something. Younger generation seeks more illusion scales, Xuancang stated. Granny Long regarded him with a meaningful glance. If it were merely for gluttonous desires, I would not indulge your kind. However, you seem to be without ulterior motives. I have few scales left. How many do you need? Xuancang did not rush to respond, but instead produced several gourds, each containing half of the precious blood. I lack surplus demon crystals. I wonder if this would suffice. At the sight of the gourds, Granny Long's eyes brightened. A fine item, young one. Do you not fear the gaze of the human clans, Xian, Tianjian? Rest assured, these were willingly offered by the humans, Xuancang replied. Granny Long took the gourd, opened it, and inhaled deeply. Very well, I shall not take advantage of you. With this blood, you could exchange for 1,000 demon crystals within the turbid demon workshop, and perhaps even more in the larger markets. Therefore, I shall value this blood at 1,500 demon crystals. Is that agreeable? Dear readers, I humbly request a wave of free little gifts, Chapter 72. The transformation of blood into patterns very well, Xuancang nodded. Upon the conclusion of Old Lady Long's words, she raised her hand, and 4 ethereal scales materialized in her grasp. Please wait a moment. As she spoke, Old Lady Long turned her gaze towards the furnace and began to manifest her form. She possessed a slender physique adorned with intricate, shimmering scales that sparkled like gemstones under the light. Her limbs were short yet robust, with sharp, curved claws. Her head was relatively small, but her eyes were large and protruding, resembling yellow crystal orbs surrounded by faint golden patterns. Her tail was long, nearly half her body length, with its tip elegantly raised. She has achieved enlightenment as a chameleon, which is indeed a rarity, Xuancang mused inwardly. As Old Lady Long approached the furnace, the colors of her body unconsciously shifted, transitioning from darker hues to warmer tones akin to the flames of the furnace, her vibrant colors flowing like a living flame, both beautiful and perilous. Old Lady Long exhaled a beam of ethereal light into the furnace, and Xuancang's gaze remained fixed. Subsequently, streams of unique demonic energy coalesced within the flames, forming ethereal scales capable of manifesting the human form, a power intrinsic to Old Lady Long herself. Xuancang observed the entire process intently. After a while, she proclaimed, "Junior, this is for you." Another scale was placed into Xuancang's hand, bringing the total to 7, enough to grant him 35 days of presence among humankind. "Thank you, esteemed elder," Xuancang said, bowing his head. "There's no need for thanks. Our transaction is complete. Should you require such items in the future, feel free to seek me out," Old Lady Long continued, utterly unaware that her unique craft had likely been wholly learned by Xuancang. Upon leaving the demon workshop, Xuancang made his way back to Foam Mountain without encountering any unwelcome interruptions along the route. My king within Foam Mountain. The Wolf King was currently patrolling with a multitude of wolf pups. In the brief span since their last encounter, the wolf pack, having stabilized, had begun to proliferate wildly, growing from 400 to 500. Yet, among them, only a handful were intelligent beasts, totaling just over 50, with most possessing merely a decade or 2 of cultivation. Your cultivation should be nearing 100 years of refinement, yes? Xuancang inquired, glancing at the Wolf King. The current aura of the Wolf King approached that of a refined demon, yet he seemed hindered by his bloodline's inherent limitations. "Returning to your majesty, I'm still a bit short," the Wolf King replied, lowering his head. "Having followed me for so long, you have earned this. Allow me to assist you." With that, Xuancang unleashed a wisp of vital blood, infusing the Wolf King with the pure essence of life. In an instant, the Wolf King trembled as the potent force surged within him like a torrential flood. A faint crimson glow enveloped his body, his fur standing on end as if ignited. With eyes closed, the Wolf King exerted his full power, striving to merge this energy with his own. The once sluggish flow of his demonic force began to quicken, akin to a long dry river suddenly replenished with rushing waters. After several breaths, the Wolf King let out a long howl, his aura soaring as the barrier impeding his breakthrough shattered under the dual influence of the vital blood and his own efforts. A formidable aura of a refined demon radiated from him, causing the surrounding pups to prostrate themselves in reverence. "Thank you for your assistance, my king. I shall serve you faithfully." Xuancang nodded slightly. "Focus on your cultivation. There lies greater potential within you." Having completed this, Xuancang returned to the 12 connected caves, and, upon seeing that Heisha's aura had stabilized, he finally felt at ease. Without hesitation, he absorbed the remaining vital blood, a significant quantity that was a treasure to the demon race, for this blood was not mere human blood, but the purest essence derived from the human physique. Xuancang settled within the 12 connected caves, his tiger form trembling slightly as the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge towards him, drawn by his inherent tiger aura. 1 drop, 2 drops. The vital blood flowed down his throat, and instantly a scorching power erupted within his meridians. Xuancang commenced the circulation of his demonic energy, guiding the essence of the vital blood through his veins. As the blood continued to be absorbed, the demonic thunderstorm technique began to refine this searing power. A rumbling sound resonated within him as arcs of lightning formed, while the red glimmer of the refined human blood emerged, both phenomena manifesting upon Xuancang's exterior. Approximately an hour later, when the final drop of vital blood was absorbed, the lightning arcs fully integrated with the red glow, converting all this power into Xuancang's cultivation and demonic strength. His cultivation successfully ascended to 290 years. Most importantly, Xuancang discovered that as he absorbed the vital blood, the golden patterns within the 3 Lives scroll also began to increase. Witnessing this, Xuancang's heart swelled with joy. Indeed, the path is manifesting before me. He rose, tilting his tiger head towards the heavens, and unleashed a resounding roar that echoed through the valley, compelling the surrounding wolf pups and other newly joined spirits to prostrate in awe. Within the cave, Xuancang felt the surging power within him, his heart racing with anticipation. It is time for the second lightning summon. A glimmer of determination sparkled in his eyes. The scene shifted to the temple on Fogio Mountain. The Fox Lady, empowered by the strength of incense, had made remarkable progress in her cultivation. As time passed, she concluded her training, only to be struck by a flicker of suspicion. Why has my incense power diminished so greatly? The Fox Lady slowly rose. "Come forth." In an instant, 4 restless spirits appeared. "Go investigate the situation in Whitewater Town. What has transpired? Why has the incense waned so?" "We shall obey." For ordinary spirits, typically so weak that even a powerful beast breath could send them reeling, were now imbued with the Fox Lady's mountain spirit authority. Thus, they could exhibit the strength of an ordinary spirit, instilling fear among the townsfolk lacking in cultivation or vitality. In Whitewater Town, under the cover of night, the 4 spirits roamed the area, casting an ominous shadow over the town. "What is this?" One spirit, enveloped by the night's ghostly aura, approached a farmstead only to find a peculiar yellow talisman affixed to the door. Though unmarked, the aura emanating from it caused the spirits to tremble. "This feels wrong." One spirit attempted to approach the talisman, but was overcome with trepidation, quickly retreating. The talisman posed no direct threat to them, yet its aura was profoundly discomforting. "Return swiftly and inform the lady." After assessing the situation, the spirits hastily returned to Fogio Mountain. Chapter 73. The Young Maiden of Guanxian, Mount Fugao. The mountain is strewn with yellow earth and scattered with withered trees. At this moment, the Fox Lady materializes, her figure graceful, her foxtail gently swaying, ears slightly trembling, and a pair of cunning eyes shimmering with lively light. Opposite her stands Xuancang, a formidable figure accompanied by 7 celestial rabbits. Xuancang, with a robust tiger body, has fur that flutters in the gentle breeze, exuding an aura of authority. The 7 rabbit spirits are lined up behind him, each displaying varied expressions. Some cross their arms, some scratch their ears, their eyes darting as if plotting something, while others, full of curiosity, stretch their necks to gaze at the fox lady, their little noses constantly sniffing the air. Great king, what is your intention? This humble woman has opened a convenient path for you, allowing your subordinates to descend from Mount Fugao into the town. This act carries immense risk for me, and yet you, wise as you are, have outmaneuvered me, seizing my incense offerings. The fox lady's voice, melodious yet tinged with irritation, is fixed upon Xuancang. Unfazed by her ire, Xuancang remains poised, lying down with his tiger body, his gaze unwavering on the ethereal form of the fox lady, which is conjured by the power of incense. Internally, he contemplates, almost there. Noticing Xuancang's silence, the fox lady regains her composure. Will the great king not provide me with an explanation? What do you wish to know? Xuancang slowly rises. Do you believe me when I say I have no interest in human incense? The temple below is indeed of my making, yet I have never allowed offerings to be made there. His words deftly deflect the fox lady's inquiries. An atmosphere of silence envelopes them. Neither party is yet willing to sever ties completely. Hence Xuancang refrains from finality in his words. My subordinates require passage down the mountain, and I hope our relationship does not sour over these trivial matters. After all, as he speaks, he glances back at the fox lady's temple, his tiger eyes glinting with an imperceptible light. Without finishing his thought, he departs down the mountain with the rabbit spirits, each step leaving shallow paw prints in the earth. Once Xuancang has left, the four wandering souls behind the fox lady feel emboldened to reveal themselves. These apparitions, ethereal and flickering like candles in the wind, seem on the verge of dissipating. Since Xuancang has honed his prowess through blood cultivation, even in his inaction, he radiates a solar intensity that makes them hesitant to approach. My lady, this tiger demon is clearly problematic. With your divine might, why not subdue him and offer his tiger body to the human race? Your standing among them could rise significantly. The spirits whisper cautiously around the fox lady, their voices ethereal and fleeting. Humph! The fox lady shoots a disapproving glance at the spirit, her displeasure evident. One must not judge solely by appearances. Ever since that human envoy perished in the mountains, the human realm has yet to redeploy their forces. The situation remains ambiguous. We cannot act recklessly. Disperse for now. With an air of authority, she turns and retreats into the temple, her figure gradually vanishing within, leaving behind a faint trace of fox fragrance in the air. Upon her return, the fox lady utilizes her incense power to conjure a cloud mirror within the temple. As the mirror's surface reveals an image, a robust figure gradually materializes. Simultaneously, in Baishui town, at Junshan Temple, the temple is situated at the town's edge, surrounded by sparse trees, appearing somewhat desolate under the twilight's glow. Xuancang, having donned the guise of a Taoist through the power of illusion, returns from the temple's rear entrance, his steps light, the Taoist robe billowing gently in the breeze. Meanwhile, the 7 rabbit spirits pair up, disguising themselves as domestic cats, scouring the town for households without yellow talismans. As the temple door creaks open, Xuancang witnesses a frail young maiden collapse half into the temple. Her hair is a tangled mess, resembling a bird's nest, her body gaunt from starvation. Skin stretched tightly over bones, with bruises marking her hands and feet, stark against her pale complexion. Help me! The girl, sensing the door's opening, struggles to utter her weak pleas, her eyes half closed, radiating profound frailty. Xuancang's gaze sharpens, and he swiftly turns to close the door, his movements resolute. Why should I care? The temple door shuts firmly. As Xuancang turns to depart, he suddenly recalls that someone might soon come to deliver blood. It would be troublesome if this girl perished at his temple's entrance. Creaking, the temple door opens again. The outside world is shrouded in swirling, ghostly mist, alive and undulating. As several grotesque apparitions coalesce, their twisted forms and sharp teeth glowing with an eerie green light. Upon witnessing this, a fierce glint ignites in Xuancang's eyes, transforming into piercing tiger pupils, brimming with lethal intent. Begone! With a thunderous roar, the apparitions recoil as if struck by lightning, howling in retreat, their forms rapidly vanishing into the mist. I save you. How will you repay me? Xuancang lowers his gaze to the girl, whose willpower barely keeps her conscious. His tiger eyes reveal no warmth. Leaning slightly, his imposing figure casts a shadow over her, one hand casually hanging at his side while the other lifts her effortlessly, as if she were a mere chick. I can. The girl struggles to articulate, yet finds herself unable to form a complete sentence. Her lips tremble, cracked and parched, each word seeming to exhaust her last reserves of strength. Her frail body writhes in Xuancang's grip, akin to a leaf caught in an autumn gale. Trembling violently, her fingers clutching her tattered clothing as if it were her last lifeline. Do you dare to kill? Xuancang inquires directly, his voice deep and laden with pressure. Idare. The girl responds with surprising decisiveness, a flash of determination igniting in her eyes as she musters the strength to meet his gaze. Seeing this, Xuancang finally allows a satisfied smile. It is fortuitous, as he cannot remain among humans for long. If the girl proves useful, she could serve as a disciple within the temple, allowing for continued reception of blood even in his absence. Inside the temple, having assessed the girl's potential, Xuancang exhales a common spiritual fruit, his mouth slightly parted as the softly glowing fruit gradually floats forth. Chapter 74. Zhang Hengxing. Xuancang gently grasped the spirit fruit, applying pressure until it shattered, its juices flowing slowly into the girl's mouth. The action was executed with precision. After crushing the fruit, he waved his hand dismissively as if to discard something trivial. Approximately half an hour later, the girl began to stir, her eyes fluttering before gently opening, revealing a hint of confusion. Stop pretending to be unconscious, Xuancang remarked. Seated on a mat with his legs crossed, hands resting on his knees, his back straight against the backdrop of a tiger-shaped statue of the true Lord Xuantang. Upon seeing Xuancang, the girl remained silent, using her arms to prop herself up as she slowly rose from the ground. Despite having regained some strength from the spirit fruit's energy, years of physical depletion left her feeble, barely managing to sit upright. What is your name? Xuancang inquired, still with his eyes closed, occasionally reflecting on memories of his past life. I am Qing. Your life was saved by me. From this day forth, you shall serve as a disciple at Junshan Temple. Xuancang stated decisively, his voice reverberating within the temple. Understood. Qing responded without hesitation to Xuancang's command. As the words left her lips, Xuancang waved his hand again, sending two spirit fruits soaring towards her. Without a moment's thought, she grasped one and consumed it. The two shared a silence, punctuated only by the crisp sound of her chewing echoing through the stillness of the temple. Do you not wish to inquire who I am or what I require of you? Xuancang's voice cut through the quiet. It matters not, as long as I can survive, as long as I can live. Qing's unseeing eyes seemed to recall something, her tone growing heavier with each word. Interesting. What if I were to demand that you betray your kin, forsaking everything you hold dear? Xuancang opened his eyes, gazing at Qing, realizing the necessity of clarifying certain matters to prevent any unforeseen complications later on. He deliberately emphasized the word kin. Many treacherous individuals within the human race wavered, easily swayed, for no matter their actions, they remained human. However, the situation would be entirely different if the roles were reversed. A faint smile graced Qing's lips at Xuancang's question. The injuries I bear, the vengeance of my parents, all stem from the hands of those heartless beasts. I care not. I care for nothing, as long as I can survive. In her brief outburst, her eyes glistened with bloodshot veins, and tears of blood began to flow. Such deep-seated enmity. I find it delightful. Xuancang chuckled darkly, his gaze fixed upon Qing's figure. Outside the dilapidated estate near by Shui town, the previously repelled ghosts hastily returned, their shadows flitting through the darkness, accompanied by wails. Master, trouble is afoot. Master, silence. A chilling voice commanded, accompanied by a gust of frigid wind that rattled the tattered window paper within the estate. Suddenly, the surroundings transformed dramatically. The decrepit estate was shrouded in ghostly mist, which seemed to possess a life of its own, slowly undulating and enveloping the entire courtyard. An eerie blue glow flickered within, resembling ghostly flames dancing in the darkness. The once-worn furniture appeared rejuvenated, the rotting table legs infused with newfound vitality, and the dust-covered chairs gleamed with an icy sheen as if polished clean. In the main hall, the so-called master, a towering ghostly figure, was enshrouded in swirling ghostly energy, forming a tangible black mist. His eyes glimmered with an eerie light, exuding a palpable sense of dread as he surveyed the trembling ghosts before him. This ghost was named Xuancang, a former official of the previous dynasty, who had suffered calamity during a regime change, resulting in the slaughter of his entire family. His face bore a twisted expression of rage and resentment, forever frozen in the moment of his demise. After death, his lingering malice, combined with the peculiar nature of his home, allowed his family to ascend to the realm of spirits. Compared to humans, spirits possessed distinct realms of existence. Initially, they existed as wandering souls, which posed little threat to humans, merely causing a gradual loss of vitality over time. Next came the ghost realm, where spirits could manifest their forms in areas of dense, ghostly energy and possess limited means of malevolence, although they could only prey upon the weak and infirm. A robust human warrior could easily scare away a ghost with a mere roar. Only upon reaching the Li Pa, or evil spirit level, could they employ certain ghostly techniques, with their combat prowess magnified in the night or in areas thick with ghostly energy. Beyond that lay the Ghost Eye realm, where one could command a legion of spirits, which is the level Xuancang had attained. This realm corresponded to the human realm of qi condensation and the demon realm of spirit essence. However, it is worth noting that demonkind inherently feared no spirits and could exert a degree of suppression over them. Thus, spirits of equal rank were generally inferior to the demon spirits unless they possessed unique abilities. As Xuancang exuded his formidable presence, the other spirits immediately bowed in reverence. Trembling in fear, one particularly bold ghost cautiously raised its head, eyes wide with terror, and spoke, "Master, within that temple, there is indeed a formidable individual, one whose aura rivals that of the previous one named Dong Xiao." Upon hearing this, Xuancang tapped his fingers lightly against the armrest, producing a sound that resonated eerily within the silent estate, akin to a countdown to death. Rivaling Dong Xiao, Xuancang scoffed, after enduring to see that Dong Xiao perish. Another Taoist emerges? At that moment, the bolder ghost hesitantly continued, "Master, you may not know, but the being in that temple struck us with awe. Just a glance was enough to instill fear in us." The ghost shrank back, its eyes filled with terror as it recounted the memory. "Nonsense. The likes of that Yishuan Master Dong Xiao from Bai Shui Town could hardly claim to suppress you with a mere gaze." Xuancang thundered angrily. Chapter 75. Ingqing. In response to Xuancang's skepticism, the ghost immediately retorted, "My lord, you are unaware." At that moment, he merely stood there, and with just a glance, it felt as if a thunderbolt were about to strike. Our very souls seemed on the verge of being torn apart. We dared not linger any longer. However, we did witness him return with a frail young girl, who appeared to be on the brink of death, leaving us perplexed as to her purpose. As the ghost spoke, he gestured to illustrate the girl's emaciated form. These spirits were all influenced by the yellow talismans bestowed by Xuancang, fearful of his presence, and they refrained from causing havoc at night. A bunch of worthless wretches. Spare me your words. The banquet of General Dao is approaching, and now all the ghost clans in the vicinity are aware that there are no human envoys left in Baishui Town. As Xuancang paced back and forth in the hall, his footsteps silent, yet stirring waves of ghostly energy. Even General Dao holds us in high regard. If we fail to present sincerity during the banquet, our fortunate days will come to an end. Xuancang's frown deepened, his distorted face etched with concern. He coldly commanded, "Jia, steward." "Yes, my lord." A gathering of energy materialized, revealing an elderly ghost. His form slightly bent, his face lined with wrinkles, and his eyes sparkled with a cunning light. "Tomorrow is the 15th. In this remote place of Baishui Town, no significant figures will arrive. You shall make a journey, avoiding conflict with the Taoist temple while bringing back 6 young men and women. A glimmer of greed flashed in Zhang Hengxing's eyes as he clenched his fists, ghostly energy swirling around them. Understood. Steward Jia responded respectfully, bowing slightly. After receiving his orders, he silently melded into the darkness, traversing the night, his ghostly aura trailing behind him, causing the roadside weeds to appear as if touched by frost. Meanwhile, within the Junshan temple, Yingqing felt a surge of vitality after consuming the spiritual fruit. Her parched lips regained a hint of color, as the spiritual energy gradually spread through her body. Her once slumped shoulders lifted slightly, and her dim eyes sparkled with newfound life. Xuancang slowly opened his narrow eyes, gazing at Yingqing with a calm demeanor. Yet his gaze bore an undeniable authority as he spoke. From this day forth, you shall be responsible for the temple's upkeep. Furthermore, Xuancang disclosed the matter of blood refining to Yingqing, ensuring her safety by embedding 2 strands of thunderous demonic energy within her, one in her forehead and another in her dantian. Typically, this would not present any abnormalities, but the demonic energy required Xuancang's intermittent stabilization. Should Yingqing betray him, only death awaited her. Xuancang did not conceal this from her, revealing his actions, albeit only mentioning the energy in her forehead, as he preferred to be prepared for any eventuality. Once Xuancang finished his instructions, Yingqing seemed to comprehend a portion of it. After a moment, she lifted her head, a hint of confusion in her eyes, and summoned the courage to ask Taoist, "Are you a demon?" Sitting on the mat, Xuancang reclined slightly, his hands resting casually on his knees, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied slowly, "What if I am, and what if I am not? Do you believe you still have a choice?" His eyes conveyed an air of indifference, yet held an invisible pressure. In response, Yingqing merely smiled faintly, her lips curving upward, her gaze reflecting a sense of acceptance. Just then, a sudden knock echoed through the quiet night. "Taoist! Taoist! Something is amiss." A middle-aged man's voice rang out from outside the temple, laced with urgency. Xuancang rose slowly, straightening his back and moving with grace. As he stood, the hem of his robe swayed gently. Approaching the door, he grasped the handle and pulled it open with a soft creak. "Lord Huang?" Xuancang regarded the figure outside, his voice flat. "Taoist, it is dire. Within these past few days, 3 children from the town have been abducted by mountain demons." Huang Gue exclaimed, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, his eyes wide with concern. Behind him stood 2 robust servants, their expressions serious as they scanned the surroundings vigilantly. "When did this occur?" Xuancang feigned surprise, merely asking casually, his gaze lowered as if he were not taking the matter to heart. In the darkness, the anxious Huang Gue did not notice Xuancang's demeanor. It was about an hour ago. According to the descriptions from the 2 families, 2 figures suddenly leaped over the courtyard wall and snatched the children away. The demon was covered in fur and possessed great strength, able to effortlessly toss aside several strong men. Huang Gue recounted, sweat streaming down his face. Unsurprisingly, the demons he spoke of were Xuancang's own minions. Though Xuancang was fully aware, he revealed no hint of this. "Very well, I shall depart immediately," Xuancang declared, turning to Yingqing with a commanding gaze. "You shall accompany me." "Yes," Yingqing responded softly. "Ah, and who might this be?" Huang Gue inquired, glancing at the disheveled girl now present in the temple, his eyes filled with curiosity. This child fainted outside the temple. Seeing her pitiable state, this humble Taoist took her in as a Taoist maiden. Xuancang explained, "Taoist, you indeed possess a compassionate heart." Huang Gue praised, clasping his hands and bowing to Xuancang. "Compared to me, Lord Huang is truly kind-hearted. At this hour, the outside world is rather perilous." Xuancang observed Huang Gue, his eyes harboring a hint of scrutiny. "It is the dead of night. Wandering spirits occasionally roam the town. The moonlight casts a chilling aura upon the ground." Huang Gue continued, seemingly undeterred by the potential dangers, which surprised Xuancang. Despite being fellow townsfolk, Huang Gue held considerable wealth, a status that set him apart from ordinary individuals. It was unexpected that he would concern himself with the plight of the common folk. The Taoist speaks in jest. I, too, have faced hardships in the past and have only succeeded through the support of my fellow villagers, Xuan Cang reminisced, his eyes reflecting a sense of nostalgia for days gone by. Chapter 76. The old ghost seizes the opportunity. Without further ado, let us set forth. Xuancang uttered no more, stepping forward, his Taoist robe billowing in the breeze. Some theatrics still required Xuancang's prolonged performance. Only by convincing the majority would the essence of blood flow unceasingly towards him. At this moment, Yingqing had already reached Xuancang's side. After consuming several spirit fruits, her complexion had improved significantly. A rosy hue graced her cheeks, her eyes sparkled with renewed brightness, and her steps had become much steadier than before. Observing this, Xuan Cang turned to his servant behind him. "Old Zhang, please return home and fetch a few garments belonging to the ladies of the household." "Yes, my lord." The servant responded respectfully before hastily departing. "Do not forget to thank Lord Huang." Xuancang continued on, while Yingqing turned to Huang Guigui as well. "Thank you, Lord Huang." "Oh, it is nothing, merely a few garments." After leaving the Taoist temple, Xuancang concocted a reason for Yingqing to accompany Huang Guigui into town to await his return. That night, a gentle breeze rustled through the eerie forest, the leaves whispering as if countless desiccated hands were tugging and rubbing against one another, exuding an indescribable chill. Before long, Xuancang arrived at the designated meeting point with the rabbit spirit. He stood there, his Taoist robe fluttering in the gentle wind. However, after a short while, he sensed no sign of the rabbit spirit. Instead, he felt the distant tremors of battle emanating from behind him. What is happening? Xuancang furrowed his brow, his wide sleeves billowing behind him. Over there, a gust of sinister wind swept through as ghostly and demonic energies clashed. Hiss, hiss, within the ghostly mist. The rabbit spirit's fur bristled, standing on end as if struck by electric currents. It crouched low, its back arching high. Across from it stood an old ghost, its form ethereal, resembling a humanoid figure yet radiating a ghostly blue fire, which danced in its eye sockets as if they were its very eyes. The old ghost opened its mouth wide and emitted a sharp wail, a sound akin to countless needles piercing eardrums, causing the surrounding air to tremble. It extended its withered arm, entwined with black ghostly energy, swinging towards the rabbit spirit. As its arm moved, the entire spectral body swayed, reminiscent of a flickering candle flame, yet possessing a ruthless edge that commanded respect. Two rabbit spirits sprang into action, deftly evading the old ghost's attack, their claws imbued with demonic power, slashing through the air. Upon landing, the rabbit spirit ignited its inner demonic energy, a faint halo shimmering around its body as it charged towards the old ghost with astonishing speed, resembling a flash of gray lightning. In the midst of the fray, Xuancang noticed two human children lying in the wake of the ghostly energy, already consumed by its darkness, unconscious on the ground. Their small bodies curled up like tender shoots ravaged by a storm, their faces as pale as parchment, lips devoid of color. Upon witnessing this scene, Xuancang's understanding sharpened. Damn it, how dare they interfere? Normally, he would not have given such occurrences a second glance, but with his plans slowly unfolding, he could not allow these wretched beings to thwart his endeavors. Heaven and earth, unleash the thunder to vanquish evil. Xuancang swiftly formed a series of hand seals. Boom! As he raised his hand, demonic energy surged within him. With his arm lifted, the sleeve of his robe slipped back slightly, revealing his pale wrist. In an instant, a bolt of lightning shot forth, crackling and clawing towards the old ghost. However, due to the presence of the illusory scales, Xuancang could only muster a fraction of his power. Should he unleash too much, the scales' effect could wane, rendering his efforts futile. The old ghost sensed the impending danger. Its ethereal form quivered, the flickering ghostly flames intensifying. Ugh! The old ghost, engaged in battle with the rabbit spirit, quickly maneuvered its withered hands in front of itself, redirecting the surrounding ghostly energy back towards it coalescing into a black tide that formed a protective barrier. Boom! As the lightning struck, the barrier shattered like fragile glass under the weight of a heavy object. The residual power of the lightning ravaged the old ghost, causing it to crackle and pop as if ignited like firecrackers. Streams of ghostly energy spilled forth, dispersing into the surroundings like black smoke, gradually enveloping the area. Creak! The old ghost let out a strange cry, its voice laced with fury and resentment, before fixating its gaze upon Xuancang. You damn Taoist! In the aftermath of the thunder, the ghostly energy coalesced once more into the form of a red-eyed elder, its body swaying like a leaf in the wind. Its gaze had grown more menacing. Interesting, you can withstand a bolt of my thunder. Xuancang regarded the old ghost with intrigue, arms crossed over his chest, head slightly tilted, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. The old ghost appeared to be of modest cultivation, and most a century of demonic prowess. Such a being, under normal circumstances, could be easily vanquished even with only a fraction of his strength. As they conversed, the old ghost form became exposed, the moonlight cascading down, its pure white glow resembling soft feathers gently descending upon the old ghost. As the moonlight swiftly restored the ghost's form, it also gradually augmented its power. The old ghost's ethereal body, under the moon's illumination, appeared to solidify, its ghostly flames growing even more vibrant. Seeing this, Xuancang glanced upwards, recalling the full moon hanging in the sky. Ah, the 15th night. Stinking Taoist die, with a wave of its hand. The old ghost's withered arm traced an arc in the air, as surrounding ghostly energy mingled with the essence of the moon, rapidly coalescing into a gigantic ghostly hand. The fingers of this hand were elongated and sharp, resembling black curved blades. The ghostly hand lunged towards Xuancang, slicing through the air with a hissing sound. Be careful, my lord. This old fiend is formidable. The two rabbit spirits cautioned, their ears pricked up, eyes fixated on the ghostly hand, bodies crouching slightly, poised to leap and defend Xuancang at any moment. ZZZ. In response, Xuancang began to cautiously amplify his demonic power, reaching the threshold of the illusory scales. Go! Xuancang bellowed, his voice resonating like a great bell. Boom! This time, the thunder erupted with greater intensity, illuminating the surrounding forest. The ghostly hand unleashed by the old ghost shattered under the force of Xuancang's lightning, like foam crushed underfoot, with the remaining lightning piercing through the old ghost's chest, causing it to convulse violently, its ghostly flames flickering erratically. Chapter 77. The black veins, a piercing howl, erupted as the old specter met its demise, its spirit unraveling like a deflated balloon. In the instant of its passing, the surrounding malevolent aura diminished significantly, the previously ominous atmosphere seeming to lighten. What transpired? Xuancang lowered his arm, casting a questioning glance at the two lesser beings of the opening heaven lineage, their eyes reflecting uncertainty. Reporting to the king, we are equally perplexed. We were merely searching for human dwellings within the town, as usual, and upon identifying our targets, we brought those two children forth. However, before we could retreat, this old specter suddenly emerged and engaged us, spoke a rabbit-like spirit, its ears drooping in trepidation, avoiding Xuancang's gaze. Xuancang huffed disdainfully, his eyes narrowing towards the direction of Baishui town, a flicker of ruthlessness crossing his features. These wretched specters, pay them no mind, continue as you were. With a wave of his hand, his voluminous sleeves billowed, and with a delicate gesture of his finger, he levitated the two unconscious children. At that moment, within a humble abode of Baishui town, Dong Zhen accompanied several town guards. The guards formed an orderly line behind him. Rest assured, I am well aware of your plight. It has been reported, and assistance will be forthcoming, he assured the distressed couple, who were huddled together, their eyes swollen from tears. The man's lips quivered, as if struggling to articulate his thoughts, yet words eluded him. Captain Dong, is there truly nothing the town guard can do? Huanghua addressed Dong Zhen with a hint of dissatisfaction. Previously, the town guard had frequently mobilized, claiming to possess methods to suppress the spectral menace. Yet, when anticipation was high, there was no follow-up. Even town guard Zhao Yuan had vanished without a trace. Dong Zhen's gaze towards Huang would turn hostile. Matters concerning the town guard were not within their purview, and he advised them to await news in peace. As he prepared to depart, Xuancang, clad in his yellow robe, materialized before them. The Taoist has returned. A voice called out. Xuancang appeared, cradling the two children, his cold gaze sweeping over Dong Zhen and the others. The powerful aura emanating from him caused the guards to involuntarily tense up. Without lingering, Xuancang spoke. These children were abducted by malevolent entities, and I was fortunate enough to rescue them in time. The couple, upon seeing their children, rushed forward, seizing them from Xuancang's grasp, clutching them tightly while repeatedly expressing their gratitude. Observing the reunion, Xuancang seized the opportunity to advise. The demon tribes and specters in the mountains have been increasingly restless. You must keep a vigilant watch over your children. Should you trust me, I can provide a blood offering to my temple, where I shall invoke divine protection. In agreement, Huang would chimed in. Indeed, you too must heed this advice. Previously, you placed your faith in the authorities. Now, look where that has led you. It is the Taoist's benevolence that has restored your children. The government seems increasingly powerless. They cannot manage the demons nor investigate disappearances. Just yesterday, an entire family of 5 from next door vanished without a trace. The townsfolk exchanged words of concern and gratitude. Thank you, Taoist, for your compassion. We were foolish before. We will provide blood for you, beseeching your protection over our children. The couple implored Xuancang. Rest assured. Xuancang nodded, then turned to Dong Zhen, stating, the spectral threat in by Shui town is growing bolder. If your town guard continues to remain inactive, you risk losing the trust of the people. Dong Zhen's expression hardened as he retorted, rest assured, matters will be resolved by the court. There is no need for your concern, Taoist. With that, he disregarded their opinions, for he had no need to care about them. After Zhao Yuan's demise, the benefits Dong Zhen had gained were sufficient, and he had already begun to curry favor with those in power, awaiting the appointment of a new town guard. Xuancang chose not to engage further, bowing slightly to the crowd before departing with Yingqing. Inside the temple, Xuancang addressed Yingqing from now on. You shall refer to me as Master when we are outside. Yes, Master, Yingqing replied with a nod. Good. We have visitors. You shall attend to them. Outside the temple, following Xuancang's recent actions, many townspeople began to place their trust in him, offering their children's blood for protection. Little Master, where's the Taoist? 2 men approached, holding a porcelain bowl filled with steaming blood. At the sight, Yingqing's pupils contracted slightly. Though Xuancang had informed her of her duties, witnessing numerous individuals holding bowls of blood left her somewhat awestruck. The Taoist has gone into the mountains to combat demons and requires rest. I shall handle these matters on his behalf. Yingqing quickly adapted to her role, accepting the bowls of blood and recording the information of the donors. Soon, the area before the temple became a bustling scene, with people coming and going. Inside the temple, Xuancang observed this with a faint smile. As time passed and the sun began to set, 5 gourd vessels filled with vibrant blood were arranged before Xuancang. Pulsating with potent vitality, he exhaled softly, redirecting his focus to Yingqing. Are you not leaving? Hesitating for a moment, Yingqing's expression shifted slightly, yet she ultimately refrained from speaking further and rose to depart. Watching her retreating figure, Xuancang recognized the girl harbored a grudge and likely sought something from him. However, he had no time to concern himself with her vendetta, nor would he promise to avenge her. Inside the temple, Xuancang sat before the statue of the mountain spirit, raising his hand to open 3 gourds, absorbing the rich vitality within. As the essence coalesced, his cultivation advanced rapidly, propelling him swiftly through the ranks. Undoubtedly, as he fully absorbed the essence from the 2 gourds, his cultivation reached the remarkable milestone of 300 years. Simultaneously, Xuancang's consciousness arrived before the 3 live scroll. Before him, golden veins rapidly emerged, and most importantly, he suddenly discovered several black veins had appeared on his own scroll. Chapter 78, Sun Dong. At this moment, Xuancang's thoughts began to flow, and he suddenly realized something. Could it be that by exterminating ghostly beings, he could augment the black markings? As this notion emerged, It was almost instantaneously validated by Xuancang's reflections. However, what purpose do these black markings serve? Xuancang furrowed his brow in contemplation, yet he found no answers. Previously, the items he required could be amassed with golden and red markings, whereas the black markings seemed almost unnecessary. Very well, I shall take my time. With that thought, Xuancang focused his mind, visualizing his current cultivation had reached 300 years. Now, he needed to summon a bolt of lightning to enhance the demon thunder condensation technique. However, summoning lightning could not evade one critical issue, the lightning rod. After a moment of contemplation, Xuancang did not hesitate. With a wave of his hand, 3 lightning rods materialized before him. The risk of attracting lightning in the mountains was perilously high, as it could easily catch the attention of the formidable demons lurking there. In contrast, the situation was quite different among the human populace. Moreover, with no spiritual cultivator stationed in by Shui town, it was unlikely anyone would discern what Xuancang was doing. Once he had determined his objective, he proceeded without delay, establishing the 3 lightning rods within the back of the Taoist temple, using his own power. The scene shifted to outside by Shui town, within the Zhang family's desolate mansion. The flickering candlelight swayed in the wind, casting eerie shadows that danced on the walls. Inside the courtyard, a congregation of minor spirits gathered, their forms varying in grotesqueness. In the central hall, a one-eyed giant clad in armor sat across from Zhang Hengxing. This one-eyed figure, Sun Dong, exuded a chilling aura from his singular eye, and the faint scent of blood emanating from his armor spoke of the brutal carnage of past battles. Between them lay 5 steamed human remains, still emitting steam, their peculiar aroma wafting through the air. The surrounding minor spirits fixated their gaze on the scene, their throats involuntarily quivering, drooling a foul-smelling saliva. Zhang Hengxing now found himself in favorable circumstances, with the Xiantian mirror's envoy slain by the mountain demons. An internal strife erupting in the Xiantian mirror over in Hui City. There was no time for the affairs of lesser locales like theirs. The population of Baishui town, numbering in the tens of thousands, could serve as ample sustenance. As Sun Dong spoke, his mouth gaped wide, revealing sharp teeth that glinted ominously in the candlelight, a swirl of black mist coiling around his mouth. He extended a thick, hairy arm, tearing a piece of flesh from the remains before swiftly shoving it into his mouth, the sound of his ravenous swallowing echoing in the hall. Sun Dong, a known entity, was one of the 6 trusted followers of the battle general and possessed the same ghostly cultivation level as Zhang Hengxing. Despite his martial background, he merely served to hold horses and carry weapons under the battle general's command, having participated in numerous skirmishes during his lifetime and proving far more formidable than ordinary spirits in death. Lord Sun, let us not forget that Baishui town ultimately belongs to the battle general. I, Zhang Hengxing, merely enjoy a proximity to him and would never dare overstep. Zhang Hengxing replied with a sycophantic smile, leaning slightly forward, his hands respectfully resting on his knees. Rest assured, I have already dispatched someone to Baishui town. Your arrival is timely, and I would be grateful if you could assist me in verifying whether the tribute I have prepared for the battle general meets his standards. He continued, his smile growing even brighter, a cunning glint in his eyes. As they exchanged knowing glances, both carried a shared greed and calculation, their intentions unspoken. Considering the time, housekeeper Jia should be returning soon, Zhang Hengxing murmured, tilting his head towards the door. Just as he spoke, several minor spirits rushed in, kneeling before him, their bodies trembling like leaves in the wind. Master, housekeeper Jia, has perished. What? Zhang Hengxing sprang to his feet, the aura of malice around him swelling like a dark tide, his visage twisting into a mask of rage. What transpired? Speak clearly. The terrified spirit dared not lift its head, huddling on the ground, stammering. Housekeeper Jia encountered a powerful Taoist in Baishui town. The Taoist skills were formidable, and Housekeeper Jia was no match, resulting in his soul scattering. Unbelievable. Zhang Hengxing's eyes widened, filled with fury. That Taoist again. I have no intention of seeking trouble with him, yet he dares to sabotage my plans. His hands clenched tightly, his anger radiating alongside his malevolent aura. As Zhang Hengxing finished, Sun Dong interjected, "What Taoist?" He leaned forward, his lone eye intently scrutinizing the speaking spirit, a blend of curiosity and disdain evident in his expression. Is it possible that a Taoist sect has established itself in this insignificant Baishui town? With a perplexed look, Sun Dong inquired further, raising an eyebrow as the flesh on his face quivered slightly. Zhang Hengxing quickly summarized the events to Sun Dong. After a brief pause, Sun Dong erupted, a newcomer, yet so audacious. He stood abruptly, the metal of his armor clanking ominously. "Zhang, you wait here. I shall go confront him." "Wait." A flicker of hesitation crossed Zhang Hengxing's eyes as he reached out, seemingly attempting to deter Sun Dong. "Lord Sun, that Taoist may possess considerable abilities you." Zhang Hengxing's concern was evident in his furrowed brow and worried gaze. "Have no fear." Sun Dong thumped his chest, producing a deep, resonant sound akin to a war drum. "Prepare your ranks and follow me." With that, Sun Dong exited the desolate mansion, followed by 100 spirits of formidable rank, all poised for action. They transformed into a black streak, racing towards Baishui town. Within the mansion, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Zhang Hengxing stood in the center of the courtyard, his previously calm demeanor now gradually overshadowed by a weighty seriousness. "Come forth." His voice summoned a sudden gust of wind, and from the shadows emerged several grotesque spirits, each bearing a fearsome countenance. Zhang Hengxing scanned the group of spirits behind him, then commanded in a low, authoritative tone, "You lot, swiftly journey to Baishui town and inquire of Dongzhen about the origins of this Taoist. Ensure no mistakes occur." With that, he waved his hand, urging the spirits to hasten their actions. Chapter 79. The arrival of the spirits within the confines of Junshan Temple. The atmosphere grew somber and oppressive as the night descended. For Xuancang harbored an aversion to bright flames. Yingqing stood to the side, her gaze fixated on the 3 additional ebony iron rods. Her delicate brows knitted in confusion, her countenance awash with inquiry. She slowly turned her head toward Xuancang. "Master, what purpose do these serve?" Her voice, clear and melodious, seemed somewhat jarring in the stillness of the temple. Xuancang did not respond immediately, his expression grave as he stood amidst the iron rods. With his eyes firmly shut, his gnarled fingers danced through the air, meticulously calculating positions, occasionally lifting his gaze as if attuned to the shifting winds and clouds. After several breaths, he gradually opened his eyes, his cold gaze landing on Yingqing as he spoke softly, "Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you." Slightly tilting his body, he glanced at the gourd in Yingqing's hands and inquired, "How many have come to offer blood today?" Upon hearing her master's question, Yingqing swiftly retrieved a gourd from her waist, cradling it with both hands and respectfully presenting it to Xuancang. "Today his total amounts to merely half a gourd." Xuancang frowned slightly, a hint of helplessness stirring within him. Amidst the populous Baishui town, his influence remained limited. After all, his sojourn here had been brief, barely spanning over 20 days. Though whispers among the populace had begun to spread his influence, the effects were not yet pronounced. Beyond the words of someone of golden noble status, the ideologies propagated by Shintian Mirror had deeply entrenched themselves, making transformation a formidable challenge. "Half a gourd, is it?" Xuancang murmured softly, casting a cursory glance at Yingqing before a flicker of another emotion crossed his eyes. "Would you care to learn some techniques?" Inside the temple, the dim lighting cast shadows, the moonlight filtering through the dilapidated windows onto the floor. Initially, Yingqing had not fully grasped Xuancang's words, but upon confirming the seriousness in his gaze, her eyes widened in excitement. "I would." Seeing her eagerness, Xuancang nodded slightly, his demeanor still cold. "I understand you harbor grievances, but my intention in teaching you is not to incite trouble on my behalf." With his hands clasped behind his back, he stood erect, his gaze fixed upon Yingqing. "I do not forbid you from seeking vengeance. However, you may only choose that path on the day you find yourself of no use to me." His voice deepened, his gaze turned icy as he stepped forward, his eyes boring into Yingqing as though attempting to penetrate her very soul. "I comprehend," Yingqing responded, her fists clenched at her sides. her gaze resolute as she met Xuancang's stare. "Ah, I hope you truly do," Xuancang replied with a cold chuckle, devoid of any human warmth. His expression reminiscent of a beast toying with its prey, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, laced with disdain. Upon concluding his words, he raised his right hand, fingers poised together, pointing towards Yingqing. A flicker of dim light emanated from his fingertip, pulsating with a mysterious glow, swiftly penetrating Yingqing's mind. This technique is known as inner alchemy, and given the current environment, it is most suitable for you. Xuancang recalled that in his previous life, this technique involved using the human body as a furnace, refining essence, spirit, and energy within to form a pill, one of the core practices of Taoist cultivation, capable of prolonging life and aligning perfectly with the spiritual cultivation characteristics of this world. This method will lay your foundation and strengthen your physique. The extent of your advancement shall depend upon your own efforts. I hope you can prove your worth. Xuancang's eyes narrowed, scrutinizing her. Otherwise, a faint smile crept across his face, the muscles in his gaunt visage twitching oddly. The smile imbued with a sense of menace. "I shall prove myself," Yingqing declared, lifting her head, determination igniting in her eyes as she earnestly proclaimed, before dashing away. Her footsteps echoing on the stone path of the temple, brimming with excitement to practice the technique Xuancang had bestowed upon her. After this, Xuancang scanned his surroundings, suddenly feeling an ominous wind sweep through. "Seeking death." As the words fell, the temple doors burst open with a rush. Xuancang's expression hardened, his gaze turning frosty as he fixed his eyes upon the swinging doors. There stood the spirit Sun Dong, flanked by 100 ghostly soldiers, their presence exuding a palpable malevolence that intensified the already oppressive atmosphere of Junshan Temple. Sun Dong, at the forefront, his single eye gleaming with a sinister chill, donned in armor and wielding a massive broadsword, glared at Xuancang, baring his sharp teeth in a mocking grin, letting out a chilling cackle. "Taoist, are you the one who thwarted Lord Zhang's plans?" Unfazed, Xuancang remained poised, his stature as straight as a pine tree, slowly raising his hands, the wide sleeves of his robe billowing in the wind. "A bunch of reckless entities dare to seek me out here?" Confronted by the spirits, Xuancang felt no trepidation. With his current cultivation, he was unperturbed even against those of higher ranks. He possessed an unparalleled proficiency in dealing with such entities. Sun Dong, incensed by Xuancang's words, refrained from immediate aggression. "You insolent Taoist, do not overestimate your worth. This place is not meant for you. Return from whence you came, and I may spare you. Enough with the idle chatter." With that, Xuancang swept his sleeve, conjuring a whirlwind of supernatural energy that shot forth. Seeking death, Sun Dong swung his broadsword, unleashing a wave of malevolent energy that shattered the whirlwind Xuancang had unleashed. "Charge!" Without further ado, upon witnessing Xuancang's attack, Sun Dong commanded his ghostly soldiers, who responded with a chorus of chilling roars, surging towards Xuancang like a tidal wave. Observing this, Xuancang furrowed his brow slightly, swiftly altering his hand seals. "Heaven and earth are boundless, thunder strikes evil." A resounding boom reverberated as Xuancang's hands crackled with lightning, arcs of electricity hurtling towards the legion of ghostly soldiers. As the thunder struck, the soldiers let out piercing cries of agony. The sheer power of the thunder, combined with Xuancang's bloodline, caused the seemingly overwhelming horde to disintegrate rapidly under his might. Sun Dong's eye widened in shock as he charged towards Xuancang, desperate to halt his spellcasting. "Insolent Taoist, behold my blade." With a fierce swing, the heavy broadsword in Sun Dong's grasp sliced through the air, closing in on Xuancang. Chapter 80. Annihilation. With a sweeping motion of his voluminous Taoist robe, Xuancang's right hand billowed like a flag, the thunderous demonic power within him surging forth. Sun Dong and Xuancang were evenly matched. The ground trembled as Sun Dong, a general of the ghostly realm, exuded a potent aura of malevolence and death. The ghostly energy manifested as tangible black smoke, swirling around him and occasionally morphing into grotesque visages that emitted eerie sounds, disrupting concentration while enabling stealthy assaults. With a swift flourish of his long blade, Sun Dong advanced, forcing Xuancang to retreat. "Ha! Odious priest, dare not to evade," Sun Dong boasted. Wielding his sword with both hands, a smug grin plastered across his face. "I have fought alongside generals on the battlefield for decades. How could a mere country priest like you hope to contend with me?" Xuancang, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh. Discerning that this specter-esque cultivation was roughly equivalent to that of a 300-year-old elite demon. Typically, he might harbor some trepidation in a contest of demons against demons. But against a ghost? It could only be said that the young one still had much to learn. Calculating the time, he realized that the effect of the illusion scale was about to expire. Thus, it would not be a loss. Xuancang fixed his gaze on Sun Dong, as if admiring a precious treasure. The moment those words fell, before Sun Dong could comprehend, Xuancang inhaled deeply. In an instant, his chest expanded rapidly, his stature soaring, the skin shedding to reveal a golden mane, adorned with the unique patterns of a tiger demon. His muscles began to convulse irregularly, bones cracking like bamboo shoots as they grew, fingers twisted and elongated into claws. Simultaneously, his demonic energy erupted violently. His feet burst from his shoes, becoming elongated and wide. Pads forming beneath his claws emerged from his toes. Muscles bulged in his legs. Vertebrae protruded to form spine, and broad muscles adorned his back, patterned with stripes akin to those of tiger. His visage transformed, with a wide nose, protruding jaw, elongated fangs, and golden eyes with slitted pupils reflecting the ferocity of a beast. At this sight, Sun Dong finally grasped the truth. "You are the demon clan," he exclaimed. "Better late than never." Xuancang's voice had entirely shifted, now a thunderous roar that reverberated like a tempest, and instantly, his colossal demonic form unleashed a power that was exponentially greater than before. Boom! Xuancang leapt high, his thunder enhanced, snow-white claws descending from above. "You wretched fools, attack!" Sun Dong's pallid countenance shifted as he commanded his troops while bracing himself with his blade. With a resounding crash, Xuancang's claw struck down, unleashing a torrent of violent demonic power that obliterated more than half of the ghostly soldiers Sun Dong commanded. Sun Dong himself was forced out of the Daoist temple by the sheer force of Xuancang's assault. Thunderous, as the demonic thunder technique fully activated within Xuancang. The electrical energy surged forth, far more potent than any lightning spells he could conjure in his human form. In that state, due to the constraints of the illusion scale, Xuancang was unable to access his full strength, let alone half of his demonic power. Driven out of the temple by this sudden surge of might, Sun Dong was filled with both fear and rage. Steadying himself, he let out a chilling roar. "Damn you, foul priest. I will see you dead." Within the temple, Xuancang, now in the form of a tiger demon, emanated an overwhelming aura. Unfazed by Sun Dong's furious declaration, he snorted dismissively, his tiger eyes glinting with icy resolve. "Is that all you have?" With that, Xuancang leapt once more, his immense body carving an arc through the air, resembling a golden mountain descending upon Sun Dong. Clenching his blade tighter, Sun Dong felt his ghostly energy intensify as he bellowed. Ghostly shadow. In an instant, his form became ethereal, and multiple indistinguishable copies of Sun Dong emerged, each brandishing a blade as they charged toward Xuancang. Yet, Xuancang remained composed, his claws striking the ground with ferocity, sending ripples of demonic energy cascading outward. Child's play. Xuancang inhaled deeply, his chest swelling. Roar. A thunderous tiger's roar erupted, amplified by the storm, as the sound waves expanded, drowning out Sun Dong's magic. The phantoms shattered into nothingness. What? Sun Dong barely had time to relish his advantage before Xuancang's formidable presence loomed before him. Boom! The clash of tiger claw against blade resonated, but this time, Xuancang's claw met no resistance as it cleaved through Sun Dong's weapon, severing it in twain. The thunder-imbued claw struck Sun Dong, unleashing a tempest of electrical fury. Sun Dong cried out, his ghostly essence reacting violently with the unleashed thunder, sizzling as if a red-hot iron met icy water. In a mere breath, his ghostly form was reduced to a shadow of its former self. You will pay for this. The general will not spare you. Sun Dong half knelt upon the ground, his ghostly energy rapidly dissipating from his soul. Whether he spares me is uncertain, but I know this. You may never witness that day. Heaven and earth are infinite. Thunder shall purge the wicked. With a thunderous roar, Xuancang unleashed his lightning once more, sending thick bolts crashing towards Sun Dong. Fear gripped Sun Dong's eyes as he attempted to evade, but his weakened body rendered him sluggish. Boom, boom, boom. Multiple bolts struck Sun Dong, causing fissures to mar his ghostly form. The sinister gleam in his singular eye extinguished. The remaining ghostly soldiers, witnessing Sun Dong's desperate plight, scattered in all directions. Yet Xuancang's thunderous magic ensnared them like a net, each one met with a lethal strike, dissipating into wisps of black smoke. Once the storm had passed, the atmosphere was left serene and clear. Even under the cover of night, the surrounding ghostly energy had all but vanished. The spoils of this encounter were indeed substantial. Hundreds of ghostly soldiers, alongside Sun Dong, a formidable ghostly general, Xuancang's consciousness traversed into the sea of awareness. Golden patterns adorned him with 42 lines, red patterns with 11, and over 150 black lines. Master, Master! At that moment, the quavering voice of Ying Qing pierced the stillness. Despite her prior knowledge of Xuancang's true nature, the sight of his demonic form elicited primal fear, causing her to tremble. What is it? Xuancang turned, his savage gaze locking onto Ying Qing, leaving her chilled to the bone. Someone is approaching. Following Ying Qing's words, Xuancang noticed flickers of flame in the nearby town of Baishui, drawing nearer. With a sigh, Xuancang procured another illusion scale, quickly channeling his demonic power to envelop himself. The tiger form receded, reverting him back to the guise of the emaciated elder in a yellow robe. Chapter 81. Blood collection and return to the mountain. The townsfolk, witnessing the chaotic scene nearby, were left in shock as they gazed at Xuancang. Are you all right, Master Dao? We just heard an extremely terrifying tiger roar in the town. Huang Giga, leading the group, hurriedly approached. In response, Xuancang smiled gently, reassuring them, Do not worry, good sir. Indeed, a tiger demon descended from the mountains, intent on harming the children in the town. Fortunately, I happened to be out and discovered it in time, leading it away to this place where I used my Taoist powers to force it back into the mountains. However, upon hearing this, the townsfolk wore expressions of worry. Another tiger demon has come. Oh dear, with demons in front and ghosts behind. How can we continue our lives? They lamented. Master Dao, what will become of this tiger demon? Huang Guigui asked, gathering his courage, but hesitating to voice his concern. Xuancang replied, It is indeed formidable, but fear not. With the protective yellow talismans I have bestowed upon you, you shall be shielded from malevolent forces. But, Master Dao, those of us without children do not possess such talismans. One strong man remarked, looking toward Xuancang. Realizing the implication, Xuancang's expression turned contemplative. Ah, indeed, the essence of children's blood can provide me with golden patterns. Perhaps these strong men could be of use as well. Feigning a troubled demeanor, he continued, As my abilities are limited, I can only protect the children. However, in the spirit of benefiting all, I am willing to exert myself further. Each of you shall provide 32 drops of blood from the chest area, just as the children do. Bring them to my temple. By using the term drops, Xuancang cleverly mitigated any discomfort the townsfolk might feel about providing blood, knowing that a request for a full bowl might raise suspicions. The term drops sounded less daunting, and these robust men, lacking proper measuring tools, would likely fear giving too little, resulting in a surplus instead. Thank you, Master Dao, for your kindness. The townsfolk exclaimed as they hurried home to prepare. Seeing their eagerness, Xuancang smiled inwardly, pleased with his cunning plan. Upon returning to the temple, Xuancang closed the door. The young girl, Ying Qing, still seemed paralyzed by fear of Xuancang's presence, regarding him with trepidation and maintaining a safe distance. Why are you so afraid? Xuancang inquired. I am not afraid, but I cannot help it. My body trembles in fear. Yingqing replied, though her words sounded like an excuse. Observing her slightly calmer demeanor, Xuancang nodded in understanding. Indeed, fear is an instinctual response. Even I cannot completely suppress it. Just as I felt an involuntary tension upon encountering the demon King Yuanrong, he acknowledged. With that, Xuancang turned to leave, but suddenly halted, realizing something. Have you entered the path? Yingqing looked at him quizzically, but Xuancang paid no heed to her confusion. He swiftly approached her, extending his hand to sense the pure Taoist energy now emanating from within her. Not bad. You are quite the little genius, he remarked. This was significant, as in his past life, Xuancang had been born under the alignment of 9 stars, a prodigy with extraordinary talent. By the age of 7, he had mastered the Tao, achieving remarkable feats in just a matter of days. I shall impart to you a martial art, a set of Bagua Palm techniques. With your newfound understanding of inner alchemy, you will be far from helpless. In the early stages, this will enable you to work tirelessly without succumbing to exhaustion. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Despite the recent encounter with the spectral entity, Xuancang remained unfazed. During this period, having relaxed his conditions, the townsfolk complied with his request, bringing bowls of blood to the temple. Coupled with the children's essence he had previously collected, Xuancang now possessed nearly 10 gourds filled with the vital blood of humanity. He had used some of the children's essence previously, leaving 3 gourds remaining, while the other 7 contained blood from ordinary adult men. Once he had amassed a sufficient quantity, Xuancang prepared to return to the mountains. In the temple, with Yingqing present, there was no need to lock the door. The blood collection could proceed unhindered. Inside the mountains, Xuancang returned in his tiger form. Is it autumn already? The mountains seemed desolate, he murmured, scanning his surroundings for any anomalies before retreating into the 12 connected caves. As he approached the cave entrance, he was met with a flurry of scolding voices. You ugly beast! Though the evil swamp may be a watery domain, it holds no advantage for you land-dwelling creatures. It is your elder brother's territory. If left unchecked, any issues arising there will also affect him. Do you understand? Within the cave, a familiar map lay before him, the very one Xuancang had drawn in his bid to claim the mountain, crafted by the Mountain Wolf King. In front of the map, a small hedgehog spirit was pointing at it with one of its quills, while the bewildered Sang Biao listened intently. Please, do not tell me. Discuss it with my elder brother instead, Sang Biao interjected, moving backward without even turning to see who had returned. Upon hearing this, the little hedgehog sprang to attention. Mountain Lord, you have returned. Little hedgehog, what brings you here? Xuancang inquired with curiosity. The elder instructed me to engage more with the outside world. And this big oaf knows nothing. He constantly seeks my grandfather for guidance. So I decided to accompany him, the little hedgehog explained. Did you visit Elder Bai? Xuancang asked Sang Biao. Yes, didn't you say that in dire situations, we could seek Elder Bai's counsel? Sang Biao replied. There are many matters in the mountains, and the winds have been blowing from the northwest lately, causing drafts in the cave that disrupt my sleep. I fear my second brother might catch a chill, so I want to find Elder Bai. And sometimes I dream of eating fish, but there are no fish in the nearby pond, so I sought out Elder Bai as well, Sang Biao rambled on. Though Xuancang had not witnessed it, he could vividly imagine the scene. A hermit retreating from the world, besieged by a simpleton with incessant, trivial inquiries, ultimately leading to the decision to send out his granddaughter. Sighing deeply, Xuancang looked at the little hedgehog with a hint of apology. I apologize for the trouble you've encountered. Not at all. Without this big oaf, my grandfather would never have allowed me to come out and play. The little hedgehog replied with a smile, waving her hands dismissively. Chapter 82. By Tsuehua, I must express my gratitude for assisting my younger brother, Xuancang said slowly. By the way, what is your name? He turned to the little hedgehog spirit. My grandfather has yet to name me. He said the first person who asks for my name will be the one to name me. As she spoke, the little hedgehog spirit realized something and suddenly looked at Xuancang with excitement. Does this mean I am finally going to have a name? Her tiny claws waved joyfully in the air, deliberately emphasizing the words as her quills swayed gently with her movements. Ruyen? That simply won't do. Memories from a previous life surged into Xuancang's mind, prompting him to shake his head decisively. Fortunately, your surname is not Liu. However, your name, its implications. Ah, no, it's too trivial. Uttering it might lead others to mistake you for a heroine. I shall bestow upon you a name more elegant. Upon hearing this, the little hedgehog spirit's small face lit up with anticipation, her eyes sparkling and her little nose twitching. From now on, you shall be called Bai Cuihua. Bai Cuihua fell silent for 3 full breaths. Cuihua, thank you, Mountain Lord, for granting me a name. Her ears drooped, and her once erect little body seemed to lose some vigor, her quills losing a bit of their sheen. Though Bai Cuihua did not comprehend the meanings of trivial or earthy, the name Bai Cuihua instinctively repulsed her. It was evident that with the name Bai Cuihua established, the little hedgehog spirit's quills softened, and she gazed at Xuancang with a sense of forlornness. The Mountain Lord must have matters to attend to. I shall not disturb you further. With that, the little hedgehog spirit turned slowly to leave, her back radiating an indescribable melancholy. Once Bai Cuihua departed, Sang Biao looked at Xuancang with a puzzled expression. Brother, although I may not be very bright, he scratched his fluffy head, his ears flopping with emotion. But compared to Ru Yin, it's evident that. Do you understand nothing? Xuancang interrupted Sang Biao, his expression grave. Ru Yin carries an immense burden of consequence, one that not just anyone can bear. Is it truly that remarkable? Sang Biao's confusion deepened, his eyes wide with curiosity. Indeed, that name is shared by many formidable beings across the realms. To bear the name Ru Yin is to possess the stature of an emperor. Even if one does not, they would undoubtedly eclipse the offspring of an emperor. Xuancang's words were cryptic, but they ultimately conveyed a singular message to Sang Biao. In the future, if you encounter anyone with Ru Yin in their name, keep your distance. By the way, how is your second brother faring? Xuancang inquired as he walked toward the pool behind the 12 connected caves, his steps steady and powerful. Sang Biao straightened at this, following closely behind Xuancang, his tail swaying unconsciously. It seems my second brother's body has recovered somewhat. His breathing has grown stronger. As they spoke, Xuancang arrived before Haisha. The crimson hue in the pool had considerably faded. Without hesitation, he produced another blood essence gourd and added some more. Using the heart's blood of a human child for nourishment, once Haisha recovers, who knows what opportunities may arise, Xuancang remarked, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. However, as soon as Xuancang finished speaking, Sang Biao interjected softly, I only hope my second brother awakens. This matter cannot be rushed. By the way, when I returned, I heard you mention the evil swamp. Has something occurred there? Xuancang asked, his eyes narrowing slightly. Indeed, brother. Recently, while Wolf 9 was patrolling the mountains, he discovered that the evil swamp was suddenly shimmering with unusual light, accompanied by wafts of strange fragrances. However, the light appears and vanishes swiftly, Sang Biao explained. Celestial phenomena. This is auspicious news. Perhaps an opportunity is ripening, Xuancang exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The little hedgehog spirit mentioned the same, but during this time, Wolf 9 has been dispatching wolf pups to guard the area, though occasionally some of them have gone missing. I also went to investigate, but the ordinary mud and water showed no issues. Furtherein lies the water domain, and the little hedgehog spirit did not allow me to probe deeper, Sang Biao recounted. Bai Cuihua is correct, Xuancang nodded, moving to the map to examine the location of the evil swamp. I recall there was a crocodile spirit here previously. Indeed, but I tore it apart, Sang Biao said, clenching his fist, his muscles bulging, showcasing his strength. This area connects to a stream. We must be wary of the aquatic demons coveting it. Sang Biao looked at Xuancang, awaiting his decision, his eyes brimming with trust. No need to rush. Opportunities belong to those destined for them, and this one is likely still unripe. Let Wolf 9 keep a close watch for now. My cultivation must progress before making any decisions. Xuancang's cultivation was nearing maturity. He now awaited a bolt of divine lightning to once again draw the thunder into his body, at which point his thunderous techniques would no longer be constrained as they were now. I understand, Sang Biao nodded, his ears bobbing up and down. Have you made any advancements in your cultivation recently? Xuancang shifted his gaze back to Sang Biao, his eyes scrutinizing. Thanks to the blood you provided, my cultivation has reached 210 years. Although this number may seem modest for Sang Biao, who had been alive since birth, it was quite remarkable. This speed far surpassed that of ordinary mountain spirits and wild creatures. Good. Take these with you. Xuancang handed Sang Biao 5 gourds, 2 blood essence gourds, and 3 ordinary ones. This blood essence gourd should be used to nourish your second brother. Keep this one for your own cultivation. The rest is up to you. Whether you choose to reward your subordinates or use them for other purposes, I shall not interfere. The allure of human blood and flesh holds great temptation for demonkind, and the blood within Xuancang's gourds is heart's blood, making it valuable whether used to entice others or for personal gain. Xuancang genuinely hoped to elevate Sang Biao's intellect, which was often overshadowed by his brawn. After all, before possessing absolute strength, cleverness often proves more advantageous. Xuancang did not expect Sang Biao to reach his or the second brother's level, but he wished to avoid the scenario where any random spirit could easily deceive him. Brother, are you planning to descend a mountain? Sang Biao asked, a hint of reluctance in his voice as his ears drooped once more. I had hoped to stay an extra day. However, Chapter 83, much suffering, many tribulations following the entrance of the 12 connected caves. Xuancang raised his gaze to the heavens. The sky was now shrouded in thick, ominous clouds. According to Xuancang's meteorological divination, a torrential rain would descend at the 3rd watch after sunset. At that moment, with the preparations made in the temple, he would be able to draw lightning into his body. His elder brother had significant matters to attend to, and he assured Sang Biao that he could rest easy regarding the affairs of the mountain. Sang Biao understood that Xuancang had exerted considerable effort on his behalf and that of Haisha during their journey. Otherwise, Xuancang could have chosen any tranquil place to cultivate in peace, avoiding such tumult. Do not overthink. Sang Biao's thoughts were simple, so straightforward that Xuancang could readily discern what he was contemplating. One day, the 3 of us will no longer need to worry about safety. We shall stand atop the mountains, gazing far and wide, indulging in fine wines and sumptuous feasts. Xuancang's voice echoed within the 12 connected caves, and his figure had already vanished from Sang Biao's sight. Outside the 12 connected caves, Xuancang left behind 2 Lao Qi and Lao Ba. These nimble rabbit monsters adept at swiftly conveying messages. You 2 remain in the mountains. Should anything arise, report to the temple at once. Yes, my lord. The 7 brothers of the rabbit monsters were indeed proving instrumental in Xuancang's plans. The eldest to the 5th were stationed among the human populace, able to shrink their forms during the day to masquerade as domestic cats, thereby instilling fear of the mountain's demon folk and maintaining an atmosphere conducive to Xuancang's designs, allowing him to siphon the lifeblood of the entire Baishui town. According to Xuancang's estimations, if they could stabilize their situation within a few years, the cultivation of the 3 brothers would experience rapid advancement. Within the temple, merely a day after Xuancang's departure, Yingqing diligently followed his instructions, continuing the blood collection. Master, Xuancang nodded, then turned to Yingqing. The temple is unsuitable for you today. During the rain's descent, remain in your room to cultivate. Regardless of the sounds you hear, do not venture out. Understood. Yingqing nodded rapidly in agreement. After his departure, Xuancang's consciousness entered the realm of his mind. Observing the intricate patterns he had accumulated, he hesitated not for an instant, swiftly envisioning all the necessary items for drawing lightning, as he required tenfold preparations compared to his previous life due to the differing powers of their worlds. The first item was the thunder transformation pill, the most crucial component for drawing lightning, which would mitigate the force of the incoming thunder by 3-fold, allowing the lightning bearer time to adapt and counteract its power. Next, he needed healing substances for the body. As long as he did not lose consciousness during the lightning strike and his body remained intact, he would possess sufficient strength to refine the incoming thunder. The next step was merely to buy time. Meanwhile, outside Baishui town, at the Zhang family's haunted residence. Lord Zhang, may you be well. Within the courtyard, Zhang Hengxing hastily appeared with his family. Standing before him were 2 ominous specters. The first was clad in armor, bearing dual blades, the armor tarnished with dark red rust, and flickering ghostly green flames danced between the seams. Beneath the helmet was a face of ashen gray, contorted in a grotesque expression, with sunken eyes radiating a blood-red glow, exuding an aura of unending slaughter and coldness. The second specter resembled a pale scholar, donning white garments that exuded a somber tone, as if tainted by perpetual darkness. His face was as pale as parchment, devoid of color. His lips a peculiar shade of bluish-purple. His eyes were narrow and icy, holding a tattered folding fan, upon which a landscape painting twisted under the oppressive aura, resembling a purgatory teeming with countless vengeful spirits. I have encountered General Duo and Lord Duku. Xuancang bowed his head, his voice trembling, too fearful to meet the gaze of the two specters. They were two of the 6 generals under the command of General Dao, yet compared to Sun Dong, these two were truly formidable adversaries, possessing late-stage ghostly powers. The overwhelming pressure they emanated felt like a tangible weight, nearly suffocating Xuancang and his family. The grand banquet for the general approaches. What befell Sun Dong? Duoku, the one wielding the white fan, regarded Xuancang with a voice as sharp as ice-scraping glass, laced with impatience. In response, my lord, General Sun Dong. As Xuancang spoke, his posture became increasingly hunched, his eyes averted from Duo, as he cautiously recounted the events in Baishui town. A Taoist? Duoku furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. What business does a Taoist have in such a remote place as Baishui town? Like Sun Dong before him, he assumed that a village of such humble means would hardly attract a Taoist presence. This, I gathered from my inquiries, the Taoist appeared suddenly, seemingly having rescued children from the mountains, and has since taken root in Baishui town. Xuancang detailed everything he had uncovered, his voice dwindling, as though fearing that a single misstep could lead to his demise. Elder brother, Baishui town is a location the general has expressly mentioned. We cannot afford any errors. Duo's ghostly eyes turned to Duoku, a hint of concern flickering within their depths. Let's investigate. After a brief contemplation, Duoku showed no hesitation, snapping his folding fan shut with a crisp sound, and the two specters turned to depart. Their figures gradually blurred, merging into the surrounding darkness. I respectfully bid farewell to the two lords. Xuancang remained bowed, uttering respectful words until the spectral presence dissipated entirely. He sighed in relief, his body feeling utterly drained, as if all strength had been sapped from him. Among the 6 close followers of General Dao, Duo's reputation was the most disreputable. He fed on ghosts. And regardless of who they were, once hunger struck, the nearby restless spirits would become his meal. As time passed, the clouds in the sky thickened, resembling dense, dark cotton, weighing heavily upon Baishui town. The hue of the clouds deepened, as if nightfall had arrived prematurely. The oppressive, humid air enveloped the entire town, making each breath feel laborious, and the suffocating sensation mirrored the stillness before a storm, as everyone sensed that this impending downpour would not be trivial. Within Baishui town, the townsfolk hurriedly returned home, closing doors and windows. Inside the temple, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying a hint of chill that caused the candle flames on the walls to flicker erratically. The candlelight danced in the wind, casting elongated shadows that twisted upon the walls, as if they were living entities. At that moment, Xuancang chose not to conceal himself with illusionary scales, but instead revealed his true demonic form. Chapter 84. Once again invoking the thunder within the temple. A 3-meter-high tiger sat majestically in the spacious courtyard. Its muscles were taut, and its fur shimmered faintly under the dim light, while its eyes glowed like 2 lanterns, radiating a sharp vigilance as it surveyed its surroundings. Encircling it were 3 lightning rods, along with elixirs and blood that Xuancang had prepared in advance. The elixirs emitted a soft luminescence, while the blood exuded a strong, metallic scent, creating a peculiar ambience. Everything was in readiness. Xuancang slowly lifted his head to gaze at the sky. As the clock struck the 3rd watch, a thunderous roar erupted from above, akin to the wrath of a deity, causing the earth to tremble. Lightning cleaved the sky, illuminating the darkness instantaneously, enveloping the entire Baishui town in a ghastly white light. The Duo Ku and Duo E, who had traveled from the Zhang family estate to Baishui town, quivered at the sight. Duo Ku's figure appeared somewhat translucent, his white robe billowing violently in the wind as if tugged by an invisible hand. Meanwhile, Duo E tightly clasped his arms, a flicker of fear flashing in his ghostly eyes, his teeth chattering involuntarily. "Brother, it's thundering." Duo E's voice trembled with anxiety. The spectral beings loathed sunlight and feared thunder, especially of such terrifying magnitude. Hearing this, Duo Ku glanced around, uncertainty etched in his gaze. "Let us find someone to feast upon and wait for this storm to pass before we confront that Taoist." Upon saying this, Duo E managed a grin, the expression appearing particularly grotesque on his pale visage. In the next moment, their figures flickered and vanished. Shortly thereafter, anguished screams erupted from a household at the outskirts of Baishui town. The wails echoed ominously in the heavy air, sending chills down one's spine. The lights within the house abruptly extinguished, leaving only the sounds of struggle and the greedy consumption of the ghostly entities. Meanwhile, at the temple, the three lightning rods began to tremble under the influence of Xuancang's demonic power. Suddenly, torrential rain poured down. Xuancang, seated in meditation, rapidly executed the thunderstorm convergence technique, harnessing the thunderous energy within his body to draw upon the forces of nature. The previous thunder that had struck Blackback Mountain was induced by Xuancang's fire, while the current thunder was a natural phenomenon, derived from the cosmic cycle. The former lacked divine majesty, whereas the latter bore the overwhelming force of the heavens. Under this thunder, humans, ghosts, demons, and immortals alike trembled, a primal fear of thunder coursing through their beings. Even Xuancang's demonic form, practicing the thunderstorm convergence technique, began to quiver slightly. "Steady yourself," Xuancang commanded, using his demonic energy to suppress the fear instilled by the thunder. He then slowly raised his head, feeling the weight of the thunderous power above. The best way to conquer fear is to confront it head-on. This principle is of lifelong benefit. Though I am a demon in this lifetime, I shall master this thunder technique. 8 desolate thunder pool. Gather the lightning energy. Summon forth the thunder. Thunder. Come. With a thunderous roar as Xuancang pointed skyward, the 3 lightning rods emitted a resounding hum, and a silver bolt of lightning cleaved through the heavens, descending directly. Crack! With a resounding clap, the moment the silver lightning struck, the 3 rods swiftly conducted the energy, connecting it to Xuancang's form. Zzz. The familiar pain surged through him as he endured the searing torment, the thunderstorm convergence technique working furiously within him. He immediately consumed a thunder-transforming pill. The moment the pill entered his body, the intensity of the lightning began to subside. Nevertheless, the power of the thunder surged through his veins like a raging river, wreaking havoc and causing excruciating pain at every juncture. His fur bristled, shimmering with a dazzling silver glow. Xuancang's eyes widened, blood vessels reddening, yet a resolute determination shone through. He gritted his teeth, a low growl emanating from his throat. "Damn it, this is intense." At this moment, sensing the opportune moment, Xuancang began to guide the lightning energy toward his Dantian, the reservoir of his demonic power and the key to refining the thunder. However, the innate lightning was exceedingly ferocious, resisting Xuancang's control, darting within him as it sought to break free and return to the heavens. Sweat poured down Xuancang's forehead, mingling with the rain as it trickled down his fur-covered face. He concentrated all his mental strength, carefully yet resolutely herding the lightning energy toward his Dantian, expending immense effort with every inch gained. As the lightning approached his Dantian, his body trembled more violently, feeling as if his veins were on the brink of bursting. Just then, an unexpected twist of fate occurred. The heavens seemed disinclined to allow Xuancang to succeed. Another bolt of lightning struck down, this one entirely natural and not summoned by Xuancang. Thud! Xuancang coughed up a mouthful of blood as the terrifying force of the second bolt ravaged his corporeal form. Yet, in this perilous moment, a frenzied thought flashed through Xuancang's mind. One bolt is summonable, two bolts can also be summoned. If I could summon three and survive. At this moment, a glimmer of resolve flickered in Xuancang's blood-red eyes. I declare, this thunder technique shall be mine. With a mighty effort, Xuancang straightened his body, his powerful arms swinging rapidly. 8 desolate thunder pool, gather the lightning energy, summon forth the thunder. Thunder, come. As the third bolt of lightning descended, Xuancang slapped down, shattering all nearby blood-filled gourds. A torrent of blood mixed with rainwater surged around him, enveloping Xuancang in a massive blood cocoon. This lifeblood from the human race was absorbed by Xuancang's form, refining the thunder within, while he hastily consumed the prepared elixirs as if they were free. The three forces converged with a singular goal, to refine all 3 bolts of lightning. Time ticked away. The combined strength of the 3 bolts was overwhelmingly terrifying. Initially, with the power of the human blood, Xuancang could continuously mend himself. However, as time passed, he suddenly realized that the blood seemed to be dwindling. This is bad. Xuancang's heart raced. Chapter 85. A pleasant surprise, even with the experience from my previous life as a reference. I had prepared tenfold for the assurance of attracting lightning, yet I still underestimated the formidable power of thunder in this world. In the courtyard, Xuancang stood drenched in lightning, his body tense, every muscle seeming to narrate the immense pressure he was enduring. The effects of the thunder transformation pill began to wane, and the tempestuous lightning ravaged him relentlessly, singeing his hair and even emitting a faint scent of char. I can't hold on much longer. Xuancang slowly opened his reddened eyes, a mix of fatigue and defiance evident in his gaze. At this moment, he could choose to cease refining the thunder, allowing it to dissipate, thereby minimizing his losses. This method was a safeguard passed down by the predecessors who practiced the art of thunder in my former life. Yet it was evident that Xuancang was unwilling to concede. If he were to abandon this endeavor, a shadow of doubt would undoubtedly linger in his heart. And when confronting the unique force of thunder, one must be fearless, devoid of any trepidation. Otherwise, mastery over thunder would remain elusive for a lifetime. Roar! Xuancang let out a furious bellow, tilting his head back violently, the muscles in his neck bulging as he unleashed a deafening roar, as if to expel all his strength through this sound. I can still endure. Moments later, despair washed over him. I truly cannot withstand this any longer. Xuancang's monstrous form lifted its head abruptly, gazing towards the front of the temple. The path is mine. I, the Taoist master, refuse to lose. Boom! Xuancang raised his hand and inhaled sharply, instantly shattering the courtyard walls surrounding Yingqing's room. And then, Yingqing's frail body was drawn towards him. Master! Yingqing looked on in terror at the Xuancang, now enveloped in lightning. It is time for you to repay your debt. Xuancang's fierce gaze fixed on her, and as he raised his hand, Yingqing screamed in agony, her life's essence being forcefully extracted. Initially, Xuancang merely intended to struggle a bit longer. After all, even draining Yingqing's entire blood would not significantly aid him. However, to his astonishment, the somewhat feeble vitality within him surged with newfound strength the moment Yingqing's blood was infused. A powerful force coursed through Xuancang, steadying his trembling body, straightening his previously bent back, resembling a once withered tree now revitalized, brimming with vigor, allowing his physical form to recover at an accelerated pace. This is spiritual blood, so that is how it is. A sinister smile crept into Xuancang's eyes. Indeed, the path lies within me. Ahaha! As his condition stabilized, Xuancang's monstrous form pressed down suddenly, and his arms spread wide, as if to embrace the entire sky, ultimately transforming the thunder into demonic lightning energy through the thunder transformation technique. At this moment, with the enhancement of 3 bolts of lightning, Xuancang's cultivation advanced rapidly. 300 years, 350 years, 400 years, 450 years, 500 years, a halo of light enveloped him, flickering as if alive. Ultimately, The three bolts of lightning propelled Xuancang's cultivation directly to 520 years. Now, Xuancang emanated a formidable aura, his body crackling with thunder. Demonic energy surging forth, filling the temple with an overwhelming presence. Should he encounter the likes of Xuan Cang again, Xuancang was confident he could dispatch him within mere exchanges. Meanwhile, the torrential rain continued to pour, droplets cascading down his form, trickling through his fur. Yingqing lay unconscious on the ground. "You have saved my life in your own way." Xuancang's towering demonic figure approached Yingqing slowly, causing the ground to tremble subtly beneath his weight. He extended a massive claw, retrieving some spiritual fruits from his storage space, gently crushing them to allow the juices to flow into Yingqing's mouth. As time passed, the thunderous sounds gradually faded from the sky, yet the rain persisted, pattering against the temple tiles with a rhythmic sound. Within the temple, Xuancang's gaze remained fixed on Yingqing, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. No wonder she was pursued. With this spiritual blood, if nurtured, it would be an endless source. Lost in thought, Xuancang, still studying Yingqing's blood, suddenly furrowed his brow and turned to look outside the temple. These audacious fools. Xuancang's lips quivered slightly, and as he spoke, his right claw clenched, arcs of electricity dancing in his palm. Outside Junshan Temple, Duo Ku and Duo Yi had just finished their meal and arrived at the temple entrance. Duo Ku ambled with his hands clasped behind his back, displaying an air of nonchalance. However, Duo Yi's fierce gaze faltered upon sighting Junshan Temple, his steps involuntarily pausing, the very essence of his being trembling slightly. Duo Yi felt the same. His white paper fan ceased its motion, his arms hanging stiffly at his sides. Boom! In that instant, the temple doors swung wide open before them, unleashing the overwhelming might of a lingering thunder. In an instant, both stood frozen, as if ensnared by a spell. In the darkness, Xuancang's figure, clad in a yellow Taoist robe, emerged slowly under the moonlight. Though his form appeared gaunt, his piercing triangular eyes squinted slightly, his emaciated face devoid of expression, and his sharp gaze resembled two cold daggers. This seemingly frail being was surrounded by flickering arcs of electricity. With each step he took, a spark accompanied him, his footfalls silent as a phantom. "You two fools dare to seek death at my temple?" Xuancang's raspy voice resounded, his throat feeling as though it had been scraped with sandpaper. In that moment, a chilling aura surged from Duo Ku and Duo Yi. Although it was merely a question, facing the newly empowered Xuancang, they instinctively adopted a defensive stance. "Big brother!" Duo Yi shouted, his voice slightly cracking in his anxiety as he drew the twin blades from his back. The moment the blades appeared, numerous grotesque spirits erupted from them, howling and clawing as they surged forth, causing Duo Yi's body to sway slightly with their emergence. "Do not act rashly." Duo Ku extended his hand, preventing Duo Yi from advancing further. His eyes remained fixed on Xuancang, imbued with caution. He then addressed Xuancang, saying, "We are the 6 trusted aides of General Dou from the Yinwen Valley." Such excessive chatter. Xuancang scoffed disdainfully. Boom! Xuancang had no intention of engaging in dialogue with these spectral beings, nor did he have any vested interest with them. Thus he opted to forego further conversation. With a swift motion, a bolt of lightning erupted forth. With a wave of his arm, the brilliant lightning surged towards Duo Ku and Duo Yi, alarmed. The two realized that Xuancang was unleashing a bolt of lightning. Duo Ku swiftly waved his white paper fan, his arm tracing a rapid semicircle as a black barrier materialized before him, attempting to shield against the sudden onslaught. Meanwhile, Duo Yi brandished his twin blades, moving his arms with the grace of 2 serpents, as the grotesque spirits howled, rushing towards the lightning in a futile attempt to dissipate it with their ghostly power. Chapter 86. The Thunder Seal of the Word Zhanhunf. Xuancang let out a cold snort, the corners of his mouth curling slightly in a mocking manner as he infused his demonic energy once more into the thunder. The already formidable lightning instantly grew thicker, resembling an enraged thunder dragon that writhed and broke through the specter's obstruction, crashing violently against the black barrier. The barrier trembled violently, and Duo Ku's face turned pale, as if all strength had been drained from his body, causing him to stagger back a few steps. Big brother. Duo E's hands trembled, the glow of the ghostly artifact in his grasp dimming, his arms hanging limply. Damn it, that old Taoist is not right. Let's go. As he spoke, Duo E swiftly waved a white paper fan, his arm moving as if wound up, the once pristine fan turning blood red in an instant, releasing an endless surge of crimson malevolence that obscured the sky. Zhen Thunder Seal. Xuancang pointed a finger, chanting the incantation, his arm remaining as still as a stone pillar directed skyward. Memories from a past life resurfaced, and Xuancang's gaze deepened, as if lost in recollection. The once awkward hand seals became adept within mere breaths, his hands swiftly shifting positions, while lightning danced around him. Boom! A colossal imprint of the character for thunder erupted forth, radiating blinding light and powerful momentum as it surged towards Duo Ku and Duo E. The clash of the red malevolence with the thunder seal produced a deafening roar, intertwining light and dark energy as the thunder exploded, dispelling countless malevolent forces. In a moment, the surrounding malevolence dissipated. Both Duo E and Duo Ku had vanished without a trace. They certainly fled swiftly. Xuancang's gaze swept across, leaving no corner unchecked, puzzled by the techniques they employed to disappear so thoroughly. Should you dare return, I shall ensure your souls are scattered. Xuancang's chilling voice echoed, resonating in all directions with a fierce intensity, before he turned and returned to the Taoist temple. Alas, the thunder technique had only just stabilized, and these spells still felt somewhat clumsy. Xuancang shook his hand, acknowledging that his cultivation had just broken through and required further stabilization. Thus he refrained from pursuing them. Inside the temple, the heavy rain continued unabated. Though the thunder had ceased, raindrops fell like pellets, turning the surrounding soil into a muddy quagmire. Xuancang trudged towards the statue of the true monarch Xuantan, slowly sitting down to continue stabilizing his cultivation. The scene shifted. Outside by Shui Town, Duo E's body trembled violently, akin to a leaf in the wind. The ghostly energy clashed with the lingering thunder left by Xuancang, his body twisting as he endured immense pain. Although both had narrowly escaped Xuancang's grasp, the final thunder seal had still injured Duo E, and had Xuancang been in his demon form rather than his human guise, he could undoubtedly have annihilated the two with a single seal. Damn it! Upon witnessing this, Duo Ku did not hesitate to channel some of his ghostly energy. Just hold on a little longer. His gaze swept, locking onto the Zhang family's ghostly residence in the distance. His neck twisted slightly, eyes fixed intently. Within the Zhang family estate, Zhang Hengxing suddenly sat upright, his body straightening as if pulled by an unseen force. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? In an instant, the two brothers, Duo E and Duo Ku, arrived inside the Zhang family's ghostly abode. The ghostly inhabitants of the Zhang family rushed out to greet them. You two esteemed ones have arrived just in time. Roar! A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. Duo E's eyes turned bloodshot, aflame with madness and brutality, his eyes bulging as he disregarded the greetings of the Zhang family spirits, lunging towards one of the seemingly weaker souls. The soul's eyes widened in terror, attempting to flee, only to be seized by Duo E. With a gaping maw, Duo E devoured a substantial portion of the soul, ghostly energy swirling around his mouth, his throat undulating like a greedy python swallowing its prey. The Zhang family's spirits recoiled in fear, trembling as terror filled their eyes. Duo Ku waved a hand, suppressing all the surrounding spirits, rendering them unable to move. Seeing this, Duo E chuckled darkly, continuing to consume the soul, the ghostly energy surrounding him gradually healing the wounds inflicted by Xuancang. With each soul devoured, his aura intensified, his body swelling like an inflated balloon. At that moment, Zhang Hengxing rushed over. Upon witnessing the scene, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, bloodshot and filled with rage. You two esteemed ones, get lost. Duo Ku barked, veins bulging on his neck. Duo E shot a cold glance at Zhang Hengxing, his gaze sharp as a blade, before completely ignoring him, and with a wave of his hand, several more souls from the Zhang family were consumed. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the 300 souls of the Zhang family dwindled to less than 100, many of whom were even direct descendants of Zhang Hengxing in life. Witnessing this, Zhang Hengxing clenched his fists tightly beneath his robe, knuckles whitening as if he were about to crush something. The surrounding aura of malevolence spread, enveloping him like a black mist. What? Do you wish to take action against us? Duo Ku glared at Zhang Hengxing, his white paper fan once again turning blood red as crimson malevolence began to seep forth. After a breath, Zhang Hengxing forced a smile. You two esteemed ones jest. How could Zhang dare? It is my honor to heal you, esteemed ones. Zhang Hengxing, aware of his own cultivation level, knew he could not contend with beings like Duo Ku and Duo Yi, who had perished on the battlefield. He slightly bent his body, bowing his head in a display of respect. At least you know your place. With that, Duo Ku glanced at Duo Yi, noticing that the 200 wandering souls consumed by Duo Yi had allowed his ghostly energy to recover somewhat. Big brother, that damn Taoist is definitely problematic. We must report this to the general promptly. I know, Duo Ku nodded, shaking his head. Let us return to Yinfeng Valley. With that, the two said no more. Turning swiftly to leave, their steps hurried, as if the Zhang family's spirits were not even worthy of a glance. My lord, at this moment, the remaining wandering souls in the Zhang residence gathered around Zhang Hengxing, trembling and huddling together, fearful of Duo Ku and Duo Yi's return. Disperse for now, Zhang Hengxing said in a low, suppressed voice, his gaze intense. The other wandering souls dared not speak further. Chapter 87. General Dou, Ronan Jiang meanwhile, within the Valley of Winds. The chilling gusts howled through the ravines, their sounds akin to the wails of tormented spirits, as if countless souls were lamenting their grievances from a life long past. The Valley of Winds is nestled within the heart of the three towns of Baishui, Panshui, and Guanshan. Due to the geological conditions, this place is perpetually beset by winds. Moreover, it serves as the burial ground for a legion from the great righteous nation, which met its demise here 3 centuries ago. The very site where the renowned General Dou once fought valiantly. At this moment, within the Valley of Winds, a small domain of darkness has formed over the years, nurtured by the perpetual gathering of shadows and the presence of General Dou and his legion of spectral warriors. In this realm, the atmosphere is thick and oppressive. It resembles hell, yet is not quite hell itself. Ordinary human cultivators entering this domain would find their powers severely suppressed. Even the most seasoned spiritual practitioners could only muster a fraction of their strength within this eerie territory. It is precisely for this reason that the human realm has tacitly allowed the Valley of Winds to remain undisturbed. Within this shadowy domain, a magnificent mansion stands tall. The walls of this abode emanate a chilling luminescence, while dark mists occasionally rise from the ground, resembling boiling black water. Before the main seat, 5 of General Dou's remaining loyal followers are gathered. Duo Ku, wielding twin blades, and Duo Kua, holding a white fan, are accompanied by Guan Fenjuan, clad in white armor and a black robe, brandishing a long spear, and Luo Man, who grips a massive axe. Luo Man is an imposing figure, towering at 8 feet, his muscles bulging like small hills. The last among them is a gaunt man with arms that extend past his knees, known as Link Sinjiai, proficient in the longbow. All are veterans who fought alongside General Dou. General has arrived. With a low exclamation, a man clad in dark battle armor strides forth. General Dou, Ronan Jiang, makes his entrance, and with each step he takes, a subtle aura of shadow emanates from beneath his feet. Speak, what has transpired with Sun Dong? His calm voice resonates as he surveys the surroundings. Replying to the general, the matter is as follows. According to what Hengxing has reported, Sun Dong is. Duokua steps forward, his body bending slightly as he speaks swiftly, relaying the information he has gathered. Upon Duokua's conclusion, Ronan Jiang remains silent, but Luo Man scoffs derisively. Serves him right. That fellow Sun Dong, relying on his service of holding the general's horse and sword, was undeservedly elevated to a position of privilege. Over the years, he has exploited the general's reputation, shamelessly taking from the nearby ghost clans, tarnishing the general's name. now that he is dead, is indeed fitting. Luomon's coarse voice echoes through the mansion. Duokua, however, refrains from interjecting. Sundawn's promotion was a decision made by the general. Luoman shares a close lineage with the general and is one of his most trusted subordinates. Thus, his remarks are merely opinions. Should anyone else echo Luoman's sentiments, it would be tantamount to slapping Ronanjiang's face. Leading troops at 20, meeting his end in battle at 23, though his life appears unremarkable. Had it not been for the downfall of the great righteous nation, Ronanjiang's existence would undoubtedly have been illustrious. As anticipated by those present, Ronanjiang does not reprimand Luoman. General, that Taoist. Duokua attempts to say more, only to be interrupted by Ronanjiang. No need to elaborate. Leaning back against the chair, he places his hands on the armrests and turns his gaze to Duokua. On the 3rd of next month is my birthday banquet. Duokua, you must make another trip to deliver the invitation. Upon hearing this, a profound silence envelopes the general's mansion for several seconds. General, you wish to send an invitation to that Taoist? Duokua asks, his face a mask of confusion, beginning to doubt his own comprehension. Why not? Ronanjiang's eyes remain tranquil, his words imbued with an unassailable authority. Indeed, Duokua dares not defy Ronanjiang, bowing his head further before slowly retreating, turning to hasten towards the mansion's exit. Wait, Ronanjiang calls out to Duokua. Did I specify where to send it? Taken aback, Duokua's body jolts as he turned around, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Wasn't it to the Taoist temple? Correct, but the invitation is not meant for that temple. It is to be delivered to Fengshan. Meanwhile, within Junshan Temple, the relentless downpour continues, with large raindrops hammering the ground, sending up sprays of water. Nevertheless, despite such conditions, numerous individuals gather before the temple to offer blood offerings. The reason is simple. The events orchestrated by Duokua and Duokua during the stormy night have spread, causing widespread panic among the residents of Baishui as families face dire fates. Xuancang stands before the temple, extending his hands to receive each blood gourd with steady movements. His gaze calm as he regards each donor, ensuring their contributions are acknowledged. Soon, he accumulates 4 large gourds, 3 containing ordinary heart blood and 1 filled with pure heart blood. Within the temple, Xuancang carefully stores the blood, swallowing each gourd into his own being. He then casts his attention to the still unconscious Yingqing, extracting more blood from her body. After completing this, Xuancang points his sword at her forehead. One forgetting what is to be remembered, forgetting emptiness as emptiness, forgetting law as law, forgetting the way as the way, forgetting nothing. Xuancang invokes the Taoist technique of the art of forgetting. This technique is primarily employed to assist individuals who have endured immense trauma, allowing them to release the pain of the past and embrace a new existence. However, this method is not Xuancang's specialty, and he cannot erase years of memories. Yet, memories from within the past half hour remain manipulable, albeit with significant side effects that can drive one into madness. Yet Xuancang shows no concern. After a few breaths, he withdraws his hand, offering Yingqing some spiritual fruit juice. The essence of the fruit revives her vitality. As she leans against the ground, she perceives Xuancang's presence. A flicker of light igniting in her eyes. Master, my head. A fierce aftershock assaults her, causing her to clutch her throbbing head, unable to gather her thoughts. Do not panic. When I was cultivating just now, a bolt of thunder struck and affected you. Yingqing's face contorts in pain as she gazes at Xuancang, attempting to rise, only to falter and sink back down. Continue your recuperation. You shall recover soon. Xuancang says no more, stepping closer to gently place his hand upon Yingqing's shoulder, reinforcing the demonic energy within her. With swift movements, he inscribes several runes in the air, which gradually merge into her forehead. With the seal in place, given Xuancang's current cultivation, he could, at any moment, take Yingqing's life from a distance, should he so desire. Chapter 88 Invitation, however, Xuancang expressed it differently, pausing momentarily before continuing. I have stabilized your body, and moreover, I have reinforced the demonic energy at your forehead. In times of crisis, You may activate the spiritual energy within you to counteract it. For ordinary circumstances, this will suffice. Thank you, Master. A flicker of gratitude shone in Qing's eyes as she clasped her hands together in reverence. At this moment, Qing was entirely unaware that, had she betrayed Xuancang earlier, she might have found a more powerful ally capable of dispelling the demonic energy threatening her life. But now, unless the mastery of thunder magic surpassed that of Xuancang, it was utterly impossible. Any forced attempt to break it would trigger the demonic energy in her dantian, leading to her demise. It is of no concern. This is what a master ought to do. Furthermore, I must retreat to the mountain for seclusion. The temple must continue its operations as usual. There can be no negligence regarding the blood essence. When the time comes, if I require it, I will send a rabbit beast to collect it. You may simply hand over the blood when you see the rabbit. Xuancang instructed, his gaze fixed on Qing, radiating an undeniable authority. Understood, Master. Qing lowered her head in submission. Good. Focus on cultivating your inner alchemy. Given your circumstances, your future is promising. Xuancang nodded slightly, raising his right hand and gesturing gently. With that, he ceased further conversation, turning to exit through the back door of Jun Mountain Temple. His steps swift, the black robe billowing behind him. Borrowing a path through Fu Jiao Mountain, his figure darted swiftly through the woods, soon returning to Feng Mountain. With the current blood essence, combined with the spiritual blood within Qing, it should be sufficient to awaken Heisha. Xuancang mused inwardly. Within Feng Mountain, silver-white rain fell like delicate beaded curtains from the sky, heavily drenching the terrain. The once tranquil Feng Mountain was now thrown into chaos by the torrential downpour, as the earth was washed away, creating numerous tributaries that snaked through the landscape, turning the entire mountain into a quagmire. In the 12 connected caves, Sang Biao shook off his damp fur, his massive tiger form resembling a small mountain as he sat at the cave's entrance. His tail swished back and forth, watching the relentless rain, droplets splashing at the cave mouth, resembling a crystal curtain. What a vexing weather this is, Sang Biao grumbled. A puff of breath forming a small cloud of mist in the damp air. 3 great kings, this rain appears to be relentless and may continue for some time. The wolf pup stationed at the evil pool are becoming ineffective. Wolf 9 approached Sang Biao, its gray-brown fur soaked, clinging to its lean body, ears drooping, eyes reflecting concern. There is no alternative. Sang Biao shook his massive tiger head slightly. Although not the sharpest, he understood that their current strength could not contend with the heavens. Wolf 9, I must ask you to send more of your kin into the fray. Every resource expended during this time will be drawn from my supply. This phenomenon within Feng Mountain is our opportunity. We must not be careless. Sang Biao spoke to Wolf 9, determination gleaming in his eyes. I understand. The Mountain Wolf King nodded. Oh, and there is one more thing. 3 great kings, a powerful ghostly entity, has manifested at the foot of Feng Mountain. It had an encounter with my subordinate and left behind an item before departing. With that, Wolf 9 opened its belly pouch and ejected a jade slip. It bowed its body, the abdomen slightly quivering, producing a low growl before a softly glowing jade slip was released. Sang Biao expressed confusion, raising a massive paw to examine the jade slip, which emitted a faint luminescence and bore inscriptions. What does this say? Sang Biao paused, glancing at Wolf 9, bewilderment evident in his eyes. 3 great kings, if you do not know, how could I? Wolf 9 awkwardly smiled, revealing sharp canines. After all, both it and Sang Biao hailed from the demon clan and were unfamiliar with human characters. Let me have a look. A delicate voice chimed in. It was by Tsua, her tone light, reminiscent of a bell swaying in the wind. Sang Biao then remembered to pass the jade slip over, its paw awkwardly cradling it. I almost forgot you. Bai Tsua huffed, swiftly scanning the jade slip with her small paw. A trace of feeble demonic energy flickered, swirling around the slip like a wisp of blue smoke. Inwen Valley, Dual General Feast, invite. The Master of Feng Mountain? Bai Tsua read aloud, her small eyes twinkling with curiosity. As her words fell, Xuancang's presence gradually manifested within the 12 connected caves, followed closely by the striking form of the patterned tiger, coming into view. Elder brother? Sang Biao instinctively straightened at the sight. Wolf 9 and the other creatures immediately knelt, pressing their bodies against the muddy ground, ears drooping low. Xuancang now exuded a transformed aura, calm and substantial. Although the thunderous demonic energy was restrained, it still lent him an air of authority. In this moment, Xuancang stood tall, reminiscent of a venerable pine tree, his eyes deep as a lake, imbued with an enigmatic mystique. Where did this jade slip come from? Xuancang inquired, looking ahead. In response, Wolf 9 recounted the encounter with the ghostly entity. Upon hearing this, a profound gaze flickered in Xuancang's tiger eyes. Elder brother, who exactly is this dual general? Sang Biao, unaware of the events below, asked with curiosity, ears perked up. Just an enlightened, ghostly being. I did not expect it to find its way here. Let us set aside this matter for now and check on your second brother. Xuancang understood that the old ghost likely knew his identity, but how it had come to know remained a mystery. It is likely that fox again. Yet, it matters not. Xuancang was on the verge of a breakthrough to 600 years of cultivation. The fox's fortunate days were drawing to a close. Moreover, with Xuancang's intent to orchestrate the events in Baishui town, he could not avoid the nearby ghostly entities. Thus, he was willing to meet this dual general. However, the pressing matter remained with Heisha. How is your second brother faring? Xuancang inquired as he moved forward. Elder brother, second brother's condition has been steadily improving. Even his flesh and blood have recovered significantly. Upon mentioning this, Sang Biao's excitement was palpable. Chapter 89. The awakening of Heisha at the heart of blood. Heisha lay quietly, his dark figure motionless, save for the rhythmic rise and fall of his abdomen, indicating a breath that had become remarkably balanced. Go ahead. Pour the entire gourd in this time, Xuancang stated, his gaze fixed intently on the pool of water. The decision to pour in the entire gourd stemmed from Xuancang's ability, given his level of cultivation, to forcibly intervene, and because Heisha's physical body had stabilized. This essence of blood, combined with Xuancang's intervention, would allow Heisha, even if he could not regain his peak, to awaken profoundly. All right, Sang Biao replied, his robust arm lifting the gourd as he strode forward without hesitation. The essence of blood cascaded into the pool, releasing waves of powerful vitality. Observing this, Xuancang's form shimmered with light, rapidly manifesting his enormous demonic form, which seemed capable of piercing the very dome of this watery chamber. The heavens and earth possess spirit. All things are born and perish. With a pure Taoist seal, Xuancang struck down, and with his gesture, the essence of blood in the pool swiftly transformed into vapor. As he guided the surging energies with his claws moving like phantoms. In one swift motion, he directed the energies into Heisha's body, coursing throughout. Heisha's body trembled slightly, as if an invisible force surged within him, causing his claws to involuntarily curl and his tail to sway gently. Xuancang's gaze remained fixed on Heisha, while Sang Biao beside him was equally transfixed, occasionally exhaling warm breaths that formed wisps of white mist in the humid chamber. As the essence of blood transformed into energy and flowed within Heisha, a faint red glow began to emanate from his body, resembling a burning flame that spread from his heart, gradually enveloping him entirely. Heisha's eyelids fluttered slightly. Big brother, second brother, Sang Biao could not contain his excitement, leaning forward eagerly, his tiger tail sweeping behind him. After a few more breaths, Heisha finally awakened, slowly lifting his head and shaking off the lingering drowsiness. Be brother, third brother. His hoarse voice echoed, prompting Xuancang to nod in acknowledgement. Do not move just yet, he advised gently. Upon finishing his words, Xuancang poured the remaining essence of blood from 3 gourds into the pool. Utilize the techniques I shared to absorb the power of the essence and stabilize your physical form, he instructed, looking at Heisha. Heisha promptly complied, closing his eyes to concentrate, his muscles taut with focus. After another hour, the blood-red hue in the pool had completely dissipated, leaving only ordinary water, and at that moment, Heisha's condition was finally stable. Excellent, Xuancang remarked, nodding in satisfaction. If this continues, with a little more rest, you will be entirely restored. The The human race possesses an innate physicality. Their meridians and energy channels align with the flow of the great Dao, and their blood is the essence of life itself. Though Haisha's cultivation level was low, he could finally recover relying on this essence of blood. Second brother, please tell me, who attacked you that day? Sang Biao inquired, squatting down to meet Haisha's gaze, leaning forward with urgency to know the answer. I am not certain, but the creature that attacked me was something that resembled neither monkey nor ape. Haisha replied slowly, his eyes reflecting confusion and fear, his body still slightly weak as he leaned against the edge of the pool. Its power was exceptionally formidable, far surpassing that of Xuancang, and I had no capacity to resist it. Xuancang contemplated deeply. Neither monkey nor ape. Could it be the mountain demon? With this newfound direction, Xuancang could ascertain much, ensuring that when he encountered the enemy, he would not be caught completely off guard. Little brother, continue to recuperate here for a while longer. In a few days, more essence will be sent your way, Xuancang stated to Haisha. Take this opportunity to refine the residual energy within your body and enhance your cultivation. While Haisha had been unconscious, he passively absorbed the essence through the flowing water, accumulating considerable power. Once Haisha could refine it, his cultivation would likely see significant improvement. I'm deeply grateful for your care, big brother, Haisha murmured, lowering his head with gratitude evident in his eyes. Among us three brothers, there is no need for such words, Xuancang replied with a smile. Rest well. Given Haisha's lingering weakness, Xuancang and Sang Biao chose not to linger further. Within the 12 linked caves, Xuancang turned to Bai Cuihua, who was enjoying a spirit fruit, and softly inquired, Cuihua, do you know which demon king in these mountains has transformed from a mountain demon? Bai Cuihua paused mid-bite, her petite ears twitching slightly as she pondered for a moment. All right, I believe I heard my grandfather mention it. As she spoke, she licked the juice from her lips, her eyes darting around. In our northern mountains, aside from the demon kings, there are 6 demon lords. These 6 lords, under the direction of the demon king, each oversee their respective duties. Among them, Jin Bao and Domu oversee the stability of all demon establishments in the northern mountains, while Woolly King maintains order within the mountains. Zhu Hao and King Mianya are stationed at the mountain's edge, balancing against human experts. Among them, it seems King Mianya is the one who has attained the mountain demon path, Bai Cuihua explained, turning her gaze to Xuancang. Upon hearing this, Sang Biao looked puzzled as he counted on his fingers Jin Bao, Domu, Woolly, Zhu Hao, King Mianya. Wait, that is only 5. He continued counting, focusing intently on his hand. Bai Cuihua glanced at Sang Biao and continued, the 6th is Grandma Bai Hu. She currently resides in Qianku Mountain and has not been involved in mountain affairs since over a century ago, after delegating her responsibilities to the other 5 demon lords. Is that so? Xuancang pondered thoughtfully. King Mianya, as Bai Cuihua spoke, recalling Woolly's previous remarks. Xuancang began to suspect that King Mianya might indeed be the formidable demon behind Xuancang. Do you know the cultivation levels of these great demons? Xuancang inquired further, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. My grandfather did not elaborate on that either, but those capable of managing affairs in the mountains are at least of great demon cultivation. And among them, they are exceptional, Bai Cuihua replied, her eyes sparkling with yearning. Chapter 90. The turmoil of the malicious pool within the 12 connected caves. Xuancang comprehended the current predicament after hearing the words of the little hedgehog spirit. I shall keep an eye on the matter of the green-faced teeth. Let us not reveal the news of Haisha's awakening just yet. Understood. Replié sans biao, Nodin. Have there been any unusual occurrences in the mountains lately? After all, Mount Feng is under your jurisdiction, and maintaining stability there is also your responsibility. Upon finishing his statement, Sang Biao immediately responded, Brother, the situation at the malicious pool is critical. Due to its watery terrain, it is nearly slipping from our grasp, and there are even strange creatures emerging from the river, threatening to occupy the entire malicious pool. The water spirits are merely fish, shrimp, and crabs. They lack the courage to act independently. There must be more formidable entities behind them, Xuancang replied slowly. Oh, right, brother. When I dealt with that vile spirit last time, I seem to recall it mentioning something about a water master? Sang Biao said, suddenly enlightened. At this, both Xuancang and Sang Biao exchanged glances, their eyes fixing on by Cuehua. I have heard from my grandfather that near the rivers and valleys around Mount Feng, there is said to be a giant crab. But I do not know its precise cultivation level, Bai Cuehua responded. Is that so? Xuancang nodded slightly, refraining from inquiring further. Once the rain ceases, I will personally investigate, he stated, looking toward the direction of the malicious pool. Brother, what about the human realm? Fear not. There should be no issues on the human side for now. Within the Taoist temple, Ying Qing is present, and we can continue collecting fresh blood as usual. As for the rabbit spirits, I have instructed them to occasionally appear and frighten the townsfolk. The malevolent spirits that would directly clash with the temple will likely behave themselves before the general Taoist banquet, Xuancang assured. 3 days swiftly passed, including the time Xuancang summoned lightning. The torrential rain had persisted for 5 days. Numerous tributaries emerged in the mountains within this time. At this moment, near the malicious pool, the demon clan of Mount Feng, led by Xuancang, gathered on high ground. Xuancang, Sang Biao, Wolf Nine, the Kai Tian younglings, and various ordinary spirits who had gradually joined Xuancang's faction, including wild leopards, mountain monkeys, flower raccoons, and otters, all of whom had cultivation levels of merely 30 or 40 years. Xuancang scanned the area, and what was once a muddy expanse strewn with dead wood had now transformed into a murky water body. The changes in the malicious pool are quite significant, Sang Biao remarked, his eyes wide with astonishment. Xuancang remained silent, gazing intently at the tranquil water surface, his expression deep and austere. After a moment, Sang Biao spoke gruffly, Brother, there is something beneath the water. Xuancang nodded slightly. Let us send someone down to investigate. Is there anyone skilled in water? He inquired. Your Majesty, I can, responded a wild leopard from the back of the demon group, leaping forward with respect before Xuancang. Go. Xuancang gestured with a nod, and the wild leopard promptly plunged into the water, vanishing beneath the surface. With just 2 breaths, the water churned violently, and the wild leopard began to struggle, its body seemingly pulled by an unseen force, disappearing without a trace. After another breath, crimson blood surfaced, staining the water. Brother, what shall we do? Sang Biao asked anxiously. Xuancang furrowed his brow and unleashed his demonic energy. With a roar, a surge of thunderous power surged into the water, creating ripples upon the surface. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed as a massive water spirit emerged from the depths. This water creature, enormous as a mountain, bore large pincers and was covered in dark brown shells, with bits of mud and moss clinging to its form. It possessed several stout legs, each ending in sharp claws, stirring the water as it moved. You dare to seek death? The water crab spirit bellowed, its voice deafening. Xuancang stepped forward, unafraid. You water crab spirit, have usurped the malicious pool and dare to seek freedom from the control of Mount Feng. What is your intention? Mount Feng? It should have changed hands long ago. Now that I have claimed this malicious pool, soon the entire Mount Feng will be my domain. The water crab spirit laughed maniacally. Xuancang snorted coldly. Just you? You should reflect on your own capabilities. It seems you have someone backing you. I doubt you will divulge anything now. So, with that, Xuancang leaped into the air, his terrifying demonic energy exploding forth, instantly transforming him into a 3-meter-tall demon figure before the water crab spirit, delivering a powerful punch to its head. The water crab spirit retaliated, swinging its enormous pincers toward Xuancang. The collision echoed with a thunderous sound, sending ripples through the surrounding waters. After the impact, Xuancang retreated slightly, half of his body submerged in the water, while the water crab spirit was flipped over, tumbling into murky depths before finally coming to a halt. Ouch! Damn it, this tiger demon has some strength, the water crab spirit muttered, realizing the formidable nature of Xuancang, who possessed a cultivation level of 500 years. Such beings were indeed noteworthy among the various mountains. Watch me. As the water crab spirit's demonic energy surged, its massive form began to transform. The dark brown shell on its back split open with a series of cracking sounds. Its enormous pincers shrank, morphing into two stout arms covered in shell, resembling protective gauntlets. Its head began to shrink, the once prominent eyes moving to a more human-like position. The numerous legs on its lower body merged, gradually taking on a humanoid shape, although some shell-like protrusions remained at the knees and ankles. With a wave of demonic energy, the water crab spirit fully transformed into a half-human, half-demon state. Its upper body resembled a muscular giant, while its lower half retained some crab-like characteristics. Standing upon the water surface, splashing waves as it roared with laughter at Xuancang. "Now, allow me to show you my true strength," the water crab spirit roared, causing ripples to spread across the water surface. In response, Xuancang smirked disdainfully, his body remaining motionless, as arcs of electricity crackled at his fingertips. With a resounding crackle, the lightning met the water, instantly erupting in a blinding flash, illuminating the water's surface with dazzling electric light. The water crab spirit, witnessing this, felt a twinge of panic and propelled itself upward, leaping high above the water. Utilizing its momentum, it crossed its arms over its chest and swung forward, summoning a wall of water from the depths, forming a massive shield before itself to redirect the lightning elsewhere. "You possess some skill," Xuancang snorted, rapidly gathering the thunderous energy around him. Chapter 91. The Fish General and the Thunderous Tiger Claw. With a resounding roar, the demonic energy within Xuancang erupted, transforming into a colossal, thunderous tiger claw that surged towards the water crab spirit. Electric arcs danced upon the claw, striking with the force of a battering ram against the watery shield of the water crab spirit. Crash! The claw collided with the water barrier, producing a thunderous sound. The shield cracked instantly under the tiger claw's relentless assault, resembling shattered glass. The water crab spirit's eyes widened in alarm as it swung its arms once more, summoning a torrent of water from the abyss behind it. The water spiraled around its arms, amplifying their size several-fold. With a thunderous shout, it swung its enormous water-laden arms at Xuancang. "I have no time to play with you. Heaven and earth, thunder's wrath upon evil." Boom! Xuancang thrust his arms forward, releasing a torrent of demonic energy that transformed into a multitude of electric arcs, resembling a thunderous serpent as it struck at the water crab spirit. The serpentine arcs moved with blinding speed, reaching the water crab spirit before it could react. Its eyes widening in terror as it attempted to evade, but it was too late. The thunder serpent pierced through its water-laden arms, the once mighty torrent dissipating into countless droplets under the power of the lightning. The thunder continued unabated, striking the water crab spirit directly. A wretched scream escaped its lips. The hybrid form of human and demon was ensnared by the arcs, trembling violently as fissures appeared in its shell, the protective armor flaking away like fragile tiles. Xuancang's gaze remained impassive as he pushed forward, channeling more demonic energy into the lightning, tightening his grip around the water crab spirit's form. The water crab spirit thrashed desperately, but its strength paled in comparison to Xuancang's thunderous might. Crack! Ultimately, the armor shattered completely, and the massive body of the water crab spirit collapsed with a resounding crash, splashing into the water and creating a series of rippling waves. Xuancang gradually withdrew his demonic energy, the electric arcs coiling around his towering form like serpents returning to their lair, leaving behind a faint bluish glow flickering upon his fur. At this moment, Xuancang stood atop the water's surface, the ripples still undulating around him from the fierce battle, spreading outward in concentric circles. With a steely gaze, he looked down at the water crab spirit, now half-cooked and writhing in agony, a fierce glint in his eyes. Approaching the fallen creature, he demanded, "Speak to me. Who sent you?" With a heavy foot, he pressed down on the water crab spirit, relentlessly applying pressure. Crack! The water crab spirit's body bucked beneath Xuancang's weight, the already cracked shell emitting further sounds of splintering. "Curse it, curse it!" The creature cried in pain, struggling violently, its legs still bearing some crab-like features, kicking aimlessly in the murky water, stirring up clouds of silt. Yet its efforts were in vain. met only with Xuancang's increasing force. The muscles in Xuancang's legs tensed, veins bulging as if to drive the water crab spirit deeper into the depths. At last, the water crab spirit could bear no more. Yes, the king of the horned pincers sent me to occupy. It gasped, its voice weak and trembling, each word seemingly sapping its remaining strength. The horned pincer? Xuancang narrowed his eyes, pressing further. Why have you come here? But before the water crab spirit could respond, another chilling voice interrupted. This place is governed by water, and according to the rules set by the Demon King, it is not unreasonable for Lord Horned Pincer to send someone here. From below the surface emerged a white-bellied fish demon, manifesting in a half-human, half-demon form. Its upper body resembled that of a rotund man, skin akin to the stones at the bottom of a lake. Its broad shoulders heaved as its short, stout arms hung limply at its sides. Sparse, short hair resembling aquatic plants lay lifelessly atop its head. Its flat nose flared, nostrils twitching as if sensing some imminent danger. Thin lips pressed tightly together, corners turned downwards in disdain towards its surroundings. Its lower half was fish-like, the white belly starkly visible against the murky waters. The broad, powerful tail was covered in black scales. "Fish General, save me." The water crab spirit pleaded weakly, its bluish-gray blood oozing from the cracks in its shell, forming a small cloud of blue mist around it, its eyes barely open, breath shallow, on the brink of collapse. Another fool seeking death. Xuancang scoffed at the arrival of the fish demon, his expression laced with contempt as the thunderous demonic energy surged around him once more. On an ordinary day, a ghostly shadow would be hard to find in the evil swamp of Fengshan. Yet today, two spirits had ventured forth. As he spoke, Xuancang slowly raised his hands, the lightning within them flaring anew. Arcs of electricity danced across his palms, crackling with a sharp hiss, the air around him charged with a palpable tension. The fish general, with its vacant eyes, fixated on Xuancang as it stirred the previously calm waters into chaos, droplets splattering against its face, trailing down its slate-gray cheeks. "You tiger demon, I have already stated, Lord Hornpincer's actions are not in violation of the rules. Are you truly so disrespectful?" The fish general spat, leaning forward in a feigned attack stance, a sharp weapon fashioned from a fish bone appearing in its grasp. The fish general and the water crab spirit were of similar cultivation levels. However, the fish demon thrived within the water, its lower half retaining its fish tail, giving it an advantage in rivers and lakes. Outside the water, its combat prowess would scarcely match that of the water crab spirit. "If you dare not engage, cease your prattle. Return and tell your so-called water lord that this is Fengshan, my domain. If he wishes to come, there is but one path. He must acknowledge me as his master," Xuancang declared with authority, his voice resonating like thunder across the water surface, causing the surrounding waters to tremble. At this moment, Xuancang's mastery of thunderous demonic energy reached its zenith, capable of wielding most thunder techniques. He had no fear of ordinary spirits unless they were of considerable strength. Furthermore, the area was saturated with spiritual energy, clearly heralding the arrival of an opportunity. Xuancang would not yield an inch. "Very well, I shall relay your message." With that, the fish general cast a final glance at Xuancang, realizing he had no intention of releasing the water crab spirit, and swiftly transformed into a white carp, vanishing from sight. Chapter 92. News from the water at this moment. The water crab spirit lay curled in the muck, its large pincers drooping weakly, while its bulging eyes darted about in terror. It trembled as it pleaded, "Great king, you possess great magnanimity, please spare my life." Xuancang stood above the murky water, his massive demon form emanating an invisible sense of oppression. After glancing at the water crab spirit, he commanded, "Third brother, take him back." Xuancang was eager to quickly extract information regarding the horned crab, yet the area remained within the water's domain, making it prudent to remain cautious against potential ambushes by other spirits. "Understood." Sang Biao swiftly advanced, and behind him, Wolf Nine's ears perked up slightly, exchanging a knowing glance, prompting several wolf pups to silently follow in tow. The pack's claws left a chaotic trail in the mud as they roughly lifted the water crab spirit, who struggled briefly but dared not resist. Once this was accomplished, Xuancang remained poised above the murky waters, his gaze like lightning sweeping over his surroundings. "You there, come forth." Following the direction of Xuancang's finger, 3 water otter spirits were hiding behind a tangle of underbrush. They pressed closely to the ground, ears erect in vigilance. Upon hearing Xuancang's summons, the 3 cautiously peeked out, their faces displaying a mixture of confusion and curiosity as they met Xuancang's gaze. "Great King, did you call for us?" The water otter spirits asked incredulously, their bodies trembling slightly, tails nervously coiling behind them. "How long will it take you to sever the waterway between the abyss and the outer mountains?" Xuancang squinted, assessing the 3 water otter spirits. Upon hearing the question, the water otter spirits' eyes brightened, their previously hunched forms straightening with newfound confidence. "If there are others to assist in transporting timber and stones, with my family working together, we could accomplish this in less than a day," one of them declared earnestly, patting its chest with its tiny paws. "Very well, I shall grant you 1 day's time. Complete this task, and there shall be rewards." Xuancang nodded slightly. Those who assist will also share in the merit. At Xuancang's words, the gathered spirits became animated, their eyes glimmering with greed and anticipation. For these ordinary spirits, a promise of reward from Xuancang was an unparalleled opportunity. "Wolf 9, remain here and keep watch. Report to me at the 12 connected caves should anything unusual occur," Xuancang ordered, directing his gaze at Wolf 9. "Yes, great king." Wolf 9 bowed respectfully. Then, under the guidance of the 3 water otter spirits, the surrounding spirits swiftly mobilized, transporting trees and stones. The 3 water otter spirits had additional kin, and with their collective efforts, the inlet of the abyss was soon blocked. Having arranged matters, Xuancang then returned to the 12 connected caves with the 7 open heaven pups. Inside a spacious cavern within the caves, Xuancang regarded the water crab spirit with a cold glare. The water crab spirit was cast into the corner of the cave, its body curled tightly, pincers defensively shielding itself, eyes filled with dread. "Now, divulge everything you know, and perhaps I may grant you a chance at survival." Xuancang approached the water crab spirit, each step echoing ominously within the cavern, drawing closer. "Will you truly let me go?" The water crab spirit, bolstered by its formidable healing abilities, had partially recovered from its previous injuries. Upon hearing Xuancang's words, its trembling subsided slightly, a flicker of hope igniting in its eyes. "Do you still believe you have a choice?" Xuancang's voice turned icy, his killing intent radiating from him like a tangible frost, enveloping the entire cavern. Upon hearing this, the water crab spirit immediately spoke. "About a decade ago, Lord Horn Crab discovered by accident a peculiar lotus seed blossoming beneath the abyss. This item is of great importance to him." The water crab spirit continued, stealing glances at Xuancang's expression. However, to avoid alarming any other creatures, he dispatched an underling, a crocodile spirit, to guard it until the flower matured. "Little did we anticipate that you would come here, seize the territory, and slay the crocodile spirit, prompting Lord Horn Crab to send me to guard this place." Xuancang's eyes flickered with interest. "Do you know what this lotus seed is, and what effects it possesses?" The Lord Horn Crab never revealed its precise use, but he values it greatly. "I overheard him muttering something about it being called the 3-flower precious lotus," the water crab spirit replied, bowing its head even lower. "And what is the cultivation level of this Lord Horn Crab?" Xuancang pondered, fixating his gaze intently on the water crab spirit. Lord Horn Crab is a spirit with 900 years of cultivation, proficient in water-related techniques. In combat within water, most major demons must retreat before him, the water crab spirit informed. 900 years of cultivation. Xuancang murmured. "Where does this horn crab reside?" "The Lord Horn Crab currently dwells at the Guanshui River. Besides myself and the Fish General, he commands a shrimp demon and a python demon, both of whom are of similar cultivation, each possessing 500 years, the water crab spirit explained. "Furthermore, Lorehorn Crab conducts business within the demon marketplace and maintains amicable relations with the aquatic specters and the generals of Inwen Valley. As a result, the water crab spirit disclosed nearly all it knew to Xuancang. After a brief period of time, it said, "I have shared all I know. Can I go now?" The water crab spirit looked at Xuancang with a face full of trepidation, inching further into the corner. "Leave?" Xuancang scoffed. "Where do you think you can go?" "Back to your water domain, where you will inform the horned crab of my presence." "Do you think he will spare you?" Xuancang regarded the water crab spirit with a cold, mocking gaze. "Are you deceiving me?" The water crab spirit's agitation flared at Xuancang's words, its pincers waving in the air as if to lunge at him. "Hey, and what if I am?" Xuancang abandoned any pretense, fully aware that he had gleaned all he needed to know. "Your final value shall be utilized to restore my second brother." In an instant, with a swift motion, Xuancang's claw pierced forth, glinting ominously in the dim light, accompanied by a surge of thunderous energy that shattered the water crab spirit's defenses and extracted its essence core. The water crab spirit's eyes widened, its body collapsing as the vitality within it gradually faded. "Brother, is this fellow being uncooperative?" Sang Biao approached, having heard the commotion. "No worries. Give this essence core to your second brother for absorption, to expedite his recovery. This creature has little flesh beneath its shell. So divide it as you see fit," Xuancang instructed, and Sang Biao promptly complied. Chapter 93. The Horned Ao inside the 12 interconnected caves. Haisha was absorbing the demon core of the water crab spirit. Upon noticing Xuancang's arrival, he immediately diverted his attention and asked, "Elder brother, I've heard from the third brother that we now have numerous enemies. Is it wise to offend the Water Lord again? It seems we are caught between a rock and a hard place." Haisha expressed his concerns. "Demons are inherently greedy. If we yield this time, the repercussions will undoubtedly be even more severe. It is better to strike first than to be struck." Xuancang's words prompted Haisha to nod slowly. "I understand. The demon core of this water crab spirit has healing properties. Given your current state, absorbing it should restore you to your former self," Xuancang remarked, satisfied as he observed Haisha's condition. "Not only that, but with the essence blood you provided, I should be able to break through to 200 years of cultivation upon my recovery." Haisha exclaimed with excitement. "Haha, then you must hurry. The third brother's cultivation is nearing 300 years. You wouldn't want to be surpassed by him," Xuancang chuckled. After their conversation, Xuancang returned to his cavern, seeking solitude. Within the cave, Xuancang lay in a tiger-like posture, closing his eyes as his consciousness drifted into the sea of knowledge. Observing the current changes in the patterns, he felt a surge of confidence. Over 400 golden patterns, 110 red patterns, and 760 black patterns danced erratically across the canvas. Without further hesitation, Xuancang began to visualize thunder once more. As his thoughts fluctuated, the surroundings transformed, immersing him in the Valley of Thunder. Above the valley, thunder resounded. This time, Xuancang distinctly noticed that the thunder above him felt more real, almost identical to the thunder from the outside world, accompanied by an overwhelming aura. This realization led Xuancang to focus on the black patterns on the canvas. So that's it. He understood at once. The black patterns represented the essence of visualization. Though one could visualize thunder without the enhancement of the black patterns, it paled in comparison to the authentic thunder. Boom! Without lingering on the thought, Xuancang dove into the experience, aware that the Valley of Thunder would soon dissipate the patterns. 8 Desolation Thunder Pool. Gather the thunderous light. Converge the mighty, thundering energy. Summon the technique. Thunder. Gulme. With a thunderous crash, Xuancang summoned the thunder to envelop him, continuing his practice as the lightning struck him repeatedly, each bolt causing his demon form to tremble slightly. Simultaneously, the golden, red, and black patterns on his canvas sparkled more intensely, and he felt his mastery over power elevate to a new level. The scene shifted to the Guan River within the Mud Palace. Beneath the murky waters lay a natural underground cavern. The first sight that greeted visitors was the diverse and spectacular stalactites hanging from above. The cavern was filled with a colorful radiance, the hues intertwining and casting an enchanting glow that rendered the cave dreamlike and breathtaking. At the center of this cavern resided a manifested Ao demon, resembling a hunched old man. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the elder was cloaked in a hard shell, his limbs resembling those of a human, but notably robust and powerful. A tuft of triangular beard swayed gently with his breaths. Beneath the Ao, there were the previously encountered fish general, a shrimp demon, and a black python demon, with the shrimp and python maintaining their true forms, not yet manifesting as demons. My king, this is the original message from the tiger demon. The fish general half lay on the damp, rough ground of the cavern, its fish tail drooping, fins weakly flapping, its round eyes reflecting a hint of anxiety as it relayed the events from the evil swamp to the Ao. In the cavern, water droplets cascaded down the stone walls, the sound echoing sharply in the silence. My king, that tiger demon has been in Foam Mountain for less than a year and already dares to be so audacious. The fierce python demon spoke, flicking its tongue rapidly in the air, its triangular head swaying slightly, eyes glinting with ferocity. However, before it could finish, the Ao raised a hand to interrupt. That evil swamp indeed belongs to Foam Mountain. The blue crab is not a wild demon. Encroaching on their territory is unjustifiable. The Ao spoke slowly, its massive form swaying gently, the shell reflecting a faint glow in the dim light of the cavern. If this matter escalates and reaches General Woolley, it would not bode well for us. My king, the situation regarding the evil swamp and the blue crab cannot simply be overlooked, interjected the shrimp demon, its antennae twitching as it arched its body. Black python, accompany me. Let us retrieve the blue crab. Since the situation in the evil swamp has been exposed, we shall negotiate slowly. Regardless, the three-flower lotus must be acquired. It is crucial for my ascension into the ranks of the great demons. Additionally, shrimp demon, await my orders if negotiations fail. The Ao left the sentence unfinished. The two departed swiftly from the vicinity of the Guan River, flowing downstream. The river's current roared, creating a thunderous sound, while white bubbles occasionally surfaced. They approached the waterway near Foam Mountain. My king, it seems something is blocking the connection between the Guan River and the evil swamp. The black python demon, leading the way, raised its massive head, coiling its body as it observed the rising riverbank ahead. No matter, we shall proceed directly. The Ao wished to avoid causing a commotion, believing that once it revealed itself and exerted its pressure, it could easily subdue Xuancang, and the three-flower lotus would still be his. With a splash, two water columns erupted. The vigilant wolf demon, stationed nearby, immediately stood up, its body tense, fur bristling like steel needles, fixating its gaze ahead, emitting a low growl, its green eyes radiating caution. The black python, flicking its tongue, looked at the wolf demon with disdain, shaking its head and scoffing. The demons of Foam Mountain are truly weak. The aura emanating from the black python caused the wolf demon to shudder involuntarily, taking a small step back while still remaining alert. Who are you? You cannot trespass in Foam Mountain. The black python sneered, its voice dripping with scorn. A mere wolf demon dares to obstruct us? With that, the black python unleashed its demonic aura, preparing to strike. Chapter 94. Hostility and Confrontation, the Rearguard. The Jia Ao intervened, urging caution. Go summon your mountain king and inform him that the Lord of the Water Ao has come to pay a visit. The Jia Ao smiled amiably at the Wolf King, yet there was an imperceptible authority beneath his friendly facade. The black python demon, growing impatient, twisted its massive form, questioning why their king would waste time with such insignificant beings when they could simply charge ahead. However, the Jia Ao shook his head, preferring to avoid an early conflict. His aim was the three-flower lotus, not to forge an irreparable enmity with the demons of Foam Mountain. You there, the little wolf demon, go and deliver the message. He instructed. Wolf 9 hesitated, but the current situation left him little choice but to comply. You all wait here. I will go inform them. With that, Wolf 9 transformed into a gray shadow and darted back into the depths of Foam Mountain, racing towards Xuancang's cave. Inside Foam Mountain, ancient trees towered, shrouded in a light mist, with the occasional rustle of small creatures echoing through the woods. At this moment, Xuancang was immersed in contemplation within the three-life flower. In the Thunder Valley, as time passed, the originally abundant black lines began to diminish rapidly, the surrounding thunder gradually weakening. Sensing this change, Xuancang slowly opened his eyes, his aura significantly stronger than before. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his tiger-like gaze, and his fur seemed to burn like flames, marking his cultivation at 550 years. In the 12 connected caves, just as Xuancang exited his meditative state, he received news from Wolf 9. Big Brother, Wolf 9 reports that water demons have arrived. Sang Biao, the tiger demon, gently flicked his tail. Xuancang furrowed his brow, understanding that the AO demon had come for the Qing crab and the evil pool. With these thoughts, he rose and made his way towards the entrance of Feng Mountain, his tiger tail sweeping the ground, stirring up a gentle breeze that sent dust scattering. "Let us go see," Xuancang declared. Black Sha was still consolidating his strength. Xuancang and Sang Biao proceeded to the evil pool. Upon reaching the boundary where Feng Mountain met the water vein, they encountered the Jia AO and the Black Python. "Are you the unruly AO demon? What brings you to Feng Mountain?" Xuancang inquired calmly, though a hint of coldness glinted in his tiger eyes. "Impudent! A mere tiger demon dares to speak to my lord in such a manner." The Black Python demon instantly manifested its true form, transforming into a hybrid of human and serpent, seeking to intimidate Xuancang with its elevated serpent tail, which swayed menacingly in the water, its scales glinting ominously. Yet, Xuancang paid little heed, directing his gaze solely at the Jia AO. Noticing this, the Jia AO regarded Xuancang with surprise, narrowing his eyes slightly. "Do not be disrespectful," he admonished the Black Python, then turned his attention back to Xuancang. "Mountain King, I have come to reclaim the Qing crab, a member of my Guanha demon clan, which you have captured. I hope you will release it." Xuancang shifted his stance, his gaze at the Jia AO laced with amusement. With a cold chuckle, his lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing sharp tiger teeth. Too late. The Jia AO's expression darkened. "What do you mean by that?" "Though the evil pool is part of Feng Mountain, it has always been within the realm of my Guanha demon clan. By all reason." The Jia AO intended to elaborate, but his eyes suddenly widened, and his tone shifted abruptly. "Enough. I do not expect to reason with you beasts. Hand over the Qing crab and retreat 30 miles from the evil pool. This place belongs to my water clan. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite." As the Jia AO finished speaking, Xuancang's gaze sharpened, flames seemingly igniting within his tiger eyes. "Enough of this nonsense. The Qing crab is already dead, and I shall not relinquish anything from the evil pool. Now leave." With a thunderous roar, Xuancang's tiger howl reverberated through the air, causing surrounding trees to tremble and leaves to scatter. Behind him, Sang Biao and the other demons bared their teeth, with Sang Biao's claws digging into the ground, gathering a surge of demonic energy that coalesced into a faint mist in the air. Tension mounted between both parties. The Black Python demon could no longer restrain itself, exclaiming, "My king, why waste time talking? Let's just attack. Let us end this quickly." The Jia AO frequently glanced towards the evil pool, deciding to abandon further negotiations with Xuancang. "Go," commanded the Jia AO. The Black Python responded with a menacing grin, baring its sharp fangs. "A bunch of trifles. You shall become my meal." It unleashed a foul stench, causing the weaker creatures behind Xuancang to shudder and curl up, losing their combat effectiveness. Though Xuancang remained poised, he did not strike immediately. Sang Biao understood his intent and leaped forward. "Damn it, shut your mouth." With a powerful leap, Sang Biao surged towards the Black Python, unleashing his demonic energy as he approached. It was a contest of strength. The Jia AO posed the greatest threat to Xuancang. So as long as the Jia AO remained still, Xuancang would not initiate an attack. "Excellent. I have long wished to taste the flavor of a tiger beast." The Black Python demon twisted, its serpent tail striking like a steel whip towards Sang Biao. Sang Biao, agile and swift, executed a graceful flip in midair, effortlessly evading the python's striking tail. As he landed, his tiger claws sank deep into the ground, splattering mud and water. His eyes ablaze with fury as he let out a deep, intimidating roar. The black python, missing its strike, raised its tail again, aiming like a black lightning bolt at Sang Biao. However, Sang Biao stood his ground, channeling all his demonic power into his claws, and lunged at the tail. A sharp sound echoed as Sang Biao's claws tore into the black python's tail, drawing deep crimson lines that oozed dark blood, evaporating into wisps of green smoke. The black python roared in pain, its massive body writhing violently. It opened its gaping maw, lunging at Sang Biao, unleashing a fetid wind mixed with potent demonic energy. Sang Biao sidestepped with agility, using his tiger tail to deliver a powerful strike to the black python's side, causing it to veer off balance. Yet the black python, having manifested its true form, was remarkably nimble. After a swift adjustment, it coiled around a nearby massive tree, twisting with force, snapping the tree in two, and then hurled it at Sang Biao. Chapter 95. The Demon Thunder Summoning Seal. Upon witnessing this scene, the three kings urged caution. In the rear, Lang Jiao, anxious, exclaimed, "Do not worry. Xuancang understands Sang Biao's strength." Ahead, upon noticing the unfolding events, Sang Biao propelled himself into the air with powerful hind legs, gracefully leaping high and slicing through the air with his claws, leaving trails of demonic light in their wake. The trees shattered, splinters flying in all directions. "Is this all you can do, little one?" Sang Biao remarked, landing with a thud, his massive form pressing down as he spoke. In a moment of tension, he unleashed his full demonic power, a crimson glow enveloping his body, causing him to swell with immense force. With a thunderous roar, Sang Biao seized the serpent's body of the black python demon with his agile claws, wrenching free part of himself before biting down fiercely on the creature's neck. His sharp tiger fangs pierced through the black python's flesh. "Damn you, wretched beast!" The black python demon writhed in agony, its tail thrashing violently against Sang Biao's back, each strike infused with tremendous strength. Yet, Sang Biao clung on tenaciously, blood oozing from the python's neck, as the two combatants remained locked in a deadly struggle. The elder Jiao Ao furrowed his brow in dismay. Pathetic. A refined demon with 500 years of cultivation, manifesting its demonic form, cannot best a mere 300-year-old beast. His expression darkened as he pointed a finger, causing the previously tranquil waters to surge violently, manifesting into a torrent that shot toward Sang Biao. Xuancang, observing this spectacle, displayed a flicker of disdain in his tiger eyes. He raised a paw, unleashing a bolt of blue lightning that collided with Jiao Ao's luminous attack, producing a thunderous sound that rippled through the air, sending shockwaves that caused the lesser demons nearby to stagger. Thunder technique. You, a tiger demon, have mastered the art of thunder. Jiao Ao, not an unworldly demon, felt the weight of Xuancang's power shift from contempt to gravity upon witnessing the thunderous display. After the clash, Sang Biao and the black python demon were separated by the force of energy, the latter gasping for breath, his eyes filled with resentment and fury. Sang Biao shook off the dust and blood, preparing for battle once more, his tiger eyes fixed intensely on the black python. "Damn it!" the black python demon hissed, its elongated eyes narrowing in fury, its body riddled with wounds and blood, writhing in the murky water, the pain driving it to curse vehemently. It seems today's events will not conclude peacefully. Transforming into the elder Jiao Ao, a 900-year-old refined demon, he released a powerful aura that enveloped the surroundings, instilling dread among the lesser beings. "Old fool, I have heard you are a turtle demon. I wonder, if I stew you, will it be a great tonic?" Xuancang grinned malevolently, baring his white fangs, as his tiger body radiated with thunderous, demonic energy. In an instant, his form surged to 3 meters tall, his arms hanging down past his knees, adorned with crackling arcs of electricity that danced across Jiao Ao's senses. Arrogant. Jiao Ao's eyes widened in anger as he raised his hand, summoning waves upon the water's surface, which swirled and converged into numerous blades of water. "Go," he commanded, sending the multitude of water blades hurtling towards Xuancang. Unperturbed, Xuancang clawed the ground fiercely, uprooting a massive boulder and hurling it towards the barrage of water blades. The 1,000-pound stone, seemingly a mere toy in his grasp, collided with the blades, erupting into a cloud of mist. As Jiao Ao maneuvered his water blades past the boulder, he waved his hands, unleashing a torrent of water that cascaded towards Xuancang. With a mighty roar, Xuancang unleashed a tiger's howl, his electric arcs intensifying, forming a field of lightning that resisted the advancing water curtain. The pressure within the water curtain escalated, causing the lightning field to flicker more violently, overwhelming the lesser demons nearby, forcing them to prostrate on the ground. "Submit to me," commanded Jiao Ao, his 900 years of cultivation evident. As his demonic power surged, the water curtain's strength dramatically increased, yet Xuancang merely thrust his paws forward, lightning swirling around him. With a deafening crash, the mist shattered. Before Jiao Ao could react, Xuancang lunged forward, his massive tiger form now directly before him. With a resounding roar, his claw descended, but Jiao Ao conjured a gray, ethereal shield that enveloped him, absorbing the impact of Xuancang's strike. Bloodline divine ability. Xuancang's eyes sparked with intensity as arcs danced between his claws. Yet he could not breach the elder's bloodline protection. "Young one, if you cannot learn to endure, only you will suffer the consequences." With that, Jiao Ao's right hand morphed into a claw, pushing forward with tremendous force. Instantly, a wave of power erupted. Xuancang felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, causing his massive form to slide back several meters. After a moment, he steadied himself, fierce battle intent igniting in his tiger eyes. "How about that?" Jiao Ao's reveling in his moment of triumph. "Old fool, you possess some strength," Xuancang growled, his thunderous energy intensifying, arcs of electricity dancing like lively serpents through his fur, his internal demonic power boiling to a peak. Jiao Ao scoffed. "Foolish creature, even with your extraordinary gifts and the enhancement of thunder, a vast gulf remains between us." With that, he struck the water beneath him, causing it to swirl violently into a gigantic vortex. As the vortex formed, a powerful suction spread, drawing in weaker beings who were swiftly consumed, reduced to crimson mist as the whirlpool continued to grow. Observing this, Xuancang felt a surge of alarm, a cold glint flashing in his tiger eyes. He quickly conjured 4 gourds, shattering them with a single strike, blood spraying forth as he summoned the dispersed blood to inscribe a blood thunder talisman. "Endless heavens, summon the thunder of the 5 skies. Heavenly thunder, heed my call." The demon thunder summoning seal completed, Xuancang pointed decisively. In an instant, the blood talisman erupted, sending vapor into the air, transforming the blood essence into clouds, where flashes of lightning danced like silver serpents. Xuancang's tiger form became enveloped in a thick shroud of electric light, his demonic energy resonating with the thunderous forces in the sky. Chapter 96. Jiao Ao versus Xuancang. With the completion of his incantation, Xuancang remained motionless, suddenly stomping his foot. A colossal bolt of lightning descended from the clouds, striking directly at the whirlpool beneath Jiao Ao. Boom! The moment the lightning made contact with the whirlpool, a deafening roar erupted. The powerful energy waves radiated outward like a surging tide, under the relentless assault of the thunder. The whirlpool trembled violently, resembling a frail boat amidst tempestuous waves, and the once overwhelming force of its devouring pull gradually diminished like retreating tides. Jiao Ao's eyes widened in astonishment, his arms flailing in the air as he struggled to replenish his demonic energy. However, Xuancang's attacks fell like a torrential rain, one after another, with several bolts of lightning striking in succession. Boom! Boom! The sound reverberated like war drums, instilling terror in the hearts of all. Under the continuous bombardment of the thunder, the whirlpool finally succumbed to the overwhelming pressure, shattering like a broken mirror. The dismembered limbs of the creatures caught in the whirlpool scattered like raindrops, filling the air with a gruesome scent, rendering the scene utterly horrific. Jiao Ao was violently rebounded by the immense force of the shattered whirlpool, staggering backward several steps like a kite severed from its string, nearly losing his balance. Steadying himself, his eyes burned with rage and defiance, his cheeks puffed out, glaring fiercely at Xuancang. "You, tiger demon, possess such formidable power." Xuancang, unfazed by Jiao Ao's astonishment, seized a moment while Jiao Ao was still unsteady. With a powerful push of his legs, his tiger form transformed into a streak of lightning, appearing before Jiao Ao in the blink of an eye. Bang! The arcs of electricity crackled around Xuancang's claws, glowing with a blinding blue light as he lunged toward Jiao Ao's chest. Seeing this, Jiao Ao could only hastily raise his claw to defend with his demonic energy. Boom! The clash of their powers caused Jiao Ao's claw to tremble, evidently still not fully recovered. Under Xuancang's fierce assault, Jiao Ao was struck as if by a colossal hammer, sliding backward several meters, leaving deep grooves in the ground beneath his feet. Xuancang pressed his advantage. Roaring once more, Thunderclaw, his voice reverberated as his entire demonic energy surged like a raging river into his claws, which he thrust forward with great force. A massive sphere of lightning energy hurtled toward Jiao Ao, igniting the air in its wake with sparks and a sharp, acrid scent. Sensing the immense power contained within the sphere, Jiao Ao was taken aback, instinctively recoiling. "Protect!" he shouted, and with a resounding boom, he swiftly activated his bloodline divine ability. A faint glow enveloping him as a translucent shield of tortoise shell emerged to safeguard his entire being. The successive bolts of thunder from Xuancang struck the tortoise shell shield, creating dazzling flashes of light. "Is this all you can do? Just hide?" Xuancang sneered, then unleashed a flurry of strikes with his claws. Boom! Boom! Multiple bolts of thunder manifested as claws, yet all were absorbed by the tortoise shell shield. Witnessing this, Xuancang inwardly mused, "This turtle's bloodline ability is remarkably resilient." At that moment, the two stood facing each other over a distance of more than 30 meters. Jiao Ao's chest heaved violently as he caught his breath. Gradually, he lifted his claw slightly, and a ripple spread rapidly across the surface of the water. About 3 breaths later, the previously calm surface of the evil pool suddenly became tumultuous, as if a massive stone had been thrown into it. Layers of ripples formed, and one by one, water creatures began to surface, densely populating the rear of the water. "Rip them apart!" Jiao Ao roared.